Let's see if we can get the call going with the Skype tonight. Going to click in with Aristides, our resident engineer and our producer. Give him a call here. See if that works. You're going to hear that wonderful ring, everybody. And hopefully he'll answer. There's our man Aristides. Wonderful. So let's start by calling. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, thank God.
I'm good.
Okay, all good. Let's take a look at the studio here, see if we're live streaming, see if it connects, and we'd appreciate feedback from everybody who's listening. All right, and what we have going here is a, let's see if we can get the links going in the normal channel. How do I say this? I'm going to check to see if it comes up on my live stream and if it comes up on my regular channel feed. And in the interim, I'm going to count on dear Aristides to bring everybody onto the call. You know, give it a try with everyone.
I will do that. And real quick, before time goes on, everyone hit the upvote right now. And then we'll give the full blurb later on.
Thank you. Thank you. Right. Probably sooner than later because tonight I'm going to... someone who I care about asked me to go into the Trump election and the geopolitical ramifications, all the repercussions for the world. And so I'll do my best by doing a deep dive today into Trump and Musk first and getting into the repercussions of what they're going to... why they're here in terms of a bit of an electoral autopsy, but the geopolitics first before that. So I do want everyone who's already asking, the photo embedded in thumbnail of live stream is myself at a young age in the Vietnam Training Center that was still in use to try and train young Asian Americans to become spies in communist Vietnam. Once the communists conquered Vietnam, then the Americans wanted to get some agents in there, some of them in place. Agents in place would mean permanent infiltration, like on-station agents, and others that would be more like field agents. So there is a place in the swamps of Louisiana, of borderlands with Texas, where it's very similar to the terrain of Vietnam, where Vietnam special forces or special forces units that were going to be inserted into Vietnam trained, as well as regular units and the National Guard, even though no National Guard units were ever called into duty in Vietnam. And so when it came to this particular center, I was sent there. Still had a lot of the Vietnamese feel to it, and one of the reasons why they were bringing some of the refugees over was that they became able to interact with myself and other people who were training to be spies in Vietnam. And therefore, that was where the one altar that I have was inserted into myself, a altar which speaks fluent Vietnamese and would easily pick up a car and drive it if given the opportunity, because they have no qualms about driving a car, as I do based on my honor system, because I promised the judge who awarded me my Social Security disability insurance that I would never drive again, due to his fear of my basically going postal behind the wheel and pulling a road rage incident, because veterans with complex post-traumatic stress disorder would be most prone towards that. And so with that, we are now going to send a link to this friend of mine, and we are going to ask our dear friend Aristides to conduct the blurb, if you're ready for it. Are you still making the calls?
Let me finish
Sure.
punching everybody in here.
Take your time. No rush.
Almost
no rush.
There. Almost there.
Yeah. Again, no rush. Thank you so much. And
going through the list here, and that that bot that showed up, the boobs bot, you know, and you're like, talk to my producer, and like, and then she never wrote back, but she shows up on the damn list. So I gotta skip her. Yeah.
Yes. No, I get it. Oh, that's funny. That's cute. Yes. And well, that might be a bit too obtuse for our listeners to
Yeah,
get.
right. Well, you can explain it.
Well, yeah. Basically, there's there's like chatbots that approach us, and then they want to get to know us, so to speak, and you know, Aristides was saying, when am I going to get these honeypots assigned to me? And you know, I said, hey, consider this it. You know, let's see if
It's like a real human honeypot, but I think that just turned out it was a stupid bot.
honey bot,
right.
honey bot.
Yeah, it did respond to be like, visit my page.
Yeah, I don't think bots have pages, do they? They just ask for money.
It's like a lure to get you into a pay site. You know, that's what I'm saying.
Yes, got it.
Yes, greetings.
Yes, welcome aboard. And tell us about this. What I'm going to do is change into a heavier sweatshirt for tonight because it's already frigid here. But our man Brendan was walking around barefoot, you know, rooting himself into the earth. And an amazing encounter happened with the kitsune, a fox spirit, is what we call them in Japanese. And
Yes.
so Brendan is going to share that right now while I change my shirt. And by all means, share the full story and everything that's been going on with you lately. Give us a status report, situation update. Take it away.
Yes, everything's been going well, just staying busy and working on evolution and things like that. So yeah, I was just out doing some grounding work, some walking around, checking some of the astronomical things that are happening. Like you have Venus up here. I'm trying to like scope it out as I'm saying it. So Venus, we got Venus that's visible during the sunset. Then you have Moon and Saturn that are currently out right now. If you're in a dark area, you can see them. Saturn and Moon. So the Saturn is directly over the Moon in its current placement, and then you also have Jupiter coming on the ascendant behind us. If you were to be outside, you would see it in the east. So yeah, that's what I was doing.
Incredible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go.
And go on. So has Brendan spoken about the kitsune while I was doing what I was doing?
No, I haven't got there yet. I was just saying.
Oh, take your time. Take your time. Tell you what, I'm going to be right back. I'm going to make my tea. I didn't get a chance to make my tea. I'm no longer drinking Coca-Cola. Now it's green tea. So let me attend to that. I'll be right back. And when Brendan feels like he's talked out, Aristides will give the blurb, and that will give me plenty of time to make my tea. I'll be back probably before all that's even done. So, okay, you gentlemen, take it away, okay?
All right.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Love you guys.
Yeah, so I ended up getting some Japanese green tea, some oicha, as it's called. Just green tea with matcha. That stuff is very beneficial. Yeah. And Aristides, do you have anything to add, or you want to do the blurb?
I can. I want to start drinking more tea myself, but I think that'd be good.
Do you normally like? Have you tried it? Asian?
I don't drink tea enough to say I have a favorite. I like, if I get around to drinking it, I enjoy pretty much any tea. But yeah. So maybe I can ask you for some recommendations later on.
Yeah.
But yeah, for now, I'm gonna do the full blurb. So as I said right in the beginning, you got to hit the thumbs up vote that is near the program window. Very important. We need them right away because the upvotes and downvotes, which you can't see, but they are there, and people that are against Douglas put them there, and it affects the algorithm and the ability for people to search the program or be presented the program by suggestion, etc. And so that is very important to hit that as soon as you get here. Make sure you are subscribed, or if you haven't subscribed, and if you've been subscribed, don't forget to occasionally check that you're still subscribed, because sometimes people say that they get unsubscribed for whatever reason. So, and hit the little bell icon. That's for the notifications of the program starting. When we start on time. Sometimes weird stuff happens. You got to restart. So always good to have. And if you're more ambitious, since you have an account to do these things, you can go under your account settings. For me, it's under switch account, and under there you can make sub channels to your profile without an additional login or password. It's very easy, and they can do their own upvoting, which is cool. So one person, one login can do multiple upvoting if you just do that So you can basically make a dummy channel. Most people would use it for like partitioning different types of content, but just remember to switch back to your normal, persona that you want to get to know us with before you comment in the chat or anything like that. So, and that's about it. And I'll put the PayPal link in there. I guess Nemo's not online because when he fires it right in there, but it's not there. So
yeah, so that's good. Yeah, we can even do that. Yeah.
Yep.
Very good news.
Okay.
Yeah. So regarding like the upvotes and stuff, that's very helpful. And if we bring it back to tea, there's like Western people know the black tea already, which Chinese call Hong Cha, red tea. So that's the good place to start. And many people now have tried matcha and stuff. Like matcha is very well known. So if you like that kind of vibe, you can go for more Japanese greens. Like sencha is very good. And if you want like a more luxurious kind of start to tea, you can go gyokuro, which is called the green jade of the emperor. So it's a very famous piece of item, tea culture history.
Yeah. I mean, there's so many kinds. I mean, just literally. Whereas, coffee is one thing. It's the coffee, many different styles, black tea. Most people think, black tea and the green tea, and that's
yeah. White tea's also come recently.
Mm-hmm.
White tea.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, probably 1,000 kinds of tea out there. Anything. You could just go out in your yard and grind up some leaves and put some boiling water. That would be tea. We don't suggest it, though.
It depends. What you could theoretically find something that works, but
okay, no. I mean, if you know
Chinese,
that's how people did it. I mean, they didn't go to the store. That's how they did it. They knew which plants to go out there and grab and make the stuff, right? So, and you can still do that, but only please do your research.
Yes, yeah. I mean, you can do pine needle tea and stuff in low quantities. Like you could pretty much pick like white pine, certain pine trees. You can make tea from that stuff.
Okay, we're up. Just wanted to let everyone know we're up to 250 listeners already, so that's the concurrent viewers, which is much less than what we truly are getting in terms of viewers. And both Aristides and Brendan will explain the aggregate and how it hides the real numbers and almost discourages viewers by making it look like not many people are watching. But we can assure you that we get 8,000 viewers in an episode at the upper ranges, and at the absolute least, at least 6,000 viewers an episode. We know that through the aggregates that show up in the studio, and both Aristides and Brendan will clarify that. I just had to spend some time taking care of I had promised this individual who promised they were going to listen tonight to send them the link of tonight's episode as a live stream. So I had to get that sent out. Plus, I had to get a few other things done on the computer itself. So now I will go and make that tea. It'll take me likely about 5 minutes to 7 minutes, but I'll be back in about 8 minutes at the longest. These guys have got this handled, and they've got a lot of adventures to share. And Aristides will also give a status report and update as to his situation if anything has developed that's of interest. And hopefully no news is good news. Hopefully nothing of interest has in particular happened. Other than that, it has been Veterans Day. I've been very busy, and I want to thank T-Tank Barry. Love you, T-Tank Barry. I've got this message from you on the phone. I'll try and take a look at it, but bear in mind, I'm going straight into monologue tonight, and I'll probably fall into this kind of like trance state, and I'll just be sucking all the oxygen out of the room. And aside from that, T-Tank, in the morning, I'll be picked up for the Veterans Day weekend. And beyond that, right after that, on the calendar will be Sun Yat-sen Day, which is considered the founder of both Chinas, both nationalist and communist China declare Sun Yat-sen to be their founding father. So it's the National Founding Father Day, both sides of the Black Ditch, that's known as the Taiwan Strait. In Chinese, it's simply known as the Black Ditch. Internationally, they imbue it with a sense of dignity and call it the Taiwan Strait. I prefer either title. It's fine by me. The Black Ditch actually sounds much more poetic to me and really does kind of signify the division between the two Chinas. So give me just a second here to take a look at what's going on with Sun Yat-sen Day. And after that, Transgender Awareness Week begins. So I will be really involved, of course, with the estates. probably through till the weekend. So Transgender Day of Remembrance will be on the 20th. So Transgender Awareness Week will be from Wednesday. It begins with the Wednesday episode. Hopefully by that time I get a chance to look at what was sent by T. Tank Barry. It looks like some very old Chinese, almost I would say archaeolinguistic Chinese almost. So I want to give it the respect it deserves and sit down, pay some attention to it, and see if I can make some sense to it that would make for at least a decent translation, rather than just giving you something off the cuff that might disrespect it, because it looks like almost funerary or something old. And by the way, that friend that I was talking to Brendan about earlier, I told her, yes, one of my men, my producer on Team Dietrich, is our resident engineer. He has a degree in material science. And the other young man that works for me also has academically pursued his degree in archaeolinguistics. And so she started saying, can he talk to cavemen? Is that what that's about? And I was like, yes, her charm is endless. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I didn't need to train to do that. I could just spoke to the average person on the street.
Yeah, no kidding. The average American. Yeah.
That's your degree, though, Brendan? Archaeolinguistics?
Yeah, I'll let you take it. He'll explain it from here while I go mute. Okay.
My minor is in linguistics because I studied German and Germanic, ancient Germanic language. So yeah, but it's not archaeolinguistics. That's just Douglas's spin on it.
Oh, okay.
I wasn't like doing caveman grunts or something. Yeah. Okay. So, but that's funny though. It's funny.
Okay. Do you care to say what it is formally in, or?
It's just anthropology.
Oh, anthropology. Okay.
Yeah. It's very general. Like anthropology, you can go in any direction.
Oh, sure.
Like I explored into forensics, biological anthropology. So I did courses on criminology, witchcraft, all of it. So
right.
Yeah. So it's very holistic. Like it's very, like anthropology has a very big bandwidth of different information. You can go biological route. You could go linguistics. You could go forensic. And those are just the three main ones. You could get into all kinds of other avenues. But I chose just to study everything. I did like the shotgun method. So, but that's helped me in my studies, just my personal studies. So I prefer it. I prefer not to lock myself into too much specialization. So,
right. It's like the liberal arts of anthropology, a little kind of everything.
Yeah, anthropology is unique because it's you can either get an AS or an AA or a BS or a BA. So you can keep it more what would be the word for, like, sociological. So that would be more like liberal arts, but you could also just do the straight up science aspect of it, which is like the bones. You can go into like the bones,
right?
The forensic.
Is archaeology considered under anthropology?
Yeah, they're sister techniques. Yeah,
right.
Yeah, or sister majors. It would be considered like archaeology gets its own like department and stuff because it's just a vast field as well. But they're interchangeable. I would argue that they're interchangeable because when I was growing up, I always wanted to just get into straight up archaeology. But it's like they're essentially interchangeable. It's just depends on what disciplines and who's teaching what, like what college, they would be. I would consider archaeology to be anthropology, but anthropology implies that it's just the study of humans. Right. So when you say anthropos is the Greek word for human.
Right. I mean, the way I say it, anthropology is studying humans. Archaeology is digging up shit to study humans.
Yeah. Yeah, because they mainly focus on culture, and history. So,
yeah.
That's the situation with that.
Yeah.
And I wanted to keep it more like oblique. I didn't want to put myself into a pigeonhole. Like you could I could have theoretically, if I finished pursuing forensic anthropology, you could get into some lucrative work, but it's like, I mean, it's grueling, and you have to deal with dead bodies. So it's like there's always a trade-off, you know. So,
yeah.
So I'd prefer just to keep it. I'm not a person that regrets what I've done exactly.
Yeah.
It's more situational with me. Like if I had like a better upbringing, I would have been able to pursue better things. But with what I had to work with, I'm totally okay with what I have. So
I'd say to anybody, just general advice: don't ever regret like pursuing an educational path and getting a certification. I mean, even if like part way through you can get doubts about it, or you can change. Don't quit school. That's dumb.
And you could always apply what you've learned.
Yeah, I did that, and I am going back because quitting school is dumb. So, and even if it's like you don't know, and you're just like, well, I'm just gonna go get a 2-year degree at my community college for now. That's fine. And if by the end of that, you're gonna have
it can open up. I mean, it can open up just horizons. Like you don't know what you don't know.
Right. By the end of that, 2-year whatever. So you'll be a different person, different place, and
And I know this sounds funny, but if I were like had unlimited money, I probably would have just pursued ceramics,
right,
or something like in the arts,
or just be a perpetual student, like one of these people that just goes to school forever.
Oh yeah, I wish that was still the case, but it's tough to do that now.
That'd be nice.
They try and limit you to not be able to do that, especially because it's a lot easier to get community college courses now.
Well, I mean, if you're paying, but if you're like, you're not going to get like a scholarship, and
you won't be able to get like a free ride or something, but you could theoretically keep going to classes.
Right. Yeah. If you're paying university or something, you're rich. And you say, I'm going to go to school forever. Keep paying you. They're like, sure.
Yeah, they won't interrupt that. That's for sure.
No, right. Yeah, right.
But also, it's advantageous. Like if you want to do something like, for example, ceramics. No one's like, even if you're rich, you're not going to want to get like a kiln and then all the equipment and then figure out that you don't like it later. So it's something like those institutions are actually good for like hands-on learning. If you want to do something like in the arts, it's like you don't, or like even the one near me even does like culinary arts and stuff. So instead of buying a bunch of junk you don't need and filling your house with appliances, you could just take a couple courses and learn. If you can, if you like certain types of cooking or whatnot.
Yeah. They should even have stuff like that isn't necessarily like, oh, school, get a degree, but like, hey, I just want to go try this. I guess they do have that where it's like you can sign up for
some places,
classes or type thing, but there should be more of that.
Because everyone's just it now.
No, having the infrastructure for stuff is hard. So it's like community.
And the time, like everyone I know is like working their ass off, barely surviving. So
it's
a matter of having time.
Right.
Which is interesting, that we've come to that, but it's all right.
Yeah. Well, what else, man? Get anywhere else on a computer? You still gonna do the new thing? Or?
Oh yeah, no, I upgraded. So.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, I finally ended up doing it, so everything's good so far.
Nice. Congrats.
I just have to do my my incantations to introduce it. My christening, I have to christen it. I just have yet to do that.
Right.
But everything's good with that. I've been getting into more like vintage electronics, so stuff like old tube radios, old tube amps, some of the early music replication devices. Have you ever heard of a crystal oscillator radio?
Yeah, that like the ones where you could like send it away and get the little kit.
Yeah,
like the crystal radio. Right.
Yeah, so those you can actually hear other dimensions or like the entity communicating. So if anyone's ever curious about, is there another side? Is there other dimensions? Something as simple as that kid's toy, the kit, the crystal oscillator kit.
Right.
You can hear entities speaking to each other on that. Yeah.
And another reason they move away from all that, just like the vacuum tubes.
Oh yeah, exactly. They didn't give it to us when I was younger, but I know older people say that they used to build those in school and stuff. The crystal oscillator radio, because it's just a small little device. It's just a receiver. and there's no electricity involved. So
right. Yeah. Oh wow. Yeah. No electricity.
Yeah. And
It
some
really,
of the early
uh-huh.
Carry
It
on.
really it just powers it from the radio signal.
Yeah, the radio signal moves the diaphragm on the little, but it's very like, it's like one earpiece, like you could barely.
Oh yeah, it's like right. You're lucky to hear it.
Yeah, yeah, it's like, or you can hear it, but it's not going to be like HD or anything. Yeah.
No.
And some of the very early radios, like 20s, we're talking like 20s and 30s, like very early radios for the common people. It was just like a crystal oscillator with like a microphone, a gramophone, that metal tube. The old school speaker that was just like an acoustic speaker that just amplified.
Yeah. Right.
That little bit of sound, it like had to amplify it acoustically.
Yeah, like the old record players, you'd always see the.
Yeah, the old gramophones had it. Yeah, that thing, that brass tube that comes out.
Brass. Yeah, right.
So that's the situation. Yeah. So if anyone's ever in doubt that there are other dimensions, I mean, and you could go online and just listen to what people have said about it, like you can hear full-on conversations, but it's not in any language that humans know. Yeah. So
now I'm curious.
Yeah, just try. I mean, just get one and experiment with it. Yeah. Let me find the story and I'll just tell you guys. But basically, many people have had that. Crystal. Just type in crystal radio. Yeah. And they even make people don't realize a lot of the new radios even have to use that technology. It just isn't like a diode or like a little transistor version. It's like one piece of the whole thing. Like, does that make sense? It's integrated into the circuitry, but it's still there. That principle is there. Right. Yeah. Crystal radio. Let me see. What would be the word for it, I guess?
For what?
Yeah. The occult nature, the occultism. Yeah. Yeah. Spiritualism, birth of the radio. Here, there's somebody that will speak about it. Yeah. Yeah, and also if you see like some of the really early radios, if you go to like a radio museum, there'll be the radios where you have to like tune into the AM, and the shortwave radios where it's like a bunch of tunings that are like a lot more intricate than our tuning.
Yeah.
And they'll have what's called a green dot tube. So it's like a tube that's like a visual tube that sticks out of the front of the radio. So when you get to the frequency where it starts connecting, then like a line, like a little oscillator line appears on the front of the radio. So it's called like a green dot tube radio. And those are the first like CRT, like pre-television. Those are the first cathode ray tubes that were like imprinting stuff. So the entities from the other side could like draw letters and stuff into those types of technology. Yeah.
I'd never really heard it. And it wasn't intended really as a TV.
No. It was never, like the TV came later. They first they discovered the tubes, then they discovered the CRT where it could like project images. And then that's when like all the spiritualists from that era came in and tried to like do seances with it. And then when they found out that, oh shit, like it actually works, they had to like rebrand it. Right. Yeah. So here's an article here. It says several influential developers of telecom technology were directly involved with spiritualism, psychic researchings, such as Oliver Lodge, the renowned Victorian psychic physicist and pioneer of wireless technology, was extremely open about his devotion to spiritualism and his interest in physical research. Psychical, meaning psychic powers. During the 1800s, Mr. Lodge was a member of the elite social group known as the Ghost Club. He was also served as president of the Society for Psychical Research in London from 1901 to 1903. He published work such as Raymond or Life After Death, 1917, which he described in detail his experiences communicating with the supposed spirit of his dead son Raymond, who died while serving in the First World War in the British military. For these spiritual communications, Lodge hosted seances with the famed medium Gladys Osborne Leonard. There's the cover of the book, etc. In the late decades of the 19th century, many physicists became proponents of the aether theory, that aether was the element.
Thank you for talking about the aether. I'll only interrupt for a moment, just letting people know Heather Holman has joined us. And welcome aboard, Heather. Do say hello if you have not already. Or did she already?
No, I didn't know she was here.
Oh, Heather, say hi.
Hi.
Yes.
Hang on.
Yes.
Yes, greetings.
Hello. Hi.
Hare Krishna.
Hare
Hare
Krishna.
Krishna. Yeah.
How you doing?
I'm doing okay.
Status report? Update?
Same with my leg, and then last night we had a dinner. It was fantastic.
All right.
Yeah.
At least that's improving. Hey.
Yeah.
Hey, guess what? Amy Como's own civil rights partner? Civil union. Civil union. Civil union partner has got electrodes planted in his shoulders.
Sounds like she's gay as hell.
What's that, Brendan?
I said civil rights partner makes her sound gay as hell.
Wait.
Like she's hiding, like she's trying to hide or something. Civil rights.
Oh shit. Yeah.
So what were you saying about wires in his shoulder?
He has wires implanted in his shoulder that the doctors found by X-ray, and they waited months to tell him, and so it's screwed up her life completely because he has to go into surgery, and that means he can't build a she-shack, and she'll freeze to death by winter.
How did wait? Where were they from? The electrodes?
Apparently they've been there a while. It sounded like they were there. Brendan, sounded like they were a long time, right?
Well, she just said that they were pieces of metal embedded in his right shoulder that none of them knew about, even the doctors included. So who knows?
Okay, and then they have to take him out.
That's what they say, because what was the deal?
It's causing inflammation in the shoulder and stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
He's having like action, yes.
Yeah, so he's unable to work with his hands, and that's his livelihood. So then, as a result, that's what he barters with up there in Vermont. What I don't understand is they're all drinking all the time. Where are they getting the money? Alcohol is fucking expensive. I would know. I buy it a lot myself. Where the fuck are they getting all the money to stay drunk all the time? She says they're drinking the first thing in the morning. What the fuck? What, Brendan? What is that?
They're on a stipend, like the government. $20. That's the only explanation. I mean, what else? How else do you do it? Because that's what's funny, and it's not just them. It's like, but a lot of people, it's like they always have money for booze and cigarettes, no matter how poor they are. It's like, how does that happen?
Yes, thank you. Yes, cigarettes. If booze is expensive, cigarettes are through the fucking roof. They're astronomical.
They're like $2 a box now. I would never. I don't care how addicted I am.
Yeah, the nicotine.
Like you can buy straight morphine and like live a cheaper life than that.
Thank you.
What the fuck?
Thank you.
Like, what excuse do you have if you're smoking anymore?
So you're not alone, Heather. You're not alone out there. There's people with electrodes in their shoulders as well. And
that's very interesting. Thank you.
You're welcome. I hope you interrogate her about it the next time she's on with us. And yeah, if she survives, I mean, God knows it's only going to get colder, and that she-shack isn't going to get built now. Oh, so we'll get back to that, but I wanted Brendan to know I actually made a mistake in what I told Brendan and all of you, Aristides and everybody else listening. I said archaeolinguistics. What I told my dear friend was that our friend Brendan was academically basically a double major in anthrolinguistics. That's why she brought up the caveman bit. And but it's actually more correctly anthro or archaeoanthrolinguistics would be a good word for it, right, Brendan? Kind of.
Yeah, you could. I mean, you could call it that. Yeah, you could.
Yeah, archaeoanthrolinguistics.
They just would lump you all together in academia now. They just lump it all together. They just say linguistics is a science, but it can be thrown under anthropology.
Yeah.
And then, like I said, you could branch out to archaeo, meaning proto-linguistics is what they would call it. So stuff like Prakrit, like the early Sanskrit, or these Proto-Indo-European languages, these very simple they claim is simple, but it's actually the backbone of all language. But these like really early languages, so you could get that detailed with it. That would be more archaeolinguistics.
Excellent.
Because according to the normal theory, that we didn't have quote unquote linguistics till like 100,000 years ago. So that's what they claim. You know, this is the party line. But yeah, so.
And is that based on a concept of the biblical Tower of Babel?
No, that's just they're saying that cavemen didn't have language, which is not true. It's like Neanderthal and stuff. They've proven that they have like, and this part, which is weird because there's a lot of discrepancies and there's X factors. I call them X factors. When you study anthropology, is that one of the big ones is that they claim, the Neanderthals didn't have a fully fleshed out language, but yet when they dig up burials, they had like religious items and different amulets buried with them. So they have this concept of afterlife, this religiosity, but somehow they don't have language. It's very bizarre.
Oh, that's absurd. That's absurd. That's a species prejudice. That is a speciocentric racism. That's speciocentric racism. And and thank you.
Neanderthals did interbreed with humans. That's been proven.
Yes.
Pretty much, I think parts of the Middle East, all the way up into Northern Europe, have at least 1% Neanderthal DNA. So.
Yeah. The rest of the 99% is in the United States, people. That's.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, that's what's so offensive about those people. Like just saying cavemen are dumb is that like cavemen could like out survive anyone in modern times, like
Absolutely.
anybody.
Yes.
Whether it be intelligence or anything, just all across the board.
Yeah, actually, the Cro-Mags, I believe it was Cro-Magnon, had a larger brain than humans.
Than modern humans, yeah.
Yes.
There was a certain subgroup. What were they called? Cro-Magnon is true, yes.
I'd
have to go back into my notes, but yeah.
Right.
You get them.
Thank you. No.
Our brains are shrinking because we're fucking like lame as fuck.
Thank you. It's so true. It is so true. Now, before Brendan gets back to the young physicist, just a question that I guess I should answer, and then one I should ask Brendan. I think that I forget what I'll look again at some of the recent questions asked to myself, but I'll take care of them soon enough. With Brendan, before you go back to talking about the young physicist, just out of curiosity, did you cover the Kitsune episode yet, or you're working towards that?
No, I totally skipped over it.
Oh, okay. We'll get to that eventually. Yeah, so Brendan will go back to what he's doing. I want to give a shout out to Anne-Christine Fontaine, who's been joining us recently. Anne-Christine Fontaine, it has been working at Amazon. She's been working at Amazon delivery. So she is, probably deep into hell season as we approach the holidays. So the fact that she's with us, either she's quit Amazon or she's joining us with what spare time she has, which means she's really gracing us and honoring us by investing her time with us. So we love you, Anne-Christine Fontaine. And she says, I've been pondering tumbleweeds for days now. Cool, baby, cool. Thank you. Yes. Good.
Sorry. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, we'll put up those links again, maybe on Wednesday, because we'll get back into the subject again. Psychopath says, all races today are separate humanoid subspecies, different from one another. It's very obvious, just physical appearance. Hi and good morning, Douglas. And he says, I forgot about this show for a while, Lord Dietrich. Well, welcome back, Psychopath. Welcome aboard. And once again, and okay, we're going back to Brandon. Brendan, Jesus Christ, I hate myself. There's a reason why I just fucked that up. We'll go into that another time. In the meantime.
I mean, it's the same name. I always tell people, like, it's good to distinguish.
Yeah.
Like most people would consider that insulting or something, but I personally think it's the same name. Brandon. Like, it all is linguistically is the same name, actually.
Thank you so much for that, Al. Yeah. By the way, Anne-Christine Fontaine says, peak season at the warehouse coming soon. Psychopath says, I have been I'm sorry? Yeah, he says, sorry. Yes, Brendan. Tell her where you worked at UPS.
Yeah, I've worked for multiple of those delivery services, and they're, like, peak season is, like, may as well call it slave season. You're just, like they're whipping people in the mines and the salt mines and shit.
How about more of the correct term is you've died and gone to hell?
Yeah. Yeah, it's like worse than any purgatory. It's awful.
Oh,
And it's not worth the pennies they pay you. I'm sorry. I know you have to do it, but we got to do what we got to do. But it's awful.
yeah, it's terrible. But there, you met a Taiwanese guy there who confirmed Taiwan is a fascist democratic society when you told him what I said about both its democracy based on fascism, right?
That was.
Oh, where was
that?
it?
Was actually a different place. I've worked at so many places. I mean, this is like, yeah. No, but that was that was when I was working at one of the grocery stores. He was working the Chinese restaurant inside of the grocery store. The Taiwanese guy.
Okay.
And he was married to an indigenous Taiwanese lady. She was
cool.
She looked very different than any Asian population. Yeah.
Right, a Taiwan Indian.
Yeah.
Cool.
And he actually taught me a real Kung Fu technique called Dragon Style. So that was cool.
Excellent. That's wonderful. I'm so glad you had that experience. By the way, Psychopath says, I know who he is now. He says, I've been hospitalized for many years, but I'm doing okay right now. It's the Filipino kid from that old UFO banquet, laughing my ass off. XD. We sat next to one another back in the day. I remember. Yes, he says, and happy Veterans Day weekend to all the wounded warriors. Well, you're one yourself in your own way. Psychopath's father was in the military. That's always a bad start. And yeah, we won't go too farther than that right now. But I'm glad you're alive. I'm glad you survived. And yeah, welcome back aboard. Okay, we're back to Brendan. And so, dear Brendan, take it away again and complete the thought process of what you were saying about the physicists and the aether. Yes.
Oh, yeah, of course. Let me get back to it here. I just got to find the actual spot.
No worries.
Yeah, the ether was believed to be an element, either all-encompassing, either itself or all-encompassing an energy field through which light traveled, surrounded, and connected all living and non-living objects. By theorizing that ether connected the universe and conducted electromagnetic energy, these 19th century scientists were able to understand light wave and particle functions. But the ether theory also supported spiritualist views. It was argued that ether made it possible to communicate with spirits beyond the veil. Mr. Lodge came to believe that the spirit world existed in the ether, and it played a key part in his understanding of how new communication technologies could have been used to speak with the dead. Lodge's interest in spiritualism eventually intersected with his professional interest in radio broadcasting. But this did not go unnoticed by contemporaries. In 1926, the former British officer and expert in wireless telegraphy, Cyril Jack Frost, stated that his deep interest in the possibility of using radio transmitters to communicate with spirits was aroused by reading Lodge's writings. Frost would also become a significant figure within the spiritualist community, publishing several works on the topics and delivering popular lectures around the UK. In the United States, Thomas Edison was also interested in bridging communication technologies with radios and spiritualism. Edison, whose celebrated invention includes the phonograph, the first practical incandescent lamp, the carbon button transmitter for telephones, he announced his intention in 1920 to create a spiritual communication device. Essentially, it was to be a specially designed telephone that could pick up spirit communications. Unfortunately, his ambitions never led to the creation of the technology. Let me edit. I'm going to redact that part. Unfortunately, they suppressed his technology.
There we are. Yes.
However, the other technologies that were appropriated into spiritualist activities includes the popular Brownie crystal receiver manufactured by the London-based JWB Wireless Company is also another example. And then they show a photo of it that, yeah, it was used to talk to spirits, 1924. The Brownie crystal receiver. It was a popular radio that was used by spiritualists during the 1920s to communicate with entities beyond the veil. The devices, which became important tools for the modern technologist and the savvy spiritualist, had something in common. They were communications with the dead, but much like mediums under trance, they seemed to function via some unseen energy, quote unquote. So the sounds they picked up could be reinterpreted as supernatural in origin. And then this is where, of course, they have to bring the materialism in. In reality, crystal radios did not require energy sources such as electrical outlets because they were powered by radio waves, which that part is true.
Well, by the way, I'm sorry. Could you finish that round of thoughts before I say something? Just wanted to bring
Yeah, go
something.
ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to say we'll get back to that. Put a note there, a notation there. Bookmark that. Don't forget
Well,
it.
that was the article. That was the end of the article.
Okay, thank you. Well, I wanted to acknowledge Aaron Tice, who has joined us. And
Yes.
dear Aaron, how long are we blessed with your presence tonight so that we know to take advantage of you while you're here?
I'll stay for at least 45 minutes. And hello, everybody, by the way. Good evening.
Greetings, Aaron. Good evening.
Hello, sir. Hello.
Hi.
Hey, Aristides. Hey, Heather. And Douglas, how are you, sir?
Hi.
Well, much the better for your joining us, I assure you. And
Brendan, I didn't hear that part. Maybe I heard it a long time ago, Brendan, about Edison. I didn't realize he built spiritual
Yeah.
contact
All
devices.
of
That's
them.
awesome.
Yeah, all of the early people, that's how the technology began. They try and say, oh, they started it for communication, but all of that, like communication, the telephone, radio, even television, it was all originally started by people who were trying to speak to the other side. That was and they were told, like, because they knew about ether and stuff, they were actually told by the Brits and whoever was funding them that your first mission is to find a way to talk to the other entities.
that's correct.
And then later on they said, oh, look, we could sell it. So that's what happened.
No,
Interesting.
All of that is quite true because the dead are the ultimate intelligence source. I mean, who knows more? If you could interrogate the dead, then brings us back to Michael Aquino's thanatophagy.
Yes.
And but one thing
much to their surprise, they realized you could go past like the netherworld and you could talk to other dimensions even. So that's when it got dicey, you know. But they had actually known about this from the time of John Dee. They were actually told by, you know, the people that were in that society, the John Dee and what was his? He had like a co-author.
Oh,
He did.
yeah,
Yeah, I know.
the Irish
I
guy
know.
with the shoe
Yep.
stone.
Yeah.
We'll remember him eventually.
Yeah. Those people were basically told later through their writings, told people, look, there is other dimensions, and we've spoke to them, and they're the ones giving directions, like you put this to this, and you know, that's how we even got radios and stuff. Like humans will never figure out, like sand, you take sand and you wind a bunch of wire and then melt this sand. Like you'll never find that. Like there's no human. That's why tribes are still tribes, like, and stuff like that. You know, we had to have been told from other dimensions how to build it.
Yeah, basically we're sourcing from the angels and the jinn, and one of the things that okay, here we are, John Dee, and it was the the original 007. I'm trying to look for the name of the individual who was working with him, but it's not coming up right away. So everybody, he had an Irish guy working with him, and this guy was basically a master criminal. And together, you know, they tore a path of spy destruction across Europe, and were honored by the British for it. So it was like the birth of intelligence.
Edward Kelly.
Yes, thank you.
Yes. And they don't list it anywhere. It's almost like Edward Kelly's connection to him seems to be scrubbed.
Yeah, and Edward Kelly, of course, died in a prison. And I think John Dee may have wound up in the poorhouse or something like that. It was they led very violent lives and they died very violent deaths.
Well, they ended up going crazy because they were getting downloads of information that were like the human mind cannot process. So they're the ones that actually started the university system, because they said, look, we're getting all this knowledge and all this like very detailed scientific technical stuff. And one human mind cannot handle it. Two human minds can't handle it. So they actually told the Queen at the time, and later royals that were under, and they said, look, we need to develop a system of secret societies, and then later on we'll bring it public as these colleges to collage the information. So that way one human wouldn't go, you know, short circuit like they did. So they actually, in that way, they had enough sense to do that, to benefit the empire, which is what ended up happening.
Yeah, and that's appreciated. I do also want to mention two other things about Thomas Alva Edison. Three things, actually, now that I think of it. One was that he was ethnically Mexicano. He was a Mexican. And they never bring that up, but everyone in Mexico knows it. If you talk to any Mexican about Thomas Alva Edison, the first thing they'll tell you is he's Mexican. But nobody in America has ever taught that. And he also was the first person to be diagnosed with a condition, or was diagnosed with symptoms that they knew to be conditional, but they had no name for it. And eventually it was retro-diagnosed as autism. So in this day and age, Thomas Alva Edison would be recognized as full spectrum autistic. So that's two things to know about him. And also he was enough of a folk hero that by the time The War of the Worlds was written by H.G. Wells, there is an American rewrite of that novel that because the novel became a worldwide hit, a worldwide sensation in the West, the English-speaking countries and many other cultures. It was translated into many languages. But with the Americans, they put out a series of stories in popular newspapers or magazines that had a kind of sequel to The War of the Worlds that was later published, in which the Earth attacked Mars in return. And the hero of that expedition, the Earth expedition to attack Mars, was Thomas Alva Edison. So he, during his lifetime, was rendered into this fictional folk hero that actually led an expedition to attack Mars. Also had, of course, a German scientist who was an expert in archaeology or anthropology, something like anthroarchaeology, who then concluded that Mars had something to do with the devastation of the original Aryans and their ultimate scattering to other ends of the earth, like into Europe, why the Aryans left the Aryan cradle of Iran, which is the Greek word for Aryan, and the other areas of North India into Europe and into Asia. So that's they cover that in that story, along with it's just otherwise people might think of it more like juvenile. It certainly wasn't as mature and as morose as the work of H.G. Wells, because it was an American work. It was optimistic, and we're launching, a counterattack, and we're going to strike back at the Martians. And they rescue, that's it, they rescue an Aryan maiden who was the last of the descendants of Aryans that had been abducted by the Martians millennia ago. That was one of the points of the story, and that's the German scientist that helps them translate their language so they can speak to this last female who is the last of her breed that was taken by the Martians millennia ago. Isn't that fascinating? So that having been said, if anybody can find that book, I have a copy somewhere in the piles, somewhere in the stocks. That it was that.
What was the title again?
It was just look up the American version counterattack of the American version of War of the Worlds, in which Thomas Edison leads a counterattack against Mars. Look that up and you should find it. Good luck. You should be able to find it. So that being said, we turn now towards Aaron Tice. Welcome aboard. Also, a quick shout out to Ian West, who says, "Hey Doug, I'm home." This is becoming regular now. This is like clockwork. It's like, "Hey honey, I'm home." And it's like, I'm supposed to have dinner ready, I suppose. I'm supposed to be dressed in a lingerie or a nightie or something, and just have everything ready for this guy or something. It's like, wow. So high expectations from Ian West. So, well, just a shout out there. Oh, and the questions asked me were about the tea. Why does it take you so long? And they're giving me several other suggestions as to what they think I'm doing. Everything from masturbation to having a bowel movement. No, truly, it takes a while to make my tea, because I have to refill the hot water thermos so that it's level and doesn't burn itself to bits, because it's a Japanese-made hot water thermos that needs to be full to function at its peak. So I have to refill that with water. I also have to make certain the tea steeps, and then I have to, wash, just basically dry the strainer so that it doesn't rust. So all that being said, we turn now towards Aaron Tice. I've got my tea. I'm ready to go. Edison's Conquest of Mars! That's it! Aristides.
It took Aristides less than 30 seconds to track it down and post it.
Yes, he is the man.
That's fast. That's fast.
He is
Other 2 minutes, I'll have the PDF for it. Hold on.
Nice.
Fabulous. You are the man. Don't forget to put that in the chat as well. Edison's Conquest of Mars, and a beautiful piece of work as far as I'm concerned. I love it. It's certainly far more, to me, it's far more appealing than the original novel. But that's just me, of course. And but all such being said, so back to Aaron Tice. Oh God. So Aaron, please share with us, just anything, if you want to share about that thing that Peter Moon had shared with you privately about Preston Nichols that he never really brought up except in his most unguarded moments. Go ahead. And, concerning UFOs. And if you want to share as well that episode that you wanted me to review, and I'll tell you the truth. Oh my God. I just, these days, even hearing Peter Moon's voice, I just want to vomit.
Understood.
I figured. Oh, God.
I figured.
Yes.
So the episode that I reviewed, I believe you had a picture of Hitler, a stylized picture of Hitler.
It was Hitler and Himmler, only Hitler was in a very unusual photograph that's almost never seen, where he looks like he's been lifting weights.
I didn't know that was actually him. I thought you had altered something.
Oh no, that's a actual photograph that they almost never show.
Well, he was in short sleeves, I believe, which I've never seen him in short sleeves.
Yeah, he was in short sleeves, and and you see, it looks almost like he had been lifting weights or something. It's very bizarre. It's another one of those photographs they never show because it humanizes him. And next to him was Himmler, and they were just so it was how I wanted to present us at the time, was to say that Peter and I are a team and we might be going places, but of course that was never to be. And Peter Moon never intended that. His job was quite the opposite, and he pretty much was open about that. And it was always Oh, I'm sorry, Harris.
Where's this photo? It was.
I'll send it to you. It's actually.
Okay.
I'll put it in the chat. I just basically went to the channel. Yeah. And let's see, subscriptions, and everybody, while we're looking this up and sharing, please donate to Douglas before the end of the month.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
It's much better. It's much better early on, and I'm still reeling from the Easter Island, the Moabs, and the Prussian army there. I mean, these are documentable, researchable items that I never otherwise would have run across.
Yes.
And these are just discussed openly and freely by Douglas, and it's like the Institute of Douglas. So a donation is like contributing to your education in a lot of ways.
Thank you. I appreciate that profoundly. And so just so people understand, the one element of the Freemasons, of which H.P. Lovecraft's father was a part, there we go. The link is now in the text box, and please, either one of you gentlemen or any one of you, feel free to share that in the chat box as well. The name Abdul al-Hazred, that is synonymous with the Mad Arab, which was actually a very famous historical figure, one of the great inventors in the Muslim world. This is someone who was ordered to dam the Nile, and then realized he could not do that, and as a result he feigned madness so that his king, who at that time, we were beyond pharaohs, at that time they had entered the status of the caliphate, and the new Islamic dynasties were just booming in technology and capacity, and as a result they wanted to dam the Nile. It was not recommended, and it was something that ultimately led to the feigning of madness of this great inventor, and then he became known as, of course, the Mad Arab. And if I can remember his correct name, which to my great disgrace and embarrassment, I'm not remembering automatically at the moment, but I'm sure I'll remember it given a few minutes or so. But either way, this was the distant relation, a ancestor of H.P. Lovecraft. But when the ancestors came to America, by that time they had probably gone through England, and the name had changed to Hazard from Hazred, which does mean hazard in Arabic. So hazard is simply a transliteration. And when it comes to that, he had that behind him, which was why he converted to Islam. And he was honoring his ancestor. But beyond that, he had always suspected, and later on his father, in his madness, H.P. Lovecraft's father, who was a traveling salesman and had contracted syphilis, he basically began to spout out the names of the anti-gods, which was how Lovecraft was violently introduced to them through that trauma. But beyond that, he was someone who began to talk about their ancestry, and he said that they had the Moabites in their ancestry. Now, if anyone takes a look at a photograph of H.P. Lovecraft and compares it to a Moab on Easter Island, you will automatically see an uncanny resemblance. So it's just something to remember that terrified H.P. Lovecraft, that he had that ancestry, or the potential of that ancestry, and as a result, he produced a lot of these stories about the dangers of interspecial inbreeding. So everybody who thinks of him as just some racist, he doesn't really talk about other races very much in his work. He rather talks about the danger of interbreeding with other species. So just that to bring up, and that adds to what we were speaking of last time. But by all means, back to our man Aaron for a minute there, having what else you want to bring up? Yeah.
I'll break down the highlights of that episode that I posted.
Yes. Thank you.
It's back in the beginning. I don't think you had done many transmissions together at that point.
That's right. Yeah, that's right.
And so, in the beginning, and I'm not saying this disparagingly to you by any means, I think you know that, but I'll preface it with that. But it's almost like a courtship where you could tell Peter was courting you, in that he was...
That's very astute. That's very astute. Yes.
He was dropping a lot of what he would consider knowledge bombs to entice you to want to work with him.
Yes.
So he mentioned a lot of things. He went down a list. One was, he said verbally in that episode, "Oh yeah, when Marianne met you and brought that lovely gift." Mm-hmm. Yeah. So he verbally admitted that in that episode, which I think he became combative on that point later on. But he also brought up his friend had been tracking Anton Zander LaVey and found him to be in Long Island. So it's when he said, "Yeah, I had a friend who tracked him, and he's in Long Island." And then he cuts himself off and stops talking about that. And then another moment, he's talking about Mae Brussels, and you had disclosed a lot of things, how you called her at the moment she was about to kill herself.
Yes.
And he talked about her getting into, the JFK investigation, and later her troubles starting with finding Michael Aquino to investigate.
Yes.
And then he does mention the dimethyl sulfoxide, the DMSO, and the cancer agent on the steering wheel. And the only reason those details stuck in my head all these years is because Dr. Stanley Jacob developed DMSO. I don't know if you know the name, but it's basically a wood alcohol. It's very cheap. Pharmaceutical companies don't like it because they can't make anything on it.
Interesting.
So Dr. Stanley Jacob developed it to be a pain relief and healing agent because it gets directly into the bloodstream instantly. Mm-hmm. And there was a 60 Minutes special done on him many years ago, and he had saved a football quarterback's career because he was in so much pain he couldn't throw the ball. But with the DMSO solution that Dr. Stanley Jacob gave him, he had no pain. Okay. So my uncle was sick years ago with scleroderma, and I tried to get him to take DMSO. Obviously, the local doctors didn't prescribe it, so he did not. There's only 2 states in the country it's prescribed. I think it's Florida and Oregon. And they actually put people on drips, IV drips of it. So he mentioned that, DMSO. He mentioned, and this was a big one, he mentioned, I forget the context, but he said, "Yeah, I had dealings with Stanton Friedman, but we can get into that later." And they quickly moved on. And I don't know what his dealings with that gentleman would have been, but that was kind of telling. It was just one thing after another that he kind of dropped. I mean, he really laid his obsessions on the table.
Yeah.
very early.
But as you noticed, he brought up the Cho before I ever did.
Absolutely. Like, he said the Cho very clearly, like he had been talking about it his whole life. He had talking points in the beginning of your conversations that were, it took years to get into all these items.
Yeah.
It literally took years to dissect them and get into them, but they were already his talking points. He already had a detailed list of what he wanted to know. Yeah. So that's that part. The Stanton Friedman, I think, was the one thing I never remembered hearing him say he had dealings with him.
Right. That's right.
So that was surprising.
He spoke of it a lot to me privately. And what happened?
Okay.
Yeah, what happened was that he never wanted to talk about it publicly because it would expose his connection to Michael Aquino, and that was the whole thing. It was with all the other, shall we say, crimes he's been guilty of, as far as I'm concerned, in terms of personal affronts and insults to myself. I had left that on the back burner because that's, comparatively speaking, almost at this point a moot point. But it bears, now exposing. And there's not too much to expose other than the fact that our man Peter Moon, the real name is Vinnie Barbaric, had been in deep contact with this idiot Stanton Friedman. And both of them, of course, were at the point where Stanton Friedman was openly speaking to Vinnie Barbaric because he considered him a co-religionist. He had no idea he was not a member of the Temple of Set. And because Peter Moon was so into the thelema, there's different ways to pronounce it, but thelema means will, and it is the Greek that was co-opted by Aleister Crowley. And of course, because Peter Moon was practicing thelemic magic so freely and so openly, as if he were a master of it, which he presumed himself to be, then Stanton Friedman got into long conversations with him, and Peter Moon knew enough about Michael Aquino already where Stanton Friedman considered him a member of the Temple of Set, and to the point where Stanton Friedman was going to go to Atlanticron. And that's where it all broke, was the ship capsized when Stanton Friedman found out that Atlanticron was funded by the evanescer known as Dr. David Lewis Anderson. And then Stanton Friedman said, "You're with the enemy." And he said, "Rebuke Dr. David Lewis Anderson." And Peter Moon refused to do that, because David Lewis Anderson is essentially, here's how I put it the other day. I don't know if you heard this, Aaron Tice, but I'll say it again today. We all know several things about Peter Moon, so many that we have to be selective in what we choose at any period of time to concentrate on. But everybody probably remembers, who's been listening long enough, that Peter Moon was infatuated with the literary Dracula. He wanted nothing to do with the historic Dracula. And whenever I would bring up the historic Dracula, he would quickly just slam the subject down. He would have nothing said of it. And but with the literary Dracula, he was obsessed. And he always felt himself to be help me here, Brendan, is it pronounced the Solomonari? That he thought every beggar.
Yes. Solomonari.
He felt every beggar.
Solomonari. And then there was also a deity associated, which I forgot right now.
Oh, Zalmoxes. Yeah, all he ever spoke about, to the point where, yeah, that was another thing that, Paula would share with me that she found so abusive was Peter Moon. Not that she found it religiously abusive. She wasn't insulted in some sense about her beliefs. It was the insanity, the insipidity of Peter Moon forever asking her, as like a stupid joke, "Where is your Zalmoxes now? Where is your Zalmoxes?" And it's like, to her, it's like somebody coming up to you and saying, "Where is your what was the mystery cult in Rome before Mithra? Mithra was strong before Christianity came along. The greatest competing religion was Mithra." It would be like somebody coming up to you or I and saying, "Where is your Mithra now? Where is your Mithra now?" And it, to you and I, it would mean nothing. It's like, I don't know. It's like it's not a part of my. It's not even a part of my history in any conventional sense. Not my personal history, but not even my cultural history in any conventional sense. So, but he would say that to her constantly, like he was stuck in the past and felt that she was as well, and she always found that so stupid. It was just so basically an insanity. So it was a symptom of his insanity. But aside from that, when it came to Stanton Friedman and all of this, when we come back to Dracula, and the point that I'm making about that is that his infatuation with Dracula is exposed in The White Bat, where he says, "Oh, I was dreaming," and I forget where, because I would tune out, but maybe Aaron remembers. He was sleeping somewhere, either in Romania or in the United States, where he dreamed he was sleeping in Romania outside of the Dracula castle, and then Dracula shows up. But at the end of the dream, Dracula is all dressed in white, so hence the White Bat, that Dracula has been converted by Peter Moon, tamed by Peter Moon, into something he could then own, which was how he felt about me, that he was going to, basically bleach me out and into something that he could own and then literarily exploit. But what Peter Moon really was Renfield. And Peter Moon was Renfield to David Lewis Anderson. David Lewis Anderson is Peter Moon's Dracula. Does that make sense? And
sure.
So when Peter Moon is Renfield to David Lewis Anderson's Dracula, in the literary sense, not in the historical sense, this is what then became the antagonism between Stanton Friedman and Michael Aquino and Peter Moon. Until then, their relationship had been copacetic until Peter tried to seduce Stanton Friedman to come to Atlanticron, and at that point, Michael Aquino considered Peter Moon a direct threat because he was trying to turn one of his assets into one of David Lewis Anderson's assets. Does that make sense? That's where it all came down.
Yes, and he did mention staying with Stuart
Spriglow.
Caller,
yes.
on that same episode. But I think I can tie a little bit of this together. So much like, and I want to preface again. So I had it was nearly 10 years of correspondence with Peter. So I don't disclose these things to gossip or to defame, but I'm guilty of telling my friends and family to read his books.
Shame.
Yeah, it's a very sad topic. It's personal. It's personal in that I feel.
Don't worry, we'll handle it the way that we handle it in a mutual support group.
Yeah, it's so the only thing I can do to kind of rectify what I did to promote false teachings or whatever, I mean, there was a scattering of truth, is to just put the truth out there, which is the best I can do. So much like Peter would denounce Jesus as a societal archetype, he would also speak similarly of aliens. He was like, but you'll never find one, and so he never argued with your description for aliens, which I find the most wholesome description. It's us in the future coming back in time. It's the only thing that really makes sense after all these years of study and all these people writing books sensationalizing it. But the fact that Peter had that stance, and he only spoke of this once or twice with me, Preston Nichols was one of the people tasked with recovering or shooting down crafts near Jones Beach. That was the story. I don't have any more details than that, but I know Preston had a tremendous amount of technical ability. So maybe they were a Vril craft, maybe they were something else, maybe it was some other government's craft, who knows? I tend to subscribe to that version that all this high technology is more government driven than anything. But all of a sudden, Peter never arguing with your definition of what UFOs are and aliens, and now I've just found out he had an affiliation with Stanton Friedman, right?
Yes.
But Peter also knew John Ford personally, and I don't know if everybody knows John Ford's story.
Please explain this individual, because I myself, it's not ringing a bell, so please explain.
Oh, so this is, I don't know the details, but John Ford was a UFO researcher making waves in Long Island, I believe. Okay. So all of this is, again, Long Island.
Oh, vaguely, but please continue. Explain a little bit about him, because I believe that this was the man who was tormented and, basically harassed, maybe even jailed and killed.
So this is a really unique instance. He obviously got in somebody's way and did something he was warned not to do by publishing certain things and pursuing certain things, namely the fact that Preston was recovering crafts or had recovered crafts, and he was going after like legislators and things supposedly. But John Ford was supposedly illegally placed in a mental institution, and they did it in such a way that they tricked him into signing his rights away, and he has been in a mental institution against his will, I think 25 plus years. Now there is an ongoing legal case to free him, but he has never been freed. I don't even know if he's still alive. I haven't talked about him in a few years. So he knew John Ford personally and the entire crowd.
How much you want to bet How much you want to bet that Peter Moon was one of the people who turned John Ford in, or did things against him to get him compromised?
Right. So it's, all of that is possible. So he knew John Ford personally, and he was in touch with the people handling his legal case, and he would update me on the legal case. I never really took much interest. I didn't have the time, but that's that portion of it. But then all of a sudden, Stanton Freeman, I believe, goes back to the Area 51 sales pitch to the town, I believe.
Yes, that's correct.
Is what you disclosed.
Until then, nobody ever heard of the son of a bitch.
Right. So that's a really unique coincidence, or as Peter would say, synchronicity. But the other thing I remembered is he did a podcast, and this brings it right back to what we were just discussing. Did a podcast with one of his readers. I think the reader was in Ohio or some state that I don't remember. And he did a several section podcast, and the basis of it was John Dee's sigil. The sigil John Dee had carved on the floor underneath his altar table. Mm-hmm. And so he was fascinated with John Dee and John Dee's sigil for quite some time. And on that particular podcast, he actually had David Anderson on for several sections of it. It was one of the few times David Anderson surfaced. And then I remember at the time, my limited knowledge of all these things, it was rather interesting. But Peter quickly took that entire podcast and put it behind a paywall where I don't even know where to find it.
That's amazing, because Peter never does that. Brendan, explain to our listeners, just step in for a minute, Brendan, and explain to our listeners how you approached Peter about how people were making money off him, and you were suggesting, tell it, Brendan, summarize what happened with that.
Well, I told Peter I said, look, there's people like reposting your stuff getting 200,000-300,000 views. You could at least, make your own money off of it. And he said, I have no interest in that. Basically, just totally disregarded the idea. So
remember, you told him how much money were these people making? Tell the listeners that they were making a killing.
You can make like a couple hundred a month plus like multiple videos.
But these people were using Peter Moon's material. You said they were using Peter.
Yeah, they were reposting his interviews. Yes.
Yeah. Exactly. And making all kinds of money off it, charging people for it. They were monetizing it. And Peter Moon did not care that they were monetizing his materials in his name. He told you this specifically, correct?
Yeah, it's on record. It's on air. We spoke about it on air.
And then when you told him, look, I can help you so that you can do this. And what did he say? He said, I'm not interested.
I literally quoted him. He said, I have no interest in that.
Yeah, in making money. That was because he's already set. He's already getting his government stipping, and
he didn't need that kind of. He said it was too much of a hassle, but it really wouldn't have been if he. It sounds like he reposted something like you just said, so it's not outside of his ability. So it's strange.
No, well, what Aaron's talking about is not a reposting right now. You're talking about he put it behind a paywall years ago. This thing, right?
It was only public for a short amount of time, and considering he had his Lord and Savior Anderson on, it's amazing that he didn't leave it on. So there must be a deeper reason for that.
Whose program was it? Was this?
It wasn't a program. It was just a listener who bought a microphone and did a quick podcast with him. It wasn't like a program, and I've never heard the person interview anybody else.
And Anderson was on there on this random thing.
Anderson did jump on for one or two of the sessions, yeah.
So this was like ongoing, like a series of interviews for a few weeks?
No, it was maybe a few days. It might have been a week. It might have been a week or two, but they only did a few sections. I can't remember how many hours. It was many years ago, but yeah. But again, it ties back to the magical yearnings. Yeah. Everything does seem to base around magic, and you know, it's an interesting circular pattern there. But the fact that he knew John Ford personally, had a relationship with Stanton Friedman. Then hid a David Anderson interview behind a paywall, was obsessed with John Dee for quite a while. I remember how long he was obsessed with John Dee. Right. And the other thing in that, sorry to jump back and forth, but
no worries. Some of these things we have to, because we're trying to recover these memories, and it requires that. That's how the mind works. Don't worry. Yeah.
So that the old episode I reviewed, you had mentioned briefly how Michael Aquino had gone to the castle and done a binding ritual, and all of a sudden I'm like, oh, the gears were clicking in Peter's mind. And I don't know that he had done a binding ritual previous to that on you or not, but I know for sure after that he was like, oh my God, this is what I have to do, because he was hot and heavy on anything Aquino.
Yes.
So, and that was early on. This is 2019, I believe. So we're talking 5 years.
Yeah.
So it was a long time ago. So that's what I know. I mean, there's no definitives in any of this, unfortunately, but it does tell a tale. I still don't know how he got quite into the Mae Brussels thing so deeply. She is not a prevalent researcher that people know about, period. No one else has ever mentioned her to myself. I've never run across her.
Interesting.
Her items. Yeah.
Let me put it this way. With Mae Magnan Brussel, she's a strange one because she's dated. In other words, in her day, believe it or not, she was like the next hottest thing to Art Bell in the conspiracy world for people who were really... There was no dark web in those days. We did not have an internet. So people were talking by radio. But the person who wound up funding her was John Lennon, who they then took out. So they took him out as well as Mae Brussel, but he was the one who made certain she had her own radio station that was what he was financing. So when it was like in her day, because she started off during, right after the Kennedy assassination. That's a long fucking time ago. That's how Peter Moon knew about her. By the way, his most recent post is about basically his teenage or childhood in 1961. That was before I was born. He put up some black and white photo. I mean, you can tell us, Brendan, what was it? It was, what did he say, Brendan? His latest thing on Facebook?
It was just something Dodger Stadium from 1961, and he was like, that's where I saw my first home or something. It was like something weird, like...
Yeah, he's regressing. He's regressing into childhood. By the way, you're glitching. They're glitching you. So make certain you get a better cell area.
Yeah, I'm having some weird technical issues. This new computer I got, I can't even download anything from the internet on it. So I might have to take it back.
Yeah.
Which one did you get? Which one did you get, Brendan?
A new Mac.
Did you get the Air?
Yeah, we did I don't want to reveal too much, but what we discussed, that's what I ended up going with.
Okay. Yeah, unfortunately for myself, I did buy one, and then I had to return it, and it was the first time in, I would say, 12 or 14 years I had an issue with an Apple.
Yeah.
And then
was this recently?
Yeah, this was about a year ago, and so I returned it, and I waited, and then I went for a different unit. What I had done was customize it a little bit, which I won't do again, because anything they change, in my opinion, might alter something else. So the things I used it for literally could not work, and they diagnosed it on the phone and said, well, log out of your Apple ID and try it there, because one of your files is glitching it. And I said, everything I do has to be done in my Apple ID. How can I not?
Yeah.
So if it doesn't work in my Apple ID, then I can't use this item.
Yeah.
So I did have a very similar issue. I think it's just, overall, it's still the best product, but I've never experienced a faulty one. Yes.
When they work well.
Yes.
I think this is something to do with the suppression, the occult assault, because it's just, I mean, it's abnormal. It was working earlier when I used it, so it's just, the nature of the, like, basically when Doug's on air, they just go full, they unleash the floodgates, like it's fucking Mordor and shit. Like, they release the ring race, like.
It's true.
Yeah. Yes. Bring out the 9. It's like, fuck.
Yeah.
That's the situation.
Yes. And, oh my God, later on, Aaron, I'll tell you privately, found out a lot more about Brandon Young today. I'll tell Aristides and anybody. That's if Aristides wakes up at around
there's more.
Yeah, oh God, there's more. You wouldn't believe how much more. And it's like
shockingly.
Yeah, I told it to Brendan privately because I was able to reach him just before the show. And like Brendan could say, it's
what little bit I heard was nauseating.
Yeah, yes, yeah. It's cross-referenced. This is cross-referenced now. But one of the things I want to point out, just to bring back Mae Brussel. So what happened was Mae Brussel, at the time that she started doing radio, and this is where she got big in her day. You were talking 1971, and this was on a privately owned radio station, or independent, as they used to call it, indie radio station called KLRB. And she was like a weekly guest, and then she became a hostess, and she was the hostess of a show called Dialogue:*Conspiracy. Dialogue:*Conspiracy. And so that was from 1983 to 1988. Then she transferred over to a Pacific Grove based radio station here in California called KAZU, KAZU. Now you might say, why is the name any significance? Well, Kazu was my name, Kazube. That was my name in Japanese. Kazu was like a short name that many Americans would call me, was Kazu. Japanese would never call me that because it sounded offensive. They would call me more like Kazi. But even they would refrain from that because that's the name of basically a fire anti-god, the anti-god of fire, that the Japanese would never want to call him up. So only those who knew me very personally, usually Chinese, would call me Kazi because they thought it sounded like it reflected my personality, but they were thinking more like kamikaze. As opposed to Kazi with an I, as opposed to Kazi with an E, which is how the kamikaze ends when it's romanized. But Kazu was like my name, and whether that was like because I had talked her out of suicide, so she basically named the radio station after me, Kazu. Get it?
Wow.
Yeah, from 83 to 88, and and that's a connection. So that, but when the guy who was publishing her articles was in the Realist magazine. His name was Paul Krasner, and John Lennon at that point started sponsoring Krasner. I mean, he didn't need to sponsor Mayman in Brussels because she was a multimillionairess. So he sponsored Paul Krasner so he could keep his magazine going to keep publishing her articles. So that's the best way to phrase that. But so that's Peter Moon began following her because he was assigned by Dr. David Lewis Anderson to follow her. That's what he told me. And basically, that's why he kept trying to bring me to Romania. Now, I don't know if you remember my saying this before, but it bears reiterating. Everybody remembers, of course, Stuart Sverdlow, who Peter Moon lived with, and basically insisted, it's Peter Moon who insisted that Stuart Sverdlow would get what we call the chicken call, based on the series American Dad, which is a animated satire in which American Dad is an assassin and every once in a while gets the chicken call, where when he hears the bark, 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 bark late at night, between 2 and 4 a.m. in the morning, he goes out and kills someone and doesn't remember it in the morning.
Yeah, and it's funny because the name of the agent in that is called Stan Smith. It's kind of like Stuart Sverdlow, double S.
Yeah.
Super Snake.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, and with Stuart Sverdlow,
it was like the what is it? The naming convention that like Stan Lee was using, Peter Parker.
Yeah,
and,
Yeah,
you know.
That's right. And all the rest of them had alliterative. They're called alliterative names.
Alliterative, yes.
Yeah,
yeah.
when you have the same, like Douglas Duane Dietrich, right?
Yeah.
So
Yes.
but when
You're basically a comic book character.
yeah, that's right. That's right. And so when it came to Stuart Sverdlow, for those of you who don't know, in a nutshell, Stuart Sverdlow claimed that he was sent back in time to kill Christ, literally assassinate Christ. Like Christ wasn't going to fucking die, right? Like you got to take the poor guy out when they're going to nail him to a tree. And this was...
I mean, like, how many more times he got to die?
Yeah.
No, they wanted... No, it was... they wanted the blood of Christ.
That's right.
To create the Antichrist.
That's right. And then Christ said, "Look here, just take it, man." The way Christ would. Yeah. And then he took it, and then they tried to clone the Antichrist, and I forgot, it was like the Herman cartoon, right, or something like that. I don't know if you've ever seen the Herman animated series.
Yeah, the story differs, and Peter would always have to say, "Well, this is Stuart's story, so I'm telling it this way." Preston remembered it differently, but the story was, once Christ freely gave his blood to Stuart Sverdlow on Mars, and this just sounds... Anyway, once that transaction happened on Mars, Preston and the other people in the project started to grow a conscience because Christ's blood was there, or whatever the case may be. And that's when Preston birthed the monster in his psyche, which they supposedly had a very shadowy picture, which is not unlike the time-lapse video from David Lewis Anderson's studio, in which Preston's psychic monster...
By the way, tell them the time-lapse... You gotta tell them what the time-lapse footage is from David Lewis Anderson.
The time-lapse footage is of a plant, I believe, growing or... blossoming inside David Lewis Anderson's time portal.
And it was like a plant that, it was like a flower that, grew, bloomed, and died all in 1 second.
And then they replayed it backwards.
Yeah.
Where it's going exactly the same. It's a backwards, and any child can see that. Yeah, go on.
I remember when Peter brought it up again, and Aristides was so kind to not be very negative. Because obviously, an engineering mindset. You know what Aristides was. Correct me if I'm wrong, Aristides, but you were very kind in the handling of that last conversation.
I'll say, it looked the part, but you also had no way to tell if it was legitimate.
And it's the same with the picture they published of Preston's psychic monster on Montauk. What they said, though, was that's when the project...
You mean Stewart's or Preston's?
Preston's. It was Preston's psychic monster that... But
that's his inner pedo. His inner pedo file burst out.
Yeah. So this monster cut the power cords to the project and basically trashed the control room. It's been a long time since I read it, but that was the basic.
Wait, this is the Montauk monster.
Yeah, the Montauk monster. No, that's the Montauk monster that trashed the control room and effectively ended that portion of the project.
I don't remember the part where he said it was a manifestation of his mind or something.
I don't know.
I deleted that from my memory.
I don't know if that was written in Sverdlow's book.
No, I thought it was a manifestation of Duncan, not Stewart.
Yeah. By the way, like Pete says, these change all the time. Remember, they basically. Let's look at it this way, Aaron. You can bet your sweet ass Duncan claimed credit, Preston claimed credit, and Stewart claimed credit. They all said, "It's my monster. It's my monster." Somebody who's being really generous can say,
"Well, the original story I heard it manifested from the Philadelphia experiment." Or is this a different thing?
No, I wrote about the same phenomenon because I saw the documents on the same phenomenon. So I will go into detail. Maybe.
Yeah, but the military's not going to give them credit for it.
No.
Right.
But it's none of them. It's just another Evanescer, except it didn't have a body to hijack, and it was brought in through a portal where it was given no opportunity to hijack a body, so it was pissed. And because it could only last momentarily in this dimension, it did all the damage that it could in this dimension.
So now we get the other half of it.
Yes, thank you. Yes.
Yeah, that's the story I heard from Doug before.
Yes, and I, of course, want everyone to know
Pete
that
was even in the picture.
Yeah, that was before Pete
2014, 2015 or something.
Yeah, because I spoke of this years and years ago, 10 years ago. But basically, when it comes to Stuart Sverdlow, for instance, the story I heard from Stuart Sverdlow himself, and I met him personally, was I was sent back to kill Christ. Not just fuck with him, not just get his blood. I was sent back in time to kill Christ. He told me that personally, face to face. So I'm sure of that with other people.
This is why Divine doesn't allow time travel, because like everyone from our timeline would just go be murdering people. I'm gonna kill Hitler. I'm gonna kill Christ. It's like, why not go back and like fix something, like, do something positive?
Can you imagine the whitewashing that's happened to this story between Stuart, Duncan, Preston, and Peter? I mean, my God, it's like they're all clinically damaged and traumatized and possibly all insane, and they're all publishing books. Like, how do the fact that it's not more broken as a narrative is pretty incredible, considering.
Good point.
But by the way, Stuart Sverdlow, for all his faults, was the first guy to get ripped off by Peter Moon and broke off with him in acrimony and would never speak to him again.
Well, he had the means, and believe it or not, though, I don't think Duncan had very much to do with Peter forever.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and Preston didn't like him. You can tell our listeners flat out, Preston, did not like it.
Preston tolerated him, but I mean, if you're Preston and you're living, I mean, there's a lot of snow in Cairo, and he bought a house that was, I believe, the first Masonic lodge in the U.S., I believe it was.
What?
That's the house he owned in South Cairo. I grew up 20 minutes from where he lived.
Of course.
And
this is in New York?
Yeah, it's upstate New York in the Catskills, at the base of the Catskills. Yeah.
Can't you tell by Aaron's accent? Come on, he's got the New York accent, man. Yeah. It's charming. Charming.
And so he couldn't leave because all of his cars eventually broke down. He would be locked
Oh God, I'm choking on that. All the tea went up my nose with that because it's like someone else we know, like someone else we were just talking to. That seems to be a common symptom. They're planting cars in their yards.
Yeah. There was all these cars, and the house had no running water or electricity. And in that 2019 episode, you kind of were laughing, and Peter was talking about, he was giving the description of himself and his career and how he told Preston's story, and Preston had a good story, but Peter made it palatable, yada, yada, yada. And then you were laughing and said, now, isn't Preston the person who has terrible personal hygiene, never washes, and is really hated by everyone who comes across him? That's literally, I think, what you said verbatim. Yeah. And you said it giggling. and Peter, very well, unlike his current self that departed from us recently, kind of sidestepped and said, well, let me tell you a story about Preston. And he told the story about how a stewardess said he was once the most handsome man she ever saw. So that was his rebuttal to what you had asked. He sideswiped the dysfunction in Preston so well with so many. It's crazy.
Well,
I witnessed it firsthand. It's high dysfunction. You want to talk about dysfunction? Property is dysfunctional.
Believe me, and again, not that we want to dwell on this tonight, but again, think of the parallels with the attack I told about on the term that I learned from our resident engineer, Aristides, is MPV, multi-personnel vehicle, instead of using the term school bus, which I subconsciously always use. But Preston Nichols had a school bus he purchased that he wanted to take on a tour across the United States so he could pick up young boys and quote-unquote deprogram them from the Montauk programming. I mean, a frustrated predator on the prowl. And that is something just to never forget. And beyond that, to get back on the train of thought so I don't lose my point about what happened between myself and Peter originally, when I was holding him at arm's length for a good, what feels like a decade, but was probably half a decade, since I started working with him about half a decade ago. Max Spears, of course, was killed by, it's like Crystal River said. Crystal River said it perfectly. It takes a village to kill Max Spears. And one of the killers was Stuart Sverdlow. Now, I've got photographs of Stuart Sverdlow in Poland with Max Spears, and Max Spears looking extraordinarily enervated, weak, and as if he's dying, and Stuart Sverdlow is just holding him by the hand, literally holding him by the hand, dragging him towards that final interview. I have that photograph where he then is killed in a snuff film that they released the audio of, because they didn't want to implicate themselves by the actual footage.
That was rough audio.
Yeah. And Max Spears, of course, was lured to Poland by drugs. It's basically Stuart Sverdlow said, you'll get all the drugs you want. And so Stuart Sverdlow played drug dealer, offered Max Spears all the drugs he wanted. Not even drug dealer, more like drug gifter. And basically, Max Spears died. And that was in Poland. And if you go to Eastern Europe and you die, there's no investigation. There's no forensic autopsy. It's like what happened with Michael Hemmingson down south of the border in Mexico. They did perform an autopsy, but it's perfunctory, and it was only to come up with a ridiculous conclusion that would not implicate anybody. And it's obviously intended. In the case of Michael,
he fell down the stairs.
Yeah, he fell down 2 flights of... It's something like they said, he fell down 6, 7 flights. Some incredible number of flights of stairs, like he was in the Mexican version of the Trans-American Pyramid and shit, and forgot to take the elevator and tripped, and just never stopped tripping. And and it's just, the sheer physics of that. Well, if I remember correctly, most staircases are not built like in a straight line going up.
Right.
They're built with twists and turns that, the physics of him falling down flight after flight, it's like, is there a person waiting at each step that just kicks him along? Is it, the coroner forgot to add with a lot of help along the way or something like that? But there you go. And with Max Spears, of course, there was nothing other than his being exploited by who's the guy who ran bases again? That dirty old man, not Peter Moon, the other
Miles
Johnston. Yeah, Miles Johnston. Said it's the black goo. The black goo is coming out of every orifice. His tear ducts, his piss slit, his anus. He got very graphic about it, and that's the first thing that Max Spears' mother heard about his death. Was this son of a bitch, Miles Johnston, saying, black goo is coming out of every pore and orifice of Max Spears. His piss slit, his anus, his tear ducts, his ears, it's just on and on. What a horror story. But what Peter Moon kept telling me was, he said, David Lewis Anderson wants to meet you, meaning me. He said, David Lewis Anderson wants to meet you, but it has to be Romania. You have to come to Romania.
Right.
And he was trying to seduce me there with girls. And he had just married Paula and said, look, see, and this is what offended Laura Lee Solomon so much, and she went full pit bull, was because Peter Moon said, you can meet younger, look at my Paula. I married her, and she's younger than my biological daughter, which he was really open about at the time. And so he said, you can pick him up like even younger, Douglas. And I guess he thought because I had purchased the young girl that was to become my son off the streets, that this is what I was into. And he was telling me basically I could get him straight out of the crib. And it was like, that's when Laura Lee Solomon went ballistic. Like, what do you think Douglas is? Douglas isn't going anywhere near Romania. And, and I tried to be gracious with Peter and said, I'll talk.
She knew better than that.
Yeah, but basically, Judith Ager also chimed in later and said that, Judith said, he's not going to Romania unless you pay for both Laura Lee Solomon and myself to go to Romania. And that's when Peter said, David Lewis Anderson is only willing to pay for one. There can only be one. And,
of course.
Yeah.
No witnesses.
Yeah. But that would have been, that would have been my Poland. So Peter Moon was my intuition from what I was able to ascertain.
Yeah, they would have done the Dracula inversion ritual and killed you like in Vlad's castle and shit.
Yes. Yeah.
We'll show you who's a vampire.
Yeah. Well,
some kind of
not until they bred me.
Anti-vampire trip.
Yeah, but not until they bred me. They kept talking about young girls breeding, and they said you could breed. You could breed, and so they wanted me to breed. They wanted my offspring, and then they wanted to off me. That's basically what was going down. Yeah. So Peter Moon, his first assignment was to try to get me to Romania, get me bread, get me offed, and then after I had been studded and once I had
so they were trying to make your version of Castlevania Alucard, so you could like your son like grows up and then comes back and kills you and shit.
Yeah, some shit like that. Yeah, hell
The
yeah.
son of Dracula from I think it was Castlevania, like the anime or something.
Oh yeah, no doubt.
Yeah.
It's odd though; it doesn't add up because at that point in time, Peter was barely in contact with David Lewis Anderson. So how did he have this detailed criteria of who to bring, why only one? Like, so either they were talking more than he said, which I don't think is the case, because he would brag about it, right? So maybe
he would
I
always
think what had happened is my guess is that after that failed, Anderson just considered him a loser or something. It was like,
that's true. Because
that's a very good point. Yes,
he
it does.
said he hasn't. Remember, Douglas, the last few times we talked about him when he was on air, he was like, he stopped replying to me 10 years ago.
Yeah, he stopped replying as soon as that failure. David Lewis Anderson abandoned him after that failure.
This makes sense. This makes sense. It's starting to fit because he hasn't talked to him in so long, and that makes sense.
It's funny. It's like it's an ex-girlfriend. He emails him, but he never gets a response. But he still emails just in the hopes that something will bite.
Yeah. And dreams about him. He dreams about him. Like I don't know if I told you the dream, Aaron, where he dreamt of David Lewis Anderson. Said he and I went back in the time machine to kill Brooke Gibson so that that her glamour over yourself would be broken. And that you would come finally back to me. He said this to me personally and privately, and it was he went into graphic detail about how David Lewis Anderson and him took the time machine back, killed Brooke Gibson. He honestly thought Brooke Gibson had this glamour over me, and he's, with his last breath, has cursed her to the point where she's still going through tremendous trouble. So everybody maintain her in thought and prayer. She hasn't had any time to put up her wards because, the moment that Peter Moon really started seriously cursing her was when that Daniel showed up, the meth head, Larry, and just her life's been a living hell ever since, where she's just been arrested constantly. A girl without any former, how would you say it, history of crime.
Criminal record.
No record, no criminal record. She got, suddenly became arrested multiple times, and police would just
even
stop
before
her.
That Daniel guy, it was like she was getting in accidents. She wrecked the rental car. It was awful.
Yeah. Well, no, that was all the same day. Don't forget when she rented the rental car.
That was the second car, Doug. She had her original car.
Oh, that's
right.
And
there was a rental car, and then the third car that happened, or the second or third, is the one where she got the upgrade.
Right.
So it was like Pete was just he was stepping on all those like chicken bones and shit the whole time.
Yeah.
Well, I think the insanity that's ensued and the lack of grounding in reality is, we should have a disclaimer. The occultist for professionals only. Don't try this at home, kiddies, because Peter lost his mind.
Yeah. Thank you.
I mean, like, he was just so brazen and so you've used a better word, Douglas, but his recklessness with occult power is just, I've never seen anybody so reckless. I'm sure there's more, and I'm just not in the circle of those people, but yeah, it's just ridiculous.
Thank you. It was beyond, because I realized, and it took me forever, because no normal person thinks like this, not even an occultist, though he was basically casting spells on a daily basis. This guy was he was waking up and doing this, and he's paying the price, and he'll be a homeless ghost just going on tippy toes everywhere, doing these what does he call them, Brendan? Toe dives? What is it?
Toe dips.
Toe dips. Going forever doing toe dips and breathing, thinking he's living forever. Probably.
But the stalking seems to be a prevalent theme. I mean, he stalked I didn't realize he stalked Marjorie Cameron, but he stalked her.
That's right.
And he had a friend, in that episode he mentioned, my friend tracked Anton LaVey. Like, who tracks Anton LaVey? I mean,
thank you.
Who does that? Like, it's just, and his friend did it. It's just really odd. And then
a groupie. That's like a groupie move.
Yeah. Like, I mean, and the L. Ron Hubbard constant recitations of the stories and how he's a good dude. And he treated me so well. And so the themes were there. And this is the frustrating part of life. Like, hindsight's 20/20. And you know, all of the marking, all the writing was on the wall, but it just wasn't clear enough. I don't know how or why, but it just wasn't clear enough.
Well, let's put it this way. In my case, I just wanted to get that second book out. The first book was, he wasn't advertising, he was promising that all the royalties would go to me with the second one, which is why I never really expected it to go out. But when he did try to make it go out, I knew that it was going to be such a catastrophic disaster that it all worked out for the best. And it was thanks to your divine intervention, Aaron Tice, among many other people doing their part on Team Dietrich, that it came out as good as it has. And when it comes to Peter Moon's writing, it was degenerating so much that it was becoming an embarrassment that he was writing the book anyway.
It was very basic prose, but you know, it was still, I had originally read the first 6 chapters back whenever it was, a year ago.
Yeah.
And despite the fact that it was really basic, it was still a decent, coherent narrative, you know, even though it was embarrassingly basic. But yeah, it's just unreal. It's just craziness. But yeah, I don't remember I remember the White Bat Dream from that book, but it was a book that I just could not read.
Of course not. It's illegible. It's unreadable.
Yeah, it's unreadable. There's no dots connected that make any sense.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's again, and you know, I started this particular part of our journey, you know, anonymous, because it's not my way to disparage or talk down about people. But you know, when someone has gone on the air for 5 years and said, I want to help someone and I'm going to do the book and give them money, in my opinion, that's just unforgivable.
Thank you.
When you find out that that's not the case. So that's why I've shared these things. For anybody that wants to know, it's not because I just want to talk badly about Peter. It's because I'm very disappointed that his actions were very far from his words. It's something that bothers me deeply.
Thank you. I appreciate that profoundly. And again, just to make certain that the chronology is coherent, believe me, and again, Aristides wasn't part of my life at that time, and Brendan Zogit was very much in the background. He was not someone who was really known to be affiliated with me in a functional sense. But Brendan remembered much of this and was keeping deep track of it. He was very much following, and he got a general understanding of what was going on with Laura Lee Solomon and Judith Ager, who both of them, of course, wanted me, and they were friends because of me. And then things really went south because Laura Lee Solomon was just so bitter and so it wanted to chase everyone away. And she was, again, another assignee, which Judith Ager felt was the case. And I finally realized later Judith Ager was right. Not too much later, but later enough where the damage was done. But when it came to that situation, both of them said that, yes, if Peter pays for us to go to Romania, their idea was they were literally going to tie me up at night so that I wouldn't go out and frolic with all these young girls that were...
Well, they would make sure you frolicked with them.
Yeah, there we are.
You were tied up at night.
Yeah, there we are. I mean, Aaron's got it down. That was their idea. At first, they were that friendly. They were willing to share, and Laura Lee soured that very quickly with her bitterness and just... that can be articulated at another time, but they did, despite the fact that they were enemies, one last favor they did for me was they appeared on Rex Bear together, the Leak Project, that's when Brendan observed that Laura Lee Solomon had no control over her cats whatsoever, that she was a toxoplasmosis zombie who was just, her cats ran the show, and she was just, they were constantly... barging into the narrative. So that's sad. That was sad, and that exposed itself right there. But such being said, believe me, at that point, Peter Moon was very, very much talking about Dr. David Lewis Anderson as if he were talking to him every day. So he was telling us all about David Lewis Anderson to the point where it was Laura Lee Solomon who was very much more into the occult. For those of you who don't know, Laura Lee Solomon was a member of the OTO, the Ordo Templar Orientalis, which was Aleister Crowley's church, and the one that ultimately evicted him. because he was so vile, even for them. And a great, occult battle ensued that cost many people much of their health, their fortunes, their lives, ultimately. Shortened their lives by many years. And but she was involved with the OTO, which is basically, she's a Satanist. So Laura Lee Solomon was definitively a Satanist. And so she was not unfamiliar with the occult. Let's just put it this way. She was much more familiar with the occult than most anybody else you'd run across in your lifetime. And she viewed Peter Moon's relation with Dr. David Lewis Anderson to be totally dysfunctional, and that to Peter Moon, Dr. David Lewis Anderson was an ascendant master. So she understood that, but now I'm expressing it more viscerally. That he was Renfeld to Dr. David Lewis Anderson's literary Dracula, to the point where Dr. David Lewis Anderson had told him. Now, by the way, Aristides and Brendan Zogit were both on a Skype call with myself, along with Amy Como and George Knight, when I forced Peter Moon to fess up to that memory he had shared with myself, that he said a great banquet had been ordered for Dr. David Lewis Anderson to his home, where Peter Moon was visiting him in his home. Vinnie Barbarick was visiting David Anderson in his home. And this banquet was something that David Lewis Anderson wouldn't touch. And he said, "You eat it." And Peter Moon sat down, started feasting, and "Why don't you? Oh, it's so delicious. Why don't you enjoy some of this with me, Doctor?" And that's when Dr. Anderson said, "I never eat."
Yeah,
Food.
he shared that on the on the show.
Yeah.
But I believe Marianne had, like, she wouldn't see David Anderson because I think it was Marianne who, I think David Anderson was supposedly somewhere else, but he showed up at her house ahead of time. It was a very strange story.
Yeah, tell us about that, because Marianne, for those of you who don't know, Marianne was like, this is how she described it to myself. I spoke with Marianne on Skype, and I have her actual Skype contact on my old account, which if I ever decide to break into my own account and reopen it, she's on it. And I spoke with her privately at length, and she was so disappointed. The way she described it, she had scooped Peter Moon like a pile of dog shit off the street in a pooper scooper, brought him home, and used him to grow a garden with. That's the way she described it. She basically rescued him off the streets, basically from, he'd been kicked out of Stewart's Furloughs, and she basically took him in and took him under her wing and nursed him back to health. And then as soon as, he went to Romania and met Paula, he dumped her like she was nothing. And I met her with him and Lori and Ann Fenton. It's not that I'm alone in some delusion. Lori and Ann Fenton was there for what that's worth, though she would be what's called a hostile witness. But Lori and Ann Fenton was there with me, and we met Marianne along with Peter Moon, which Peter Moon then later denied vociferously. Oh, you couldn't have met her. Yeah.
But he says it in that episode I just reviewed.
There we are. Okay, there we are. Yeah. And
he says the gift, the lovely gift that Marianne gave
Douglas.
You when we met you. Yeah, when we met you. He says it verbally in that episode.
Thank you, bless you. So we have it on record. So we do have it on record. Yes.
Nemo, if you're listening, please download that episode, please.
Yes, please make certain you have that. Yeah, so that son of a bitch later on denied I ever met her, and he was trying to make a fool of me, and he may have even really truly believed what he was saying, because he's so wiped. He's so wiped in terms of his cascade memories. He has so many memories that are false, that are just cascaded in, and the rest that are real are wiped. So there's nothing left of the son of a bitch mentally, and except bizarre episodes in his mind, like shoving cucumbers up retarded young men's asses with peanut butter as lube. I'm not making that up. Yeah, it's just like that.
I don't mean to laugh, but that was one of the cringeworthy moments. But at least now I have context of why Crystal River just refused to talk to him, because I think he was the same creeper on JoJo and Crystal and
JoJo refused to talk, and he would be hurt. He would be hurt. Yeah. That's what I couldn't understand. I mean, there's all kinds of people who never want to speak to me again. I just roll with it. I mean, that's part of adult life.
It's life, right? Like, it's life. But I do have a quick question, and then I'll sign off. But looking back, Peter had an obsession with L. Ron Hubbard, Jack Parsons, John Dee. David Anderson. He did have a mild obsession with Crowley.
But actually, it was much more than mild, I assure you.
The common denominator is all of them got kicked out of the Golden Dawn. I said almost like 9 out of 10.
Yeah.
Right. Now, this could be my naivety, but how bad was Crowley? I mean, everybody accuses him of everything.
I mean,
period.
It's just if you read his work, I mean, he was doing blood transfusions to like 7 and 8 year olds. I mean, it's just it's indefensible. He was just doing indefensible stuff.
Okay, so I didn't read
and that doesn't
portion
even
of it.
count the diabolism, Douglas.
Yes. Before we turn to Brooke Gibson, who has honored us with her
Brooke.
presence.
She's alive.
And thank goddess. How long are we gifted with your presence tonight, Brooke, before your parole officer checks in? I'm sorry, I couldn't resist. I'm
Holy
so
shit,
sorry.
next to my car, there's a pamphlet from Winchester Mystery House, just as a side note.
Holy shit. Yeah, that alone is like, that's
almost like
a
seeing a
super.
ghost.
She left! She left! Jesus Christ, Brooke, I didn't mean it! Brooke! God damn!
Wait, what did you say?
I said, how long are we gifted with your presence tonight before your parole officer checks in?
You son of a bitch. You son of a bitch.
Brooke, I don't blame you. That Douglas probably shouldn't have said that.
Brooke!
I don't think that would scare her away. She's probably more likely having connection issues. She's a tough broad.
Yeah.
Now, on a side note,
true.
before I sign off,
Yes.
Ian. She's trying to get back on. It is a connection. Ian, if Ian does get back on the show, Ian, we need more subscribers. If you could work your magic and have another few hundred subscribers, that would be great.
Oh God, thank you. And so just to kind of again close the thought circle, I do want people to know that when it came to Peter Moon and Crowley, you asked about Crowley. Let's just put it this way. This is another exposition on Peter Moon, or something that betrays his true nature, is that Crowley in his day became what he became because he was basically the world's first heavy metal rock star. So as the world's first heavy metal rock star, he took this attitude and he said, I'm a bad boy. And he made it a market item. He made it a merchandise item. You know, he said he made it his brand. And so he made Bad Boy's brand. But the point was, he's dated. It's Aleister Crowley. It's like he was a badass dude. He was a bad boy. And he was, of course, as people know, a spy, thanks to a book titled Secret Agent 666. This is documented irrefutably. And he worked for the British. He was anti-fascist, and Hitler and Mussolini hated him, unlike what people try to do to link them together. It's just the opposite. He was kicked out of Germany and Italy because they knew fairly quickly.
Yeah, he had a villa in Sicily. He had like a nice sprawling villa, and the Italians were told never to touch it. It's like decaying.
Yeah.
It's so like haunted and shit.
It's so cursed.
No one's touched it.
Yeah, it's so cursed. No one.
It's accursed.
Yeah, no one goes
and it's
there.
funny, the Brits, like I tried to look it up online to see like what his scandals were, and the first thing they says was he was promiscuous with both genders.
There you go. But that's
like
Peter
the worst
Moon.
thing they could say about him.
That's Peter Moon. That's Peter Moon's dream. That's Peter Moon's dream. And the reason Peter Moon hated Brooke Gibson so much was because she asked him innocently, "Did you join Scientology to cure homosexuality?" That was Brooke. Take it from
That's
here.
probably what triggered him out.
Yeah.
That's beautiful. I wish I was listening to that.
Yeah, and we'll see if Brooke can talk and respond to that. But the whole thing about the obsession with Crowley was it displays that Peter Moon's idea of what a badass hero, or what would you call ideal or icon, he's so far behind the times. He's with Aleister Crowley. That's how far behind Peter Moon is. It's not like he's not even like up to date. That's it's just, this is like Peter Moon he had the childlike obsession of the teen idol fixation on Aleister Crowley. That was his relation.
Like he hasn't even made it to Ozzy Osbourne yet.
Yeah.
He's like
he was actively seeking out Anton and Michael, Mr. Aquino. So it seems like
by the time he found them, they were all geriatric.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
He was too late in the game. Yeah, he was too late in the game with both of them. One died, and the other one, was bedridden with cancer by the time that he was catching up with them. So all he had was David Lewis Anderson. And when he fucked up with me and didn't bring me to Romania after that, David Lewis Anderson just dumped him like he was a pile of shit and left him with the child bride. After which point, you know, child bride grew up pretty quick and said, "Hey, I don't need this."
Yeah, green card in 1 day.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah.
I don't think it even lasted a day.
Yeah.
It seemed really quick.
Couple hours. Green card, 5 years and a couple hours.
Yes. Yes. So, dear
When
Brooke,
we first heard about it, I asked Douglas. I was like, doesn't she have like a whole year left to wait? And he was like, no, she's already divorced.
yeah. Yeah.
I was like, holy shit.
Oh no, it was fast and
And like the
furious.
second it came in the mail, I was like, that was it.
Yeah. Thank you. So, dear Nemo,
Which I don't blame her. Definitely not.
Of course not. No.
More power to her.
Yes. Thank you. So, dear Nemo has joined us along with Brooke Gibson. Both of you, if you would be so kind, say hello to Aaron before.
Someone's
he checks
got
out
some
for the night.
wards, like some heavy wards.
Yes,
pumping
that's
out.
right. Yes, these are good wards being provided by Nemo. And
Can
we're
you
gonna-
hear me?
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, cool.
Say hi to Brooke and
That was an
Aaron.
American
Hey,
siren.
Brooke.
That wasn't me. Who was that? So you, Doug?
Yeah.
SF is like a fucking war zone.
No, that was me. That's SF. Yeah, that's SF. Brooke can talk. Brooke can
How's it
talk.
going, bro?
Jesus,
Your voice
that's
is
muffled.
fuzzy and muffled.
Yeah, Brooke. Yeah.
Get closer to the microphone.
Ask them. Yeah. Ask them if they'll let you put the mic closer to you instead of keeping it on the other side of the plastic screen. We can't hear you through that bulletproof plastic screen they've got between you and the mic, honey. We heard that. We heard
I
that.
can hear you.
That's the Harley Quinn laugh. The Harley Quinn laugh.
I put the
Yeah.
microphone in my fucking mouth. There you go.
Oh wait, there we go. Now we can hear you. Good to hear from you.
Yes, honey. Do what Trump did to that microphone, baby. Oh, now we can't hear you again. Guess she's really doing it.
Okay, everybody. On that
Okay.
note, I will sign off. But good night, everyone. And remember, we should try to get another 500 subscribers this month. However that happens.
That's right. And we'll try and raise $500 for the end of the month from our dear listeners. And we love you dearly, Aaron Ty. Stay safe and be well. Keep your wards up, and our best wishes to all your loved ones. Okay.
Thank you all. Good night.
Okay.
Have a good one, Aaron.
Yeah, it was good speaking with you. That was fun.
Yes.
And I have a funny anecdote. While I was at that store just now, the
Yes.
shop,
Yes.
the guy that rang me up was my old drug dealer, or he was just an old pot salesman. But it's like his life really all got fucked up. He was like with some girl for like 10 years, then she like fucked him over, and then now he's like working at freaking Trader Joe's. Poor bastard.
Oh my God.
He didn't go far.
I need some customers. Quick, buy some pot off me.
Yeah.
Poor
Oh,
bastard.
I think he might have. I don't know. He just.
Well, it's legal in California, so you can't make money.
Yeah,
off
he
it.
lost. Yeah, yeah. I think that's what happened to him.
All right.
Like, why would they trust some
Yeah.
loser when
Yeah.
they could just go to a shop that's like has all the
Oh,
stats?
yeah.
Thank you.
Definitely.
That's it. Destroyed all these people. All of them were claiming Brooke left again. I hope she comes back. Sure.
Yeah,
Good,
hopefully
good.
she.
Yeah.
It's that-
That's part of the occult assault. Tell her. It's
No,
part
it
of
is. Yeah, Brooke, if you're listening, this is the occult siege.
Yeah.
They already hit my laptop that was brand new, fresh out the box. So just keep your patience and draw your wards. Like, draw the wards immediately. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, if you have a pencil, a freaking crayon, anything, just draw them. Just
Yes.
start drawing them in
Does it have
excess.
to be like perfect? You know, like
No.
perfect
No, it's
angles
just the
and
intention.
alignment.
It's just
Yeah.
the intention.
The
Yeah.
intention. All right.
So Brooke, please try and talk, honey. Brooke.
Hello?
Yeah, we hear you.
Can you hear me better?
Yes.
Yep.
You're whispering. Why are you whispering? They're on
I'm not
patrol.
whispering. Yeah, I mean it's or the lights out. You know.
We need, please, situation status update report, please.
I'd prefer not to.
I can understand that.
Well, are you all right?
Are you okay? Are you in a safe place?
I am tonight.
Okay. Somebody's making noise. Oh, that's Brendan. It's Crisp
Not me.
Crinkle. Crisp
Brendan's
Crinkle
always-
Brendan
Yeah.
is at work.
Chris Crinkle strikes again.
Yes. Yes.
Stop crinkling! Stop!
It-
We need Pete's. We need a soundbite from that episode.
Yeah.
Stop the crinkling!
Yes, that's right. So, Brooke,
Yeah.
please share with us whatever you're willing to share. Come on, Brooke.
Yeah, just so I can get attacked more. I don't think so.
Brooke,
No.
now you need to follow what Brendan said. Did you hear what he said? Use a crayon, use a marker, whatever you've got. Just start making these sigils. Start putting
Yeah,
these
I
words.
did the sigil. You know what? The first sigil I did, which was weird. The first sigil I did was in the car, just because I was practicing it, how to do it.
Yeah.
And I put it in the center of the car.
Yeah.
And Brendan, I tell you what, like the fucker, he didn't even notice. Like it wasn't the fact that it was a sigil. The car was messy. It was like I used a white marker, like it was a white makeup eyeliner type thing. It was a pen, and it was in white, and I drew it, the circle with that. And then he just got in the car, and like halfway down, he starts wiping. I was like, "What the hell is this?" And he just marks it off. And I'm like,
He wiped it off. Yeah, wiped it off.
So I really, at this point, feel like he has like an attachment or something. Like, truly.
He's
because,
the result of the
It's an
spell.
assignment. It's an assignment.
Yeah.
Whether it's spiritual or not, you just look what's
Isn't
happening.
there a ritual you can do to banish his soul or get your spirit to devour his spirit in a combat?
I'm not
the other
looking to devour. Unlike the rest of these evil, sacrificial motherfuckers, I'm not out to devour anyone.
I mean, you
else.
can call
It's a
upon Christ. That's totally fine. That's what you said. You watched Supernatural. Just do what they did.
Yeah, well, I mean, I did watched it years ago, and I wasn't planning on taking notes because I was going to have to use some of that shit. I was like, if anything, one of those cute little guys will pull up in their little handsome car, and they'll know how to do it for me.
There goes.
Yeah, that would be hot. But
That's your assignment, Brendan. Go down to South Carolina and tell her about the hurricanes.
It's the funny
Helene
part
and
about
Milton.
that.
Tell about the hurricanes, Helene and Milton.
What about them?
About how your friend told you, I don't need to worry. They never get beyond the mountain line into.
Yeah, Brooke, my friend in Appalachia, he was saying, when I talked to him about it, I said, aren't you worried about the hurricane? This was pre-Helene. And he said, I've never seen one cross the Appalachians and past Georgia. He said, it's never happened. I'm not worried about it. And then the next day he was sending us photos of the torrential rains, and then we lost contact with him for weeks because his whole town got swept away.
Where was he at?
Well, the point
In Asheville.
Asheville, but the point, Brooke, is that this is because of Peter Moon getting a hold of this black book. He called it the Book of Shadows from Maria de Andrea, whom Aristides is witness to the fact that he said quite casually, as if he were saying, she's not truly blonde. She really gets her hair dyed at the local salon. He just said the moment that Brendan Zoget left the call for a few minutes, he said in front of Aristides and myself, Maria de Andrea, she made a deal with a demon, and this demon gave her all her powers, and now it's abandoned her, which meant it leapt onto Peter Moon. And he was like saying, and now she's lost all her clientele, but she's got these shadow books, which I think Brendan came back in time to hear that, and then said, and there's one that's really ancient. And it was after that he was asking me for months, which Brendan Aristides
I was staying quiet to where he almost didn't remember I was on.
That's right. He didn't know.
And then you said, repeat it for Brendan, and he said, oh, no, I'd rather not.
That's right.
So he didn't realize
can
I was there.
timestamp these? Like, I'd be interested to see them.
No, this was
obviously
private.
This was a private call. It was a private call, but the point is, Brendan can attest to the fact that after he got this book of spells, that's when he had for months. Brendan, help me out here. For months, he had been asking for the name.
He had no problem when I was there. Clearly, I was talking to him.
Yeah.
He said, "What if I could use them? What if I could use them?" He kept saying that.
Yeah.
And Douglas and I both said, "Don't do that. Like whatever you do."
Like what months was this?
Jesus, just a few months ago. It was September. It was right before Hurricane Helene. And then what happened?
What do you guys know about these books?
July,
like,
August.
What do you know about the books?
Well, this is what the point that we're making is that he had for months been asking me, tell her, Brendan, about the name of Ubosathla. He wanted the name of Ubosathla. He did not know that name.
He swears that you've been overtaken by in his right.
That's right. But he wanted to know the name. Brendan, back me up here.
He's the one so Douglas said, look, I don't remember the name because it was suppressed by my psychiatrist and I don't even want to go digging for it. And Pete kept saying, I just need the name, just the name. And he knows.
Oh, he's wanting to call it up.
Yes.
Well, he knows, like, from the occult perspective that the name itself will not only trigger Doug, but it's able to be used, quote unquote. So he kept bugging Douglas every transmission. It's on air. Some of it's on air where he said, what's the name? Just go back and look in your notes. And even off air, he was saying, look at your notes, look at your notes.
Yeah.
So Doug finally did it. And then all these like memories started flooding about like the magic and the invocation.
And-
Doug's memories. You mean?
Yeah.
Yeah,
his writings.
That's right. But then Peter used that and the book. He used the book to call up Ubosāthla, the demiurge of the anti-gods, and he
That's
directed...
funny. He kept saying, we can't give this to people. They're going to use it. And then he was the one who's fucking doing it.
Yeah, of course. He wants it for himself. He wants monopoly. But then Brendan Telbrook, then Ubosāthla went on this trail of destruction.
Well, why are we saying his name so much now?
Because the name itself, it doesn't matter without the ritual.
The name won't do anything.
Yeah.
It's until, I got the freaking blast from the shadow or the echo.
Yeah. The echo
But
is what's
that
called.
was that was something else entirely.
What do you mean the blast from the shadow or the echo? What does that mean?
I basically got the
Psychic
imprint of that entity.
Yeah, it's like the entity psychic presence overwhelmed Brendan with its fetid, vile.
I got a vision of what it is, and it's not cool.
Yeah.
So.
How did you why did you get it? How did you get it?
It was Douglas's fault. He was describing it.
Yeah, that's what happened when I was describing to people what...
Basically, it was a portal. I knew of the demiurge.
Your infinite channel.
So my channel, my bandwidth was able to receive it, and I didn't want to, but it's because I knew enough background information to where I was able to tune into it, which is not something you want to do.
Oh no, I do not. I do not.
Yeah, and what happened was that Peter Moon, tell her Brendan, he basically not only unleashed it straight at South Carolina, it tracked all the way to die at Montauk Point. Yeah, tell her about how the pattern went.
Well, yeah, when you can see it on the maps, which they try and suppress now because it's so unnatural. The hurricane goes past Georgia and then starts going north, but instead there was a warm front that came in and injected a bunch of energy into it, and then it went past North Carolina, to your guys' area, was going towards south, then went straight up, into the Appalachians, then straight up.
Yeah, I mean, Greenville and Asheville, we're 45 minutes away. The only reason that Greenville was not as bad or worse than probably than Asheville, is because we don't have the river system that runs through us. So even though the tree systems were so bad, the flooding was not. It was no matter what, we weren't going to have the flooding because we don't have the landscape to have the flooding.
That's right.
So it did the closest damage it could do to me was Asheville in that regard.
Because that's where it was sourced from, perhaps.
Yeah. The Asheville cult was working with Peter Moon. He got into contact with him through Richard K. Cole Jr., who was born in West Virginia, because he has deep connections with the Deep South Edomites. And this is what Peter Moon took advantage of. He threw all of his hatred with his dying breath at you, because he felt that once you were dead, I would come running back to him with open arms. That was his conviction. And he felt that you had a glamour cast over me.
He didn't think already having me sleeping with a meth head was enough.
It wasn't to him. It wasn't to him. Honestly, this guy won't stop until you're dead. You have to get these wards up. Well,
he almost succeeded again. I'll tell you what.
Yeah, I believe it.
What?
I believe it. Brooke said he almost succeeded again. I'll tell you what. So yeah, believe me, I believe it.
Yeah, get as much salt as you can and start warding it off, because it's just not cool. I mean, I'm getting hit it's like they have a constant piss stream. It's just.
I was in the hospital. Yeah, the last 2 days.
Yes.
Oh my God! So, I'm so sorry to hear that.
You're okay now, yeah.
Yeah, I'm okay. Yeah, right now.
Okay, we'll talk about this privately, perhaps, but you can share with us whatever you're willing to share. Obviously, my first question would be, was it internal illness or external injury? But you might not be comfortable sharing those facts. But I can tell.
It wasn't external injury. It wasn't an assault. In that regard,
Okay.
Although I will
say
that
the stress is killing you. I mean, you gotta be careful.
These spells can kill you through the stress that they cause, and understand that this individual, he's relentless. This is Peter Moon's whole existence now is nothing but this. When at first, it took me a long time to realize that this is all Peter Moon does, is he gets up in the morning and he casts spells. And you're his primary focus at this point in life. All of his hatred is focused on you. And that's essentially, Meth Head Larry is a direct puppet of this without his knowing it. He's like a meat sock puppet that is an agent of chaos introduced into your life by these spells. and is determined to see it to the end point. All of this, without going into it repetitively, or shall we say, confusing the issue. The important thing is to remember to put up those wards. But there was several other details I wanted to mention to you about Peter Moon. But don't hesitate to ask questions, and we'll remember what else to bring up to you.
I would prefer to, I'll go into it. I mean, I don't want to go in. I would rather talk to you guys about it privately before I discuss it publicly. But, either way,
By the way, can you see the text box there, honey? I want you to download that from the text box right here in the Skype. Can you see that on your little cell phone?
Well, I'm sending it to her directly. So.
Okay, he's going to send it to you.
So the one you already sent me, Brendan?
It's a new one. And he'll keep sending them to you, so please be on the lookout through all your private messages on Skype and all your emails. Please open them all, review them, both from myself and Brendan's okay. And just remember that Peter Moon's been very public about this. He said on record, Brooke Gibson has to die. And he associated...
I still have yet to hear it.
Yeah. Yeah, and...
but, I haven't heard it because did anybody send it to me?
Nobody else has, I don't think anyone's looked for it. I haven't had a chance.
It's too painful to listen to that nerd.
I know the general time frame, so I'll try and look for it. I'll try and look for it, but believe me, I'm going to be very busy this week. But I'm so glad.
Wait, why do you need to hear it? Just like you want that confirmation, or
Brooke? Yeah, why do you?
Yes, part of me. Yeah, because here's the thing. I don't give Peter Moon that much power. I do, however, have realized that maybe there are things.
It's
obviously,
not
I'm not
him. It's the book.
Yeah.
He got
right,
hold
but
of it.
Where did you find out this book is so powerful? How do we know he got the book? Because I was down at,
Okay,
we were on the
Doug,
phone call with him. We were on the Skype call with him together when he said.
Yeah, but Doug, you missed the whole front part of the story. So, that Maria had a friend who she's known for years.
Yeah.
Who he had these books, and the guy cast a spell and killed someone with it.
Yeah.
And for years he got away with it scot-free, but right when Pete was talking to Maria about it, that guy that cast the spell with the Italian grimoire, as Pete called it, he ended up getting some severe uncurable cancer because of all the damage he did with the spell book. Then he gifted all of his books to Maria as like this psychic leech shit at the end of his life, saying he had to give the curse to someone else, the cursed items.
That's part of
the
curse.
And that's how Pete... Yeah. And then she didn't want them because she was already losing all of her business and everything when the djinn left her high and dry. So Pete was ready to pounce on it if she offered it. And he was asking Doug,
he paid her for
take it. Yeah,
I
think I should take it.
Yeah,
I think I could use it. He kept saying that.
Yeah, and Aristides, help us out here. Did not Peter say, "I want that book"? Aristides, you were.
He claimed she was going to give it to him.
Yeah. Yeah, he claimed she was going to give it to him, but what happened was she has no...
Was this on air?
No, this was on our private call where Aristides, Brendan, and I were on with Peter Moon. And basically...
So spring, summer, fall, winter, come on.
It wasn't that. It was just before...
I told you it was August. It was in August into September.
Yeah, August into September.
Right before all that shit happened.
This year, right before Hurricane Helene. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it's what he used to cause Hurricane Helene. I know this sounds absurd to people outside of our circle who know the scene, the score, but for those of you who don't believe in magic, this is applied quantum mechanics. And the point was that Maria de...
Well, I will say, like my dad said, it's like this is a once in 10,000 year, if once in a million year event. Like, Brooke, you realize that? Like, they're just the way it happened. Like, that's never been seen before.
Yeah, and then it was like it was guided by a video game remote, and it went in these angles that were impossibly angular, and it went up to Montauk Point to die, which was its source, where it sourced from. And so when it comes to what we're talking about, it's not that Peter's powerful. He got hold of a powerful grimoire. He was working with a powerful coven, and together they made this happen. But his main direction through all his psychic hatred was at you. And that's where...
I just realized where I was when he had that dream and he called me, because we had spoken that one time. And it was weird. And then he randomly called me. And the reason I even called him back, because I thought it was so weird, is I was in that car with that, guy. It was my son's friend's dad. Anyway, coming back from Cherokee, North Carolina. And like that's right. Turkey and Nashville are all, you know, tied in right there. It's all the mountains of North Carolina. But we were coming back through the same way you come down through Asheville. Like we were passing through Asheville. We passed Asheville on the way back down. And so I was calling him actually from like a McDonald's. I called him while like I was in there. I said, what's up? What do you want? He's like, oh, I just want to tell you about my dream. Blah, 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 blah. And I think that was when he told me about that. And yeah, it was. And he was up in Chicago, I do believe it was, if I'm not mistaken. And I just thought it was really weird that he called me. But it actually just kind of coincides back together because that's where I spoke to him at originally when we the last I think maybe the last time we spoke. If not, we spoke one more time very briefly after that whole incident online. I'm not sure if I don't know if we spoke or I just emailed him. I think I may have just emailed him. But yeah, anyway, ironically, I'm just telling you, I just thought of that. I was like, actually, we were coming down the mountain from Asheville right then.
That's a psychic imprint. That was the psychic imprint. That was his bookmarker. And that's why Ubo Sathla once called up. He was meandering. You'd call it like that great beast that slouches towards.
So this was
Bethlehem.
this was before he had the book, though. This was like years ago?
No, it was months ago.
Yeah, this was months before. Yeah, because this was still.
Wait, so Pete called you?
Yeah.
After you guys had gotten that argument and you never wanted to talk to him again, he called you?
No. This was before we didn't like each other, and then he had called me to help me supposedly like with whatever, and then like in my breathing, that's when he had me on like put it on screen, or I don't know.
This was before he disliked you because of the Paula thing.
Yeah, it's not before I found out like the Paula thing. He had actually had a dream, and he was up in Chicago with Paula, and he was at the treadmill on the treadmill. And he said, "Well, I gotten up early, and I was in the I don't know if he was there then, because it was like 9 o'clock my time. He was in Chicago, and he said he was working out on the treadmill. I believe he said he had gone to work on the treadmill, and he had called me because he had a dream he wanted to run by me, but I don't think he actually ever ran the dream by me because he said that because I called him back, and I said, well, I'm sorry, I'm out of town, if you want to call me back later or whatever, blah blah blah.
And the important thing, Brooke, is that what year was this? 2023? 2022?
That was 2020. So 2023 is when it would have been. I'd have to go back and look at my.
But it wasn't 2024. No, it wasn't.
No, it was not 2024. It was either 2022 or 2020. It was either late 2020. It was ever when they took their trip. So right. I'd have to look at that.
Yeah. So we'd have to ask when Paula divorced him. Does anyone remember when Paula divorced him? Because, feels like 100 years ago to me by now, but I guess it wasn't that long ago. But he certainly that was certainly a factor in his spiral. By the way I remember it, not to say that Brendan Zogid is wrong, the way I remember this friend of Maria de Andreas, who Peter Moon kept, how would I say it, always bringing up the man's sexuality in the issue, because Peter Moon is obsessed with sexuality. So he kept saying the man was, I don't know whether he's gay, bisexual, and then finally he settled for androgynous.
Something was up with him.
And I said, Peter doesn't even know what androgynous means. But the point was that Peter Moon said, this guy, he had these books and he cast a spell. And my impression was the man he cast the spell upon died immediately, but then he himself was overcome with with an impossibly fast-growing cancer that overwhelmed his entire systemic nervous system and everything else. Just was eating him from the inside out like a horror film triphid plant or something. Almost immediately. That was my impression, but I could be wrong. Either way, the point is made. The man cast a spell, karmically paid the price for it within a comparatively short period of time, whether it was days,
one lifetime,
months or years. Then and as part of the curse, you pass the curse along, because that's part of the curse. You pass it on to some suckler, and he passed it on to Maria de Andrea.
You could see that in movies like The Ring and stuff, where they always have to give at the end of everyone dying, someone has to give the videotape to someone else.
Yes, the item has to be given to someone else. You see this also with even individuals.
Wait, on a side note, I'm sitting here on the phone with you guys, and some vehicle pulled up behind me with their lights on, and they've been behind me just sitting there for a few minutes now. Jesus. And it appears to be an old police car, so we're talking like Fed or something. Jesus. And no one's approached or gotten out, so it's very strange.
Yeah.
So just a heads up in case you hear me go dark or something.
Yeah. Holy shit.
Gunshots, like assassination attempt.
Oh God, stay safe and be well. I mean, we'll get back to what I went through today, Brooke, in terms of just walking on the street and seeing Waymos go by.
Yeah, the Terminator Waymos.
Yeah, but all that another time, Brooke. So okay, so you're getting the general message now, and there's many other details, but by all means, Brooke, please share with us whatever you feel comfortable sharing. I mean, certainly you must want to vent, cathart. This is your opportunity. Take this as an opportunity for therapy. We're your support group. We're a mutual support group here. It's kind of like what Aaron said about Aaron's big confession was.
It was 2023. As a matter of fact, that's how I started 2023. Fuck. Shouldn't have any idea. January 2023 is fucking talking to Peter.
Yeah, there we are. There we are.
That was the last.
Yeah. Oh, and tell her about Aristides. Come on, and Brendan Zokin back in.
Yeah. Peter down. At that time, Peter was very nice to me, so I'm not.
No, don't try and think of that.
I'm not going to do what. So the thing is, I'm not going to be made into what Peter or anyone else is. I get to be my own person. So my thing is, I thought Peter was being nice to me, and I'm allowed to think that, whether he was or was not. That's what I thought, and I agree. And I don't feel like I'm a bad person for thinking that. And if he wasn't actually being nice, then that's fine too. But I tried to be nice to him as well, and I was very as real as a real can be, pretty much. So it is what it is. What it is. Whatever he didn't like about me, and whatever hatred he had toward me. Obviously, I was very blunt on the things that I didn't like about him later. And feeling like he speaks down to people sometimes, and definitely has some issues like that. But I don't.
Not to mention, he thinks his wife left him for you. That's a pretty big one. Yeah, don't forget that.
I'd be better off, right? Because I wouldn't be sitting here, or maybe not better off. Who knows? But his wife, I'm sorry, buddy, you didn't leave her for me. That's as crazy as lunatic Larry over there. Okay, I'm leaving it for the guy. I know. I just looked left, and whatever guy is left, I'm totally having an affair with him. And I looked right, that guy too. Yeah, I know. So
don't forget Ian West. We always got to throw in a few punches at Ian West. He's our punching bag here, honey. That's
well, Ian West at least doesn't think everybody's having an affair on him, probably because Ian West is out fucking every damn anybody with fucking crabs, herpes, or AIDS, just to run to see what bugs can crawl out his friend next. Take
that, Ian. We know he's listening. We know you're listening.
Right. I'm just trying to draw you in, buddy. I missed Ian.
Is that how he gets all those shrimp on discount? He does like a trade.
But honey,
plethora.
Yes. What's the other thing I was going to bring up? Oh shit. Yeah. Okay. Look, it's important for you to be your own person. But I was going to ask Aristides and Brendan Zokin to help me out here on. There was something else important that was right on the tip of my tongue that I needed to tell you about Peter Moon, or remind you about Peter Moon. That is very important for your safety, for your psychological well-being. So hopefully I'll remember that in a few minutes or so. But in the interim, definitely Ian West is begging to be brought on. We'll take a vote. We do this as votes. Yay! How many hands up and how many hands down?
I gotta know. I'm a no.
Okay.
That's
majority.
Yes.
I'll go yes.
Damn, bring him on.
What? Yes or no, Brooke? Yes or no?
Bring him on.
It's up to you. Do you really want him on?
I said bring him on.
Okay. Aristides, if you would be so kind. Thank you. Okay.
Takes away from Doug. I don't get any private Doug time on here anyway, so might as well.
Well, look, honey, I've been trying to contact you. I really have.
I know, but you have not tried as hard, and I needed to. I know I haven't been a good friend to you lately, so I understand.
It's not that, honey. You made yourself impossible to contact.
When you're in the hospital on drugs, I don't remember 24 hours.
We got echo, Ian. You got to turn off the background. Yes, you've got to.
That's that plastic fake vagina thing you bought with like pocket pussy, and it's still way too hollow for his dick. He got the extra small, but it's still making echoes there, buddy. Yeah, fill it up.
Fuck, I wish I could remember what it was that I was trying to tell Brooke before she had to assert her independence. But that's appreciated, at least with the incoming.
What independence? What do you mean?
You were saying that look, I want to see him as being kind to me at that time, at least.
No, because that is just not. No, that's not meaning there's. I think he's a kind person. That's not what I'm saying at all. What I'm saying is, if I allow my, because then, so you only go. To me, you can always judge your past, right? And I always look at the past this way. I can regret what I did in the past and say, but hindsight's 20/20, and so I don't do that because I've learned that I made the best decision with the knowledge, with the wisdom, with the wants, with the needs, the desires, and everything accumulating in a little Brooke at that moment. That was what I thought was the best decision. Because it doesn't always mean that even with my wisdom, I make the best decision. Because sometimes I might be like, well, probably given this old meth head Larry, my phone number is probably going to not be a good idea because I didn't even ask him his background. He was smoking, doing drugs here. I could have intelligently thought that, but then at the same time thought, but he's a little fun and he's cute. So I overweighed that. But again, overall, that's what Brooke decided to do with everything she had going. And I'm saying overall back then, that's where I was. So where I would be today with him, a completely different story. But I'm not going to go back and pretend like that past.
No, I understand. I understand. I appreciate what you're saying, and I understand that. And so that's appreciated. I only wish I could remember what it was I was trying to tell you. Hopefully it'll come to my mind sometime tonight.
I mean, usually my pasts are pretty good. I mean, like, look at me with, I'm pretty sure the first time I met Ian, I was down spot.
Yeah, your judgment was right on the money. Yeah, how long you been doing crack? Yeah, that was, you had him pegged.
Actually, I asked him meth, and I had never done meth then, or known I'd done meth anyway. So,
well, you knew he had done meth because that's the symptoms of meth abuse. Is of course I got parasites crawling under my skin.
Which, I'd heard of it.
Yeah.
But I'm saying I had never done meth.
Right.
Well, I had done meth, but it was in my 20s, and I thought it was called ice.
Right.
So
you thought it was something different.
My knowledge.
You thought it was.
I had no idea that it was. Yeah, no.
Right.
That was.
And with. Oh God, what was I going to say? So I'll try and dwell on this. What I'll do is once Ian is able to talk, then I'll take a short break, very short. I'll be right back. But once he starts talking, but then hopefully by then I'll have remembered what I was trying to bring up to Brooke, and then for God's sakes, don't anyone interrupt me and let me finish my thoughts. This is what happens to me. I'm sorry, honey.
I'm sorry.
Oh, don't take it that as an admonition. Don't take that as an admonition. It's just but in a sense it is, because you were asserting that, I get what you're saying about Peter Moon, that, look, this is the way I see it, and, I don't want to revise this history because this is the way I see it, but it's like, you didn't need to say that. You didn't need to say that because he's just a piece of shit. He's just a piece of shit.
He is a piece of shit, but I guess two things are, let's be honest with me, two things when I say that are, number one, like, I don't need anybody to attack me more than they are. Now I can handle Peter. If Peter Moon's going to attack me, fine. He's already done it. And like, fuck it. I guess I'll just have to deal with it. But at the end of the day, I'm not trying to call out people who attack me. And number two, I also am trying to say, I don't want this whole show to be about, or not this whole show, even a part of the show that I'm on, to give like, I used to be the one that was Queen Bitch Fest, but at least let it be like, I don't know, something positive, something new. Like, I don't think we can go any more into what Peter fucking Moon is to anybody, like what you think, what anybody thinks, like, unless there comes some new spills, some new gossip. I mean, fuck it. Like, why give him any more attention? Because that's all he wants. It gives him more power.
You don't understand. We're doing this for you at the moment because you showed up and we haven't been able to talk to you ever. So that's why
we're shitting on Peter, empowering him. I thought that'd be awakening him.
Yeah.
Maybe. Y'all know about more of this about than I do, so I agree to give you all. Like, I don't know. I come in the show at one point thinking I knew everything, and I would love to go back to that day. And
talk about needing a time machine. Yes, that would be. Obviously.
Ian, what the fuck?
And Ian's writing in his own drug-addled.
He can't spell.
It's not even. It's not even. How would I say it? It's not even making sense. It's like self-paradoxical and shit. Such being said, I guess it's because he can't find a way to stop the echoes in his mind from echoing out loud.
Ian, are you still living? Did you go back? Have to go back home and live with Granny and Grandma? Or curfew? Have to whisper?
No. What he's trying to say is, okay, look, this is just bullshit. When I'm talking about with Ian saying, I agree with Brooke, the more you speak about Peter, the stronger he grows. You don't understand. We're not talking about him out of some compulsion. We're talking about him because Brooke came on for the first time in fucking ages, and she's been so impacted by this son of a bitch and has been unable to take any iota of action. Not a single iota of action because of the strength of Peter's fucking spell, which has brought NASA into her life, that is continually devastating her life, Hurricane Daniel, until she expels this son of a bitch or makes wards.
He is expelled. So that's the thing. That's what I'm going to tell you. So there was like some reverse spelling done there. And all I know is at the end of the fucking day.
Good.
I hate to say this, like, okay, it's a fucking story.
If you want us to keep it private, you can keep it private.
I know, we'll tell everybody at the end of the fucking day anyway. I offered to go help somebody who had partaken in drugs. It was someone that had done drugs, or with some, like, where we had gotten them. This female had needed help moving out, and so she was trying to get her life together because of the hurricane. So this is where I say, see, reversals work. So the reversal was she got help to get out of there, and so we took her, and he didn't want to do it. Daniel didn't want to do it because it was nothing to do. I mean, what? He's not at home like getting something he wants. So he's like, well, I don't want to deal with her. And I was like, I promised her I would help. So run over there, didn't really want to, and take her to this hotel, which she gets free for a month, to get her out of there. And she'd already packed up her stuff with somebody else the night before. We took to get a few things. La-di-da-di-da. But this is a motel that, because they're all booked, you got to remember, every motel in Greenville has been booked for months since the hurricane. I mean, since the hurricane, everything's booked. So it's not a bad motel, but it is a motel, and it's actually near where I live. So it's on a good side of town, but it's just the cheapest motel on this side of town, right? So it's like and I mean, you look at it online, it looks like it's gorgeous, but it just has the outside railing, which is more like a motel. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So it's known for drugs, because it's off the 85 corridor. It's not known for drugs, but it is one of the closest ones in this area that's known for drugs, and one of the last ones they're going to, apparently, because everything else they've been hitting hard. So, I didn't know any of that, but anyway, I take her there. Mm-hmm. And we take her stuff up. We're up there a few minutes, and her boyfriend was there, and I knew Daniel had dealt with him. And I will just say that, whether I knew or not that he had gotten something from them, I will leave that for people to question, whether I was going to be picky on that or not. Now, we get in my car and we leave, and Daniel is so, like, adamant. He sees cars everywhere. He's like, that's a cop behind you, that's a cop behind you, that's my grandmother's sister right there. I'm like, that car was going 80 miles an hour down the road and it's dark. How do you know it's your grandmother's sister? It's just like, he says cars are. So I never believe him, never take him. But as I go to pull the parking lot, take a left, and sure enough, he goes, did you see that Tahoe? It pulled out as soon as we did. It cuts the light on. Well, I was immediately taking the next left to the next parking lot, because there's a Mexican restaurant and I want a Mexican food. And la-di-da, I just didn't pay attention to what he said, but I got out. But I did notice that fucking Tahoe pulled in the next parking lot behind me, because there was an empty parking lot in between these two places, and office building. And it backed in. And I am now taking note of this, because I'm like, that's odd. I mean, normally, so I just thought, that's odd. So the door to the Mexican restaurant was 9:01. They closed at 9:00. So I said, shit. So I turn around and I get back in the car, and he gets back in. Well, at this point, I'm like, fuck. And I'm trying to pay attention to this car, and I'm thinking he would be too, but he's not. And I'm pull out, and he's trying to light a cigarette or something. And I said, could you quit it? I'm trying to pay attention. He said, what's wrong with you? Take a right up in here. And he's wanting me to take a right in somewhere. And I'm like, damn it. And I do take his right, but I'm like, fucking A, I'm trying to see if that fucking Tahoe pulled out. Did you know? I told you, backed in. And I pull in the parking place where he wanted to go, which was the vape shop. And pull in there. And as I pull in there, in the middle, right as I'm about to park, like, get blue light in. This fucking Tahoe zoomed in, blue light in me. And, from there, it went pretty fucking fast. So
Jesus.
it ended up he had dope. He pulled it, it was like, here, split this. He like split it down, and he said, here, do something with this. Put it in your mouth or something. So I tied it off and put it in my mouth, and tied off half of it because he had a big bag nearly. So then he's not wanting to put, I guess, the rest of it in his mouth.
Jesus, you're taking a life or death risk for this son of a bitch. I'm going to guess it burst open inside of you, and that's how you wound up in the hospital?
It gets better. Like, okay. Then he puts it in the, like, I don't know what, he put some in the coffee or something, and then I think he put the rest in his mouth, or he put it beside him. I couldn't tell what he was doing. But all I know is the cop walks up at this point. So this officer walks up, and by the way, all this story is I'm completely making this hyperbole and making most of this up. Okay, I just want to say that for the record. Most of the story and doing it just to put Daniel down, because I don't want anybody to use this later, or officers come on and try to say this is truthful.
Right, that's right. That's right. This is all parody. This is parody. Parody.
This is all parody for the show.
Yes, it's satire for the sake of entertainment. This is entertainment.
So, like, yeah,
this sector of the show. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, not always, but yeah.
Not always, but yeah.
Or most parts are that I've been on. But anyway, yeah.
That's cute. That's cute.
So then the officer walks in the car. And this satire will make it. Actually, we'll just go ahead. So he's a short, thick, non-uniform black officer who immediately is like, tells Daniel to freeze, and because he says, you're making too quick movements, freeze. And I stayed calm and asked the officer, excuse me, why am I being pulled over? Because he asked me for ID. I said, excuse me, why am I being pulled over? Because I'm in the parking lot. What did I do wrong? And he said, well, I noticed back there when you were pulling out of the Mexican restaurant, one of your headlights looked like it was out. And I said, well, I know that's not true, because not only did I just have my...
So here, before I forget, put a bookmarker there. Black officer, and he basically, we'll put a bookmarker there where he's basically talking about your headlights out, which is...
Well, he said the headlights were out, and I said, well, I know that's not true because I just checked my headlights the other day. Right. In addition, and this is where it really gets, I said, in addition, I could see my headlights when I reversed out of the Coronas, just as I can see them in front of us right now in the glass mirror, because there's a glass building, and I'm looking into the glass building, so you could see my headlights were both running perfectly fine. Right.
Well, so I just made a note of what I wanted to talk to you about, so continue with the story. What I need to do is I need to go to the bathroom.
That's the basic.
Number one.
End of the story is, that's the end of the story.
But
the end.
Okay. But Ian West, do me a favor. Let's see if you can talk. That way you can burn some bandwidth till I return. And Ian, let's see if you can talk.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Okay. Okay, kids, you go at it. I'm going to go mute. I'll be right back in a few minutes, but take it away. Yeah, I know you've got this, and everybody's...
Brendan and I'll go for it. Yeah. Come on, Brendan.
No, we mean Ian and you. Ian and you. Yeah. Ian and yourself. Everyone's here for this, honey.
What did I have to do with...
I want you on when I come back, Aristides and Brendan, so that I can bring up what I wanted to tell Brooke about. But in the meantime, let Ian and Brooke burn some bandwidth. As a matter of fact, let me take care of this before I go to the bathroom to do a number one.
I heard Aristides' great spill tonight. Is like 7-minute attire. What do you call that? Not attire. My brain has literally been taken by this guy. What is it? Satire.
What's this?
Satire.
But it wasn't satire. It was really just his diatribe, a 7-minute diatribe about how sometimes if you're subscribed, you could be unsubscribed. Yeah, and if you subscribe with a U, you might want to unsubscribe with the S.
Yeah, that's cute. So, honey, Aristides, now that you're on with us, back me up here. Brendan Zoget, come back on as well. Both of you gentlemen, I'm going to need you both on this. So this is what we found out, Brooke, over the period of time. Brendan, I do need you to wave your hand there. Let us know that you're able to talk. Did that guy bust you? What? Did the guy fed behind you? Or
No, there's still casing.
There's still casing. Okay, so I need you here. So we had to do a check on you, and I want you guys to back me up on this. So, Brooke, this is what we found out, is that with Peter Moon, it turns out that every book he sent out was always directly from his home. Skybooks is simply...
I never got one of his books.
Yeah. No, you don't understand. You let me make my point, so that I can peacefully go to the bathroom and then you guys can talk. But the point is that he has what he calls Skybooks. Skybooks is his home, which he's dedicated to his daughter. In other words, the home goes to his daughter when he dies, as does all the life insurance. And this is to keep her mouth shut, because he was sodomizing her while she was growing up until her butts and her boobs grew out so that she looked like a girl, and he no longer wanted to fuck her. But to keep her mouth shut, he promised her the home and all the life insurance when he died. That's why he never gave it to Paula, which is one of the reasons why Paula hated him with a passion and hates him eternally. But the point is that he would always mail all of his books directly from the home. He'd have to personally mail the book. Skybooks is his home. So he would make these sales, and he would bind the books, meaning like with a binding spell. He sent every book he sent out personally from his home. That's why he never published in a conventional manner. I'm sorry?
I knew that because we talked about that with what's her name, or maybe I heard you discuss.
Yes, and so the point is to be made about Marina Sarin. So the last set of books he ever sent out in his wretched, pathetic, misspent life was an overnight shipment to Spain that cost him 5,000 United States dollars to send literally every book in his collection except mine to Marina Sarin overnight to Spain. And he talked with her the very next day saying, "Did you get the books?" And she said, "Yes, they arrived." And he kept insisting, "Open them, open them. You must open them. Have you opened them?" And she said, "No, they just arrived." But you understand, he put all this miserable binding spells on these books. After that, Marina Sarin said a month later, "My life's been absolute hell since those books have reached my door." And then we were trying to tell her how to get rid of those books and everything else. And it got to the point where she sent me a private message saying, "Douglas, I'm hoping you can help me," with a teary-eyed emoji where she's tearing up, crying emoji. And we haven't heard from her since. So she got as much of a whack as you've gotten. And she said that she's been stalked, harassed, etc. since those books arrived. The one time that she spoke with us. So Marina Sarin's life's been turned into a living hell by Peter Moon. So this is something I want you to know. You're not alone. Brendan Zoga Aristides back me up on this. Is not the case with Marina Sarin and Peter Moon the whole trip, right, guys? Aristides.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah.
And she was on vacation when he sent them.
Yeah.
And she was like trying to explain to him, like, "Look, I'm not even at my house." And he kept saying, "Which one did you read? Which one did you read?" Yeah,
that was his level of insanity. He's trying to get her to open the books, which, so we were trying to teach her how to, and all we've gotten, guys, back me up here, we've gotten 8 or 9 requests from people, "How do I break the spell of Peter Moon's books?" We've gotten 8 or 9 requests.
Yeah.
Yes,
one of the guys was completely unprompted before we even mentioned it. He said, "I think Peter Moon's been cursing me."
Yes.
And we were like, "Yeah, that sounds about right." And we never prompted that guy. He just came out of nowhere and said it. So
that was before we brought up the Marina Sarin issue. So there's all kinds of people who've had nothing but bad luck since receiving his books. So I want you to know you're not alone in this kind of assault, but your assault is the worst. Maybe only matched by Marina Sarin because of Peter Moon's desire for her to be his next Paula Masson, his next beard, to make it look like he's not gay. So just that's something that you need to wrap your mind around, digest that, and take that into the narrative so you understand what you're working up against, and you're not alone in it. But you've got to do what we were trying to teach everyone else to do, is to counterattack. You've got to go on the counteroffensive, because that's the only way to defeat this. So when Ian West says, "Oh, I agree with Dick, and talking about Peter just gives him more power." Remember, Ian West is the enemy. He's on Pete's side. Ian West has the audacity to come home and say, "Doug, where's my dinner?" And
well, if that's the case, then you're on the enemy and you're on Peter Moon's side. We can play devil's advocate here.
What?
You know,
he was canceling you out.
I'm the only one on here, Douglas. I will stand up and give you hell because I'll give you devil's advocate. If Ian West is on his side, well, then we can just as easily say, well, then Douglas Dietrich is on Peter Moon's side because here's the thing. You have told me for a long time that you thought Peter Moon was the enemy. But yet, your love or greed for wanting to get your book out, you continue to partake and give him information, apparently valuable information, that he could use and harness irrevocable harm with. So therefore, if you knew he was the enemy and yet you pretended and be his friend and give him information, then you would also be in line with the enemy yourself.
Details.
Oh, no need to defend me. I can work with that. And we can also say that, but what Ian West shows us is that the enemy is at the bottom of the barrel. They basically run out of the handlers and any assets of any, shall we say...
Just scraping up the sediment.
I don't know.
He's here
I don't
now.
know if they went to like Kim and then Meth Head Larry. Like they went to the last Wednesday. Yeah.
Yes. Ian West is on the level of Meth Head Larry, but look at all the damage Meth Head Larry has done. It's so we've got to give.
Is Ian West is above Meth Head Larry? Come on.
You said it right there. It's not fucking Peter doing a spell faggot shit. It's fucking Brooke's poor choices in men that's put her in the situation.
See how evil Ian is, Brooke? See how that you've just been
Evil
given
or honest?
a demonstration.
I don't know which one. I think that might be honesty staring me in the face as well. So.
By the way, this is the image I have. If I ever had, I have not dreamt this. I have not dreamt this, but I keep envisioning I could have a nightmare like this soon. Is that we're in a lifeboat, a rubber dinghy, and I say, Ian, don't pick up that flare gun. Point it away. You could kill somebody. He says, oh, okay. So he points it down. Then he blows a hole in the rubber dinghy, and it catches fire because it's a flare gun. And we all wind up dying by burning to death while drowning simultaneously. That's what Ian West will do to us. That's the... We'll all die drowning while burning.
He won't know it's a flare gun. But he'll be laying back, sleeping, because he'll be the only one not helping. And he'll be laying back, and then he'll wake up and find a fucking something he can stick his dick in, and he sticks his dick in there, and he blows his own dick off himself, which is fine. We're like, well, that serves purpose, but now we have a huge hole in the bottom of our boat, and we're gonna die because of his fucking. Don't
forget he'd catch on fire because it's a flare gun, so we'd all be flaming too. Like I said, we'd all still drown while burning.
We're dying in hell because you couldn't leave your dick alone for 2 seconds on a boat. My God.
Yeah.
I was waiting for Doc to say my hair caught the boat on fire. That's what I was waiting to say.
Oh, yeah, that too. The activator goes flat, and he tries to put in more gel, and it's totally flammable. And then the sun's just too bright, so it winds up catching fire because he's got that fro. Because he's a bro.
Well, never mind. Actually, that wouldn't happen because Ian West wouldn't stick his dick in anything that didn't have a bunch of hair attached to it. He hadn't had a pussy since the 80s. That flaming bush. You wouldn't know if the flaming bush wasn't there.
How are you doing, Brooke? Are you okay?
I'm going to go here. Going to relieve myself. I'll be back.
Thank God. All right, good. All right. Yeah. Brooke, you doing? Okay? I've been trying to call you, girl.
I missed your message whenever it came through, and then I saw it in the last week, and I just hadn't had a chance to call you. And I was in the hospital for 2 days and in jail a day, so yeah.
Shit, you were in the fucking hospital for real?
Yeah.
Fuck.
Oh yeah, they cleared out the whole. I cleared out the whole. I had the whole Greenville County jail shut down.
For real? What happened? Did you get arrested again?
So anyway, he told me to put that stuff in my mouth. I was holding it in my mouth, my half a bag of whatever it was.
You swallowed the crystal?
Well, so I wasn't going to. Here's where it gets bad. This is why if I ever let this fucker back in my life, every one of you should fucking fly down here and fucking one of you should kill me. Because here's what he did.
No, I was going to say I might fly out there in December and come see you.
Here's what he did. So when the officer's standing there talking, he said, okay, just a note, y'all don't move. And first of all, this fucker has already got on the phone. Instead of handling business, which would have been sweeping the crystal meth off his shirt, which is what the officer saw, he's called his mommy. He's on the phone with his mommy as the officer approaches. Mom, we're getting pulled over, blah, blah. Well, the officer's like, all right, put your hands in the air, and then yells at him again because he makes a move. He's like, don't move, a sudden movement. He said, I'm waiting on my partner. I just want y'all to stay still. I'm like, okay, well, I said, well, I asked about being pulled over, blah, blah, blah. Now, the guy goes, sir, what is that on your shirt? What are those clear crystal meth looking things?
Yeah, I sparked his fucking shirt and realized he wanted
sparkling like glitter. Yeah, he should have said, I don't know, I'm a trans glitter person, but he didn't. And he said, I don't know. I don't know. I even tried to throw him a loophole and say, oh, well, we're helping somebody move. They had some donuts in here earlier. We ate one of those donuts with the cake. Like, I don't know. But he wasn't buying it because he knew I was pulling us over. Because he plainly said, well, you were leaving this motel earlier after he tried to weasel his way out to 2 different ways why he pulled us over. Long story short is he gets him out. They wait till the other officers get there. They get me out. The female officer gets me out. The male officer, 2 male officers, they get him out. And all I know is they place him under arrest pretty quick because they have him sit back behind the car and he's sitting down. And when the female officer searches me, and then I don't have anything on me, and then she's kind of lets me go. And I had a cigarette, but I needed a lighter. So can I smoke it? She said, yeah. And but I didn't have a lighter, so I never got to smoke my cigarette because then I walk around to the back of the car and he goes, well, he's sitting there realizing I'm not arrested. And I don't know why he was arrested, but I assume it's because the crystal meth on his shirt. Say I found more on it. I then hear him go, well, she threw it on me. She threw it on me.
That was said that? She's my friend. She said that shit?
We're not finished yet. He's saying she threw it on me. And I look at him like, what? And now you got to remember, during this time, I have very nicely kept my piece of gum and mint because I was scared it might get me for a DUI in my mouth, and I didn't want them to know I had a gum and mint because last time I got a DUI, because I was scared they'd get me for a DUI, so I kept the gum and mint under wraps, right? So it was in my mouth, and then he starts saying, "And you don't believe me?" He said, "Look in her mouth. Why don't y'all start paying attention to her mouth?"
Fucker, motherfucker.
Yeah,
right, Brandon? Right?
Huh?
Right? I mean, dude, that guy's a piece of shit. And you fucking piece of shit.
He was going down and he was determined. So then they were so focused on my mouth on me to open it that finally, I swallowed the gum and the mint after so much begging. They don't care. They just want me to spin it out. And I said, we said, well, we'll get you in possession anyway. And I said, oh, well, I didn't say shit. I don't have anything in my mouth. I don't have any mouth. And I finally showed him. And then I told him, I said, I had a gum and mint. I didn't want to go to jail for a gum and mint because I had deep prior DUI. And like, well, you're lying. So then they went, so we're going to charge you with meth too and the DUS. So they took us both in, and yeah. And so I got there.
You got the influence then.
You
driving under the influence?
No, I didn't. No, there was no DUI. It was just driving under suspension.
Oh, okay. DUS. Okay.
From the prior DUI, but from the prior DUI, see, I still had I had till January left on that suspension. So I couldn't get my license back till then, and so legally. I was not supposed to be driving, and the officer acted like he was going to let me go. He said, because I need to go on the pets, and he was just taking him until he started harping on the fact that I threw drugs on him, and that and we were getting along. This isn't like when y'all hear us arguing, I'm saying get out. Like this is supposed to be somebody I've known for a year. I don't even care I don't care if I hate you. I could be your worst enemy. If you're at the end of the day, if a cop's up there, I'm not going to throw somebody under the bus to a cop. And then on top of it, he's make stuff off my ass. Like that I threw drugs on him. I don't even know who throws drugs on people like Cinderella. Like, just let me sprinkle it on you.
You're not going to waste your drugs like that.
Yeah, because that could get me in trouble too. I'm either going to make it disappear or not. And then, but then he's trying to claim that I have drugs in my mouth instead of the gum and mint that I did. But whatever. Then I get to the hospital, to the jail, and my blood pressure, after I get booked, and I wait till the officer left, my blood pressure kept shooting through the roof. And I told him I needed my blood pressure checked because I do have high blood pressure there. And then they finally were like, they were like, the nurse told me like, well, did you take anything? And I was like, is this between me and you and HIPAA? And then I was like, I don't know. I didn't, because this is not HIPAA. This is IDA. Like I didn't, but I'm saying hypothetically, there is a chance that, I spent a day and a half not even remembering in the hospital, because and they shut it down to bring in EMS and everything to take me out of the jail because they were worried that whatever. I don't know what they were worried about.
Well, I really wish you would have stopped fucking with that guy a year ago, dude. I really wish you would have.
Yeah, I really wish I would have too. Well, but the only good news is, hey, I'm at home. I went to jail, got a hospital, went back to jail, Then I got booked out last night. And you know who's still sitting in jail?
His ass.
Yes. The motherfucker. Yes, exactly. And the one other person he emphasized on, the only other person that he would have had if he hadn't tried to turn on me, that probably would have been helping him, stupidly admitted, but would have been helping him if he had not done that, would have been me. Because I'd been like, oh, I felt bad. You know, I felt bad for him like I do. I've been trying to get him out. No, exact opposite now. Like, right,
Good.
motherfucker.
Good.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. If that motherfucker is going to fucking shit you out like that, I mean, what's the fucking point in being, you know, you don't have you're not a team. You're a fucking whatever.
Yeah,
I'm like,
there's no ride or die. There's not a out.
I've been
That was not even like a, there's nothing with that. I don't even know that. I mean, even I could, to be honest, you could take my worst enemy on this show. I mean, outside Peter Moon now, because since I know he's probably attacked me, but like anybody else, like I've gotten in arguments with, and I still, if we were like up against like, hey, I fucking hate you, but then like cops were there, I would be like, oh yeah, and check his fucking pants too, or check her mouth. Like, what? Check her mouth, motherfucker. What the fuck were you doing? I could be telling you know how much I could be telling on you right now.
That's fuck shit. That is some fuck shit, bro.
So I don't know.
But I hope you learned your lesson from this. I hope you learned your lesson from this. I mean, it sounds like you dug yourself a hole that it's going to be taking some time to dig out of. But fucking, yeah, dude. I mean, that's just that, dude. There's no excuse for that shit except for he's a bitch, dude. Like straight up,
like,
the motherfucker's a bitch.
Like I can't even. It made me so upset because I think of like you want to answer for it, and at the end of the day, like what answer could he possibly give? You know, because I already knew like I knew things about him that like didn't work for me and like or that he needed help with. I knew all that. Like
there is no answer for it. That's just unforgivable. That's what you call unforgivable.
Brandon, you're right. That is unforgivable. But he's an addict. Bottom line, he's an addict.
But an addict,
yeah, but it's one thing. It's one thing to be
jail, but it wasn't. That wasn't an addict. An addict will go to jail.
He didn't have to throw her under the bus.
Yeah.
It's not like he was going to get drugs out of it.
He wasn't going to get drugs out of it. Like, why did he have to throw me under?
In fact, like she said, he would have been more. It would have been more advantageous if he didn't say anything because she would have helped him. So that's what I'm saying. It's totally unforgivable. There's no excuse.
You're right. It's unforgivable, but by the sense of he's an addict, he's going to use whatever excuse he can to get out of what trouble he is to continue the habit.
That doesn't show addict. That shows stupidity. Because an addict with like I can tell you right now, me, Brendan, whatever, you even like I can have addict mentality, and I'm gonna be like, all right, what are the chances this is gonna get me out? Even though I didn't give a shit about the person, and I just need to like I don't want to go to jail. I want to get okay. Well, I'm gonna realize I already got handcuffs on. Chances once your handcuffs are on, you coming out, the drugs were on his person. The chances been believing some girl threw them on him. That he's the one with all the priors shit. Even with my pending charges, he's still got tons of pending more and actual priors that are recorded as guilty. I never have. So they are looking at him. You think they're going to go, oh, yeah, we believe you. Let's just let you go and arrest her. That makes sense. Especially like if we see it in her mouth. No, like it made no sense because they had already found some over there on the side of his car, like a big rock or something to get, and then some in a soda can, but apparently it melted. They couldn't get out. So everything was on his side that they found, and it was on his person. But somehow he comes up with the idea that I just randomly threw it over there. And on top of that, he kept his mouth shut for the first 5 or 10 minutes that I threw it on him while we were sitting there waiting on the cops. And he didn't magically say I threw it on him until when the handcuffs went on, and about 3 minutes after that, when I guess he thought it up in that little pea-brained, I don't know, Kellogg-sized kernel he's got is a fucking brain. Because what the fuck else because all he did is make it where I will not help him. He was calling my daughter, while I was not supposed to calling my daughter, asking to bail him out.
That's fucked up, man.
Because she hadn't talked to me yet because I was in the hospital. And so she hadn't gotten the story. He goes, I'll tell you a story. I'm helping your mom out. It's like, just please bail me out. And because his mom was, because I was in like, they put so much Ativan and like whatever they gave me because I don't know, because my blood pressure was so high and whatever, I don't know, whatever he had given me. I
because you almost
dumb.
died.
I thought it was dumb. I thought it was meant to freshen my breath. I'm going to assume gotten some of his shit, whatever it was.
Yeah. Why didn't you just tell them like, look, this is all him?
he put it on to me. Like, why didn't you just say that? Because that's the truth.
I'm not that kind of person. That's the thing. Like, I wasn't, by the time he had
well,
done
at that point, he already,
by the time he had done that, well, I don't
you
think
don't have to defend people that
right,
are
but then because that's what they were wanting. They were wanting a he said, she said, because that I noticed real quick that the girl that didn't like him said, well, look at you, you're being actually the good one tonight. And they weren't believing he was the good one. They didn't like him worth a shit. They played it up to him because they wanted it to be like, the more he said, then the more I would say. And I read it. It was like fucking school grade. You could read through it, Brendan. Like, it was obvious what they were doing. You know, they were trying to want us to start playing against each other. Well, because so he did it. I don't know. They may have said something to get him on that, because he was alone for a minute over there. So maybe there's something they said to make him do that. I don't know. But once he did it, I just
that's classic. They're trained to do that.
Because that is true. The officer that pulled us away pulled me away while they
but don't give him that credit. I mean, he shouldn't have done it.
Either way,
you're right.
I didn't do it.
The man should never
they threw
throw
the
you
bait
under
to
the
me,
bus. I mean,
even on the way downtown, they told him again, and this is why I think that's right that they did something. But because on the way downtown, he said finally, he goes, well, we're about to pull up the police center, and they go, he goes, well, I don't want her to go to jail. What can I? And the officer that goes, it's too late now, dude. I don't know if you noticed, but you're in handcuffs. She's in handcuffs, and we're at the jail. You ain't doing nothing now. And he said, well, what could I do? See, that first officer stepped in and real fast and had real too quick a response. The only thing you could have probably done is if she had just spit whatever she had in her mouth out, neither one of y'all be going to jail. Well, that made no sense.
That's not true.
Because he was already in handcuffs.
Yeah, no, that's not
and
true.
and I was driving under suspicion.
But they're just sadistic. Those people are just sadistic, but yeah.
They're so sadistic.
But you could have just said, look, it was all him. Why didn't you just say it? Because you're the woman. You could just say that. They believe it.
Because he wanted what was in my mouth. And that's why he wanted.
Yeah, but you could just say he forced me to, because otherwise I was worried he would get mad.
Then what we've got, what did I give them? That's a he said, she said, and they'll let court bail that out. Then they have
then you just go to court and you say he kidnapped me.
But then they've got two.
Get him in there forever.
Brendan, they were so mad that I would not spit it out, because here's the thing, they pushed me so hard to spit it out till the point that luckily the gum.
Yeah, well, it is what it is.
I decided
it happened, so yeah.
I decided swallow the damn gum, like in the mint, but because it was starting to dissolve. But I was like, you know what? If I had.
But they still don't. Did they ever find out?
That would have been good. If I had proven it was a gum and mint, yes, that would have been good. But had I spit what they thought I would spit out, what they would have then had was proof that I had what I had, and that would have been a minimal possession charge on me, and that's what they wanted.
Correct. You're correct. That's why they wanted you to spit it out of your mouth. That's why, because they were
angry the whole time. They gave me a possession charge to stick that won't stick now, because two people can't have possession, really. They're giving me his possession charge. So,
but you can deal with that later.
Was he in the front seat with you?
Huh?
Was he in the front seat with you?
Yeah, he was in the front seat, but even on the cameras, they never saw anything on me. Anything. They didn't even mention it. Nothing was mentioned about me until he mentioned it.
I understand. It doesn't matter, because he was within hand's reach inside of the car. So therefore you could be caught with possession too.
And that's fine. That's fine. But I think their bigger problem is going to be the fact that how they pulled me over. So that'll be a whole nother can of worms, because I don't think they
just ask for a trial. Just ask for a trial and throw him under the bus so he never comes out.
Because
you have enough proof of us. I'll vouch for you. I'll be like, yeah, he was invading her house for months.
Well, no, once I said, it doesn't matter. Once I said,
I'll write an affidavit.
Proof of the poison pudding. Well, if I get there, I may need it, yes. But proof of the poison tree is the problem. I can get my driving under suspension dropped and everything dropped if they didn't have the right to pull me over to begin with, blue light me. And so they admit
forget about the charge, get him put away forever.
He's going away anyway.
So the charge is irrelevant.
That one charge is not going to do anything. They already offered him minimum 1 year.
In this economy, you could still get a job.
Is he out of the house, Brooke? Is he out of your house?
Yes, he's in jail and out of my house, thank God.
Okay, good to know.
So he can't come back here. I do have.
And
his
you're not
two
going to
dogs.
let him in, right?
No, I'm not. I'm not letting him in. I have
Okay,
my,
okay.
my parents changed.
Because
my
it's
parents,
unforgivable. It's unforgivable.
My parents,
It is.
while I was in jail, paid $2,000, which, by the way, they got ripped off. But $2,000 they paid to have my locks changed at my house.
2000. What kind of locksmith? I need to get into locksmithing.
Yeah, I know. I was, what the fuck? And she's like, I didn't realize it'd be that much. And I tried to call my bank after the camp slip, but it had already gone through. And I was like,
Well,
oh
yeah,
my
they just
God.
got scammed by a bad locksmith or something.
Yeah, well,
Because that's not normal.
I'm
I
gonna
mean,
get some
actually, I mean, I don't know. I guess they're able to charge that now because I just had one lock changed on my door and he charged like almost $200.
What? Well, we did change. He
Yeah.
changed 1, 2, 3. So he changed. One door had 2 locks, like a deadbolt, and there's this one.
Yeah,
2,
so that's like
and
what, 2, 4,
there's
6,
1,
8.
2,
That's already
and
like $1,000.
1, 2, 3. So basically, 3 doors had a deadbolt and a lock change, and then 1 had just the bottom lock. So that would be 3, 6, 9, 10 locks he changed, and then he rekeyed all of them to have the same key.
Yeah, so
That's what you got.
he was expensive. He was expensive. That's all it was,
Yeah.
unfortunately.
I mean, if it was like an after hours
That's
emergency
like California
lock
prices.
yeah, right.
Well, it probably was because they probably did it yesterday, like on Saturday. So they probably made him come on Saturday, Friday, or Saturday. So yeah,
Could have done it for less than 300.
I know. Trust me,
Anyone
yeah.
could have done it. I mean, you could have went to Home Depot and just bought new locks at that point for that amount of money, and hired one of the dudes in the parking lot.
I mean, I could. Fucking
Yeah, no, I get it. I get it. Any of us could have done it. Brooke could have done it if she was there.
If I was there, I would have.
Yeah.
Yes, I would have stopped. I've been like, it's going to be $2,000, and then I would have done it myself. Yes, but no, I mean, anybody can do that. I don't know. I wasn't here to do it, and then they.
Is
the
Douglas still gone?
Huh?
Yeah,
Is
it's
Doug
been a
still out
while. I
there?
was like, that's
Okay.
a long piss. I even messaged
Yeah, I don't know
him.
what he's up to, but
He's probably making a sandwich or something.
no, that's fine. I just when he gets back, I'll have to like tell you guys what happened out here. What I'm dealing with.
Are those is that Fed looking car still following you?
They sat behind me for however long we've been on air, like 20, 30, or since Brooke got on. And it was a completely blacked out
Since I
Ford
got on.
Explorer, which is what the police use.
Yeah.
And when he
Oh, that's
finally
what they
drove
told me
away,
when they.
Yeah.
Yeah.
well,
Go ahead.
I'll tell you when Doug comes back. Just carry on.
All right.
Okay,
Well, I
I'm
just
back.
wanna tell you
I'm back. I'm back.
Okay, good.
So I did some lines of
Brooke,
Coke. I've quit
finish
the
your stuff.
liquid Coca-Cola, honey, just so you know, and I hope you're proud of me. For the moment, Brendan, yeah. I'm sorry, what's that, Brooke?
I mean, obviously, this will be played by probably the drug enforcement agency that's listening to this in my trial. But go ahead. Because unfortunately, it is what I kept telling Doofus. I was like, it is legal to do drugs. Every time he would be like freaking out about like doing a line, I was like, you know what? Record me all you want.
Possession is what's illegal. Yes, that's
Possession's
true.
illegal. By the time they get here to prove I'm possessing it, it's up my nose.
Yeah, no, that is true. That is in fact true. But it's like, yeah.
Brooke, did they find a bubble in your car?
A bubble.
Yeah, like a meth pipe, a bubble.
No, they did not. They did not find one.
Thank God.
How did it get on the shirt though? Because I mean, the only explanation is he could have spilt the bowl while you were driving. If
No,
it was on his
the
shirt.
bag that he had just gotten. He had just gotten the bag. And yeah,
Okay.
so and like literally we pulled out of there. And so that's where the officer, I think, incriminates. This is why I think he shoots himself in the foot. Because he tries to first say it was the headlight. Then he backtracks because I say, well, you can see my headlights working. And I could see it was working at there. And also I've had them checked recently. But as you can see right there, it's working. So he had no...
Again, this is part of the Peter Moon curse, because the fact that he stops you for no goddamn good reason, even with your headlights working, right, Brendan? This is part of the curse, right?
Well, then what
Well,
he
she
said
came out
was
of a drug no.
He
a
said,
neighborhood that
who
was
drives?
known
He
for
said,
drugs.
well, no, but you're allowed to do that. That's called that's where he messed up.
Yeah.
He said later
That's still part of the curse. That's still part of the curse.
When
well, this is all symptomatic of it, but we're just going with facts.
I know the actual law. The law is, if anybody wants to know, the law is if he just said he'd pull me out because we were pulling out of a drug motel and we weren't in there that long, and for people to pull out there, a lot of times they're getting drugs, so he wanted to pull me over. Well, that's called profiling, and you're not allowed to do it. The closest you could get to profiling, and that'd be legal, would be to have a reason to pull them over, a legal reason, without being profiling, or a very legal reason, like a traffic error, traffic stop error,
right.
Or you can have a actual traffic stop where you're stopping every car coming down that road, right? You can do that for everyone.
Yeah,
but those are the only two legalities. Now, here's where he messed up. He tried to claim it was a traffic stop with my headlight, but then he backtracked real quick when he realized I was not high or stupid enough, and I could see my headlight in the mirror in front of me as he could. It was working fine, and I told him I saw it also with the Corona, and it's working fine. So then he goes, well, whose name is in the car is in? And I said, well, why do you want to know? And then he mentions my father's name. Well, I said my mother's name, and then he said, but that's not the name. He said, I mentions my father's name. And he just says my father's first name and his last name. He does not say the middle name, nor does he say that my father is a junior, and my father is. And so therefore, he says, well, I've got 3 warrants for this person for driving under suspension. So that's why I pulled you. And so I said, well, it's not for my father, because my father's like 78 years old, and he doesn't have any warrants. And he's never had a ticket in his life, or at least in the last week. So that's when he pulled me away when we got out. I noticed he did grab me really quick and pull me to the back. He wanted to show me on his little register, it said my dad's first name and last name in a row. I couldn't, dude, you could have typed that up on the screen, and I wouldn't know the difference in what I was looking at. So I don't know why he showed it to me, because it didn't show anything else. It just showed him. He said, that's why I pulled it. Now, I think he was covering his ass then, because I've since searched that. And can you pull somebody but from what I've gotten, that is legal only if other criteria match. Like if, let's say the car.
Person, that's
because otherwise you could pull every John Smith that has a warrant for their arrest, right? Then every other John Smith's going to get pulled over when they're driving down the road if they have a tag, right? There has to be other criteria to match. So I'm thinking I could get this thrown out of fruit of the poison tree, because he didn't unless this John Smith, because he said, well, I thought it was him, and he's
you're audible. You're audible, but Brooke's on a roll, so don't worry.
Anyway, he's pointing to what's his name, Daniel, in the front seat. So unless this person that matches my dad's name matches Daniel's build and age, and also drives a car similar to mine, then legally I don't think he or for instance, like hangs out in that neighborhood maybe, he doesn't have anything to go on, and the Supreme Court has upheld that.
Well, that's why you have to request a trial.
I've already requested.
You have to really bug them. You have to bug them enough to where they'll just drop most.
I've already requested a preliminary.
And then just drop it all on that idiot's head. Just say, look, he fucking kidnapped my ass. Fuck him. You know? Don't even try and protect him.
Please. That's just make it funny.
That's not a change of story. Just say, look, I was scared of him, and now that I know he's behind bars, I can say it openly.
Yeah, it's that simple.
Well,
it's that simple.
I'm not going to be him. I'm not going to turn into him.
Don't be like that, Brooke. You gotta look out for yourself. Hey, because
I would rather because it's not that big a charge, to be honest. Those are the least of my charges.
You can't afford these charges to add up, Brooke. They're like radiation.
These are they're not going to. I'm not going to get guilty on it.
But the point is, he was willing to throw your life away.
Yeah, he was willing to throw your life away, honey.
Driving under suspension, I will either get guilty or not guilty regardless. If I was kidnapped, I would still get driving under suspension. Most likely, I'd have to
No, you wouldn't. It's against your will.
He forced me. Just say he forced me.
Yeah, it's that simple. Just say that.
I didn't want to drive, but I had to.
Yeah, it's that simple. I mean, let me give you a real. Oh, don't be like Brooke. Don't be like him.
Karma. He tried to kill you.
Yes, it's his karma. He tried to kill you.
He did try to kill me. But I mean, we can also put that on Peter Moon. I'll just say, go get Peter Moon. Well, I'll just defend that in court.
Just fucking let me off for insanity. This guy for good.
Just crush him. legally
yes,
and get
Brooke,
rid of him.
yes, crush him, flush him, crush him. Brooke, you've
It's
got
her-
to make
it's
this
her-
stop.
Don't you understand? People crush themselves too, right? So
No,
No,
some
they
people
don't.
need to be
No,
He's
they
gonna
crushed.
take you
don't.
down.
You got to crush.
Take you down.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you've got to take action on your own. He's not going to do it himself. He keeps
I did take
foisting
action.
it off
My
on
action is to protect me.
you.
I
You're
have
swimming
lost,
with
and
a
I'm
bowling
also-
ball attached to your ankle. This man is a bowling ball attached to your ankle while you're trying to swim the troubled waters that he's brought you into,
Right.
the
Well,
rapids.
while I'm trying to tell my friends what I need from them,
Yeah,
they are
yeah.
not hearing me, and they are continuing to say the same thing over and over. I did care about this person, so my biggest threat now is to stay away from him and not allow him back in my life if he
Yeah,
does, because
yeah,
I'm
yeah.
scared if he does show up at the door that
Yeah.
my stupid little I hate you, have no excuse whatsoever, because I've known every other time what he's wrong and to keep him out, but somehow this manipulative son of a bitch has gotten through my walls.
Yeah.
And whatever that has been, what you should be talking about is
Yeah.
making sure I am strong and have good enough friends that I can depend on to make me feel strong about myself.
Yeah.
And telling me exactly what to do
Yeah,
as far as legalities,
yeah.
because legal things I know.
Okay, legal things you know. How about this? How about friends that are friendly enough, who care enough to tell you you're not strong enough? You fell for this
That's
guy's
what I
bent
said. That's what I
dick,
just said.
and
I'm
his
not
bent
strong
dick just keeps. He uses his
What did
bent
you
dick
just
as
say?
his bent
What
dick.
did I just say?
He
Douglas?
uses
I
it
just
as a
said, I think I'm
lockpick.
strong enough, and I said I think I'm strong enough every time, and I'm not. That's what I said.
Yeah,
And then
yeah.
I let him back in. And
Yeah.
so I said I think I am, and so if anything, I need friends that can continue to build my strength or to be there, but not to tear me down in the fact that I'm doing the wrong thing by doing.
Look,
I'm
I hear
not
what you're
going
saying. I
to
hear
do
what you're
something
saying.
crazy.
But
What you're
the
saying
way we're
is
trying to
absolutely
help.
ludicrous. I am not going to say he kidnapped me.
Oh, okay.
That would
Yeah,
actually
don't
get
do
me
that.
in legal trouble at this point,
uh,
because
oh,
anybody could replay this show.
Look, with the record he's got, it would hold. But since you're deciding not to go that route, we will support you in whatever decision you make. But we're also going
Yeah,
to
that
tell
was just an example. That was
Yeah,
just an
yeah.
example. I didn't
We
say
weren't trying to
how do
tear you
that.
down.
yes,
Yeah.
but what we're trying to
I mean,
do
I do
is
agree the
give-
kidnapping route would be good if I hadn't said it on air, because he didn't do kidnapping. But I feel like I probably should have woke up in the hospital at least and said that after 2.5 days.
Yeah, you can at
you
least
had
say, "Look,
amnesia and you couldn't remember and
almost
you were
died
afraid.
because of that."
Yes. It's also simple, and it's finally coming out now on the show.
It's
Not
very
because we're suggesting it. It's simply that our bringing the factor up brought it back to your memory. That's how it works. But such being said, you don't have to follow that path. You can follow the path instead of basically, us supporting you, but you've got to maintain contact. It's got to be two ways. I've been trying to call you forever, and every time I try to call you, you're absolutely incommunicado. And so it's
Because every time I was either thinking, okay, it's gonna be better, and I can tell you something different, or it's gonna be like I'm gonna have him out completely for good, like he didn't come back, and that'll be different. And it's embarrassing when it's the same damn. Yeah, got rid of him for like 12 hours, 24 hours, and he's fucking back here. Like it's almost embarrassing to talk about it.
I
Like, it does shut you
understand. So I mean, take a look at me. You talk about baiting, how cops can bait. I mean, I dragged $100 bill on a string through a trailer park, and I wound up with Ian West coming out with me on the other end. And look at the shape I'm in now, and I can't get rid of him. And yes, I feel the same kind of embarrassment you do, as if I've contracted some kind of sexually transmitted disease that everybody can
imagine
see.
5 years of working with Peter Moon.
Well, Ian, I'll be
Yeah.
racist because I got him for
At this point, I'm
a
a
$2
goddamn
bill.
voice
I
of
had a
reason
$2
on
bill on that one.
the show. Okay, that's all I got to say about that.
What? What did you say?
What did you say?
I said at this point, I'm the goddamn voice of reason on this fucking show.
That's funny. That's comedy. By the way, speaking of which, we've had a number of trolls tonight. I mean, real hardcore trolls. Nemo got rid of
Yeah,
one.
that psychopath retard. I had to get rid of that fuckhead.
Thank you. And I got rid of the other one with the long,
Yeah,
complicated.
and I was getting pursued by some freaking blacked out SUV.
Yeah. Did you manage to shake them off your?
Ian is the only voice of reason. Like, it's bad when y'all make Ian the voice.
Hey, look,
And I'm
here, I'll
sorry.
do a screen share. Here's a screen share. Here, John is the only voice of reason in the chat. He says, Why Mr. West not work at Wawa's, then Waffle House? Okay.
Yeah, why don't you work at Wawa's? You get the free stuff.
Oh my God, I'm flattered.
What is he saying? Ian, you've got to do something about your mic, dude. You glitch out.
It's because Ian moved away from Wawa's, is what I got, right? Is that true, Ian? You don't live near one anymore.
I can't believe they're bringing up Waffle House. I'm flattered.
Wawa's, not Waffle House, Wawa's.
He's an easy sell, sounds like.
Yeah.
See, Doug, the ratings. You got to think of the ratings. You know, you got people talking about Waffle House and then not you. You know, that's a big leap there. You know?
Yeah, you're a big celebrity on the show, Ian.
And you're celebrity, and you have to get better coverage and hold your phone closer to your mouth because they said Wawa.
Answer the guy's question. Why didn't you work at Wawa's instead of Waffle House?
The way the guy phrased it, using anthrolinguistics. Why not Ian work at Wawa's, then Waffle House, then Awful House, then Awful House?
So flattered.
Ian, do something about your mic. Maybe you got too close and it's a hot mic or something. Come on. I could make other suggestions, like maybe you got it up your ass.
In that pocket pussy of yours, whatever.
Sounds better here.
What?
Sounds better here.
Yes, thank you.
Does it sound?
Yeah, it did sound for a second. Yeah, when you said it. Yeah. Brooke.
Well, I'm still flattered. That's amazing.
Turn on your camera, and Brooke will really be amazed when she sees the fucking head with candles.
Well, to be honest with you guys, I mean, I got a lot to tell you, but
I bet.
Fucking
Heather Holman left. Heather Holman didn't want none of it. She didn't want to hear none of it.
Shut the fuck up. Anyway. Shut the fuck up. Anyway, no. I got a new job, guys, and I'm moving. I'm in the process of moving right now. That's why I'm calling you guys.
Oh, right. You're a gay prostitute now.
Did you get the job for the ship?
I got something better. You ready for this?
Yeah.
I'm now prostitute.
No. I'm the new banquet. What are they called? There's a fancy.
The guy they put the sushi on top of. Yeah, they used to use girls for that. But you've got a wide tray delivery.
No. I got a job at Hollywood Casino now. I'm following in the footsteps of Mark H. And I got a job at a casino now. You know, Mark H was such an inspiration to me. So now I'm at the casinos like Mark H was. That's a joke. I'm joking. But I did get a job at the casino.
That's awesome. The one you were going to. The one you kept going to.
Are you a go-go dancer? Or like, what
you guys from the buffet?
The buffet. Now I know I did hear that the vegetarian and vegan thing had gone off so well that they were getting rid of those like big live, the pigs that were the whole pigs they put on the platter, and they were just putting them like human forms and then sticking meat like through toothpicks onto the human. Is that what you're doing, dude? Is that what you're doing? You're the vegan pig?
No, I'm a
You're the vegan show pig. You're a vegan show pig.
No, I'm a steward.
That is perfect for you. Oh my God.
No, I'm a steward for the Hollywood Casino banquet. It's great. Like, I'm getting paid like $18.50 an hour, and I'm moving to this new place, and my rent's only going to be $4.50 a month. So I'm like,
so that means you can start financially contributing to Brooke's legal defense fund.
That's what I mean by I could go fly up there and see Brooke now, because like it's like I'm killing it. Like I'm killing it.
God damn, with the money this guy's making, move him into the home. He'll protect you from meth head Larry.
Well, $18.50 an hour is more. $18.50 more an hour than I'm making. So I'm not going to talk. It's also not killing it. Okay, let's just be clear.
Dude, I just hang out with a bunch of Mississippi titty all day and fucking that's it.
Hey, believe me, $18.50 an hour in bumfuck state that he's in. I can't even remember whether it's Mississippi or Louisiana. That's
Nor can people in Mississippi or Louisiana. I mean, they just are like, we live in Mosquitoville.
The swamp.
Swamp country. They say their town. They don't say their state.
No, I haven't seen any mosquitoes here. Like, I'm so close to the Gulf now that
Mississippi has no minimum wage, so it's circuited to the $7.25 federal limit. Okay. So Ian's killing it. He's killing it out there.
Yeah.
Like I'm literally moving to my new house right now, which is ironically 2 houses down from where I'm living right now. That's why I can talk to you guys.
Cool.
But
bless it with salt when you get there.
Yeah.
What did you just say the minimum wage was?
New place.
$7.25.
Yeah, honey, this guy's making more than twice that amount.
But $7.20, that's the federal minimum wage, is what you're referring to?
Yeah.
Okay,
Mississippi has no minimum wage law, so that shows you how much they love their people.
I didn't know that was even. I thought federal meant you had to have a minimum. No, they do.
That
they
is
have
the
to have
minimum.
federal.
$7.25.
That's the minimum.
Yeah,
It's like
they-
Idaho. My
Yeah.
friend that moved to Idaho, he thought he was going to have a better life, and then he's like crying to me.
Yeah.
I miss California where we were making $20 an hour.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And I was like, why did you move there?
Right.
And he had to move back.
Of course. It's unlivable.
And he told me it's not like the rent was cheaper. He still had to pay his family like $400 a month for rent.
Yeah.
And then on top of that, the food was the same price because they have to truck it so far.
Yeah.
So there's literally no advantage to living in Idaho unless you're already rich or you already have some kind of good job.
Thank you.
Also, Idaho is so fucking horribly cold, and unless you're in love with potatoes, which are the cheapest staple there is, just get on fucking food stamps, okay?
Yeah.
And get on drugs. You could do drugs all day, stay hot, and eat potatoes, and pretend like you're
Which is horrible.
outside in the cold. Sit outside and freeze to death like a homeless person. Be high. I'm pretty sure every homeless person right now thinks they're in Idaho. I mean,
Yes. Yeah. Oh, you should hear Amy Como. Oh, honey. Oh, and I got. Oh, baby, wait till you find out more about Brandon Young. Oh my fucking God.
What's the Brandon Young drama? Let me hear this.
Okay, and no names. There's no names. There's
Also,
yeah.
before we go into that, that black car that was behind me
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
someone in Brady.
was completely blacked out. It was like a late model Ford Explorer, but it was an older model with a civilian license plate, but it was all black.
Yeah.
So I don't know what kind of. They must have been some like people trying to curse me or something.
Well, not only that,
'Cause
it was black tinted windows, right?
Completely blacked out. It was all like black, like the color was black.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah. There you
and
go.
the windows were shut, and I couldn't see through the windshield.
Yeah.
And then on top of that, they didn't leave till I started sprinkling salt and other aromatics, and then playing these like repulsive sonics, which not in a negative sense, but
They repel the negative.
Yeah, negatively repelling sonics. So they were definitively there to fucking harass me.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Brandon, never mind. I'll ask Brendan this later. I'll ask it later. Okay.
Well,
you
make
can
a
ask
note
now
of it
if you
because
want.
you'll forget. Why don't you ask it now?
Because okay. So have you ever heard of like some like? Cause did I ask you about the flies, right?
Tell them about the flies.
So like I had the flies. So did I tell you, Brendan?
They're on the Aquino window.
So they came in like that. I don't know. It was right around the time, like right after we had gotten like kind of hung up and couldn't talk and you couldn't finish. And then it was the next morning or the morning after. I think it was the next morning. And I came downstairs and I noticed as soon as you come down my stairs, this is my front door. And my front door, I did notice like at least like 10 flies. Like here it was dying off. So in the summer, you'll get a fly or two in, okay?
Yeah.
Because the dog's going out. So 1 or 2 flies not going to alert me, right? But I realized like, whoa, it was 3 or 4, and it was dying off because it was fall, so it's getting cooler. So the flies are dying. They're not coming in. So it should be less, not more. But now I'm seeing there was like 10 fucking flies on my window. I'm like, the fuck? So I went in and go get the spray and like glass flush just to spray. So I'll kill one. So I sprayed them. There's like 8 or 10 flies. I spray them all, and they kind of fall to the floor, most of them. So I was like, I'll come back and get them with a paper towel. And then I'll go back into the main living room, and that's where the Kino window is, whatever I call that. And oh my God, and there's, like I said, there's 2 double windows in there and 1 single window, and then 2 more in the other room, 4 more in the other room. So there's tons of windows in the back of the house, all these windows. But that one window is covered, and I would say 30 fucking flies, like 25, 30. And I was like, oh my God. And I looked around to see if there was like dog poop. Because like, sometimes a dog will poop around there. And there wasn't anywhere near that window. There was some on the porch, but the porch windows were all barren. And the sun was out. So like, I literally like started spraying and they would come back. And the weird thing is when I went back to the front door, all those flies that I had sprayed were gone. because I even asked Dana when he came downstairs. I said, "Did you?" I knew he hadn't done that. I was like, "There's no way," but maybe he was super quick. He was supposed to be coming downstairs to hurry up to leave, and I said, "You didn't just wipe up all those flies at the front door that I?" He's like, "What? What?" You know, and it's like he didn't. He had no idea what I was talking about.
So wait, you sprayed them, they died, and then they disappeared.
Those didn't. The other ones at the other window didn't. But the ones at the front door, when I sprayed those
disappeared.
Well, most of them, I found I think I did find 2, but I sprayed, and it could just be the rest of them kind of crawled off. But I looked all around there, and I soaked them down so they can't really move, you know, and then they just end up dying. So the disappearing, I'm not 100% if that was just my era and they crawled off and somehow died.
No, it's a fly curse. It's a plague. It's a curse of plague.
It's indicative of that. It's symptomatic. Yeah. It's symptomatic. Remember the Amityville horror.
So is there a fly plague, though? Because I know it's symbolic of death.
Yes, there's a fly plague. It decimated Egypt. It's that's well known. That's in the Bible.
Yes.
I thought that was a locust or something.
No. They had flies, and then the locust came later. That was another. There was 2 different bugs. Bug plagues.
Yeah, so right before I was calling into this show, right before I was calling in, I hadn't seen a fly. It's been chilly here, and then right as I'm about to call in, this fly just starts flying around my head. In my bedroom upstairs. I'm like,
yeah, it's part of the dark spell casting. I mean, there's no need. I mean, I get it. I used to be very skeptical, and skepticism is healthy in a sense, but this is straight up black magic.
Yeah, honey, this is Amityville Horror House. Read the book level curse, where the priest came in and he automatically knew there was an evil entity, a presence in the home because of the presence of flies on one window only, and they were swarming that window that looked into the very prepubescent child daughter's room.
So by the way, the window that Rocky died next to that night, that was the window Rocky died next to.
Same window,
Yeah, same window, the Aquino window.
Salt that shit. Salt it. Fucking make a salt spray and spray the fuck out of it. Salt the fucker.
Yeah, take bags of salt. Bags of salt. And start sandbagging with salt.
Before that, I had already salted.
Do it every day.
I salted it without intention. That's, I think, to me, the intention is everything.
Every intention is
banish.
Yes,
banish. I'll give you the incantation if you need an incantation.
Yeah, give her the incantation now in her private messages. And Nemo, finish your question.
Yeah, don't do it out loud.
Yeah.
I was going to ask, is there a preferred salt to use? Can you use normal table salt, or do you got to use sea salt, or what do you got to use?
You want to use more natural salt? Okay.
Sea salt.
I'll say this: more natural salt, so naturally crystallized, non-mechanical salt, which is non-industrial salt.
Kosher salt.
Unrefined, non-mechanical salt. So you want to go with
I would go with rock salt.
Nemo, I wouldn't say kosher salt because
not kosher.
Trigger you.
I have rock salt.
Yeah. So rock, sea, or halite, which is Himalayan salt, the mineral salts.
Yeah. So there we are. Yeah.
If you use table salt with iodized table salt, it will work. In a pinch, you can use it, but you want to use more natural salt. That's all.
Okay.
Well, this will be the first time that he's out, and I called in tonight. I was actually going to do it tonight.
Now that he's gone, Brooke,
do it.
Just salt everything.
Salt everything.
And I'll send you.
I got white sage to burn.
Yeah, if I were you,
open all the windows and sage the fuck out of the house, then salt all the openings.
That's right. And then after that, make certain at some point use a truck or load up your truck with bags of salt and sandbag those fuckers against the door as a barrier. Yeah, take them. Yeah, right, Brendan?
Literally.
And any type of entry, you sandbag it with those fucking bags.
So go to the staging with the windows open and do the incantation, and then salt.
Yes.
Do I salt when they're closed, or after I close them, or before? It doesn't matter, because it's a barrier. So
It doesn't matter. Just cleanse the inside, burn as many incense, and different. If can you make it to the Indian shop in time to get something else, or
not tonight? I have to go to.
You're not mobile.
No,
I'm mobile, but they're not.
Yeah, they're not open
so whatever
now.
You have tonight, do it as soon as possible.
Yeah, do it with everything you got.
Forget about the extra stuff. I'll send it if I have to.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, just do we have to.
And the moment we said this, a fly landed on my computer screen, and so.
Really?
This is indicative of the curse. This is part of it. Yeah. If you watch the film, The Ring.
Oh, so that's what I wanted to tell you. So that's the thing I want to tell you, Dan. Yes. Let me say Daniel. Okay, so Brendan, the other thing is, my car, like it had been like fine, like my parents, the car I've been driving had cloth interior, so I'm gonna have cloth, but I had it and it just suddenly started smelling bad, and I knew that I did spill. I had bought a coffee liqueur, but it didn't have milk in it. It was just coffee, like it wasn't like Kahlua. It was actually just it was a martini, so like a Kahlua martini, right? Like martini. It basically is all straight black. But my point is, I spilled that in the car, and this is what I assumed it was, because it spilled. The whole bottle just spilt over in the back seat. Got in the car the next day, and it smelled really good. And then a few days later, though, I noticed that my car smelled horrible, like death, horrible death. Now, so I'm like thinking, well, what could it be? What could it be? I'm like, oh, it must have milk in that. It must have milk in it, and I'm assuming that's what it is. But then I'm gonna tell you what.
By the way, again, the Amityville Horror. The first thing the priest noticed was how bad
the smell was.
Yeah, the smell was.
So I cleaned the car. And then I did nothing. I sprayed poured 2 bottles of shit in there.
It's an astral stench.
It's an astral stench. I had the dog in there, and I thought, well, maybe it's the dog.
It's coming from the aether, honey. It's coming from the aether. It's coming from
even on there is this on the video camera where the female officer is going through my car. She finds that your car smells so bad, and she's like, that is awful smell. And then she even says, I suggest you fuck. She said, this is what drugs do. She's like, you obviously don't take care of your car. And I was like, I knew that I take care of my car, but I did have that girl's stuff in there. So it looked like that because I knew that girl, and I told her she could store the rest of her stuff in my car. I mean, I would store it in my garage. So I had some stuff I was on the way from the place, like taking to my car. So I'm assuming she assumed, because I had stuff in the trunk piled up and in the back seat, that I looked like I live out of my car, which those things had been in there like 20 minutes. The point is, what she was going off of was the smell. And I even, as mad as I was at everything, went, oh my gosh, I know you don't care. I know it's horrible. I can't get rid of it. And she's like, I suggest you take that car and burn it. Like, that's how bad the smell is. Yes. And so, like, I don't know where that could come from. And I just want to know if that could come from anything.
Well, Brendan, it's like we said, the first thing the priest noticed when he went to the Amityville Horror House was the stench, and it smelled like shit. And it was, along with the flies, it's the flies, the stench, these are all symptomatic of deep, dark magic that Peter Moon, this is Peter Moon's essence, his excrescence.
I went to the car wash and cleaned under the seats looking for anything, like everything, and there's nothing.
Not physical. It's not physical.
It's not physical, honey. Yeah, so you've got
you know that image of the rain cloud following somebody. It's like that.
There's nothing. You can't get rid of it till you banish it. You have to banish it, Brooke. I'm sorry to say.
And then I'm gonna banish it for myself too if it's the car. So yeah, you send me what you can, Brendan. Again, please.
Yeah.
Call me.
Yeah. But you've got to answer, Brooke. Brendan, tell her you tried to call her multiple times that she wouldn't answer.
This is the first time I've had freedom from somebody that wasn't either going to literally lose their brain and go crazy like Brendan heard me trying to talk. Trying to talk around him.
No, that's good. Use it to your advantage. It's advantageous. Just while he's gone, get rid of him.
While he's gone, he is gone. He's not coming back here. And if he is coming back here, Brendan, you better fly down here and just, I don't know, shoot me.
I'm saying it's advantageous. I'm saying use it while you have it.
Yes. Take advantage of this time to do all the banishing you can. This is like a job now. Treat it as a job. Like this is your job now. I'm going
to stay on long enough to hear some good stories, talk to y'all, and then I'm going to get off before I get too tired to do some of this, okay?
Understood. Look, honey.
Drink tea if you have to. Anything.
Yeah, no, what Brooke is saying is that she's only going to stay on a little while longer and then stop to do these.
Yeah, stop to do it, right? Because I don't want to stay on until then I'm sleepy and I fall asleep and don't do it.
Yeah, so I'd recommend that you just take a look at what Brendan sent and download it. Did you also send it to her in her private messages? That's so important, Brendan.
No, but I will put it together and then say that.
What Brendan, do that now, please, for my sake and Brooke's. So Brendan's going to do that now, but make certain you answer when Brendan calls. You've got to, Brendan. Okay, you promised to call her more often, and then. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Okay, but Brooke, you've got to answer. Okay.
Yes.
And
I mean, I can't help it when the jail takes my phone. Or the hospital.
But Brendan, just remember that Brooke is 3 hours ahead of you. Always remember that. You've got to remember she's 3 hours ahead of you. So always bear that in mind.
Sorry about that. My schedule is so fucked up right now. There is no time. There's no rhyme or reason. My scheduling right.
But Brooke, trust me. call me anytime. And I was also talking to Nemo about this. It's like pretty much anytime you guys can call.
Yeah.
And if I'm available, I'll answer.
Yeah, Brooke.
And it's like if I'm at
so
work,
it won't bother you. It won't be a bother
me at all.
Okay.
No, of course not.
Thanks.
It's just sometimes my Skype gets logged out, so don't take it personal if it happens.
Oh yeah.
But I always have time to answer essentially because all my friends have moved away, so it's just I don't want to deal with anyone in my house. So if I'm not busy, and even if I'm at work, I have the freedom to talk because of the nature of my job. So don't feel weird about calling. I'm not. Ask Doug, he calls me at random ass times all the time.
That's right, and so honey, Brooke, I want you to understand with Nemo, he can only use Skype. But you can use Brendan's phone number.
Nemo's like in a different time zone, which is why I told him when.
Yeah. Well, Nemo's in fucking Australia. He can only use Skype. He's not going to make a long distance call with a phone. So, Brooke, you can make a call to.
I've got Brendan. I don't know if I have his phone number. I think I have his.
Does she have your phone number, Brendan? Make certain
I've got
you
you
give it
on the other one.
Well, give it to her in her private messages now. Give her your phone number in her private. And you, honey, give him your phone number, or he's got it already, I guess. So, but you can call him anytime. If he can't answer, he just won't answer. But otherwise, he'll answer.
Here's the incantation.
Yeah.
By the power of this flame, I banish negativity. I reclaim, reflecting back the energy sent with Mirror's aid. The spell is meant. From this moment forth, positive and bright surrounds me both day and night, always.
Oh, I love that. I like that. I like that one. Yeah, I like that because it's positive.
Oh, yes. And for God's sakes, Brendan, Brooke was impressed by that stupid first page that Peter Moon put in where he said, the anti-gods and the Tao are one. Tao is the darkness. He explained to Brooke how that whole quote is misquoted.
I wasn't impressed at that. Wait a minute. Whoa. You misunderstood me. I didn't understand who wrote it or what it was about.
Well, Peter Moon didn't write it, per se, but Brendan explained to her about how that whole quote is misquoted. Please.
Yeah, I mean, the Tao does not say that. I mean, I even brought up like some basic one-off line, and he rewrote it to basically favor the unspeakable names.
Actually, he did rewrite it. That's true. He did rewrite it. Go on.
He reinterpreted, I should say. He reinterpreted because so the Tao was written in Chinese. So it's based off of the Chinese characters, which have no direct translation to English. That's why so many people can interpret it in different ways. So every translation's different. He interpreted it in his satanic version where it favored the anti-gods because he said, there's an unspeakable name. The Tao never says
unbearable name, no less. Go on.
Yes. Yeah. So the Tao never said that. It's actually, in fact, I'll bring up the actual quote. I could go in and get my copy of it, but I'll just find the one I found before.
But beyond that, tell Brooke, this is what all the Satanists do. They all use the Tao to hide behind.
They want to interpret the Tao as saying, because it basically says, darkness cannot exist without light. Light cannot exist without darkness. But they take out the actual tenet of Taoism, which is balance. And they say, look, this is why we can use the darkness. That's basically what Pete's saying, or any of these people. They say we can use the darkness because it's like shadow work. But they don't tell you that when they say darkness, it means like cosmic darkness, like Shakti, like the energy of the universe. It doesn't mean evil. So that's the fake translation. Is there's like even cosmic darkness has to follow the rules of the universe. Like that's what
darkness. I think what it means by darkness is the opposite. So like where in some things you would say evil would be like love or hate, but then also you could say heavy or light, or you could like heavy or
also beyond that is that like darkness isn't evil. Like darkness is what everything comes out of. So the light of the universe, it's like chem. You know the term chem from Egypt? Chemistry.
Yes.
So chem means the dark blackness of the void before creation. It's the creative principle of the universe. So there's nothing wrong about that. There's nothing evil, but
where it eventually to me is oneness, where it was oneness, but before there was thought or before there was creation, it was one energy.
Yeah, that's Shakti, that's Divine Mother, that's Durga, the unfathomable darkness of being. So there's many philosophical ways to interpret it.
That you know that I don't. Keep going.
So this is how the Tao starts. It says, Tao, the way, of which that cannot be spoken is not the constant Tao. The name that cannot be named is not a constant name. Nameless is the origin of heaven and earth. The named is the mother of all things. Thus the constant void enables one to observe its true essence. The constant being enables one to see the outward manifestation. But these two come paired from the same origin. When the essence is manifest, it has different names. The same source is the profound mystery. As profound the mystery as it can be. It is the gate to the essence of life.
Okay, so this is what I want. Aristides, before you answer, Brooke. Yeah, yeah. So Brooke said that makes total sense to me. I drowned her out. I apologize for that. Aristides, can you speak up? I need to check that you're there and conscious, just to hear.
I'm here.
Okay, great.
Here and conscious. What's going on?
Yes, Brooke, tell him how much you love him.
I do love Aristides. Like, there's never been a time where Aristides is one person on the show that I don't think I've ever had like an argument with.
That's right.
Like, I've never disagreed with.
I'm sorry. We couldn't. These guys were talking so much, we couldn't really catch up. But yeah, get in touch.
Yeah, that would be good. You can call me too anytime. So like, I'm available if you want to check if I'm in jail or not. Maybe you could be the first to alert the crew. One of y'all. I mean, none of y'all. Brendan, you know my spell. You didn't do any spell work to be like, is she in jail? Is she in jail? Is she in the hospital? Apparently, I was in the hospital 24 hours longer than I knew, by the way, because I woke up and thought it was.
No, that's
Friday.
not true. I told Doug about it. I told Doug that something was not right. Doug, back me up on this.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. No, definitely. No. I mean, Brendan and I have been doing our fucking best. Honey, Brendan and I have been checking in with Lola and everything else. Did Lola get a chance to tell you how much I've been in contact with her about you?
No, she didn't even know. She's the one. She was the first one to know I was in jail because she couldn't get a hold of me because her ear was bothering her, and she knew.
She wrote me on. Let me see when she said this. Let me look at her phone here as to when she told me this because before. But I need Aristides to stay on the ball because I'm going to get back to Aristides and tell him what I want him and Brendan Zoget to cooperate on.
Okay.
But
I want to talk to Aristides.
Yeah. I'm sorry. What?
Just let's talk to Aristides. Like, don't worry about.
Not yet. This is what Lola Ray Gibson said. So first on Friday, I said basically the same as above, so that she'd know I said the same as last time, which was, I pray thee be well, dear Lola. Is thy mother all right? I myself will be retreating back into slumber after entering this text, and I am almost afraid to ask. And so she never responded to that because she told you about it, and you said, oh, I'll call him back. And then we got into contact eventually.
Well, she hates me, so it doesn't matter.
And then it was Friday at 6 a.m. I said, same as above. And she said, sorry, I haven't responded a lot. Has been going on with my move and everything. I talked to her Wednesday, but not since. We'll try her again today. So by later in the day at 2:39 p.m., I wrote, my gratitude, thy grace in replying at all, my dear Lady Lola. Considering the challenges you have been overcoming, please encourage your mother to reestablish communications with myself in a more routine manner, if you would be so kind. What I really want to write, of course, is
what day was this?
This was Friday.
Yeah. I was in a coma. Yeah.
Yeah, and I really want to say I want regular status reports from that bitch, and I want an ankle bracelet on that cunt. Anyhow, so yesterday I wrote, were you ever able to reach your mother, Lola? And she wrote back, unfortunately, no. Daniel got her into some trouble, so that's going on, but we're trying to handle it. After which I replied at 9:59 a.m. in the morning yesterday, oh my God.
Still hadn't spoken.
I'm sorry?
They still hadn't spoken to me.
Right.
They didn't even know I was in the hospital, and they thought I was just in jail. Okay. And the bonds lady said she's in the hospital because the bonds lady that we used was able to tell from the code the jail puts in that I was in the hospital.
Yeah. And so I responded to her, oh my God, with a prayer sign. I pray for your mother and yourself that this tribulation be done with. All my sympathies to your family and your suffering of this bane. So, okay. So,
oh my God, fucking A, call me. This is shitty shit. What the fuck? We need to get some shit done here. What is your speaking that way? It's just as bad. Oh, just as bad as.
Now I'll turn our attention to something else. Now, fortunately, Ian wrote this out, and Nemo responded in text. This is important because this is a dialogue that belongs in text, and I can respond to it from both these gentlemen. Ian said, and I will emphasize here, I'm going to make a point about this. So Ian says, in my opinion, Brooke, you got bad taste in men. And that's what caused all this shit in your life. It's not because Peter the Kitty fucking loon cursed some books that's never got shipped to you. You know, I think he's actually the guy who asked about Waffle House is actually Ian talking to himself. That's his alter. I finally figured that out. It took minutes, actually. It didn't take long. But anyhow, then Nemo responded.
That's why he was flattered.
Yeah, that's why he's flattering himself. It's his alter. He's got these splits. It's for his programming. Yeah, by the way, Ian, I mean, Brooke.
If I had time to set up right now an altar, I mean, if I was that bored, I would go set one right now and be like, Brooke is the smartest person on there. Let her talk more.
Yeah. Brooke, you get this shit. When Ian said, I used to work in California, and I would drive every day past Laurel Canyon in the morning this clockwork routine manner. And then he said, I was driving to my work at Chuck E. Cheese's.
I'm already picturing him in a white van.
Yeah.
Driving a white van.
Then I said, Ian, you weren't driving past Laurel Canyon. You were driving into Laurel Canyon for your programming. And then when I told Peter Moon about that, I said, ain't that right, Peter? And Peter Moon defended him. Oh, he's too young. He's too young to have been programmed.
Yeah.
Remember that shit? And then Brendan Zoga challenged
But the fact
Ian.
is that
Because Ian was saying, I have to repair at Chuck E. Cheese's every day. Get this shit, Brendan. Weren't the Chuck E. Cheese's machines always broken and nobody ever fucking fixed them?
Yeah, the ones I was going to, they barely fixed them.
The majority of them, like half of them worked. I don't even know, like, is there a Chuck E. Cheese working now?
Yeah, nowadays they put Japanese games in there, so yeah, they work now.
Yeah, they work now.
It's just for parents that are like, okay, if you're a ghetto parent and you want to go get drunk at like 12 o'clock in the afternoon with your kid, like that's what Chuck E. Cheese is. Okay.
Yeah. It
didn't start out that way. It started out with parents that want to get drunk at 6.
Yeah. But that's a distraction. It's fun, but we'll get back to that. Nemo responded by saying, Peter casted spells on her via binding rituals. He was doing this at his home. He said himself he was trying to kill her. This is quite true. This is on record. But that being said, let me respond to this, Brooke. You notice the way Ian says, it's you. He's blaming the victim. And what he's saying, it's not because of Peter. In that sense, Ian is defending Peter and recusing him or excusing him from what Peter has forsworn in public that he was going to do to you, that Brooke Gibson needs to die. So in this sense, Ian West, now do you see the enemy status of Ian?
Okay, yes. But
God damn it, Doug.
Before I say anything, I want Ian to defend himself.
Look, God damn it, Peter Moon is some fucking Dungeons and Dragons fucking nerd that does all this shit and he fucking believes it. That's all it comes fucking down to.
But then how about all the bullshit you believe in? I mean, you believe in Disney World isn't Disney World. It's tunnels underground and there's Satanists and Kino.
Don't forget the baby microwave ovens, the baby pizza ovens.
Kino is traveling children 45 minutes across the country in these tunnels. Also kidnapping like he was alien and totally frying them in pizza ovens, by the way. Or Hillary Clinton in underground basements. Okay, so which one are you going to go with, Ian? Because I have a tendency that I could go with your story on Peter Moon, but then you're going to have to retract every other fucking thing you've said that's crazy as shit.
No, Peter Moon is goddamn Dungeons and Dragons fucking nerd. That's what it is.
Dude. And if you are going to pick and choose it, then I would say Peter Moon is like the least outreach of everything you've said to be like. That's the least.
Thank you. Yes, thank you. He's actually.
So I thought you were going to go with. I was just being humorous with Brooke. Like I was just inserting some humor, and I was going to have your back on that one. But if you're going to go with, this is crazy conspiracy, but let me tell you the truth of the matter, and then go into one of your deep dark. Really? This is like dealing with, like, literally, like with Daniel. Like, at what point do you like put 1 + 1 does not equal -475,324?
And girl, that's what I'm fucking saying. Is like I don't think
chewing.
Peter's doing this.
He's chewing while he's talking.
I mean, Peter, my bad.
They don't care about facts. You you like I said, you could point out. You could say it's what apple. See, I have another apple here.
You're
How
eating
many
what?
apples do you have? And they'll be chewing.
What did you
I
say?
don't
You
know,
said
but
penis?
you know what? That was like 2 balls to me, and I'm getting horny. Also, you heard that Aquino fuck some dicks, fuck some kids under these tunnels, which I hear a tunnel going under me right now.
Did you, Ian, tell her about you're taking Aquino's pornographic novels and putting them to music. Tell her, Ian.
I'm guilty of that. Yeah, I did turn Michael Aquino's graphic adult faggot novels into a musical. Yes, I did do that. I did
In the
do
public
that.
library. Tell her you're doing it at great risk. In the public library, on the public library computer.
No, I had to download your emails with this book in it at the library and then transfer it to my
I'm
pad.
fairly certain you've said enough to just get you institutionalized right now. Like if I've been looking for this much on record, but fucking doofus was so like anal about it's the TV's recording us, the thing's recording us. I couldn't have my phone ever recording. But I had just ordered 5 cameras and got to get them installed to just get him recording some of this crazy shit to get him institutionalized. I'm telling you right now. That's why I give him on this show. So I was hoping he'd say enough so that I could play it enough back for somebody.
Wait,
to be like,
so
he
why
needs mental health.
are you against putting him away for life then? Just fucking
I'm
get him
not
and put.
against putting. No, okay. I'm not against putting away for life.
This
You
dude
need to do
deserves a freaking padded room with like a straitjacket. Just do it. Just fuck him.
She thinks of him as a big baby. And
Yeah, that's true.
In a sense.
To be fair, it's
Yeah.
almost it's almost
Yeah, like it's somebody
reasonable,
that
but
I like.
still.
I'd put his mother away for life first before I do that one. Like,
Oh, you
because-
got it. We're on my nose, you bitch. All that was
Yeah.
up my
I mean, this is a woman who literally, supposedly, like, she holds down a job. She's not on drugs at all. She literally has raised him and known him a lot longer than me. And yet, to this day, he is the innocent cucumber of her eye. And it has to be mostly Brooke. Yet, I will send you more money. I know you're not using it for drugs. Well, you might be using it for drugs, but probably not. And I know it's Brooke getting you on the drugs. I know you were on drugs 2 years before Brooke met you, and you did 7 years in prison for attempted murder of your last girlfriend. But it's definitely Brooke. It's definitely Brooke.
Oh yeah, you're preaching to the choir. You should see my family.
Underestimate the power of denial. Never underestimate it.
Yeah.
When I brought them proof of my dad smoking crack, and they're like, "It's your crack pipe."
Yeah.
You're
He took a
photographing your
photo.
own
He took a
crack pipe.
photo of
When
his
it's
dad's
in
crack
his
pipe.
room, it was like
Yeah.
clearly in his room with his nightstand, and they're like, "How could you plant it there?"
Yeah. They blamed him for his dad's crack habit. Disgusting. It's so awful. We could go on, and that's just the beginning, Brooke. Jesus, at least at least your family helps you.
He sent her one day. He had sent her all this crazy shit, ranting and raving about nothing. Like he'll just send random words sometimes because that's where he does his
You mean his
what do you
mom?
call
He
that?
sends that to his mom or your mom?
Well, yeah, to her. Like he'll do the same thing. See, I've heard him do it to her. Like he'll call and be like, "What'd you say?" And like, "What'd you like?" So this is we're having a
So
conversation.
he's basically it's like Cartman from South Park.
Yeah. So like if we're
Where he's
having,
like, "Mom, fuck you, mom."
Oh no,
And then
let's
she just
me and
keeps
you have a
bringing him hot
conversation.
pockets.
Just
Yeah.
ask me how I'm doing. I'm like, ring, ring, and you answer the phone right
Okay,
now.
how's
This is-
everything going, Brooke?
No, I'm gonna call you at work, and you're gonna answer the
Okay.
phone, and I'm gonna be him. All right.
Okay.
You say hello.
Hello.
Hey, mom. Hey, mom. What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you?
Hope
I called you.
everything's all
What are you
right.
doing? What are you doing? What are you
Hope
doing?
everything's all right, son.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
I'm working.
Oh, all right. Well, who's that in the background?
My boss, my job, my coworkers.
He sounds different. He get a lower voice. He get like a lower voice. Is he sick or something?
Wait, so he has like an Oedipus complex with his mom?
Yeah. So
This
then
is
he
me
goes
out of
to-
character.
No, this,
Ian's pulling out the heavy guns now. He needs attention. He's pulling out the heavy guns. He's turned on the camera. We are all suitably appalled. He's outside of some slasher home. Some slasher cottage.
I mean,
oh my god, he's laughing. I'm gonna have nightmares. I'm gonna dream it. He's looking
you're not.
down on us. It's like we've fallen down on the ground. He's over us with the chainsaw. This is the final moments of the victim in the slasher film. This is what we look
Shut
up
the
at.
fuck up. Stupid cunt. Fucking stupid cunt. I swear to God. Jesus Christ. Anyway, Brooke, be glad you lost the guy. Don't listen to Doug and his cohorts here about this fucking spell casting bullshit. It's all bullshit. You just got bad taste in men.
Start
How are you
hang up and start
Really?
doing the
Like,
banishing
really?
now, Brooke. Just hang up now and start doing the
Yeah, I
banishing.
think at this point I will, because you're the one person that should be like, oh my God, and don't have any pizza ovens. If you've got pizza ovens, get them out of there.
Yeah, wait,
now.
Ian, how are you so skeptical about magic? You believe in tunnels but not magic? It's kind of weird.
Yeah,
Explain yourself.
You believe in adrenochrome,
Yeah, wait.
right?
Let's ask his friend. Hey, why is
look,
Ian
look,
so
look! The
skeptical
Deep
about
South is all
magic?
about magic. New Orleans, Mississippi.
yeah,
That's
he
all
lives in
about
it.
swamp magic, people.
Ian's friend, his last house had a severed head with a candle in front of it,
Yeah.
and he's skeptical about magic.
Yeah, that's right.
Just so you know,
Yeah,
you
that's-
guys are in the house.
Yeah.
Are you guys in the same house?
there. Moved out of there.
This is a new house. He's
No,
at mine.
that's the one that he took that head.
Okay,
though,
well,
and
his
he
old
sell it for.
house had a spell casting chamber under it, and he's skeptical about spells. So just a heads up.
Hey,
Yeah.
but you got to give Ian credit. He was brave enough to fucking not be scared by it when he needed meth. He went and
He
sold
was
that
lighting
motherfucking
Yeah.
head. He took it to the
He was
damn. He
lighting
took it to the
it.
pawn shop as quick as he could get it and pawned that motherfucking
Yeah,
head
I
off
bet.
in Louisiana.
Yeah.
I bet he did.
Yes. Yeah. Now.
Also, Ian's roommate, he had a brick of hundreds.
Yeah.
Raid his closet before he
That.
scams you.
Yeah, that's right. That's
I
right.
still got it.
Yeah. Yeah, probably got a new one. I bet you got a new one. You're right now. His job. His job.
Person
Yeah.
quit.
Yeah, his job as an asset is to prevent you from saving yourself, to prevent you from conducting occult self-defense. Don't you understand, Brooke?
Ian.
Yeah, Ian, wait a second. Hold on. Ian, what's the harm in just doing just throwing some salt? Like, you don't have to really believe in it. You could just be like casually doing it.
You're right. There's no harm in doing that. You're right. You're right.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah.
You're right.
Okay.
Yeah, it's good. It keeps all the parasites and shit out of your house.
This is disgusting. Then he puts his
Exactly.
Then he puts his lips next to the camera like we're having phone sex. It's so awful. It is a combination of a found footage horror film and cheap gay porn. It is like unspeakably bad in terms of a combination.
Okay, give me with good gay. Show me good gay porn, Ian. How do you do it? Good gay porn. What, I need some. Come on. What do you do?
He got
keep
shy.
your clothes on. Keep your clothes on.
Keep your clothes on, please. That's oh my God. So Brooke, do me a favor. Look, I may be really busy this week, but honestly, starting next week, I want like regular fucking stat reports from you. I want a goddamn ankle bracelet on you, bitch. And more than that, I'll do my best to check in. But for God's sakes,
Don't
I want
say
you.
that, because there may be an ankle bracelet coming at some point in my future.
Yeah, good point. Good point. Point well taken. Touche. But right now, get off the phone and just start doing all the banishing spells before you go to sleep. I'll start going into full monologue soon. But honestly, I want. Yeah, I'm sorry, honey.
I said, okay, I love you guys. If this is the last time we talk, I send you.
Don't talk like that.
You'll be fine, bro. You're a strong woman. Just do what Brendan tells you to do.
Yes, and keep.
Go game, Brendan.
Yes, thank you, and keep calling Brendan. And Brendan, do make some efforts when you find time to call her as well. But Brooke, you promised to keep.
First of all, just do what Brendan tells you to do, which was
because they're trying their best to help you.
That's fine.
We're not trying to be patriarchal.
For the very first time in my life, I was prepared to take that.
Yeah.
Then you cannot evenly give it to Brendan. Call me as I call him. It was like also Brooke, call him over and over. And Brendan, occasionally return her call if need be.
No, I called you back.
Trying to call you, honey.
I called you back.
Honey, the reason I'm saying that is because we've been
didn't realize you
trying.
were in
We've
the
been
hospital.
trying.
That's all it was. Yeah.
Yeah. Jesus Christ. Surely you believe us, don't you?
Oh yeah, no. I mean, I had calls missed. I also had he messaged Maggie privately, tell her, because she had messaged me and messaged her privately and told her that I was with someone and to not message me. He blocked people
who's
from
Maggie?
Her ex.
Oh, your ex-lesbian bull dyke bitch friend?
Mm-hmm.
He messaged her? Yeah, well, you've got to get, that's like the Joker and Lex Luthor getting together. Nothing good is going to come of that. Yeah, so, honey, listen, what's the other thing?
I would like to think Lex Luthor wouldn't work with the Joker, but you never know.
Yeah,
Was there an episode?
Yeah, they have.
We can deal with this later. But...
Yeah, it never winds up good for either of them, but they've tried it at times when they thought it was to their mutual advantage. That's obviously what's going on with this asshole. And by the way, Brooke, tell Brendan you haven't even given him the real shit about this guy, Meth Head Larry, yet. Tell him about Daniel always sees his own mother's face in porno films. That's Mom. She's fucking that guy in the porno.
Well, that's what I said about the Oedipus, because he was like asking his mom who's around her and shit. Yeah, so that's definitely concerning.
By the way, I don't know if anybody missed Ian West on camera doing Trappist Nicholson and show us his bong hit. Yeah, it's very Trappist Nicholson. Nicholsonian.
He told me he saw his mom he called me his mom one night. Is that her name?
Oh my god.
But then her name is also the name of his other star person, and so he said he meant that person, but I'm pretty sure.
No.
Yeah.
Don't believe that.
I think he wanted to believe it more than me. Like, I think it was him scared by it. So yeah.
No. And yes, and we're not attributing.
Yeah, in Oedipus Rex's defense, he didn't know it was his mom. This guy knows it's his mom.
Yes.
Yeah, I think he was probably so high that night. That's probably when it came out or something. And then it's like I didn't know. I was like,
that's really concerning. That's probably you're right. His mom probably fucked him up, but he's his own person now. So
yeah, he's got to take responsibility after a certain age, but he doesn't want to grow up. That's the point.
Called mommy as soon as he got pulled over and called her in the car. Like, I didn't know. Every time we got an argument, he would have her on the phone. Every single time.
Yeah.
Pathetic. Really pathetic.
Yes.
I wouldn't be, to me, at this point, it would not surprise me if he hadn't called her, like, while we were having sex. Hey, does this sound right? Like, if you know, like, I don't know, like, so fucking mommy driven. Like, it is unbelievable.
Yeah.
And he's like, that's because she's my best friend. She's all I have for a long time.
He said that?
Yeah, that's his excuse for it.
Oh, yeah,
she's my best friend.
Total Oedipus.
Yeah, red flag.
By the way, that's a pot speaking with Ian. He now thinks he's got the wisdom of the gods and shit. You know, he's
okay, Ian. Smoke on, brother.
Goddamn show dog. Shut the fuck up.
All right, well, y'all send me something funny, some good love, so I can go hang up and do this. I need something positive to end on. A positive.
Yeah, that was funny.
That was funny, honey. Let's just go do it now.
Yes. Okay. It wasn't that funny, actually.
In the end, Ian's not very funny. That's the point. Yes. It all comes back to morbid subject matter. Yes.
Yeah. But that's also an important point. You just go, find something like...
You're glitching. They got you on that one, Brendan.
Yeah, I couldn't hear a word.
It's designed...
Yeah.
They're glitching?
They're
I said
glitching
that will also help the banishing.
Yeah.
What?
Hello?
What would help?
Am I audible?
Yeah, you're audible now.
Just getting something lighthearted, like watch some comedy or something, you know?
We'll help the banishing. We'll help
try and get your mind off of any kind
Watch videos of innocent animals.
Yeah, lighten the vibrations. By the way, I sent you some...
it's like the Harry Potter, you know, like when you cast the Patronus spell.
Yeah.
Just remember that.
Yeah.
What they have to do to cast the Patronus. Just look that up.
Yes, and by the way, let's look up what happened. I'm going to do one screen share here. Let's take a look at what happened.
Some of the things you sent me, the reason, so I wanted to ask you about some of those were little game cards for a game, and I was confused on why you were sending me game cards.
No, they're occult, honey. They're occult wards. Yes. Yeah, trust me on that. They're used in Yu-Gi-Oh, but it's very occult. It's basically like if you were playing cards with a tarot deck, but playing it as if it were a card game.
Regular cards. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're conjuring cosmic entities.
Yeah.
Yeah. So don't take it lightly. And they even have people with my condition, my mother's condition, and my legal father's condition, and Adolf Hitler's condition. Alexandria's Genesis is emphasized quite a bit. So I want you to know about this. The basically, if you take a look at the screen share, I'll share it again. And here we are. Basically, 100 monkeys escaped in South Carolina. So this is again part of the curse.
Yes. So I thought we were past that term.
What?
What?
You said 100 monkeys. I thought you were being a racist person again.
No, like actual racist monkeys. But,
No.
but
like,
also
like
the
back
town
in the
it escaped
1800s,
from.
they called black people monkeys a long time ago, and I thought you were being really racist.
Yeah, but we're not talking about black people.
No.
Okay, well, I'm just saying, if you were, I was not going to hang up because I do not like. Seriously, like that's cool. Okay, I got you. You're actually monkeys. Okay. On our show, occasionally it differs into bad territory. I don't like.
Yeah.
No, monkeys, like actual, like experimental monkeys. And the town.
Yeah.
The town it was released from, where the lab was called Alpha Genesis.
Yes.
This is a cult.
What?
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Where is this?
It's on the coast somewhere. I was speaking to someone that lives out there. He said he's only ever seen something like that near the coast.
See, over 40 monkeys escaped from a research lab. There's actually 50 of them, 48, and are on the loose in South Carolina. And look at them. They're, macaques.
Well, they claimed that they were rhesus and macaque, but if the video that I saw, they were like big. They were like chimp sized.
Yeah, there you go.
So,
like the big ones in India, the long tails and shit.
No, like bigger.
Yeah.
Oh, like an ape.
Yeah, like they've been genetically hybridized almost, perhaps.
Did they have tails or no tails?
If they had no tails, they would have been human.
Yeah. If they have tails, they're monkeys. If they don't have tails, they're apes.
They're apes, yeah. That's right.
Yeah.
But it's like, so I don't know if you can see this, honey, but they're really downplaying it. So the police have been warning about it, and they've been trying to get these guys. You get the point, so there's no more need to continue sharing. But speaking of Jambo the Reese Monkey, Nemo, tell Brooke about this guy who was a light-skinned black guy, kept insulting the Japanese while he's in Japan. They finally kicked his ass up to Korea, where he finally got sentenced to 10.5 years for basically doing something to their national monument. And Nemo was saying, how is it that a light-skinned black man is so toxic? I said, this is the worst of it. The black community is very split. The truly dark blacks cannot enter or break the glass ceiling. They can't enter the media very easily at all. And in the case of the light-skinned blacks, everybody chooses them to be on media around them so they can pretend they're not racist. And these light-skinned blacks get this feeling of impunity because they keep getting excused, and then they wind up just shitting on everybody, and that's Jameson
Tyler,
Reese.
the creator, and these people.
Yeah. And Jameson Reese was exactly like that. He's never suffered racist persecution like a truly dark black person, but he tries to exploit this intergenerational trauma to excuse his misbehavior, which is well beyond misbehavior. That's putting it mildly. But yeah, so this individual, tell Brooke what this guy was screaming to the Japanese and the Koreans. What was exactly what he was saying?
He was in public trains sitting next to Japanese citizens making Hiroshima and Nagasaki jokes.
Yeah, this guy was pathetic. I mean,
while live streaming, he had like a big following. People.
No, he was a
encouraging
well-known grifter. Yeah, he was.
Yeah.
And I don't even remember his name.
Yeah. He was doing more than that. He even like streamed himself walking into construction sites where people are not allowed to go while they're work's being done, and they'll force to remove him and get the police to remove him. He got arrested, and I think he was going to be put in the slammer in Japan, but somehow he got to South Korea, and then he started doing all this shit again, like fully disrespecting their culture and harassing people. And the Koreans had enough of him. They were even trying to kill him. He had to hide at a friend's home. Then the police got him and arrested him.
Won't put up with that.
Yeah,
they're violent.
Just to give you an idea what a vile, irredeemable piece of shit this cunt is, when he was in South Korea, he started performing inappropriate actions like probably humping and kissing the Statue of Peace, a monument to victims of sexual slavery.
That's right. It's a monument to the Korean women who were forced into sexual prostitution, and he went up and started humping on it and kissing it and pretending to, just all obscene stuff. And so he got 10.5 years. Yeah, an agent of chaos. Just like Jameson Reese. He's Jameson Reese. And so
hopefully when he gets put in prison, he'll get beaten to death.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, he won't get out alive. He'll get out brain dead like that guy in North Korea.
Their prison's like freaking Squid Game. Good luck.
Yeah.
Good luck getting out of that.
Oh, no. The Korean men will just... They'll rip his ass to pieces. Hopefully something like that happens to Jameson Reese. But by the way, Ian West says, "Oh my God, I gotta see this. Ha ha, shaking my head. Ha ha ha." Meanwhile, he's stroking his dick. Yeah, that's what he means by shaking his head. Yeah, Ian West is saying, "I'm shaking my head." I bet. All right. Now
He's so fucking ugly too. No chick's gonna want to fuck that.
Ian or this black guy?
Both. Fuck the black guy.
But honey, the fact that they approached you first with Richard K. Cole Jr. and then Jambo the Reese Monkey, I mean, they're reaching. Yeah, they went hard to try and convert you, and then Peter Moon said you crossed the line because you stood up to them. That's
Doug,
yeah.
I wanted to ask, who is this Richard K. Cole Jr. guy? Because his shit popped up on my YouTube feed a couple of days ago.
I bet it did.
I bet it did. Yeah, no surprise. No surprise. Yeah, he's a dude I was supposed to have sex with. That was illegal.
He's not rich. He's not fucking rich. Don't bother.
Yeah, and he's West Virginia. He has no teeth. If you want to see what he looks like, because he never shows his real picture, just watch The Goonies. He's a clone of the guy that they paid in Snicker bars in the film The Goonies. So he looks like the way Peter Moon does.
It was Babe Ruth's. It was
Baby Ruth's. Baby Ruth's. Baby Ruth's. Baby Ruth's. That's what Peter Moon looks like now.
I remember mentioning his name, and his shit popped up on my YouTube feed, and I was like, where do I know that fucking name?
Well, since I've already been attacked, I'm just going to tell you. I can give you a fast forward of what it's like to deal with. Okay, so what it's like to deal with him is imagine what it's like to deal with Douglas Dietrich, okay? But then take away any personality, any ups and downs in the storytelling that might be, I don't know, grab your attention, at least a little good storytelling, even if you think it's bullshit. So take away all that, so just the story, narrative. And then blah, 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 like a librarian. But then also, if you have a question and you have a legitimate question, any of a number of them, just one or two, just make one or two that you know, well, if this 1 + 1 = 2, then 2 + 2 = 4. Please tell me how that gets there. And then they divert into, well, I used to kill dogs for my neighbor, and now I'm much love dogs. Let me divert to that. I'll send you a picture of dogs in the morning. Point. Because they can't answer the question. That's basically what it's like to deal with them, because you will not get any factual answer other than, hey, here's what he says. And if he's listening, I'll be honest with you. Let me say, I have no hatred toward him either. I just think he's stupid. If he's whatever he is, if he's done everything that he could have done, I'm still not giving him hate, because fuck hate. But I just feel sorry for the motherfucker. I feel sorry for him either way. If you literally was what his point is he told me that he is so against, this is how he approached me, against, what is that thing called?
Stolen valor.
Stolen valor. That it was in the military, and that he doesn't know Douglas, and that Douglas's stories about him are a lie, but that he didn't even, that's why Douglas did this originally, because he is mentioned his name ever, because he's just come at Douglas because of stolen valor. And that stolen valor is his thing. Kind of like, I don't know, a woman who collects cats is cat's thing, or like, I love cats, or I love pie plates. I make pies. Pies are my life. I make pies. Okay. Well, his thing is stolen valor, and that's his life. And so I'm cool with that. That may very well be. And I'm listening to him being very open-minded, especially because Douglas had cussed me the fuck out, and I was pretty pissed. And so but again, I don't betray people. So I was just listening with open ears to be like, what the fuck is this motherfucker going to tell me that I don't know? And I did. And I said, okay, you've given the reasons that you don't like him and you think he's stolen valor, whether that is or is not true. So how long have you been researching Mr. Douglas? And he tells me, I don't know, like 20 years. He's been doing this, 15, 20 years. I think it was like, I don't know, it was at least 15. And so I said, okay. So, but you don't, is it just Douglas? Like, you have just an obsession with Douglas? Because you said this isn't personal. You don't know him. And that was, again, when he said, no, it's not personal. It's nothing personal. I just don't believe people should steal valor. In the meantime, I am Googling how often is valor stolen, because I don't know. And it tells me a great large number of how often valor is stolen in the U.S. yearly. So now I know that there is a huge number of people this guy can go after. So I then go, well, how many other people have you gone after? And he's like, well, I have this one guy that I just started going after, this new guy. I've added him to my page, and he sent me his page, and that he had one post about this guy, and every other post was on Douglas. And I said, okay, so, but for the last like 10 or 15 years, like whatever time he was doing it, I said, how many other people, because it looks like there's like hundreds of thousands a year or whatever it was that are still in valor. So how many others have you gone after? And that's when he fumbles, you know, with no real answer. And so that is where, to me, I don't believe people as much based on what they say. I believe people based on what they don't say or what's proven. I mean, how can you sit there and say you're for stolen valor if I was to believe everything that came out of that man's mouth about Douglas, everything that he didn't deserve in the military, I don't think okay, whether he could factually know that or not, which all that is up for debate anyway. But if I was to give him all that on a silver platter, he sat there and I said, I don't know Douglas. I have nothing against Douglas. What Douglas has ever said about me is a lie. And I just care about stolen valor. And there's nothing personal about Douglas. This is what I do. But yet when I said, well, wait a minute, and unlike a dumb blonde, he'd be like, oh, okay, that makes sense. Let me also go a little bit more than just the dumb blonde you're talking to and be like, well, then how many other people of the stolen valor have you gone after? And according to the numbers, you know, you have like 224,000, whatever the numbers were, you know.
There was believe me, it's in the millions. It's in the millions.
Yeah. So I think that's, you know, to me, that's shooting himself in the foot. So, you know, if he was lying for other reasons, whatever he was lying, but he was obviously lying. He lied when he said that Douglas was not a primary target of his. And that's all I needed to know, because everything else was, you know, Douglas has never lied to me where I could say this is a lie. Now, does Douglas exaggerate some stories and it's a good storyteller? Yes. You know, like, I mean, like, come on, that's what he's paid to do. And that's what he's good at. He's a Libra. Can he exaggerate? Can I be like, oh my God, you know, I've always like, I slept with Ian and his penis wasn't as big as I thought. He'd be like, oh my God, she slept with Ian and his penis is the size of literally a Tootsie Roll. She said it was like a little Tootsie Roll. Like, that's what it was.
But I think what killed it
he's gonna make it humorous. He's gonna make it enjoyable. The story is enjoyable, but at the same time, he doesn't lie. And at least to my knowledge, I'm sure Douglas has lied, like all of us on time or two. But this man to prove himself to me, and to think that he's going to prove himself to me and turn me against Douglas, you think he would have at least had some pages of other people he would have stolen valor from if he's going to. I mean, if I'm going to go in, I'm going to be like, I am here because I am a UFO hunter and I have hunted, or vampire hunter, and I've hunted vampires my entire life, and I have a kill page and I'm just trying to kill Douglas because he's part vampire. Well, I'd have my little secret vampire page to pull up and show him, even if it was fake. If I was trying to recruit people in my little secret recruiting agency, I mean, I don't know. I think they might want to put some more money or work into what they're doing, or maybe not pull somebody from West Virginia to do it.
Well, what killed him was he told Brooke something that she knew was a lie, which was, he said, Douglas cannot have veterans group life insurance because he was never in the military, which Brooke knew.
Yeah, I told him he had that. That's a lie. He does not have it. He does not have it. He does not have it. And I was like, well, I know that's also a lie because I was on the phone with him when we called. Like,
so our listeners understand what Brooke is, rephrase that, Brooke, so people understand, was that, you know, what Richard K. Cole Jr. was saying about the insurance was a lie immediately, because you had been on the phone with me on a three-way call you had to arrange because I was too tech-tarded to do it, and you had to arrange the call between myself and the OSGLI, the Office of Service Members Group Life Insurance, because that's how we got the insurance switch from Judith Ager to yourself, and we needed you on the line in order to do that, and I didn't know how to make a three-way call, so you had to. Yeah.
In my defense, if anyone thinks I killed Douglas later, if he says something about squirrels, and I did not get that. I did not get that life insurance changed over to me purposely. I just wanted it out of Judith Hager's name because I love my friend and was helping him move forward. Just like if I leave and he had left something to, I don't know, Larry in jail here, and then a year later, 5 years later, it was like, that policy I have on meth head Larry. By
the way, that's one of the reasons Peter Moon brought up to kill you, was he said, she threatened to kill you, Douglas, and I said, she threatens to kill everybody. I didn't say that out loud to him because he was.
It's a sign of love, honestly. Yeah. To be honest,
that's what Nemo said. Nemo said that when Nemo tell Brooke. That's what you said. You said when Brooke tells someone she's going to kill him, that just means she's saying "I love you," right, Nemo?
Yeah. That's her way of saying "I love you."
Yeah. Well, that's why y'all should stop. Like, when you're worried about me taking up for Peter Moon not putting him down anymore, it's not the people I say I'm going to kill. have to worry. It's the people that, like, if I'm like at peace with you, because I'm gonna be at peace with your damn soul before I take it out. Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, it is never the person that I'm like in the heat of. That's why I choose not to carry a gun on my person most of the time, because I am too.
Well, I'm hoping to change your mind on that, honey.
No, not on my person. I will carry many of things, and I have enough to protect myself. But it is not a gun that will take someone out.
Well, let's tell our listeners this much. For our listeners, Brooke and I will discuss this privately. We don't want people to think you're unarmed, because that way they'll think you're vulnerable. So we don't want people to think...
I'm not. But you're referring to something different. Obviously, in my house, it's different. But what you're referring to is carrying it on my person. Right. And yes. I am too much of just like, fuck you, bitch. You didn't go...
Again, we'll discuss this privately. We'll discuss that privately for our listeners to know. I'm going to do my best to convince her to carry it on her person, even if I'm the first victim thereof, which you could very well happen, knowing Brooke.
I mean, I'd already be right now. Literally, I would have killed so many people, and definitely, I would be. There would be no method there. Like, he would have been already killed any day of the week.
Yeah. So at any rate, dear honey, I want you to know that.
But he's in jail. And I'm gonna do my protection, and
yeah. And one more thing to know. Here's a little funny, just a little funny factoid for you. So when I had to renew my California ID, I said, "Can you do anything about this veteran thing? I'm getting a lot of attacks." And they said, "Well, we've got this new AI-assisted deep dive that we can see if there's any California records, because the Presidio military base and the San Diego Marine Corps Recruit Depot and Camp Pendleton, they're all in California." And so my driver's license, or rather my California ID, since I don't drive, due to my promise to the judge who awarded me the SSDI that I could keep my arsenal of firearms if so long as I promised not to drive, because cars kill far more people than firearms do. And I'd be a lot more dangerous behind the wheel than I would be behind the trigger.
I wonder if they would let me keep my license if I agree not to carry firearms.
Well, at any rate, we'll work with this. We'll work with this. But also, you've got to start applying to social programs. Trump becomes president in less than 100 days, and he's going to cancel everything. You've got to get on these social programs. Start applying.
And get free for all for the police, like all that shit I'm talking about.
That's not true. That is not true, Doug.
Okay, we'll get into that later. The point of meaning that I got my California ID back, and it says veteran. So just wanted you to know that, honey, so that now you know everything that motherfucker says is a lie. By the way, veteran status has nothing to do with stolen valor. Stolen valor is claiming that you've won a medal and that you never had this medal. It's about claiming that you've done an act of courageous, heroic deed that has earned you valor. And I've never made claim to any of that while being in the military. So he's misusing a term. It's a term that does not apply to me, because I've never claimed that I've won any medals or done anything valorous while in American military service. So he's misusing that completely.
Well, what military branch was he in again?
He was a same rank as myself when I was busted down a rank. He was a lance corporal. I was a full corporal.
He was for the...
He was for the Marine Corps. He was in the same branch that I was in. So, but he never served a full term. He never served a full term. But go on. Yes. Well,
he didn't get me for, I guess, stealing valor, but it's not stealing valor. I did win, I believe, the award, or should have won the award for the BAPOA award, right? BAPOA?
BAPOA award? What? I forget. What's that mean?
The BAPOA.
BAPOA?
BAPOA.
BAPOA.
Yes. BAPOA. It was for the Marine Corps. I think it was BAPOA. Bad poetry.
Oh yeah, I got it. Yes.
Anyone that has to endure that level of torture,
yes,
I believe, deserves the award. And he was the first one to have to give that out after I endured that horrible poetry.
Yes.
I'm sorry, dude.
Thank you. His poetry is shit, and yet he thought he could seduce you with that. It's incredible to me that he thought. And then Jambo the Reese Monkey follows up by saying, "I hate everybody. Love me. Feel sorry for me."
Reese Monkey more credit for at least either being like schizo or whatever. Like he's either all or nothing. He's like, I'll give him credit for, like, he's either like, he's more like bipolar, or like, to be honest, almost like Daniel is. Like, he's like, everything is good. Life sucks. Everything is great. Life is horrible. People hate me. People love me. I don't, I'll kill them all. I will let them all keep babies with kisses. It's just like so extremes. Whereas this guy, the reason I say it wasn't that his poetry is so bad. It's just like, really, dude. I mean, the poetry wasn't good. Like, yeah, poetry bad, like bad. But like, I wouldn't put a bad speculation on it, like that's bad. What I would put a bad speculation on is probably you didn't even write it.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
But secondly, like, at what point in this storyline did you think that it was going to impress me if you had all this history on me to say, yeah, my neighbor had his dogs dying and I didn't help. My neighbor dying of cancer, his dogs were starving to death. And at least I don't starve my dogs to death. It's basically the line I got there. I'm like, well, I went to visit him every day. I'd see these poor dogs. They were dying. And I finally shot him. Like, where, if you did any psychological history on me, that, I mean, to be honest, he literally could have sold me on Douglas is a piece of shit, and I still was going to hate him with that one story. Yes. Like, that, I was done with him. That story, I was over. Like, you are a turd on wheels. Like, beyond, but I'm saying turd, I don't even know why. I'm getting all too nice.
That's an insulting to turds, yes.
Yes, like, but just like, you know, like, you didn't deserve shit or fuck in my book. Like, it's just like, you are literally the scum that even a dog shits on, and like a dog would shit on you and the dog would be insulted that it had to shit on you. Like, that is how low I see someone that would walk past dogs that are dying and starving to death, and while they're friends, and then so low that they would think that they were smart enough to be bragging. That would only be a West Virginian, but not West Virginia overall. I'm just saying, if you're scum of scum of scum, and then you're anywhere, but then like they plant you in West Virginia, that scum of scum of scum thinks, I'll tell this story about myself and people will like it. Okay, we don't like your story. Like, sorry, like, especially like, did you do anything about me at all? It'd be like telling, I don't know, Brendan Zoget how to say some Indian word. I mean, like, that would be it. Like, tell Brendan Zoget that they ate some meat, and then how to say some word in Vedic. And, you know, Brendan would be done. You know, don't correct Brendan's Vedic pronunciation and tell him while you're eating a piece of meat in your mouth. Like, that would be the ultimate insult, right? It was the ultimate insult to do that to me. And then pretend like, but let me send you this beautiful poetry about my dog running through the water this morning, chasing a deer, because I know how you love animals, and it was about.
But it pulled straight on its chain, and then was limited by its. Then the chain pulled on its throat and held it back. That was the part of it. That was the part of the poem. Then he tried to chase the deer.
I don't remember that.
Yeah, but the chain pulled him back.
If he said chain, I don't even remember that, because I would have been mad about the chain, because. If that truly said chain, I would have been mad about it, because I don't like chain dogs.
Yes, there we go.
Got thing. Yeah.
Thank you. Do me a favor before you do your awards for tonight. Aristides is back on with us. Brendan Zoget. Both talk with Brooke and Ian. I'll be right back. I drank a lot of tea, and I'm gonna grab another bottle of water. So I need to void my bladder, and I'll be back to do monologue. Okay, Brooke, and then after that, when I come back, be a good girl, get off the Skype call, and just start spreading that salt. Okay, I'll be back.
Well, don't spread any salt while you're out there getting your.
Look, you started out. You're like, all right, I'm gonna go straight into monologue about Trump, and then things happen.
Hey, well,
and then Brooke shows up. And then Brooke shows up.
Yeah, it's
Fuck that Trump. Okay, we haven't yet to talk about Trump at all.
Brooke,
start now. Start it now. Get us into the wave before you retreat.
So I voted. I just want right now. I voted for Trump. I want especially Trump to know that I voted for him. Okay. I flipped. I'm a pro-Trump. Got me. I'm a pro-Trumper. I have some Trump T-shirts. I borrowed them from the person I killed or is in jail that had those. But. I do. I am pro-Trump is all I want to say. I think I'll leave it on that note. I'll leave it to y'all. Go ahead.
Okay, I'll be right back. I'll go mute.
I'm so proud of Trump for getting back in there. I knew we could do it. America pulled together. America all came together. We were not divided. And we got Trump back in office. I'm so proud.
Yeah. Me too.
Yeah. Well, I mean, wasn't life better before the Biden age war on us?
Last time life was good, Reagan was in office.
You there, Brooke?
Reaganomics is what took our economy into its shit battle. Okay, so we're gonna get real here. Reagan was a great president in the eyes of like my history books, and the way I remember him. And I think Reagan was probably a good person. But I think Reagan is where you should look at two things. Reagan, number one, you should look at Reaganomics, the policies that were put in place there. Those policies is why people like you and I, who aren't making millions and trillions of dollars, are suffering. Those policies are the reason. And you can get into that, and I'm not, smart enough to get into it on a debate without some numbers in front of me, but I've gone through them. Secondly, I would say Reagan also is where you can look and say, wait a minute, should we start looking at this guy who we like him, and he is a good actor, and everyone loves him, and he seems pretty nice, and he's leading our country, and now we can look back and say, well, there's things he did wrong that we don't like. Has anyone stopped to think that he's not leading? He was an actor, and that every single person that you have up there and have had up there for a while, but definitely since him and before him, but definitely since, are actors, and actors in the sense that they may even believe the part that they are playing up until they're really in it, or high enough in it to the fact that their balls are to the wall, and they say, you'll be running for this presidency, and these are the things you will be saying in it. You will be running in this way. And for the people, I did a diagram for my little Larry the meth head, okay? I actually did it on the board, and I enjoyed being a little teacher for a moment, and I said, here's the things that people vote on, and here's your two presidents. I said, and you can say, oh, gay and lesbian and transgender, and you can say abortion, and you can say anti-abortion, and you can say Christian values. And anyway, I went back and forth on those, and they were all right there under the headlines that we have. And then I just arrowed up, and I said the money, where that comes down from. And then I arrowed up again, because I said how you get to be president, and eventually what you get to, it is the exact same money. The same people at the very top who are controlling the main decisions, and this is probably why I'm on the terrorist watch list, because I say those things truthfully and I do not care. That is why those people that you are voting for, it does not matter. It does not matter who you vote for. It will matter if, let's say you're really anti-abortion or pro-abortion. It will matter in the little scheme. In a little sense. But when you talk about, it's like flipping a coin. Until you you got heads or tails, and until you change out the fucking coin, you're gonna say the same two fucking things. It's the same coin, right? It's the same fucking coin. You just got two sides of the same coin. Until we are ready to change out the damn coin in itself, we will be getting the exact same overall thing. And that's what we've been living with. And that is what, again, not to go back to y'all's your hated one, but it's my one murderer apparently, or would attempt to be murderer, Peter Moon, who likes to talk about Pluto, but Pluto and Capricorn came in and did destroy structure and boundaries and government and everything as far as structure goes. So you have seen that demolished. It's demolished in the eyes of the people. It's demolished in the way that whether you are Republican or Democrat, and no matter what country you are in, and how you look at government, police force, everything, schools, people now have looked at things different. So now with Aquarius coming in, you have to start seeing, people will start then having to rebuild. And that's a long road. And what I will tell you right now is, I said a long time ago to my mother, when Biden was still running, and I said, Biden will lose if he runs against Trump. I said, but don't count it as a loss. I said, because I'll tell you right now, they could offer me the president, and this is honest to God truth, they could offer me with no income and needing money, the presidency of the United States. Like, we just drew a random hat, and it's Brooke Elizabeth Gibson will be president of the United States. I would have turned that sucker down. I do not want to be the president for that. I would not want to be the president for the next 4 years, because I think shit will hit the fan. I think there are going to be things that the president, whether behind scenes and both really being seen, both before and after, is going to have to deal with, be called out for. And I question if they didn't let Trump win that because the power structures decided that they'd rather give it to someone like Trump to have that hand in it, because I think it's going to be a shit basket, go to hell hand.
So I got back in time to hear the beautiful. So what I believe, the way I can rephrase what Brooke has said, is that there is a conspiracy against Trump, and they did prevent him from winning in 2020. What was it? I can't remember now. 2022, something like that. The last time. What?
2020.
Okay. God, they really distorted your voice there, Brendan, when you tried to say that in 2021, so that this way they could hand 2024 to him to really fuck him over in 2025, so that way he's bagged for everything when all the shit hits the fan. Does that make sense, Brooke? Is that what you're saying, right?
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah, I believe. I mean, whether or not you believe he was bagged in 2020, which, again, I could go either way on that, and I never really cared enough on it, because I think, to be honest, if I decided to care enough on that election, I'd have to then care. I'd have to go back into all the elections and be like, well, where do we stop bagging them? Where do we start or stop this? So I didn't ever care enough, unlike the people that got into the January 6th. What I would say is, at this point, if I was going to believe an election was bagged, I would say I would have definitely handed that over at this point to Trump, hands down. If elections are bagged, then this election was definitely bagged to hand over to Trump. And that's why I think a lot of people were taken by shock, because I think a lot of people thought, well, Kamala, and even though they were anti-Biden, I think there were enough people that when she stepped up thought, well, we're so anti-Trump, and people that were pro-Trump before had become anti-Trump that would sit at home. And whether or not that's the case, I don't know, but I do think that there's a good, strong argument that I would not want to be president. And if I was at the top of that food chain that I'm discussing, I would say, let's let Trump handle this shit.
Good
because at least we'll have another party. Well, at least we can come out a little
so
cleaner.
Aristides,
if I can add my 2 cents here.
Of course.
That I've been fired up about, and that might be like the last useful thing I have to say. But the whole, it's really eerie how it's like this time contrasted to last time. Like this time they just let him just waltz in and just fucking hit it out of the park.
Yeah.
It's like with almost a pathetic lack of resistance, and even any of the editorial pieces or anything it's all like, well,
yes,
what now?
I was waiting to hear someone else say.
It's like, what now? No, compared to last time. No,
Aristides, you're exactly right. So I assumed.
You hear me.
I just didn't keep up. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Go.
Aristides, I assumed that. I assumed she was going to win. I really did. My parents were very into the election. I have obviously other things going on, like life or death, drug matters and, staying out of jail shit. So I just was playing my cards as far as seeming like life was going good over here. And just, I did not know. And the night of the election, I just happened to have the chance to finally cut it on. I'm pretty sure I was sitting in a parking lot arguing with the fucker that I wasn't taking him home to my house or whatever, and doing the same old damn shit. And I cut it on, and I expect to see Kamala win, as won, or at least a lead. And when I saw that Trump was winning, and then very shortly thereafter that Trump had been announced, I expected to be a absolute which was what my daughter kind of had, but I expect there to be more of a meltdown in the media, and I just did not see it. If it was there, I'm sure there were some meltdowns that were there, but the overall media that was played when I would go and replay what was available on the actual, on YouTube, on the things, it was more of just an acceptance. And that to me was a little, like Aristides said, it was almost pre-rehearsed, we're good with it.
They just handed the White House to him. Go on.
Yeah. They're hardly even bitching.
Yeah.
It's incredible compared to last time. It's where's all the it was Russian interference and all this fucking shit. Nothing.
Yeah.
It's really eerie and bizarre. It's just what am I expecting now? It's
So I think I told my daughter, I said when she was bitching,
go ahead.
She was bitching and raising hell about it. I mean, y'all go ahead and tell me what your theories are on it. Tell me what your theories are.
Aristides?
What?
No, your theories.
Theories on what?
Your own theory on what happened, why the White House. I think you've given it, but go ahead and articulate some more if you wish about what Brooke is talking about, the fact that Trump seems to have been given the White House.
I don't know what the fuck she's talking about. I made the point. I had.
That's beautiful. No, that's beautiful. You both did well, and you're both making.
Now, what is she talking about?
Oh, she's just basically saying like you said, you both said the same thing in a different way. She was just basically saying that Trump was not given 2020 so that they could hand him 2025.
Right.
He wasn't given 2021.
Right.
I didn't. Don't put words in my mouth. I didn't say that. I did not say that.
Yeah.
I said that whether or not he was not given 2020, which may be, I mean, Douglas may be getting ahead of the game and thinking that, because if you look, I mean, if I was an astrologer, to be honest, and looking at it, that may be very well a good point to do, because the astrology would say, yeah, you think 2020 to 2024, any astrologer was saying, based on like 2019, 2020, it was going to be it wasn't going to be like so bumpy as 2020 had been. You know, we had that 2020 bullshit. But so basically what Biden took on was 2021 to the end of 2024. Those years were looked at as, we're not going to give you anything good news, but we're not going to tell you it's bad. They were trying to be positive. You know, astrologers, at the end of the day, looking at the astrology, it was shitty astrology, but it was shitty overall, especially for America, but not in shitty in a way that was, or the world here, period. But not shitty in the way like 2020 was a huge downward. But then they said at 2025 and getting close to 2030, you've got some really rough peaks in there. And so just as now, if Douglas was going off that, I'd say, well, just like, you know, our old friend, not Citibank, but what is it, Chase Morgan would consult astrology. You know, they may have very well looked at the astrology and said, let's take 2020 from him. We'll have him be that president, because they wanted to hand it to they wanted to keep power, and they thought that's the shit plate person to do it, right? Like, whatever, they could control him by not controlling, whatever. That's a very well possibility. But my point is, even if that's not the case, even if 2020 happened on its own and power structures had to die because they were rigged the whole time, in this last one, and they were definitely rigged, in my opinion, is what I'm saying. No matter what, they were definitely rigged, and they were rigged not because like we think, oh, well, somebody thought Trump was the best president. I think it's kind of the opposite. I think it's an attempt to hold on to a power dynamic that's dying. And Trump is the epitome. The thing about Trump is, you know, you can't, sometimes you have to go, I told my daughter, sometimes you have to go lower before you can raise back. You know, you have to hit bottom, right? Yeah. You got to hit bottom out. And so Trump's kind of a bottom out.
I love it. Yes. Go on. Yes.
I mean, he is. And there are things about Trump that are, you know, even more like he speaks his mind. There are things that he also brings to the table, which bottom out people, in the fact that people now, oh, I will say whatever I want. I will do whatever I say. I will fight people in the streets. We will just take on. And it's like there's no power dynamic at all, and there shouldn't be. But the problem is there also no structure, is what he's tearing down, as far as how do we talk to each other correctly? Are we allowed to say grab them by the pussy? Are we allowed to just go up and take people's guns from them because the police say, well, they're police, they can? Well, wait a minute, where are the rules and regulations? So that's something, what I'm saying is it's all being torn down, and Trump's the perfect epitome to do it because he's so extreme. And so once that's torn down, the power structure in itself that's trying to hold on can't hold on to that power structure. It is going to die. They know that. All they want to do is be able to try to have some control over what is rebuilt.
Thank you, honey. That's a beautiful analysis. So anyone, any counterpoints or things to add to that? Because
Let me get my 2 cents on this. Let me get my 2 cents on this. All right. And let's go back in history. All right. When Biden was inaugurated, do you guys remember that?
Yeah, I do. And all you sent over, all I remember, to be honest, was Ian West hearing your voice the same Biden inaugurated, is you sending me pictures of Biden with his 2 granddaughters looking like he was looking at their tits or grabbing their ass or something, and you zooming in on it saying, see, he looks at his granddaughter's tits.
Yeah, that sounds like the Ian West political analysis in a nutshell. You know what, Ian? I love you, man, but while Brooke is with us, I just want to get this out. Juicy gossip. So Brooke was gone for so long, she did not hear this aspect about Brandon Young, or maybe you did. So Brooke, let me know if I'm repeating myself this far, because, you know, I can tell you the other juicy gossip about Brandon Young if you've already heard this. But basically what happened was a woman who's one of my contributors was the care provider for Arthur Middleton Young. So basically what happened was that he was this American mathematician, engineer, inventor, helicopter pioneer, philosopher, and astrologer. And he wrote books. And the author, Middleton Young, he basically was the elaborator of what might have been the first theory that unifies consciousness, physics, and the life sciences, because he thought himself a Renaissance man. He married this chick named Priscilla Page in 1933, the same year that both Franklin Delano Roosevelt and my biological father Adolf Hitler came to power. And then what happened was he thereafter claimed to have become profoundly disturbed by the development of nuclear weapons. And what happened was, at the end of the proactive prosecution of hostilities per the Second World War, he decided that humanity needed a new philosophical paradigm, basically Satanism. So in the August of 1946, Young recorded his notes of the idea of this psychopter, the helicopter as this winged self, a metaphor for the human spirit, and by October of 1947, Young felt that his work at Bell was complete, and he turned to the next phase of his career as a philosopher of mind, or psyche, of the soul. And to fund
Where was he working at? Bell Labs?
Yeah, Bell Helicopter. Bell Helicopter. That's, you know.
Is that Bell Labs?
Yeah, same thing. Same, Bell. It's Bell. Like Bell Telephone. Like Bell. The Bell Monopoly. Yeah. Big Bell.
That's what my dad worked. Yeah, my dad.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. And to fund his new calling, he divorced from Priscilla in 1948, dumping her like a turd, and that just immediately thereafter married the artist Ruth Forbes Paine, the Boston Forbes family heiress. And she brought him just an incalculable ocean of money. So basically, she was the mother of a man named Michael Paine. No relation to Michael Caine. Now, Michael Paine, well, Ruth Forbes, she was married to a guy named George Lyman Paine Jr., so their son, Michael Paine, married Ruth Hyde Paine, basically his sister, who was a friend of Lee Harvey Oswald's wife, Marina, who was living with her at the time of the JFK assassination. They were involved with the JFK assassination because she said, hey, something big is going to go down, the shit's going to hit the fan, and you're a Russian immigrant, and they're going to line you up against the wall and shoot you, but we can save your ass. And so she moved in with the Paines, and then they paid for all her legal defenses when the United States wanted to deport her to the Soviet Union. She instead wound up living the rest of her life in the United States and became a good friend of Peter Moon. But anyhow, in 1949...
What?
Yeah. You guys, you can bet. When Aaron Tice is back, he can back me up on this. Because Aaron Tice will tell you about Peter Moon and the fact that he would personally correspond and ultimately perhaps even rendezvous with or meet the wife of Lee Harvey Oswald, Marina Oswald. And in 1949, the Franklin Institute awarded Art Young the Edward Longstreth Medal, and by that time, Young was an openly avowed Adamite believer in the Nine, a group of entities psychics in the 1950s claimed represented... I'm sorry?
Familiar with them.
Yeah, they represented the 9 creator gods of ancient Egyptus, but they said they were really from outer space. At any rate, Young and his wife, Ruth, organized the Foundation for the Study of Consciousness in Philadelphia, the forerunner of Berkeley, California's Institute for the Study of Consciousness, come 1972. So in 1952, Young and Ruth attended and participated in these seances, initiating the first contact with the Nine via the Round Table Foundation. And that's when this Croatian American, the same nationality as Peter Moon, whose real name is Vinny Barbaric, and he's really a Croatian. This other Croatian American named Andrija Puharic brought them the contact, or introduced them personally, to Uri Geller, the Israeli spoonbender. And significantly, these 9 stated, through the mediums, that they were extraterrestrials from the Sirius, the dog star system. And they 9 themselves.
Yeah, I read all that. Where did you associate them? Did they ever say that they were the 9 creator gods? Or
Because the nine themselves are heavily influenced by the quasi-mystical Satanism cum Egyptology of the self-anointed great beast of Revelation, the Englishman known as Edward Alexander Aleister Crowley. So, and he was the man who, of course, himself influenced the Scientology of the Ordo Templi Orientis that was then later on hijacked or taken to its logical conclusion by L. Ron Hubbard.
Can I ask you?
Sure.
Can I ask you something from before?
Sure.
It was in regard to something was said about somebody being kicked out of OTO, or
yeah.
Like, what was the dynamic there? I was like, I couldn't write it down fast enough.
The person who was kicked out of OTO was Aleister Crowley. He was kicked out of OTO. Yeah.
Yeah. How about that?
Yeah.
Crowley himself. Okay.
No worries. And so, Brooke, are you there, honey? You're on mute. You're
yeah,
okay?
I'm on mute. Sorry, I was meaning to. I was walking down the steps.
Sorry. Oh, okay. No worries. So, honey, this is where it gets juicy. So, what happened was the woman who's one of my contributors, she was a care provider for this author M. Young guy in Berkeley. And then when he died, he told her to take care of my wife. And so he was taking care of the wife when the son, Michael Payne, came into the home in Berkeley and basically started beating the shit out of his own mother in front of her and said, sign all your power of attorney over to me, and or I'm going to beat you to death. And she said, well, you went mute again, Brooke. Are you going down the steps? Are you going, I feel uncomfortable when you're mute. I want to hear your responses to these, yeah, okay. So there we go. I'll go on telling the encounter.
There you go. I have to pee, okay? Everybody down gets to hear me pee on TV.
So what happened was that Michael Payne had already fired everybody on the estate. He had fired all the security, fired all the groundskeepers. So this woman was alone with him and his mother, and she said, I'm going to tell the police. And he said, where's your contract to take care of my mother? And she said, well, it was oral. He says, well, you got no legal standing, and I've already bought the police. So you can go to the police and see what it'll get you. And she went to the police, and they told her, you'd better get out of Berkeley or you're going to disappear. And we're not going to do anything to help you. And so she moved out of Berkeley and later found out, as the world did, that the mother had been beaten into brain death, and therefore the son had the power of attorney and control of all the family fortune. And he had beat her into brain death, put her into a hospice where she died.
Who was the son again?
I'm sorry?
Who was the son again?
Michael Payne. Michael Payne.
Okay, Michael Payne. Okay.
But he's the father of Brandon Young, who is the grandson of author M. Young. So,
well, how did you know this to begin with?
My contributor was the care provider for this individual, but it gets worse. Get this shit. Then I found out that somebody was working with Brandon Young's wife. Now, years ago, Brandon Young came on bandwidth and said, oh, I was put into an arranged marriage with this rich girl, and she got pregnant with my child. Then she went up to Canada and then came back, and her belly was no longer full with our baby. And that's when everybody asked, well, certainly you must want it to investigate this, plan vengeance against those who did this. No, I never gave it a thought. But anyhow...
That sounds like her.
Yeah. So then it turns out this wife's name is Ariel. So I was told by the person who worked with her, she's got a tattoo of an angel on each leg, and the person who knew her was an occultist. That's how they got to working with her, and they did not recognize those angels. And they asked her, what are those two angels, one on each leg? And she named them. Oh, this one is one angel, this one's another, and she named them both with angelic names, but they were unrecognizable to this person who had studied the occult. And then she openly came forth and said, my whole family is satanic, and that by the way, this individual, you've known, I've spoken of her before, but don't name her, okay? No names. But anyhow, this individual is the person I've known, I've talked to you about before, and she was working with this person who then said, she wanted an appointment the same day I had an appointment in the salon. Yeah. And then she kept staring at me, this Ariel, and I said, was that after I started my show? And she said, yes. So this Ariel was staring at me, knowing who I was because Brandon Young had told her, but this same person had shown the individual I'm talking about her baby and said, this is my baby. I brought it to full term and delivered it. And then basically told her later, oh, now I've given it to my mother. She's taken it to a hotel room and she's killing it by raping it to death with a dildo. And so this is what happened to Brandon Young's child. So this is like this person actually came to San Francisco. She said, I live in Berkeley, but my family's from Canada and we're some of the wealthiest people in the world. And so they had an arranged marriage with some of the other wealthiest people in the world. Brandon Young's family gave birth to a child that they satanically sacrificed by torturing it to death brutally in a hotel room or a motel room. And there's the further things to know about Brandon Young. But beyond that, she told me, oh, and by the way, Judith Agert was talking to him all the time behind your back, and he's the one who poisoned Judith Agert against you. So imagine that. So there's Brandon Young for you. Yeah, that is so... Now that you're kind of caught up on that, any impressions? That's...
I don't know. The only thing about Brandon Young is he always acted like an idiot, but don't let idiots fool you, because that's what Doofus did to me. Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, it amazes me, and they can still be stupid. And
yes.
The thing, but they play stupider than they are.
Yes.
And we give it to them because they are stupid. But then they have the ability to play really stupid, and we just think we're laughing at them, and then they think they're manipulating us, and technically they are until you figure out their game.
Yeah, yeah. And so there you go. That's Brandon Young for you. And now you're caught up on the life and times of Brandon Young, and what a piece of non-human garbage. This man is hot garbage juice in a douchebag. He is like, there's no words for this individual. But of course, when I told Peter Moon, Vinnie Barbaric, about, hey, he claimed he has this sex tape of you and Brooke, you need to counter that on air because he brought this up on air. And he said, Brandon Young's a fine young man, but Brooke Gibson needs to die. That's, there you go. That's Vinnie Barbaric. So, at any rate, you know it's true because we got 3 witnesses, which holds up in a court of law, myself, Brendan Zoget, and Aristides to that deranged event. Such being said, other people were aware as well, Aaron Tice and Ian West. So it's all true. And but beyond that, we'll try and timestamp that for you. One of us will ultimately get to it. And
ask a question on just about thinking of it, because since I've got to get something I thought about. I know, ask Brendan, I guess, on this. Well, you could answer it too on the Nazi symbol. The Nazi symbol is another symbol, and it has a different name that we use. And I have it with the paradigm of the, I don't know, I have it with the, what am I trying to say, Brendan?
The Nazi used it, but it's not the Nazis' symbol.
Right, like I have it with the tree.
It's a swastika.
I think what Brooke is trying to ascertain is what exactly she has, because she has a specific style of swastika or Hakenkreuz, right, Brooke?
Right.
Swastika comes from the Sanskrit word.
No, she's not looking for necessarily the history.
No, actually, I want. That's fine. I want both, because I would actually like to hear the history as well, just to remind myself.
Yeah.
Okay, so give her the history, but also, Brooke, describe what kind of swastika you have.
I think I have the one that's like the Dalai Lama, or like the
Tibetan.
The one that comes from more of that type culture, like it adds something at the top of it.
Oh, like a little hook on each end.
It's embedded in there. I'll take a picture of it. Okay. It's one he sent me.
Yeah. Okay. And so you wanted to ask, is that
what was Brendan going to say real quick on that one? And I was going to ask one more question.
Oh, please. Go on, Brendan. Respond. Brendan? Fuck, maybe the men in black got him, who were chasing him in that goddamn black truck.
Well, the thing about it is I didn't...
Yeah, I'm still here. So Sanskrit word.
And by the way, Douglas, I did not... So let's kind of story off. I just know that I was thinking, I feel like there's energy wearing down on me, and I need to, do something. And, hearing the story about him, it's just, to me, there's things I'd like to say negatively, and I refuse to, do that right now, because if I get into negative energy, I'm going to get in a negative space. So I'm not giving that to them. But I am glad to know that about him. I mean, honestly, it doesn't surprise me at all. Although there are things about that I'm kind of took note on, and I'd like to ask some questions about them later as far as the actual people. Like Berkeley. Like I found that very interesting. And like that's what I would actually like to go into further. But I knew if I start diving into Berkeley and all that, then I'm gonna get lost and I'm not gonna get this shit done. So that's the only reason. But like I want to put a pin in that. And then so what I was doing, like I was actually making a sigil. And what I was gonna do is ask Brendan about the sigil. But before that, I thought about the Nazi one because I also have that symbol as well. And I knew there was a difference or something in that because it wasn't originally the Nazi symbol. It was used for something else, but that's what I could remember.
Yeah, but just remember this. Don't buy into the bullshit that it's somehow abused by the Nazis. Rather, they're using the accurate symbol in its most pristine form. Brendan Zoget, take it from here. Let's see if Brendan can get off mute because, yeah, there we go.
So it's Vedic.
Okay, you're barely audible, so you've got to...
It's a Vedic symbol, and it's very protective. And it's one of the original symbols in creation. And it's something that the stars can manifest over the full procession of
equinoxes,
the zodiac.
Yes.
And so that symbol is Sanskrit. It's called swastik. Su meaning good, and astik means self-going. So it's a self-sustaining good fortune. And that's what it means. It's to bring in the positive force of divine into your home, into your being. And it's actually the first chakra is called Muladhara. And the symbol of the Muladhara is that symbol. So it's the turning of the life force that brings you prosperity, health, and wealth. So that symbol is used to protect and ward your house. And you can even draw it in turmeric. If you get some turmeric, you can draw it on a paper. And
do you know what the yellow powder turmeric is, Brooke?
No.
Okay. Explain that to her, Brendan. She can order that online.
Yeah, it's a spice. It's a root. That's
turmeric. Yes, I know what
turmeric is. There you are. Yeah, that mustard powder that you can buy at the Indian store tomorrow.
I have that in my... Yeah.
Okay, excellent. So use that. So she's got it. But also, Brendan, let her know that swastika and Hakenkreuz, the German hooked cross, they're the exact same thing.
Yeah, it is. Of course.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, and then let me ask you the second thing is on the other symbol or the main symbol that you had sent, which is the
the thing you got is it's an Om.
It's that sigil
swastika, and then it has Ganesha. Because Ganesha
it's the Om. Yes, that's what it is. Okay.
Yeah. So you can. Yeah, it's actually Aiom, A-E-I-O-U-M. All of the vowels.
So its meaning is basically the whole thing means what?
Aiom is the symbol of creation.
And then the
swastika. So it's all the vowels, and it creates, like if you look at it in cymatics, it creates like 12 cones, and it shows that 12 vortexes that make up all creation. So that's why every language or every speech pattern language, whether it's English or anything, it uses A, E, I, O, U, and M ending in matter in unison. I mean, it has to have all the vowels. Creation is based off of that code. It's
You're
the code.
Talking about the one that I have that has a swastika with the Om.
Yeah, the Om. I'm just saying the Om itself.
Just the Om. Okay, I got you. Okay.
Is the symbol of creation in Vedic.
Okay.
And it's the most ancient symbol, and it's the most well-known symbol, right? Anyone that knows what Om is.
Yeah. So. Okay. Yeah. No, I'm familiar with Om, but obviously not into that extent. And more, it was like Om, like the meditation.
Hey, Brendan, I got a question. So besides, I mean, obviously with the very strong recommendation of, ye old blessed Hakenkreuz, like what other symbols or sigils do you recommend?
Well, and just a note on that, because that was my last question before I go. The other sigil that you had sent me, Brendan, I'll just explain it. Like, I've drawn it. That was the one I drew in the car. But I realized when I drew it, because it says it can go up or down, but when I drew it with up, it's really very similar to the peace sign. Like, is it not?
Yes.
Like, that one to be sure drawing it correctly.
The peace sign is an inversion of it.
Yes. The peace sign.
Well, you can draw it either way. So that's what I was looking it up. And when I read about it, it says it can be drawn up or down. And so, I figured we'll draw it up.
If it's drawn upside down, it means death. So
yes.
don't draw
so
it.
So up,
right
so
side
that's
up.
my thing. So up would be the peace sign then.
No,
right?
Up is the life sign.
There's no circle. There's no circle. You don't bind it in a circle.
You're right. The peace sign is the downward. Okay,
Yes,
you're right.
the peace sign is the downward one. So, honey, let me tell you where that comes from as well. When Michael Aquino pioneered that symbol for the Vietnam War, it represents an inverted and broken crucifix. It's a crucifix that's arms have been sundered and broken and pointed downward, and then it's encircled, meaning it's ensorcelled, it's bound, so that it's the binding of the death.
I knew what the circle meant binding. I knew the circle meant binding. When I draw my sigils on like a window or anything, should I bind them with a circle or no?
No, leave it open.
Thank you. Do you remember, Brooke? You saw the sigils drawn by Jambo the Reese Monkey, and Jameson Reese ensorcelled or encircled everything he drew. You don't.
I don't remember. I'd have to go back and look.
That's and he had all your full initials of both yourself and your children in those, written in blood, animal blood. So that's
no. I remember the sigils were weird. Like that's what on his page or whatever. Yeah, I remember all that. Yeah.
Yes. So you don't want to ensorcell any of your sigils. That you want them liberated. He's binding all of them because he's an evil person who has evil.
The sigil that is actually for life force would be that's not the death was. It's basically like a Y.
Yes.
Srpski's asked about what sigil was. Like it's basically a Y.
Yes.
Like I was debating.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for Brennan to answer. Like I think your next choice would be what the algaes or that rune.
That's the Y symbol,
like
Y light symbol.
Yeah, the two he already has in his his bio.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, I'm sending you something here.
Yeah.
Okay. To Aristides or Brooke or both?
These are the most effective to everyone.
Okay.
These are all very effective. They're called bind runes.
Okay.
So the last two are going to be the most helpful for what you need, but you can use any of them really. Yeah.
Okay.
So bind runes is when you combine these magical sigils, and runes are living things.
Yes.
So runes will go as if they're intelligent and protect you. They'll protect your space. They will, if you call upon them in a natural way, they will assist you in your journey of life. And so runes are very important.
Yes.
Thank you, Brendan. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
That's meaningful.
Yes.
I'm taking that very seriously, so I appreciate that. Thank you.
Excellent. You comfort me.
Yeah, Aristides, and you have any other questions? You said just like what's the best you want or whatever.
Right, yeah. Well, I see this is a great. Thanks for sending this.
Whatever resonates with you is really what you're going to go with. And also, you can combine them in any kind of formula you want. That's like connects to your so basically what they're for is to connect to your blood code essence, which is your DNA. Whatever your DNA can manifest at that time, you can actually align with that and figure that through your own. It's called like DNA activation, the fire codex activation. So whatever sparks your heart, you use that. And you can even use any language. You can use Tolkien's like Elven language, but the runes are very connected with the universal tree of life. So, yeah.
What's that one that says soft? Does it say soft hand? Sophie.
Safe travel.
Oh, okay, got it. That's what I needed for my kids when I was
threatening to kill Douglas. When she was threatening to kill Douglas. Yeah.
That's algaes plus Rydal. So it's two runes, the travel and the protection rune together. So it's that simple. It's very like formulaic. Yeah.
All right, cool. All right, thank you. All right, well, on that note, I'm going to thank everybody and thank you for coming, like having me on tonight. And
of course,
give me some love. And I'm still alive, so if anybody's sending me any death spells, I guess they'll send them on, and I'll deal with them. But I love you all. I love all you guys on here. Thank you so much for.
Well, use the reflection I sent you. Yeah. By the power of the candle's flame, banish negativity I reclaim. Reflect back energy sent with this mirror's aid. The spell is meant from moments forth. Positive and bright surround always both myself, day and night.
I just felt that, and I'm gonna get some my own intensity going and do it right now.
Yeah.
Excellent. Excellent.
And you can even, whatever feels fun, just make it fun. Make it fun, because ultimately they want despair. So you just have to have fun with it. That's why I use the Yu-Gi-Oh cards and stuff for my Magic. It's fun.
Right, and I love that. That's why, that's just why I said I'm not gonna get any negativity right now, and that's why, even I could spend, the queen can be a good fight, But for me, anger is always better. To me, anger is if I'm not mistaken, anger is higher in the vibrational scale than sadness or depression, obviously. But it's not the vibration I want to be in when I'm fighting something like this, because it's still giving negativity. So I'm preferring to stay out of anger if I can. And
there's nothing wrong with anger. The blue flame of anger is what you need to battle.
Honey, understand how important anger is. You've got to revel in the anger. It's part of life.
I know.
That liar Daniel Arola, who you fortunately never had to deal with, was always saying, the true warrior never gets angry. That was his Edomite lie. Yeah.
And I believe I'm ruled by Mars. Mars is my, go-to planet regardless, especially in tropical astrology.
Mars.
Is Mars.
Yeah.
So Mars, the Vedic word for Mars is Mongol. Mongol, where we get the English word mangle.
Yeah.
Mongol.
Yeah. And your point?
And that means auspiciousness.
Excellent.
So Mars is auspicious because without Mars, you couldn't fight to defend your home. You couldn't defend anything.
Mars is passion to me. So anger isn't bad. That's why I feel like it's hard thing. Mars is passionate. So that's why, on here, a lot of times, Douglas has had to, come to my aid, because I think Brooks means it this way, when I would be coming out very angry. And in truth, a lot of times I wasn't angry. I was just very passionate about whatever I was saying. And that's still to this day with people. I come off angry when I can get angry, trust me, but a lot of times I'm just passionate about what I'm saying, and people take it as anger. And to me, there's a fine line, because if I'm so passionate about what I believe, then there's a very fine line between that and what you're going to call anger, because the other side of what I believe, if I'm so passionate, is the opposite. So yes, I believe that anger has its place and its purpose. What I'm saying is, because I'm also one of those people that anger can be taken to the extreme of then used with negativity and used in a negative way. I want to make sure that my anger is placed in a way that is, like you said, Douglas, it needs to be used, but used in the right and correct way, I think, meaning here's what I would say. I want to control my anger. When I use it as passion, because I'm for something, then I'm for it. And that is passion with anger, because I am for this. When it's something that someone's saying, I'm against this, well, then it means I'm for something else. So if I'm against people raping babies, because I'm for that life force, that babies are important and babies should never be abused, and babies have the right to their life and all these things I believe and love. So therefore, it is the love for the babies, not the hatred for these people, that causes the anger in me, because it is never the hatred for them. It is the love for something else that causes the anger. And that's where I think you have to be careful with anger, knowing where is your anger derived from, because they're very fine line. You can hate the person, and I truly do hate the person most likely that would do that, or hate the dog fighter. I hate them, but it's more that if I use my anger toward the reason I hate the dog fighter is because I love this animal. Mm-hmm. And I love this animal, and I hate what they are doing to it.
Absolutely. That's why. Yeah, that's why the insanity of calling true Nazis a hate group. It's really a love group, a love for what they believe in. But such being said, just two last items. One is Brendan needs to give you one final set of instructions per a particular item, and I have to give you one more point after that. So, Brendan, what does she do about her automobile? What does she do to cleanse that?
Regarding the automobile, salt for starters. It sounds cheesy, but that's the basis of the protection. The automobile is a moving item, so you can put any of the safe travel runes on it, or you can also, as the Indians do, they draw a saffron swastika, which is made out of turmeric paste, and you draw it on the front, the hood of the car, and the rear of the car. Mm-hmm. And you could do that to consecrate the car, to prevent any accidents and safe travels. and you could then wash it off to prevent any Westerners from getting irritated or whatever.
You can always claim that some kids just did it. You said, "Gee, I just saw that. Some kids must have done that."
Yeah. Yeah, but the Indians around me do it all the time, and no one questions them. So I mean, but that it's just tougher in certain parts of the country where that's.
Yeah, she's not in California, dude.
Yeah, but I haven't killed anybody. I'm still one drinking
But
my coffee.
just draw algae.
Like, how do I get rid of the death smell and flies in my house? Like, well, there's only a couple of flies lately, but
the death smell and the flies, Brendan. How to deal with them specifically?
Like the flies, it's pretty much after that one day. I mean, they're lingering, like they're like show their little face.
So he says the banishment. He says the banishment.
Here, I'm gonna type what to do about the bugs. So,
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
And in the meantime, Brooke, the other thing I'd have you know is don't ever get to the point of cutting yourself where you're using your own blood that way. But if it happens to be that time of the month, you're blessed with being a woman, don't be afraid to use that menstrual blood to add into a sigil. It will add to its potency. So that's an important point that I learned from the occultists. Remember, I learned from the devil himself.
Yeah. Well, so but if I cut myself, is that a bad thing? Like, I mean, I don't know. I can be a little.
Don't. Yeah, no need.
Okay.
But there's no need to do that since you supply blood naturally.
Yes.
You have to wait till that time of the month. Like,
yes, but when that time of the month happens, take advantage of it.
You don't need the blood.
Okay.
Just use it when you have it. That's all.
Use it when you have it. That's all. You don't need it, but use it when you have it.
But what you're saying is, if Daniel shows back up and there's a prevalent amount of blood in my driveway, use it before it's completed, because it could come in handy.
Are your fingers okay? The ones caught the garage door, did they ever heal?
Still purple as crap. I mean, just the fingernail is growing out. Just the one fingernail is like the worst one. It's like I tried to put fake nails on, like get my nails done, and the lady was like, "You need to color that dark color. You can't do light pink."
You need to go to a doctor and follow up on that. Okay, just make certain it doesn't get.
It's grown out now. I can't. That's fine. It feels pretty normal. I mean, so it's just it's a little numb on the end, maybe, who knows, but whatever. It's pretty normal. So
just and oh my God, just don't ever mess with that garage door again. And thank God that guy's. Just keep him away. Keep him away. It's like the devil himself. He's the devil himself from this point forward. Primary objective, above and beyond even Peter Moon, is that asset for her.
Can you imagine being that stupid to be like, okay, you're one person, you're literally gonna like just hide your back and stupid enough to, and then you're gonna like, I'm getting arrested, so I'm going to throw them under the bus to see if I can get out, which nobody in the right mind would have thought that would have helped you anyway. And then on top of it, then you're going to call their daughter after you've done all this and she's in the hospital, like, hey, will you bail me out of jail? Because my mom won't. I mean, what the fuck? Like, whatever loser life anybody has, you have to feel better about yourself than being that stupid. That's my point.
God.
Like
just be glad you survived. Honestly, obviously our prayers have been with you and helped in this.
Do I have to be dated somebody like that or whatever?
Yeah, well, just give us our credit where credit is due. We've all been trying to contact you. Our wishes for your well-being have helped you recover. So...
I gave up because every call or text that I would send went in vain. So, but if you're back, you're back. We're glad you're back. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I know.
Hit me up, baby. Yeah.
I would appreciate, I know everybody that stayed in contact with me, and the fact that you're right. A lot of them, some of them I saw and did go in vain. It was such a bad space to be in. For anybody doing that, it's like you don't want to reach out to people to tell them, I don't know where I'm at, and I don't know if today's better. Today may be worse. It's not a help. It's not a good feeling. So.
Well, Ian West said he showed his true colors, Brooke. So just remember that. If even Ian can see that, then bear that in mind. So about Danny. So Danny boy. Yeah.
I love y'all all.
Okay, we love you. And
right,
Brendan, you're going to get that to her in a private message, correct? So don't forget to review that, Brooke.
No, I'll be looking.
Okay. All right.
I love y'all. I'll talk to you. Call me later, Douglas.
Yes, we'll.
Finally.
Yeah, but honey, if I can't reach you this week, make certain to contact Aristides and Brendan, and I hope they try to contact you. Even Ian. Jesus Christ, even Ian. Right. God. Say goodnight to her, Ian. Jesus, before she leaves. Christ, Ian.
Like Ian's like a puppet dog. say good night. Good night.
Yeah. Good night, Brooke. You be good, okay?
I will. Good night, Aristides. I will talk to you soon.
And Nemo.
Yeah,
Jesus Christ, Nemo. Yeah.
Have a good one, Brooke. Take care.
Yeah, Nemo, hit me up anytime. We can talk some astrology or something. So, all right, I'll talk.
Look at your DMs more often because I sent you messages.
Yeah, I'll need something, I'm sure, to keep me intact of avoiding the phone calls or the plague that I'll be getting. Like, just to get, I mean, like, 'cause I sound like I hate him, and I do, but at the same time, there's pieces of me, there are pieces that were good of him. Let me not say that, because obviously it was all bad. I wouldn't have been there. And so it's being strong enough to be against the good. Yeah. So just reminding
There's nothing good in there.
There's nothing good there, Brooke. Just stop thinking that. And Brendan, where's she going to find the message you sent her? In her private Skype?
In the Skype, yeah. Everything's there. Everything's
Okay,
there.
honey.
All right. Thank you
Download
so much,
all that. And review my Skype messages too, honey. Okay, love you.
I will. I will. All right. I love y'all. I love you all.
Love you.
Thank
We
you.
love you too.
Yes.
Love you. Thank you.
Yes.
Bye.
Yeah. Recover
I
your
love you too,
emails.
bud.
Yeah. Okay, there we are. So, gentlemen, so I guess what I'll do now is probably go into monologue if we have the numbers for
Before
it.
you do that, I
Sure.
wanted to ask you, did you end up watching that full speech that Trump did just before he got elected? It was at West Palm Beach live stream where he had his family and some of his cabinet there and all that shit. Dana White was even on that fucking live stream speech.
Yeah.
And he's just going on stage just fucking, oh, Donald Trump's family, they deserve this. They should be in power. They need to rule America and all that shit. I'm thinking, how big was that check that Donald Trump gave you for you to suck his dick live on stage in front of everyone, you shameless fat man baby piece of shit.
Oh my
fucking
God.
I hope he dies soon.
Well, without Trump, the UFC would have never taken off. He got a loan from Trump early on, so that's why.
Well, there you
He's
go.
like forever in debt to him, essentially.
Oh yeah, he's just gonna suck his dick nonstop.
Yeah, he has no choice.
Jesus, what a well Nemo.
And that's funny. Like Dana White's like a total like sketchy fucker. He like beat his wife on camera, and then he like later on he apologized, and then she was like, they both said, "Oh, it was just our normal Tuesday."
Yeah, just another Khazarian Edomite.
Crazy idiot. Yeah.
Yeah, it's you've answered your own questions on that, Nemo. It's like I did not suffer through that. I could not bear to watch that, but I'm gonna dive into it now. So everybody who's listening now, we're gonna dive into it. But I want to congratulate Ian West. I want to thank him for behaving well. You behaved well tonight, Ian. You acted like an adult. You know, for the most part. So, I'm trying to pay you a compliment. Trying to pay you a compliment. I'm trying to thank you for behaving yourself, for not, going off the deep end and, interrupting every few minutes. There was a night you did that fairly recently, the past few weeks or something, where you were really drunk and you were just, oh man, you would.
Yeah. I was lit that night, y'all. I was lit that night. No, I'm in the middle of moving, so.
Yeah, understood. Well, good luck with that. And,
yeah, well,
yeah.
When you move into a new place, do the cleansing ritual.
Why do you care about him? He doesn't need.
I'm trying to be nice.
He doesn't even believe in magic, so he's not going to appreciate what knowledge you share.
No, the weird thing is Ian does. Ian believes all these people are making satanic sacrifices, so Ian intrinsically believes in magic.
Yeah, but he said just before, I don't believe in that shit, but yet he'll still say, oh, I believe in Satanists and all that shit.
Yes.
Just defeats what he said.
Yes.
When he says he doesn't believe in it.
Yeah, but so Ian, I guess Ian's only out is to say that he believes they believe, but he does not believe. Is that your stance, Ian?
Yeah, Doug, you nailed it. You nailed it, Doug.
Okay, just so we know.
But, I mean, on the real hand, I know this is going to sound so fucking stupid, but like people that smoke crystal meth and they get the crystals in their body and shit, it's like, I kind of think that is kind of like a satellite for these spirits. You know what I mean?
I won't deny it. Alcohol's the same way. Alcohol, they don't call it spirits for nothing.
Yeah, but doing these drugs, they just, it's a gateway for the spirits to enter and sort of what you'd say woven themselves into your physical being.
Yeah, and I think crystal meth is one of them, man. And I think like the crystals that don't dissolve or whatever that get stuck in your body and can cause all this havoc are like
You're inhaling vapor. How's that crystals in there?
Well, I don't. I mean, from what I'm not a scientist, but from what I understand, though, it's like crystals don't. They don't dissipate. They just stay there, and that's why you can like pee out crystals and shit.
Okay, interesting.
Well, I mean, I've never really thought too much of it. It was just like a little epiphany I had a few years ago.
Okay, and I thank you for sharing that. So, everybody who wants to hang, you're welcome to hang and interject. You know, you're welcome to be in the background, interject when you can.
I'm gonna probably go to bed.
Understood.
I appreciate everything and good luck.
Okay, and we love you dearly. Stay safe and be well. Thank you for
have a good one, Brandon.
Yeah, for your advice.
Good night, Brandon.
Algis Tursaz.
Bless you. Thank you. Always. How do we
thanks for
respond to
sharing
that?
all that.
How do we respond to that? What's the proper Vedic response to what you just said?
Hails.
Hails. Okay. Cool.
Hails.
Hails.
Good night, man.
Yeah.
Hails.
And yeah, stay safe and be well.
Yeah.
And thank you for gracing us with your gifts tonight, Brenton.
Or you can just say Shanti. I mean, like, if you want to go Vedic, you could just say Om Shanti. Om Shanti. Just means peace. Yeah, like Shanti.
Om Shanti.
I was gonna say namaste, but never mind.
Say what?
What were you gonna say?
I was gonna say namaste. I was gonna use some like
Oh,
Yeah,
cheesy
namaste.
yoga.
But namaste, you got to know the
Okay.
meaning. Like, namaste means I bow to you. So it's like, so you have to respect the being you're saying that to. So like when all these hippies say namaste to everyone, it's like you could be bowing to someone lower than you and it's going to damage you. So you got to be very careful.
Okay, thank you or something. I thought I meant thank you or.
Yeah. Thank you for that.
Nama means bow, to bow. Nama.
Yeah.
And stay is to.
No, what Ian West is saying is, how does he say thank you in Vedic?
I mean, there is no thank you.
Cool. All right. I love it. Damn, Asian Indian culture is great. I just take. Yeah.
Because thank you is like, in English, it's like, then cut you. There's THANK.
Yeah.
Thank. So it's cutting off. That's why people say it at the bank or whatever to get. It's like a buzz off thing. So you could just say yes, much appreciated. You know, you could just say yeah. You know, be positive about it. You could just say appreciate it, or you know, gratitude. Gratitude's the only way, really. In English, you could just say gratitude.
Yeah. Cool.
All right.
All right. Thank you.
You get it. I get it. I could do that. All right. Well, good night, Brendan and Doug. We'll let you get to your monologue. Okay.
Okay. Love you dearly. And all right.
you, man.
Blessed
Bye.
night. Okay. So these two gentlemen are bowing out for the evening. Aristides, of course, will probably, and I expect him to fall asleep. He works for a living. And Aristides, say good morning to everyone before you.
I work here for a fucking living too. Yeah, but I'm gonna fall asleep. I'm gonna fall asleep on the job. Fuck yeah.
When Doug starts the show, just pass me on. Don't fucking wait for his permission to do it. God damn it.
All right. Yeah. Wow. That's a tall order, Ian. But we could talk. Let me know what you have to offer. What you have, drugs or what? How can you convince me?
Sing his voice on the show. I swear to God.
Okay, wonderful, gentlemen. So do say good morning, Aristides, if you would be so kind.
All right. Well, yeah. Good night. Good night to everyone here. Thank you for coming.
Yes.
And all those who came and already left. I'm going to put the link to donate in the chat one more time.
Thank you.
And please make sure to do that. If you're able, help Douglas feel confident before a panic at the end of the month.
Yes. Excellent.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
Feel free to say good morning.
I could say good morning. Yeah.
Yeah. Excellent. Love you
Please,
too.
yeah. Please pay for Douglas so I don't have to. All right.
Please. Yes. Please. Spare Aristides that. He does more than enough.
My personal appeal also.
Yes. Thank you. He does more than enough. And he's the most helpful man here. So he's been drawn into the radar of their attention. And, well, bless you, Aristides.
No, I guess they noticed, but fuck it. Yeah.
Yes. Thank you. And do say good morning, Brendan. That's one thing you neglected, was to say good morning to all our listeners. So go ahead and say that.
Yes. Good morning, everybody. And Otala Taiwas Solio Hagalas Algis. Yes. So,
okay.
Yeah.
Most excellent.
And it's, it was good. It was good. It was fun.
Wonderful. It was. And dear Ian, yeah, wonderful. Thank you, Shanti. And dear Ian, feel free to say good morning before we turn to Nemo, because I get the feeling Nemo may be the only guy with me throughout a little bit more of the night at least, or his day. So we'll get Nemo to say good morning, but he'll, I believe, be hanging on consciously. And maybe interjecting.
I'll stay around.
Excellent. Excellent. So go ahead and say good morning to everyone, Nemo, and feel free to interject anytime you wish.
Good morning, everybody, and please support Douglas any way you can. Send donations towards him via PayPal. Any amount you can afford will be greatly appreciated.
Okay, excellent. So with the people that we have, we're going to start monologue. And, well, it's been a long night, and we have the... well, I'll take a deep breath, and we dive right into it. So, okay, it's happened here, all right? This week felt like a century. The world has just witnessed a historic turn. It's a gut punch. Trump, again. And this time with no limits. Only his deepest loyalists working for him. The Senate, and inevitably the whole of Congress, under his control. Hand-picked judges on the Supreme Court. And the month's not over yet. We have less than 100 days before Trump takes power. We're about to face an onslaught against everything we stand for, from climate breakdown to the horrors in the Gaza, and from the mass extinction crises to the assault on women's rights. Trump is a human blowtorch in our tinderbox world. We've just witnessed an extraordinary moment in the history of these United States. With Donald Trump's return to the presidency, the United States is about to become a different kind of country. America is poised to become a country where the Department of Justice does not serve the Constitution, but focuses on punishing Trump's enemies. Where loyalists take over regulatory agencies, making the nation less safe for consumers, workers, children, and all Americans. Where the president-elect and his allies abuse foreign policy and military power to advance their personal and political goals. Donald Trump has soundly won another term as president, and in perhaps the most stunning part of this election, it wasn't even that close. Donald Trump's election as America's 47th president was not a fluke. His victory was decisive. By securing over 70 million votes, he has won the popular vote for the first time in no less than 3 attempts. The Republican Party now runs the Senate and is likely, within days, to secure control of the House. Add that Trump will have picked a majority of the Supreme Court by the time he leaves office, means the Supreme Court will grow even more Trump collaborationist in the next 4 years, and we'll be dealing with that for decades with no term limits after his time is served. Republicans are gearing up to lock in their remake of the judiciary under President-elect Donald Trump and a new Senate majority, including installing several more reactionary Supreme Court justices. Having already picked 3 Supreme Court justices in his first term who were critical in overturning abortion rights, Trump will have appointed a totality of the court when he lands 12 more. All this constitutes a stunning comeback and provides an all-powerful mandate for Mr. Trump. We must now concede him the most consequential American president since Franklin Delano Roosevelt. His sweeping victory will set the tone for fellow national populists such as Marine Le Pen, who hopes to secure France's presidency in 2027. Mr. Trump was too easily dismissed as an aberration in his first term. Not now. he has defined a new political era for America and the world. Since Mr. Trump has wrecked the old order, what will take its place? How will Mr. Trump handle the conflicts in the Middle East and Ukraine? Russia has poured more than $1 billion United States dollars into election initiatives in Europe, with the intention and objective of destroying NATO, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, from within. So far, they have managed to subvert Magyarország, or Hungary, Slovakia, and Turkey as functional NATO allies. And they have brought ally Israel into play as a destructive force, even though it is not a NATO member. They have successfully, so far, prevented Moldova and Georgia from pursuing NATO membership. Some of this money has gone to support far-right political candidates in these United States, the Fifth French Republic, Die Neue Vereinigte Deutschland, or the New United Germany, España, or Spain, and other places that are closely allied with Putin and his Russian Empire. The only significant failures so far have been that the same initiatives literally forced Sweden and Finland to abandon nominal neutrality and join NATO. Even Switzerland is rethinking its neutrality. These days, parts of NATO are on the verge of collapse, mostly due to the efforts of Trump and Putin together in concert. But since Trump's infamous threats of 2015 and 2016, the European Union has been planning a standing European army that would mirror NATO, except that the United States and Canada and Turkey would not be invited. The United Kingdom would likely be invited, but would most likely decline. Other members, such as Slovakia and Hungary, would be heavily conditioned, and absolute consensus would not be required for European Union army actions. The United States would then lose all European basing and forward deployment rights. This is critical to American war planning, and compensating for the loss would likely require about a 20% increase in United States defense spending. The world faces its worst trade wars since the 1930s. The return of Trumponomics will spark a global trade war. Donald Trump's re-election accelerates a crisis for globalization. The world stands on the brink of multiple trade wars. Some will be unleashed with enthusiasm by Donald Trump, a man who hails tariffs as the greatest thing ever invented. Yet other, more reluctant clashes will surely follow, begun by blocs and countries whose prosperity depends on access to foreign markets. Expect those unhappy warriors, notably those based in Beijing and Brussels, the erstwhile capital of Europe, to insist that, if forced into battle, their aim is to keep markets open and competition fair, not to tear the system down. Alas, the distinction matters less than defenders of globalization hope. History records many examples of protectionists wreaking economic havoc. But trade-friendly governments often feel obliged to retaliate as well, rather than stand accused of abandoning domestic industries. Mr. Trump returns to power with a mandate to impose tax rises on trade and on a historic scale. The Smoot-Hawley Act of 1930 raised the average tariff on dutiable imports by 6 percentage points. Protectionist maneuvers and countermaneuvers that followed shrank overall global commerce for years. Mr. Trump threw out still larger numbers on the campaign trail, threatening Red China with an across-the-board 60% tariff, growling about taxing Mexican cars at up to 500%. And about a flat tariff on other imports of 10 to 20%. Those numbers should be taken seriously, but not literally. Tariffs are coming, but Robert Lighthizer, the trade representative in the first Trump administration, has told associates not to expect 60% tariffs on the Communist Chinese Empire right away. Mr. Trump's trade objectives are all about leverage and cutting deals, or so sayest the former officials who worked with him. Others in Trump world predict a twin-track approach: use tariffs to negotiate with friendly countries and to lean on bad actors. An openness about, or at least to, deal-making should not distract from the magnitude of Mr. Trump's ambitions. In pre-election conversations in Washington, Republican trade hawks talked of ending what they call the 7-decade blunder of opening American markets to global competition. As one hawk put it, other countries cannot be faulted for building up vast export sectors and treating Americans as their consumers of last resort. Nor can American companies be blamed for seeking out cheap places to make things. But the costs of globalization have turned out to be unacceptably high, so a reset is required. Mr. Trump's ideal is said to be balanced trade, though rebuilding key industries matters more than the size of this or that bilateral trade deficit. America will still trade with the Communist Chinese Empire in a second Trump term, it is conceded, but the administration will seek to, permit only trade in unthreatening consumer goods and commodities. There may be purchase quotas as a plurality agreed on or agreed upon by the two governments, while tariffs generate new revenues. There is an incoherence here. Trade hawks argue that tariffs do not cause inflation because, in the first term, Red Chinese exporters cut prices and absorb the pain to maintain market share in America, the world's largest market. The same trade hawks then predict that new tariffs will raise artificially low prices for CHICOM or Communist Chinese goods, thereby creating economic incentives large enough to alter trade flows, helping domestic firms to employ more Americans. When it comes to strategic goods and technologies from Red China, Mr. Trump can raise some tariffs on day one by adjusting penalties imposed in his first term under Section 301 of American trade law, punishing Red China for alleged abuses, including forced technology transfers. He could then announce a fresh Section 301 probe to address new Chinese misdeeds, as one trade hawk so put it. Tariffs could also be folded into a federal tax bill due in 2025, perhaps claiming that they offset domestic tax cuts. As for the rest of the world, Mr. Trump could issue an executive order directing his trade representative to examine all of America's trade deficits. So we've got the same trade tensions, very different solutions. The Biden administration suspended tariffs imposed by Mr. Trump on European steel and aluminum, while it sought an agreement on climate-friendly, sustainable metal making. It also suspended Trump-era tariffs on Airbus, a European builder of aeroplanes. Should Mr. Trump reimpose those tariffs and more, the European Union would face hard choices. It has been inching towards its own trade fight with the Communist Chinese, recently imposing tariffs on Communist Chinese-made electric cars despite Red China's threats to retaliate against European pork and other goods. That challenge to Red China is complicated by Mr. Trump's re-election, since Europe can ill afford a trade war on trois fronts. Behind closed doors, European officials admit that their motives in confronting mainland China are very different. They say Europe is getting tough in order to convince Red China that its heavily subsidized, export-driven growth is not politically sustainable. But their objective is to rebalance trade flows, not sever them. One has said that governments will no longer tolerate a world in which Europe is open and China is closed. In Washington, trade hawks harbor no hopes of changing Red China's behavior. In their telling, Mr. Trump wants to reindustrialize America. He can't break Red China or stop the Communist Chinese Empire, but his cultists believe he can defend the economy from a China Shock 2.0. Chi-Com dictators talk a good game about defending free trade while pursuing resolutely self-interested trade and industrial policies. The Communist Chinese Empire could resolve tensions by letting its electric car makers and other industrial champions open plants overseas and share advanced technologies with foreign partners, following the same role model that Red China imposed on foreign firms as a price for access to mainland Chinese markets. To date, however, Communist Chinese officials have discouraged such transfers. Your host, Douglas Dietrich, has asked a European diplomat in Beijing via his son's husband whether a trade war is inevitable. His reply was that coming months will show whether Red China understands that it must change its ways, even while admitting, to quote his T, "Will we achieve that in time? I don't know." Mr. Trump's victory speeds everything up. So your first bulletin is Tesla at 1 trillion United States dollars. Welcome to Trump's world, people. The richest just got richer. Donald Trump's election win is already helping the world's richest get even richer. The world's 10 richest people got a record 64 billion United States dollars richer from Trump's re-election. Tesla just hit a 1 trillion United States dollar market cap as Trump's win powers a stock surge. Donald Trump won the presidential election, but he wasn't the only one who had a good day. The wealth of the world's 10 richest people also soared by a record amount as Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, Bill Gates, and others benefited from the outcome. So Wednesday, this week last, wasn't just a good day for Donald John Trump. According to Bloomberg's Billionaire Index, the wealth of the world's 10 richest people also soared by a record amount overnight. Tesla, which trades as TSLA, market capitalization, hit 1 trillion United States dollars Friday morning into this weekend, as Donald Trump's election win has helped the EV, the electric vehicle maker's stock surge this week. And yet one question hangs over COP29, the 29th Conference of Parties, COP. How do you raise 1 trillion United States dollars to fight the climate crisis? It's the trillion-dollar question. Can the world's nations find the money needed to end the climate catastrophe? And it's the question at the top of the agenda as 198 parties gather at the United Nations COP29 summit in Baku, capital of the genocidal petrostate of Azerbaijan, this week, the nation which committed genocide by exterminating half the Armenian nation. Now, just checking in at various people coming in. And, okay, shout out to H.D. Munson the first. And back to the task at hand, checking into the call as well. And returning to the task at hand. Importantly, all these nations largely agree that at least $1 trillion United States dollars a year needs to flow from rich nations to poorer ones to build the Green New World and end the old one powered by fossil fuels. Unless that happens, everyone will suffer the ever deadlier impacts of global overheating, such as the horrific floods that inundated España, Spain, Yester Septimania, just last week. But that's where the agreement ends and the COP29 negotiations begin. So I'm going to start at the beginning and try to convince you that $1 trillion United States dollars is actually, well, not all that. It's not actually that big a number. It is, in fact, a goddamn bargain. And the re-election of climate change denying Donald John Trump as the president of these United States does not change that. Donald Trump's electoral victory sent the stock market skyrocketing, with key indexes surging on Wednesday midweek last. As a result, some of the wealthiest people on Earth found themselves billions of dollars richer. The biggest gainer was Elon Musk, the world's richest person and one of Trump's most outspoken and dedicated supporters, whose wealth just jumped 26.5 billion United States dollars to 290 billion United States dollars within the hour of an electoral win on Wednesday night, according to Bloomberg. Amazon founder Jeff Bezos' wealth grew 7.1 billion US dollars a week after defending his decision to withhold the Washington Post's endorsement of Vice Presidentress Kamala Harris. Oracle co-founder Larry Ellison, another Trump cult supporter, saw his net worth rise 5.5 billion United States dollars the day after the election was won by the red Republican Edomites. Other gainers include former Microsoft executives Bill Gates and Steve Ballmer, former Google executives Larry Page and Sergey Brin, and Berkshire Hathaway CEO Warren Buffett. Although none of these billionaires endorsed a candidate this year, they have spoken in full favor of Democratic candidates and causes in the past. Collectively, the top 10 richest people gained 64 billion United States dollars in as many minutes, within 4 minutes over an hour. Bloomberg notes, it's the biggest overnight increase of wealth it's seen since the index began in 2012. The market rallied Wednesday midweek last as the election concluded swiftly and with expectations that Trump will usher in a new era of deregulation and other pro-business laws and policies investors believe could benefit the stock market overall, especially billionaires who hold much of the world's wealth in their sweaty little palms, unwilling to share it with a world desperately in need of climate catastrophe damage control. To quote as Michael Block, Chief Operating Officer at Agent Smythe, there is this huge perception of business-friendly, tax-friendly regime coming into place, especially with them winning the Senate. Truth Social owner and Trump Media and Technology Group, Trump's social media company, also cashed in with shares skyrocketing in value after CNN and other media outlets projected Trump won. The stock rose as much as 35% at one point before fading. Trump is the dominant shareholder in the conservative social media company named after himself, which has scant revenue and is losing money by the minute. Always has been. All of this is a bubble based on irrational euphoria. The president-elect's 114.75 million shares were worth about 5.3 billion US dollars briefly based on those early gains. That's up from $3.9 billion when trading ended on election day. This is irrational exuberance, as the arch-demon economist, the former lover of Ayn Rand, Alan Greenspan, once described it. It's compounded by a dire warning from Brazil. And for those of you who want the geopolitics, they're inescapable. We're diving into them right now. H.D. Munson the first says, keep in mind, things that happen no matter which party is leading are chemtrails, synthetic biology that is now in everyone's blood and growing, and largely out of control AI. This is, of course, the conspiracist viewpoint. Well, H.D. Munson, you can't claim there was any conspiracy against Donald John Trump when he fucking won. And the White House was simply handed to him on a platter. See, the debates over techno-oligarch influence have become global. The recent Brazilian coverage on Elon Musk's intervention in the U.S. election emphasizes the rise of a powerful new form of political influence that echoes the shadowy corporate influence Latin American countries know all too well. In a striking parallel, coverage highlighted how Musk and other tech moguls manipulate political narratives under the guise of freedom of speech. For instance, writing for the Arabic wing of multilingual outlet Deutsche Welle, German World, known to the West as DW, Janusz Dekler has underscored Musk's U.S. lobbying efforts for government subsidies, corporate welfare, which ironically contradicts his advocacy for smaller government. Smaller government for the people, he says, but corporate welfare for myself. To quote his Janusz Dekler of German World, the political visibility of his role is unparalleled and highlights the way for a handful of private tech companies are increasingly wielding power over decisions traditionally reserved for governments. The Brazilian case of Musk paying fines for overstepping his bounds also illustrates how such billionaires, facing regulation globally, now look to a Trump-aligned American state to provide a haven from any oversight or all oversight whatsoever. After all, Elon Musk purchased himself a starring role in Trump's second term. What could possibly go wrong? I'll tell you what's going fucking wrong. The Trump and Musk techno-oligarchy is coming. Now that Donald Trump has won the presidential election in these United States, he is clearly indebted to Elon Musk. The techno-oligarchy has been unleashed. Tech CEOs have become so powerful that they are usurping the authority of the state itself and reshaping our global order. Yet the reign of tech titans is ultimately coming to an end. Speaking of mauling women, as Trump once said, when you're a star, they let you do it. Early Wednesday morning, in giving thanks to Elon Musk for helping him win the presidential election, Donald Trump shouted, "A star is born! Elon!" Now Trump and Musk, self-styled stars, meaning woman maulers, are a match made in some kind of Book of Revelation living nightmare. With Trump's victory, the duo seem to have put themselves safely out of the reach of the law itself. Over the last months, as Musk, the second richest man in the world to the Russian dictator Vladimir Putin, unto whom he swears fealty, has poured millions into Trump's campaign by way of his America PAC, or Political Action Committee, and Trump has promised to bring Musk into government. Yet Elon Musk, who rails against illegals in America, has been exposed to be an illegal immigrant himself. All of which begs the question, why does Elon Musk still even have a goddamn security clearance? Elon Musk, despite years of erratic and pathological behavior that would cost other Americans their ability to work with the U.S. government, has a goddamn security fucking clearance. How is that even possible? The Tesla and Taiwan tech-powered SpaceX CEO Elon Musk, the world's second most wealthiest man after his puppet master Putin, has come out harshly against undocumented immigrants since becoming one of former President Donald Trump's biggest donors and campaign surrogates. But now a new report reveals that he launched his career in these United States sans any legal status. He's a goddamn wetback, people. A white trash wetback. The Washington Post reported in the last full week of last month that Musk was illegally staying in the United States on a student visa despite dropping out of school, while Musk, who is from South Africa, immigrated to attend Stanford University, but of course, He called his department chair shortly after the fall 1995 semester began to inform him that he wouldn't be attending classes. By the way, Nemo says, just like Ted Cruz.
Yeah, white trash, wetback.
Thank you. Love it. Thank you, sir. Yeah. And, but at any rate, when this motherfucker dropped out of Stanford, which was established by one of the greatest racists in history, the man who used cheap Chinese coolie labor to build the railroads in California, foregoing hiring any white Irish immigrants, then institutionalized legislation into California's very constitution that Chinese should not exist in these United States. He's the son of a bitch who established Stanford, which Trump naturally gravitated toward, or I mean to say Musk. They're practically the same Tweedledee and Tweedledum at this point. But when Musk dropped out of Stanford, at that point, Elon Musk was legally obligated to leave these United States. But instead, he illegally overstayed his visa while building his first company, Zip2, originally called the Global Link Information Network, or GLIN, J-L-I-N. Eventually, venture capital firm David Dow Ventures made a $3 million investment into Zip2 in 1996. Upon learning that both Musk and his brother Kimball didn't have any legal status whatsoever to be in the United States, the funding agreement included a clause that stipulated Moore could claw back its investment if the twain did not obtain a legal work visa within 45 fucking days. Zip2 board member Derek Proudine told the WAPO, the Washington Post, their immigration status was not what it should be for them to be legally employed running a company in the United States. We don't want our founder being deported. Because U.S. immigration records are not public, determining when Musk's immigration status changed is impossible to ascertain. However, the Post cited 2 different biographers who wrote that Moore ultimately arranged for an attorney to line up visas for both Elon and Kimball Musk in 1996. This means both he and his brother were illegal immigrants at large for the better part of a year. This is particularly noteworthy as Elon Musk has abused his social media platform X, formerly Twitter, to regularly launch attacks against and spread disinformation about undocumented immigrants. In February, Musk tweeted, "Illegals in America can get bank loans, mortgages, insurance, driver's licenses, free health care in California and New York, and in-state college tuition. What's the point of being a citizen if an illegal gets all the benefits but doesn't pay taxes or do jury duty?" The Post reported that Musk's colleagues confirmed that he drove a car during the period in which he was in this United States illegally, meaning he would have needed both a driver's license and auto insurance in order to do so. Same report also confirms what Kimball Musk said in a 2013 interview when saying that he and his brother were illegal immigrants when their company landed the $3 million investment from Moore. Elon didn't use that exact phrasing, but rather said that their status was a gray area. Despite making a promise in March to refrain from endorsing any presidential candidate, Elon Musk has not only appeared on stage with Trump, but became his second biggest campaign donor. Forbes reported earlier that week that Musk had donated roughly $118 million to the pro-Trump super PAC, Political Action Committee. His largesse was outpaced only by Timothy Mellon, who had given $150 million to the former president's 2024 bid for the White House. Yestermenses, last month, the New York Times reported that people around Donald Trump are trying to figure out how to quickly install loyalists in major positions without subjecting them to the risk of long-running and intrusive FBI background checks. Trump's people, unsurprisingly, are worried about whether they'd pass a background check. As the Atlantic magazine contributor Peter Vayner wrote in September, the MAGA-dominated Russell collaborationist Red Republican insurgency is a moral freak show, and freak shows attract freaks, who tend to have a hard time getting security clearances. The first Trump administration was rife with people, including his transgendered son-in-law Jared Kushner, who were walking national and international security risks, none worse than Trump himself. The second term around, in which Trump will be free of any and all adult supervision, will be even worse. By the way, elected government leaders, even if they are convicted felons, do not go through background checks or have actual security clearances. Their access to classified information is granted by virtue of the trust placed in them by the voters. The president, as the chief executive and executive commander-in-chief, has access at will to information produced by the military, the intelligence community, and other executive branch organizations. For many other federal workers, however, security clearances are a necessary component of government service. Over the course of some 9 years altogether, I held relatively ordinary secret and top secret clearances while serving as a Department of Defense research librarian. If any jack shit motherfucker comes at me with, "You said you had no security clearances when you worked with the Roswell documents," I did not. I was only a librarian's fucking aide at that time. I had to be granted them later via my promotions, motherfuckers. For all you jackasses out there trying to find, as RKC would say, Richard K. Cole Jr., who we discussed earlier and deconstructed, a chink in my armor. All of these, even at the lowest levels, involve allowing the government to do some uncomfortable probing into your life, your finances, your family, even your romantic attachments. Clearances are meant to mitigate the risk that you will compromise important information. So the goal is to ensure that you are not emotionally unstable or exploitable through blackmail or vulnerable to offers of money. Want to get a really thorough investigation? See if you can get cleared for CNDWI or critical nuclear weapons design information. You screw around with this process at your own professional and legal peril. Don't want to admit that you cheated on your wife? Too fucking bad. After all, if you'll lie to her and then lie to the government about lying to her, what else will you fucking lie about? Are you a bit too loose at the poker table? Or are you a casual drug user, but don't think either is a big fat fucking deal? That's not for you to decide. Better fess up anyway. And of course, you have to promise not to do it anymore. Remember, I was a clean-cut kid back then. I never touched a drop of alcohol, seeing what it did to my dad and others around him. I never took any drugs. All that went to shit when I found out being clean didn't mean jack shit when you're working for the United States government. Sure, it's all hypocritical, but back then, I could pass every piss test with flying colors. So once you have a clearance, you'll be subjected to refresher courses on how to keep it, and you'll have to submit to regular, routine reinvestigations. You must also sit through insider threat training, during which you are taught how to recognize who among your coworkers might be a security risk and how to report them. Red flags include not only signs of money issues, emotional problems, or substance abuse, but also extreme political views or foreign loyalties. And thank you for the White Widow comment by Brendan Zogit. Yes, I acted as a mule in drag for my gang, the Tom, shipping the most pricey marijuana at the time, White Widow, earning my nickname as the White Widow when I was not even of legal age. But I didn't use the drugs. That's what made me such a reliable drag mule. All that being said, all this brings us back to Elon Musk, who runs the Taiwanese technology-enabled SpaceX, America's private space contractor, and an organization presumably full of people with clearances. Now, I myself emailed SpaceX, in my responsibility as your host, to ask how many of its workers have clearances. You can bet bigger than whale shit, I never got an answer. Trump is surrounded by people who shouldn't be given a clearance to open a checking account, much less set foot in a highly classified environment. But Elon Musk has held a clearance for years, despite ringing the insider threat bells louder than a percussion maestro hammering a giant glockenspiel. Leave aside Musk smoking marijuana on Joe Rogan's show back in 2018, a stunt done with such casual smugness that it would have cost almost anyone else their clearance. The feds, including the U.S. military, don't care about state laws about pot. They still demand that clearance holders treat weed as a prohibited substance, and with goddamn good reason. But Sharon,
the worst part about that is he fucked over his entire working, would be the word?
Staff?
His whole staff.
Yeah.
So the feds came in and drug tested everyone on his staff for 6 months straight, random drug tests, and tortured them, all because of what he did for 5 minutes on a fucking show. And he was laughing about it when he told someone about it. He was like cracking up. He was like, "Yeah, they drug tested all of us for months, ha ha ha." And basically, a bunch of those people got caught up because they didn't think that was going to happen. So he destroyed a bunch of people's careers.
Yeah, what a piece of shit. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate your interjection profoundly.
And it was all a stunt because he didn't actually smoke it. He just it was like smoking a cigar. He just puffed on it. So it was just wrong all around.
It's juvenile. It's sophomore.
Yeah.
Sophomore.
It was a joke. He did it as a joke just to humor Joe, and then it just screwed over everyone at his company. It's like, imagine working for someone like that. It's awful.
That's not work. That's exploitation. Thank you. Thank you. By the way, HD Mudson 1 says, the Elon Musk info is very interesting. How very odd. How very odd is why nobody knows this. Why does nobody know about this shit? How come I'm the only one fucking talking about it on God's green earth?
Wait, in regards to what exactly?
Oh, Elon Musk info. He says the Elon Musk info is interesting. How very odd. And I'm saying, what's
just
odd?
In general?
Yeah, that's what he's saying in general. What I'm exposing.
Maybe I just listened to you too much, but I didn't hear anything new.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, Brendan heard nothing new. Yeah, that's there you go.
Because they hold him up to be this god, but and they say, oh, he's the pinnacle of American capitalism. But first of all, he's a Brit, or he's a South African who's part of the Commonwealth. He's not even American.
Yeah.
And second of all, he's done nothing to support America. He just gets money from the contracts. It's bizarre. That I don't understand how he's like a cult figure. It's just really weird. It's a lot of brainwashing, obviously.
He's a white trash piece of shit who thinks that he's going to introduce apartheid to America. And basically an oligarchy in which Trump plays the role of Vladimir Putin, and he's one of the oligarchs. And he probably intends to take it much further than that. He perceives himself as the bridge between Putin and Trump. And so you have this entire... as a matter of fact, it was Ian West who was on the call that Nemo monitored. Nemo, help us out here. Where Ian West was talking to Viviana Sanchez, and they were all orgasming over the Holy Trinity, or the unholy Trinity of
Trump, Putin, and Elon.
Thank you. There you go. And sharing a joint with Bro King Rogan is nothing for Elon Musk. even though it destroyed so much of his staff's lives. And 6 years later, the Wall Street Journal reported much more concerning drug use. This is to build upon what Brendan presumed was just a joke. You see, the Wall Street Journal said otherwise. They said, to quote us, the world's wealthiest person.
He's like you in the sense where weed is to him weed's dumb, but he'll go and do ketamine and all kinds of shit.
Thank you.
Because Don Lemon brought it up to him when he was on his platform for like one day, and he said, "Why do you have a prescription for ketamine if you're so productive and you're not depressed?" And then Elon shut him down. But the truth is, he just uses the ketamine for fun. Like, it's just recreational.
Thank you. And tell people.
So
go on. No, go on. Say it. Say it.
But it's just they all say, "Oh, we're using it." They use it as a what's it, like a
consciousness
like a
expansion bullshit.
No, they'll just say like, "Oh, it's for depression," because at low doses, it's allowed to be prescribed for depression. But all these people are using it in high doses. These famous people, they just get the prescription so they can't get like arrested for it. But then they'll just use it to KHOLM, which is like a psychoactive dose. Basically, you obliterate yourself on it.
Well, fuck, if some nobody like Trappist Nicholson can use it for that, these guys must be mainlining it.
Yeah, exactly. He had a salt shaker. You remember
that? Fuck yeah. How could I forget it? Couldn't forget that shit.
And it's like, it was literally, he was shaking it onto the truffles like it was salt.
Yeah.
It was crazy.
Seriously. Oh, it was out of this world. Literally. Yeah. Unreal.
And I wonder if that psycho person was actually Trampus, like as Nemo said. Because, like, imagine someone naming himself Psycho and then he goes psycho in the chat.
Actually, I'll tell you both. It was not. I know the guy. I'm acquainted with him, and he's this half Filipino, half Latin American dude. His dad was in the military, and he wound up doing, at a very young age, he did something incredibly stupid. I don't know, our man Brendan has tried some outrageous shit himself where he's like, stomach down on the skateboard rolling between 18-wheelers and shit. And this guy was doing something along those lines and beyond, but he wound up fucking himself over and was paralyzed the rest of his fucking life. And so he attended this one UFO conference where I was speaking, and then he wound up offering me a joint, which I had no interest in. And he wound up actually getting a waitress to sit on his lap because they were sharing the weed. So she sat on his lap for that. But then he kept begging me, "Come on, man, let's go to an adult entertainment center. I know you love going to strip joints." And I'm like saying to him, "Dude, why would I want to go with you?"
With you, yeah.
Right. And it's like, what on earth would you provide myself in terms of any advantage when I go to an adult entertainment center? Will I get
in a wheelchair or something?
In a wheelchair. This guy's wheelchair.
He was like,
he's just he's a bitter, angry fuck, and he's taken a different path of life to make his life less miserable.
Oh, well, like he said, he was just hospitalized recently for a long time. So he may not even have long for this world. So he's what he's doing is he's escaping into major psychotropics, and so combined with the antipsychotics and antidepressants they got him on,
he's going to go to hell when he dies.
What exactly did he do? Like in the chat.
Oh, he just went on and on. You tell him, Nemo. He
was just spamming just so much shit, and when I called him out on it, he just started saying shit to me. I'll have to read the message again, but I just had to remove him. He was obviously just a fucked in the head individual who was seeking attention. He really wanted Doug's attention from all the messages I saw, but Doug wasn't giving it to him.
But what exactly did he say? I just don't understand. Not that I'm doubting you.
Nemo would literally have to open the messages again because they were like, it was just like a torrent of stream of consciousness.
So it was
bile.
It was just nonsense.
Well, I said, "Can you please not spam in live chat?" Even though he blatantly is, he says, "I'm not. Give way." Hence, Zero or Sire or whatever that meant. A professional broadcaster, audience member of the elite social status. Douglas, and he started sucking up to him, saying, "Oh yeah, give Doug money," after behaving like a complete fuckhead.
Oh yeah, he'd be giving me money, all right. Oh yeah, I expect that coming in the 12th of never. Yeah,
it was like all these fuckers, like Trampus and shit. No one ever gave you a dime, and then he was like getting money for his apartment.
Yeah.
In the Bay Area, plus all the drug money. It's like. These fuckers are crazy.
They're worthless. Their life no longer has meaning, so they have to cause destruction.
They're worthless, but the point that's being made by Nemo is that they're worthless, but the point being made by Brendan is that they're getting all this money more than they know what to do with. They're rolling around in it.
Like Trampus had rigs, like those bong rigs and dab rigs. Those are like thousands of dollars, like combined, the amount he had.
Yeah. And this fucker's not contributing a dime, yet he wants to eat.
None of them work. Yeah. None of these people work.
Yeah, including Pete Moon.
Yes. None of these people.
And he has a cupboard full of dildos too.
Yeah. Seriously.
Top notch ones, top shelf ones.
Yep. Hundreds of dollars each.
Like they're literally in the hundreds of dollars, which is absurd.
Yes.
And then he tried to he kept harping on, oh, they're non-toxic, and it was like, really, you're sitting there imbibing toxins, and you're worried about some silicone going up your ass.
Well, you're going to need to qualify that. You're going to need to qualify that for our listeners and tell them what exactly this fucker was putting in his mouth while putting non-toxic dildos up his ass.
Yeah, Datura. All these toxic herbs like belladonna, nightshades. And then this was his quote unquote, I'm a psychonaut.
Yes.
You know? But it's basically stuff that they used to have to give horses to tranquilize them because they're so strong.
Who is this? Brian.
Trampus.
Brian, who is this?
Trampus.
Oh, yeah. Right.
Yeah, so he was eating these truffles that were full of belladonna, nightshade, these other deadly poisonous plants that you shouldn't be eating, but he was trying to send everyone these truffles.
Well, the beauty was we tried to get him to send it to Brooke so Brooke could give a whole box over to meth head Larry, the Danny boy there, and kill him off like she would a street pigeon. But, instead, Trampus said, they're trying to frame me for murder!
Yeah, idiot. Idiot.
By the way, my mother taught me a long time ago, don't test poison on street pigeons. They've got an intestinal tract that can tolerate a bottle of bleach. She taught me, test it on homeless people. She taught me to test my poisons out on homeless people.
Dang, she was ruthless. Man.
Oh, yeah. Mom was a badass.
It explains why after she died, all the homeless people invaded SF. It was she was controlling it. She was keeping the population down.
She was keeping it clean.
Yeah, she was calling them.
Damn.
We need more people like that.
We need more vamps.
Yes.
Yeah.
She wasn't drinking their blood either. She wasn't drinking their blood either. The homeless, she was just testing her poisons on them. Just making
sure. Okay, then assassins. Calling all assassins to San Francisco. Yeah, there you go.
Why don't scientists just use them to test their new drugs on instead of animals?
Well, they do, but you just don't hear about it. That's why... No, I'm serious. That's why, here in Sacramento and in SF, the homeless people are crazy. They'll shout, they're screaming and stuff. I've never seen homeless people anywhere on earth that do that.
It's true.
Where they're on the street saying just going into these giant monologues of raving madness.
Oh, dude, they're holding three-way conversations, but with themselves.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's not just one. It's every single one.
Yeah, every single one.
And I remember I was working downtown and I was hanging out with this BCC guy, Black Conscious guy. I was working with him. So after work, we went to smoke or chill or something. And we were just trying to have a conversation about, consciousness or something. And we started getting really deep into convo. And to the point where we were getting an auric field, right? When you go deep enough, the aura projects. And it triggered one of those zombies outside the car.
Yeah.
And it was a homeless person came out of the bushes and started screaming one of those demonic screams oh.
Yeah.
And so it was just after that, we were all right, it's time to go. Have a good night. Bye.
No, and they'll do that. Those fuckers have
so we triggered whatever being was inside of that person or that skin suit.
Yeah. Yeah.
It was crazy.
And
so
yet,
those are the kind of homeless people we deal with.
Yeah, I did see homeless people on the level of that in Australia, but I didn't stay there long enough to see too much of it. But I did see they have a homeless problem that was as bad as San Francisco's. It was like one time I was in Australia.
Where did you fly into?
It was
Sydney.
It was just all the major cities. Remember, they took us on this tour around Australia. We went from end to end, and one end of the continent to the other. I was there for over.
Went to Canberra, like.
Yeah, it was someplace like that. It was like I'd have to look up. You know, I've done so much of
Nemo,
bleach
have you
out
ever
my
been to the
mind.
capital?
Yeah, it was definitely at
which
the capital. Yeah,
Canberra.
Yeah. It's you might be pronouncing it wrong. Canberra.
Canberra. No.
Yeah, it was Canberra and Sydney and then Adelaide. You know, that other end of the continent. And yeah. So it was like it was 2 weeks I was there, over 2 weeks. So,
holy shit.
Yeah, I was flown all over the place to do these presentations, and but it was in Canberra and Sydney, I think, that I saw it was raining, and we had a homeless guy just sit down cross-legged, drop in front of us into a cross-legged position right before he reached the curve of the sidewalk. So he's walking in front of us, and we have an umbrella we're huddling under, and he just drops right in front of us and decides to sit cross-legged at the end of the sidewalk so that we had to walk around him in the rain, in the pouring, driving rain. He decides to do this in basically street clothes. I'm talking like just shirt and jeans, so he's like sitting down meditating in the rain or whatever, or collapsing on whatever drug he's on. So, I mean, they got bad. They got homeless just as bad there as we got here in Australia.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah, you notice our man Nemo's doing nothing to deny this. He's not denying this at all. Yeah.
If I was above the law, I could solve that problem.
Yes, there we are. Yeah, and it's it's the homeless issue is outrageous, and but certainly in America and Australia, I don't know where else it might be, but I don't know what England's like, but I doubt England has tent cities like this.
No, the rough sleepers were nothing compared to what we've had to do. We have to do it.
Yeah.
I met some of them. They're like old school, like the old school hobos. They're just like winos and stuff.
Okay, got it.
They're like jolly.
Yeah.
Comparatively, anyway. Don't trust them or anything.
Of course not.
But it's like the old school hobos. Like when I was a kid, they weren't as bad. They're just like, oh, look there's that guy and he sleeps in a tent. He's just My dad used to let me talk to them and shit. I don't know. He's obviously dumb, but. Yeah.
Word of advice to the listeners: just avoid all homeless people or low-level scumbag-looking people. Don't go near them. Don't talk to them. Avoid them.
Thank you. Yeah. That's
pretty much. Yeah, there's not really a point in it. Yeah. No offense to them. It's just that's just.
Oh, speaking of homeless.
This is a fact of life.
Yeah. The consultant work by our lady friend who appears on this show once in a while, Amy Como. Yes, the Porsche. Tell them about the Porsche.
Sad to say, the Porsche got repoed or got taken back, quote unquote.
Oh, how did she describe it? First,
like his company just came and took it back. He said they stole it back, even though he paid for it. Poor guy.
Oh, shit. Yeah, I said, you mean they repoed it? They stole it back?
That whole situation's super fishy, man.
Yes. To say the least. Yes. And it's like, well, there you have that. It's, we and of course, then she dropped off the call. Then came back and said, I've been listening to you this whole time. So it's, Jesus Christ. It's like, I don't know how she managed to stay invisible. It looked like she had totally dropped off the call. So I guess she just jumped back on. Yeah. And, but yeah, there you go.
No, it said she was gone. They didn't even show the icon.
Yeah, that's right.
She kept texting and saying, I'm still listening.
Yeah.
So that was weird.
Yeah. And so I couldn't see it because my screen gets whited out when I add somebody, and that's the reason why we have to have a producer. And so we couldn't do the show otherwise. I couldn't produce. But that's part of the.
Well, let's get an income stream, and we can hire.
Yeah. There we go. We need a steady income.
You need sponsors like
Let's put it this way:
Megacorp.
if I had money, I would be doing a lot more. Listen.
Yeah,
you need like mega corporation sponsors like Alex Jones and just get millions pumped in.
Well, he had the CIA, Nemo.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, these people are all.
But you know what I mean.
They're all intelligent.
Yeah,
because no one.
It's just because he was a big.
Yeah,
he was very big into doing those advertisements for all those big corporations.
No, for vitamins. He was,
superfoods. Yeah, superfoods and vitamins.
That was like InfoWars company.
I have a whole list of all of his sponsors, and they're all owned by Ashkenazis.
Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah, well, that goes without saying. No, definitely with Alex Jones, he married the sister of the guy. I can't remember his name, but he was a Jewish reporter, and that guy kept feeding him all the info as it was coming in first thing in the morning. So that's how he got this edge and this drop on everybody. And
was he in the CIA, the brother of his Jewish wife?
I don't think so. He was just this Jewish guy.
They just have their own shit.
They just got their own shit. It's just the Jewish community. They don't need to be CIA. They got their own shit.
They own the freaking media.
Yeah, they own the fucking media. That's
I was just asking if he was involved in all. That's all. I was asking.
Yeah.
Not that I know of, but definitely Alex Jones was as an asset.
Yeah, he was an asset. Yeah.
But
he's no longer married to that Jewish
Drudge.
lady.
It was the Drudge Report guy. The Drudge Report guy. I can't remember his first name.
Well, according to Drudge, like America's going to be depopulated by 2020 or 2030, I think.
Well, Drudge
they actually gave 2025, but
God. Then they had to push it up. Yeah. So, but
they'll do that.
Yeah, Drudge is like, fuck. He's just he degenerated immediately. He used to be like a reporter who was trying to go back to the old days. He was trying to cultivate the old look and go back to this kind of nostalgic reporting. And all he did was turn into a conspiracy nut. So, I'll try and talk some more of that, as much as I can tonight while I've got the, the drive to do so. So let's take a look at the numbers, and we're holding up good. So I'll dive back into the monologue, but everyone feel free to continue interjecting whenever you feel like it.
That fella doesn't seem to like that you said conspiracy regarding his comment on the chemtrails. He's like, the evidence of chemtrails and synthetic biology run amok is visible, documented from many sources. I can send links and all that. I think he took that very seriously.
But my statement was apolitical, he says. Both parties are failing us. Okay, I've explained before that we can't go there, and this is something I do want to discuss with all my staff, is once you go to that point where you're saying a pox on both their houses, you've basically surrendered your sovereignty. You can't take that attitude. Like the Bible said, Christ said, be thee either hot or cold. If thou art lukewarm, I will spit thee out. And that was, of course, the whole Mark H. trip. He wouldn't make a commitment. Believe me, you're worse than evil if you're not going to make a commitment when confronted between good and evil. You're worse than somebody who acts on behalf of evil. Believe me, you've got to take one party or the other. Right now, we're giving this choice, and I can assure you that in this case, I will continue to defend the Democrats, not in the sense that I'm a believer in what they are today or what they were when they were a party of the KKK, but in what they will have to mutate into to combat the Republicans as they have become. So, but when it comes to all this other stuff that this individual is talking about, just take it, for instance, one thing at a time. Chemtrails. It's like, okay, all right. I've always said what they are. They're trying to basically put up a bit of a kind of filter against the sun because we're suffering from global catastrophe. Whether that backfires or not, we can only wait and see. But so I've never denied chemtrails. So fucking what? They're chemtrailing us.
And you can't stop them, so there's no point of arguing about it or complaining.
Yeah, so what's the fucking deal? Well, if you're claiming, it's all full of evil shit, that the chemtrails will float down to us and infect us all, and it's like, again, well, what are you going to do about it? It's like,
just move out of the area. That's all you can do.
Yeah, Jesus. And then synthetic biology? What does that even mean?
Yeah, that made no sense.
Yeah, gene engineering, genetic engineering. Okay, so fucking what? GMOs. People have been hybridizing plants for fucking ever. People have been hybridizing animals for fucking ever. You know, and then if they're starting to hybridize people, yeah, okay, we'll have to deal with it as it erupts. But right now, it doesn't seem to be bothering you or I. Well, are you saying the GMO food is like something you won't touch? Well, don't buy GMO food. Okay, it's like, dude. And
you have you have will and a choice in these things where you don't have to be, you know, have to put yourself in these circumstances.
Yeah, and then of course, no, finish your thoughts.
That's like complaining if you live in a area that's prone to flooding and you keep complaining, bitching about the floods. Get the fuck out of there. If you can't do anything about it, get out of there.
Thank you. Yeah, and then he says, I voted for Trump this time around, though not last time. The statement I made runs more to problems we still need to address, independent of which party is in place. You don't understand. No, it's not. No, it's fucking not. The Democrats acknowledge climate change. The Republicans deny it. So, no, it is not independent of which party is in place. And so he says, I am referring to self-replicating nanotech. I have friends with morgues. You're talking about someone who has self-replicating nanotech. In fact, I'm one of the first. So, the point is you're talking to the man in the know here. So, it, like, big fucking deal. Like, maybe your friend's got Morgellons. That's horrible. They've got fucked up nanotech. And it's like, yeah, that's horrible. I do not envy them. But, yeah, it's like, okay, like, what are we supposed to do? Like, we had Noreen Halpand on, and it's like, what are you supposed to do? You listen to her bitch. So Noreen Halpand went into grisly, grotesque, exhaustive detail about what was emerging from the open, running, ulcerating sores all over her body. And talked about, oh yeah, one time there was this other girl with Morgellons. She was lying in a bed just sweating. And of course, her mother's holding a metal bucket next to her, and out of her sweat was pouring all of these like metallic insects that were coming out of her body by the droves, you know. And it's like, okay, well, there's nothing I can do to help this person. I can't do anything about that. And so if we acknowledge the existence of Morgellons, then what? How do you treat it? It's like, it is a problem, but it's not a big enough problem not to deny the suffering of these people, but it's not a big enough problem where it seems to have impacted society in any noticeable way.
Yeah, the only way you're going to get some help for that if a celebrity suffers from that disease of illness and then they start doing charity funds for it.
Well, the moment any celebrity started suffering Morgellons, they'd stop being a celebrity.
Oh, yeah.
That's, that would be the end of that. So, but interestingly, we've never heard a celebrity or former celebrity say they have Morgellons. So that's interesting. So how is it that only the unknowns get Morgellons? Oh, because they immunize the celebs. Okay, well, whatever. You know, you can't go anywhere with these things. They're a hamster wheel. So such being said, you know, I'll get back to the task at hand. But yeah, thank you for bringing that to my attention. And okay, so he says yours appears to be beneficial. I am also in the know. Thank you. I appreciate that. And in your case, if you have it and it's working for you, I hope it does. And if it's not working for you, well, my sympathies. Yeah, I'd hate to be in that position where I had Morgellons. It's unimaginable to me. I would kill myself. So that being said, the way that the musk rat basically renders himself immune to pain is, according to the Wall Street Journal, to quote as they, the world's wealthiest person has abused LSD, cocaine, ecstasy, and psychedelic mushrooms, often at private parties around the world, where attendees sign non-disclosure agreements or give up their phones to enter. Sounds like another estate we know. According to people who have witnessed his drug use and others with knowledge thereof. Now, an attorney for Musk obviously denied the report, but even the rumor of this kind of drug abuse would be a 5-alarm fire for most holders of a high-level security clearance. But fine, even if the report is true, maybe all it means is that Musk is just a patriotic, if somewhat reckless, pharmaceutical cowboy. It's not like he's canoodling with the Russkiys or anything, is it? Bad news. Musk, according to another bombshell story from the Wall Street Journal, has treasonously been in touch multiple times with the Russian dictator Vladimir Putin. To quote Sndy, the discussions, confirmed by several current and former US, European, and Russian officials, touch on personal topics, business, and geopolitical tensions. At one point, Putin asked the billionaire to avoid activating his Starlink satellite internet service over Taiwan as a favor to communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping, said 12 people briefed on the request. Now, it's not inherently a problem to have friends in Russia. I had some even when I was a government employee. But if you're the guy at the desk next to me with access to highly classified technical information, and you're chewing the fat now and then with the dictator of the Russian fucking empire, I'm pretty certain that I'm required to at least raise an alert about a possible insider threat. So why hasn't that kind of report ever happened? Apparently it has. In the last full week of last month, the NASA administrator, the chief of NASA himself, Bill Nelson, said that Musk's alleged contacts with Russia should be investigated. But the United States government seems to think that Musk is too big to fail and too important to fire. An analysis column in Government Executive, that's a circular, info circular, in e-zine, electronic magazine, put it this past winter, and I quote us therefrom. In the case of Musk, it is clear that the government has decided the benefits of his maintaining eligibility are worth the risks. It's an easier case to make when you're creating groundbreaking technology and helping get humans to Mars. Wow, they're acting like he's actually doing this shit. He hasn't gotten anybody to Mars. Not even a dead fucking body. Give me a break. Again, to go us on with their quote, it may be a harder case for you to make if your name is Joe and your job is to get a truck to the naval yard. That may seem like a double standard, but that's if you forget that there is no universal standard. What kind of bullshit is this that rationalizes this level of corruption? The highest level. Now that Trump is reelected, Musk likely won't have anything to worry about. But at what point does Musk's erratic behavior, including evidence of hardcore recreational drug abuse, damning implications of some 12 years of regular discussions with the tyrant of the Russian Empire, and his obvious intense devotion to but one single party and its one singular candidate, become too much of a risk for any other U.S. administration to tolerate? It's bad enough that Musk could be careless with classified data or expose himself to blackmail. It's even more unsettling to imagine him undermining American security because of pure judgment, rather the purest form of poor judgment, political grudges, and traitorous foreign associations. Remember, this is a man who had to pay a $20 million US fine for blabbing about taking Tesla private and had to agree to have some of his social media posts overseen by a Tesla attorney. And that's not even close to classified information. As a former clearance holder myself, I also contend that indulging Musk and allowing future Trump appointees to bypass the clearance process entirely will be nothing more than the most toxic signal to the conscientious public servants who have protected America's secrets. They have allowed the government to intrude deeply into their personal lives. They have worked to keep their finances tidy. They have avoided the abuse of prohibited substances and even the use of legal ones, in any abusive sense. If only they were more important, they could get away with almost anything. That's the message that's driven home to them by this travesty. And yet in September, Trump said he would create a government efficiency commission for Elon Musk to lead. Government efficiency! Fuck me gently with the chainsaw. This is a baddragon.com dildo up the ass. This task force would carry out a complete audit of the finances and performance of the entire federal fucking government, with a view to smashing it to smithereens. That is, making it more efficient. Let me tell you something. No company ever downsized to greatness. Downsizing America's government's not going to make America great again. Trump also said, I'd put Musk in the cabinet, absolutely, but I don't know how he could do that with all the things he's got going. But he could sort of, as the expression goes, consult with the country and give you some very good ideas. Very good ideas that, let's guess, won't exactly hurt Musk's bottom line, which is currently set at more than 285 billion United States dollars. Within hours after Trump's victory, Musk gained 20 billion United States dollars in a single clutch. For a person who controls this much private wealth, to have a starring role in the United States government is to open the doors to conflicts of interest so immense that if Trump didn't already pose such an urgent threat to the survival of this republic, it would be all we'd ever talk about. For any other businessman, a chance to serve his country might seem like a good idea, but Musk has held vast governmental power for a long time by now, and for years he has exerted unholy influence over Washington. To see just a fragment of what Musk might do during a second Trump term, look to the current state of play. NASA and the Pentagon now depend on Musk so profoundly that they could barely survive without SpaceX, which controls U.S. space launches and internet satellites. In 2023 alone, Musk's companies signed $3 billion in contracts with 17 federal agencies, including the Departments of State, Energy, and Agriculture. Musk also holds a top-secret security clearance, which gives him access to information that could gravely damage national security if disclosed. And yet Musk has, by all evidence, been conspiring, no other fucking word for it in my estimation, with the leaders of powers extremely hostile to these United States. According to the Wall Street Journal, Musk has had secret conversations with the Russian dictator Vladimir Putin since 2022. The conversations evinced as including Putin's request for a favor for the communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping, that Musk should avoid turning on his Starlink internet service for My Taiwan, which supplies Musk the technology to power his SpaceX to keep both NASA and the Pentagon operational at all. Now, my Taiwan, of course, is a United States ally, albeit an unofficial one, or rather one unrecognized. The Communist Chinese and Russian empires are officially not. For anyone at any level of government to scheme with adversaries would almost certainly be actionable. NASA Administrator Bill Nelson has called for an investigation, and rightly so. But because this particular schemer is Elon Musk, it's been all hands off. Musk is an expansively free man, telling cable TV viewers about taking ketamine and turning Twitter now X, which still has around 300 million daily users, into his very own Pravda, the Russian true word for truth, if you could believe that. A dark MAGA propaganda site so influential that Rolling Stone magazine dubbed Elon Musk and X the biggest purveyors of online disinformation on Earth in human history. Now, in the early hours of Election Day, Musk shared a video on X that glorified January 6th and flashed QAnon references. IBM, Disney, and Coca-Cola used to advertise on Twitter. On X, you're more likely to see entrees from the far right. Pro-Trump Epoch Times, a media organization affiliated with the Falun Gong religious movement, which, well, essentially sought asylum and received it in my Taiwan. Now, more than 20 recent federal investigations or reviews have targeted Musk's companies. Some are fueled by concerns about the unsafety of Tesla cars and environmental damage caused by SpaceX rockets, which are some of the most destructive. They're not even carbon footprints. They're leaving carbon Godzilla stomps on the landscape. Tesla has also faced a raft of lawsuits charging racial discrimination. What would you expect from an apartheid-raised South Afrikaner? And harassment as well at its plants, union interference, and wage theft. In October, the Washington Post published evidence that Musk, after coming to Palo Alto in my Golden, California on a student visa in 1995, overstayed his visa and worked illegally in these United States for years. For Musk, who these days echoes Trump's spitting, nativist rage about undocumented immigrants, the exposure of this secret could have meant deportation and even loss of United States citizenship. Today, with Trump's victory, any saber-rattling by federal agencies or immigration watchdogs seems almost laughable. Deportation? Loss of citizenship? Investigations even? Sure, for other immigrants who've who've overstayed a visa, sure. Sure, for Trump's political enemies, most certainly. But absolutely not for Elon Musk, mega American, the brightest star in Trump's ominous firmament. By the way, our man Nemo points out, Elon's grandmother from his mother's side is Jewish. Winifred Josephine Wynne Fletcher. This means Elon's mother is Jewish, and he is also technically Jewish by Jewish law. Well, that fucking tells us everything.
Yeah.
Does it not?
They're not going to let a Gentile get into that much position of fame and wealth.
Yeah. Thank you. Outrageous. I mean, feel free to put in your input on that, Aristides. That's, it leaves me speechless. With Donald Trump now heading back to the White House, Elon Musk's massive influence on the United States becomes undeniable. From pouring hundreds of millions into Trump's campaign to bending social media narratives, Musk's actions underscore the ease with which the techno-oligarchy can buy political sway. Last month, the world's second richest man next to Vladimir Putin embraced the Republicans' campaign so enthusiastically that he ended up securing a final push and giving the world an unforgettable lesson in how American corruption works. Let's see now. Just checking on something. Oh, thank goodness. There we are. Thank you, Aristides. Appreciate your going mute. It is a scandal. Having obtained a promise of a top position in the future government, Musk pledged to donate at least $500 million United States dollars to the campaign, according to Donald Trump himself. He did more. He organized dinners to convince other millionaires to donate, like himself, in large numbers, guaranteeing that it would be a safe investment. He created a super PAC, an organization to raise funds and carry out actions to support an electoral campaign called America PAC, whose budget of $180 million US dollars, in addition to paying 2,500 people to go door to door convincing voters, hired lawyers to fight legal battles that could favor Donald Trump. On X, Musk praised Trump, abused his enormous reach to promote far-right conspiracy theories, now reflected, of course, by people in our chat room, making them, whether they know it or not, little musketeers, and criticized Democratic candidate Kamala Harris. He even took over a dormant At America profile to campaign. He abused his account with 200 million followers to interview Trump on August 12th. During the interview, which was too painful for me to watch, they both laughed about firing workers who go on strike. Bear in mind that Tesla is the only major car manufacturer that does not allow its workers to establish a union. All this in a quest for ultimate power. As they know, down south of the equator in Brazil, Musk's tweets are disproportionately driven by the algorithm of the corporation he acquired and which has since lost 70% of its value. Today, the social media platform formerly known as Twitter is little more than a propaganda machine for Elon Boy in his quest for limitless power. So much so that while posing as a defender of absolute freedom, X suspended the account of a reporter who had obtained confidential information about the Republican campaign and even banned links to the original post on Substack. Not to mention banning all of my posts on X, formerly Twitter. Or Instagram did that. But I know the Muskrat did that too, because they also did that with Brooke Gibson. So she and I share an experience on that. Only Brooke Gibson can tell you her experience about Elon Musk actually responding to her when she accused him of animal cruelty. But I'll let her tell that story. In addition, Musk has promised to distribute $1 million United States dollars a day during the campaign when it was running to voters in key states who sign a petition defending the Constitution, a disguised manner of making a lottery for those who vote for Trump. The measure is illegal in any country in the world, but in these United States has only received a warning from the United States Justice Department that it would potentially be illegal. In an interview with pseudo-journalist Tucker Carlson, Musk asked, "How long do you think my prison sentence will be if Trump loses?" Now, a question that's a moot point because it's been obviated. Elon has mainly been worried about saving his own ass. This brings us to his unprecedented involvement yet again. According to the New York Times, this kind of involvement by a billionaire in a presidential campaign is unparalleled in recent history. It is the most open purchase of a public office by a private interest in recent history. Imagine if the late Roberto Marinho, the Brazilian communications tycoon who founded and owned the media conglomerate Grupo Globo, or Global Group, until the early 2000s, had done the same thing, stepped onto the platform of a presidential candidate, openly poured millions into it, having already secured his place in government. Or if this had come from the Odebrecht construction giant, it would be a scandal. Opinion columns would multiply, not only in Brazil, but around the world. And all of them would remind us that, in fact, Brazil is a corrupt country. Corruption there is endemic. There's no way around it. It will never work. But American corruption is perverse because it is legalized. Let me tell you a bit about Brazil corruption. In these United States, greedy corporations and unscrupulous people like Musk, lauded as great entrepreneurs who move the country forward, managed to change the laws so that buying parts of the state itself is seen as an act of great entrepreneurial vision. Business geniuses! The creation of the super PACs is exactly that, a way of normalizing direct political influence by corporations and multimillionaires, a way of legalizing the rajadora, or parallel bookkeeping to evade taxes. Let's remember that using such practices to finance political campaigns formed a large part of the corruption allegations that they so shocked public opinion and the press during the Lava Jato anti-corruption probe in Brazil. The anti-corruption probe that overthrew a government. Corruption that even led to billion-dollar fines for the companies Petrobras and Odebrecht in these United States, north of the equator. Applaud it from Brazil as a much more evolved country, much cleaner than theirs, and therefore with a moral stature to fine their companies for dirty corruption that didn't even happen in their land. Now, when Odebrecht financed João Santana to run political campaigns for left-wing candidates in other Latin American countries, this was what it was all about. A multi-millionaire corporation paying for political campaigns to take advantage of the elected politicians. Now let's versus that vis-a-vis American corruption. And I'm shocked that this doesn't shock anymore, or at least doesn't shock anyone. That Latin America, with the largest empire in the Western Hemisphere other than that of the United States, being that of Brazil, colonized to the point of not seeing what is screaming in their faces. That the American system is corrupt from the core. No matter how much it is given a veneer of normality. Musk's conquest of the state will represent one step forward in the quest for power by the new digital oligarchy, the techno-oligarchs, who act exactly like the traditional oligarchs, the plutocrats that the Justice Department was so vocal about fighting when it launched its investigation into foreign corruption in companies like Odebrecht and Petrobras. It is the quintessence of U.S.-style corruption. Cynical, self-indulgent, and imperialist. The empire is so corrupt that it deceives itself and the rest of the world about its own honesty and good intentions. But what could Musk possibly gain? In Musk's case, what advantages are we even talking about? Once in the White House, Musk will have plenty of energy to do as much damage as he wants, as will vice presidential candidate J.D. Vance, who is a friend of another techno-oligarch close to Musk, PayPal co-founder Peter Thiel, another Suid-Afrikaner, another apartheid ape. What he wants is not just the position of coordinator of the Department of Government Efficiency that Trump promised him as a gift. What he wants is to avoid at all costs that his businesses are regulated, to pay taxes, to answer criminally for the harm they have caused to society as a whole, to comply with the law at all. Under the fallacious mantra of maintaining competitiveness, reducing the state, maintaining free enterprise, what he wants is not to give up an inch of profit from his companies and his people. He wants to maintain the digital Wild West. But he also wants to gain government support, government subsidies that he says he wants to reduce. One example raised by the website Politico concerns the subsidy that Starlink wants to receive of $885 million US under a rural support program created by US President Joe Biden. It's worth a read. The site describes how Musk has formed personal allies in Washington in order to get his hands on this very prize. Another of Musk's dreams, according to Politico, is to curb environmental legislation that prevents his company SpaceX from sending people to Mars more quickly. Any relation to the billionaire technocrat from the film Don't Look Up is no coincidence. To maintain and expand his enormous contracts with the State Department and NASA, which exceed $15 billion US, and of course, to control legislation relating to AI, artificial intelligence. Although Biden's executive order requiring the government to more firmly monitor the application of AI is rather timid, Trump has already promised to throw it into the garbage bin. So, what about all these far-right techno-oligarchs? Let's remember that in the last election, one of the decisive factors in holding off the coup d'etat attempt was the action of big tech, including Twitter, Facebook, and Google, the owner of YouTube, from which you're listening to myself, to deplatform Trump's accounts and suppress his coup d'etat speech. Today, the game has changed, largely operated by far-right billionaires, including Elon Musk. A part of Silicon Valley has understood that a Trump administration would be more favorable to them than a Democratic one, after dozens of actions by the Justice Department to break the oligopoly and remedy the anti-competitive practices of these monopolies. Trump, who has already worn out his vocal cords, criticizing big tech, gladly accepted all these techno-oligarchs as his new allies. All in resisting, well, let's put it this way. They may be resisting progress, but I should speak a bit about resisting in the rest of the world. Perhaps the defeat by their Supreme Court in Brazil, when Musk had to tuck his tail in between his legs, pay the fines, and comply with Brazilian law, has taught the techno-oligarch that in order to continue undermining the laws of other countries, he also needs a state to call his own, the American state. It would be naive to think that the plans recently described by the journalist Jamil Chade for a potential Trump administration, now an inevitable one, to use USAID to foment the global far right would not include calls for the tireless defense of freedom of expression, which today is already mixed with the narrative orchestrated by big tech spin doctors to curb any regulation. Now that Trump has won, we are one step closer to the techno-oligarchy taking over the American state. The rest of the world will be left with the inglorious task of fighting it in their own countries, trying to establish respect for local laws and creating new rules to limit the power of these companies, which today operate by their own rules sans any supervision whatsoever. The greatest proof that we are talking about an oligarchy, and not just an isolated technocrat, is the equally scandalous stance of the Washington Post, owned by Amazon owner Jeff Bezos, which for the first time in 48 years did not endorse one of the trois presidential candidates. On October 25th, the Washington Post dropped a bombshell on its readers, announcing that it would refrain from endorsing a presidential candidate in the upcoming election. Since 1976, when the Post backed Jimmy Carter, its editorial board had issued an endorsement for every presidential election. The news ignited a firestorm. The famed Watergate reporters, Bob Woodward and Carl Bernstein, said this decision ignores the Washington Post's own overwhelming reportorial evidence on the threat Donald Trump poses to democracy. It quickly emerged that the Washington Post's billionaire tech owner, Amazon founder Jeff Bezos, had personally decided to end the paper's decades-long practice of endorsing presidential candidates. He became the special target of derision. Robert Kagan, who resigned from the paper's editorial board following that announcement, characterized Bezos' decision as clearly a sign of preemptive favor currying with Trump. Many were furious that a single individual could wield such power and muzzle one of America's most prominent media outlets. But another narrative also took hold. Bezos' decision to stop the Post's endorsement indicated weakness. Bezos was so concerned about the consequences of publicly siding with Kamala Harris in case Trump were to win re-election, which he ultimately did win, that he preferred to use his power to suppress the paper's voice than risk Trump's ire as the godfather of the overworld. This decision generated open criticism from the paper's former editor-in-chief, Marty Baron, the former Post editor featured in the film Spotlight, who posted on X that the newspaper's decision was cowardly, cowardice, with democracy as its casualty, at a time when clearly one of the candidates is a clear and present threat to democracy itself. Bezos shrugged it off. He said that the endorsement of America's second largest newspaper doesn't matter. But the reality is clear as air. The owner of Amazon prefers a government that doesn't want to regulate technology companies. It's also worth remembering the Washington Post's editorial condemning the Brazilian Supreme Court when it suspended Twitter, calling their decision irresponsible and authoritarian. I mean, imagine trying to enforce the rule of law. Even then, Bezos was proving to be an ally in the anti-illegal crusade of the techno-oligarchs, of which Musk is only the most brazen face. Bezos' choice points to a larger question playing out today. Just how much power do tech titans wield? Dueling narratives are playing out regarding the power wielded by tech titans like Jeff Bezos, Elon Musk, Mark Zuckerberg, Sam Altman, Jensen Huang, and others. The first narrative goes like this. Tech CEOs have become so powerful that they are usurping the authority of the state and reshaping the global order. The immense scale of the companies they've founded, their gigantic capital reserves, captivating brands, and sophisticated technologies have reinforced an aura of invincibility. With their vast resources, tech giants are uniquely shaping global outcomes, from determining how countries fight wars, such as in the Ukraine, to deciding what heads of state can say online. World leaders who at one point were banned from Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter, now X, include Donald Trump, Venezuela's Nicolás Maduro, Brazil's Jair Bolsonaro, and Belarus's Alexander Lukashenko. As Ian Bremmer opined in a debated article in Foreign Affairs in 2021, states have been the primary actors in global affairs for nearly 400 years. That is starting to change, as a handful of large technology companies rival them for geopolitical influence. Amazon, Apple, Facebook, Google, and Twitter are no longer merely large companies. They have taken control of aspects of society itself, the economy, and national security that were long the exclusive preserve of the state. Or take Marina Koren's September piece, the piece she wrote in the Atlantic magazine, where she declared that Musk is becoming an internet god, and that his combined control of space-based internet and social media has allowed him to wield unprecedented power. Elon Musk's heavy hand in the Ukrainian war, is an off-sided example of the reversal of power between governments and companies. At the start of the conflict, Russian forces disabled Ukraine's internet communications and threw its defense into disarray. In desperation, Ukrainian leaders pleaded with Musk to send them Starlink terminals. Musk assented, and days later Kiev received 500,000 Starlink terminals with hundreds more to follow. These terminals helped Ukraine mount a counterattack and to push Russian forces out of Kiev. But then Musk started getting cold feet, worrying that Ukraine's attacks could spur a nuclear war, according to the line that was fed to him by his puppet master Putin. Like the other tech titans, Musk doesn't have much experience in political or military affairs, yet his decisions have major geopolitical consequences. In this case, as Walter Isaacson recounts, Musk secretly chose to disable Starlink coverage off the Crimean coast due to fears about Russian escalation. His personal decision alone, which Ukrainian military officers found out about at the last minute, jeopardized a vital mission to attack Russia's Black Sea fleet and forced Kiev to scrap the operation. But other commentators are more skeptical about the sway of such tech titans. A second narrative maintains that the power of tech CEOs is waning, that geopolitics have compelled governments to reassert their authority over the companies. In September, after Musk caved to Brazil's Supreme Court and announced that X would remove accounts on the orders of a Brazilian justice, the New York Times wrote that the moment showed how, in the years-long power struggle between tech giants and nation-states, governments have been able to keep the upper hand. Or in August, after France arrested Telegram founder Pavel Durov and indicted him on multiple charges, Will Oremus said in the Washington Post that tech CEOs are facing the revenge of the regulators, and that this heralded the end of an era in which tech titans enjoyed free rein to shape the online world, and a presumption of immunity from real-world consequences. So, which narrative is correct? Are tech titans more powerful than ever before and holding nation-states subservient to their whims? Or have commentators exaggerated the influence of tech moguls, when in fact governments are reasserting their authority over the industries? As it turns out, neither argument fully captures the global reality. The power of tech titans is limited by several factors, including whether they're operating in a democracy or autocracy, and to what extent techlash has incentivized bureaucracies to claw back power from tech moguls. On the flip side, individuals like Altman or Musk, who are pioneering innovations in emerging sectors like space-based technologies and frontier AI, continue to exert outsized influence. Tech titans face wildly different prospects in democratic countries versus authoritarian contexts. From the outset, autocratic leaders recognized the power inherent in digital networks and new technologies and sought to harness them accordingly. For the Communist Chinese Empire, this meant erecting a great firewall of China and banning Western platforms like Facebook and Google in the late 2000s. Red China made it plain to Elon Musk and his contemporaries that there were strict limits to what the Communist Chinese Party, the CCP, would tolerate. In an interview with the Financial Times, Musk acknowledged as much, revealing that Beijing made clear its disapproval of his rollout of Starlink in Ukraine, and that it sought assurances that Musk would not sell Starlink in Red China. Reporting also reveals that Vladimir Putin pressured Musk not to activate Starlink services over my Taiwan as a favor to the Communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping. At times, the CCP, the Chinese Communist Party, has weighed in publicly when it perceives that Musk has overstepped. Yesteryear, after he tweeted about a U.S. government report pinpointing a Wuhan lab as the origins of the COVID pandemic, the state-controlled Global Times of Communist China warned Musk that he could be breaking the pot of China, akin to the adage, "Don't bite the hand that fucking feeds you, bitch." Given the billions of dollars in subsidies and cheap land China has bestowed upon Tesla, that was hardly an empty threat. Communist Chinese Party state officials have also made sure that homegrown tech titans play by their rules. The fall from grace of Jack Ma, founder of e-commerce site Alibaba and Ant Group, is illustrative to say the least. Once known as China's most outspoken billionaire, he suddenly went silent in 2020. He disappeared out of public view for months, no longer visiting the business school he founded, canceling a planned appearance on a TV show, and withdrawing from all conferences. His transgression? In 2019, Ma delivered a speech in Shanghai to a group of senior officials. In his remarks, Ma challenged Red China's regulators, arguing that the country's financial system must be reformed, and that state officials were impeding the financial technology sector with their pawn-shop mentality. Within a week, the Chinese Communist Party torpedoed Ant Group's long-planned $37 billion IPO, and Ma went into seclusion. House arrest, really. The broader message was clear: challenge the Chi-Com state and suffer the consequences. By the way, for those of you who don't know what an IPO is, that's basically an initial public offering works. An initial public offering is the term for the first time that a private company sells shares of its stock to the public on a stock exchange. So consider it the IPO as a public offering in which shares of a company are sold to institutional investors and usually also to retail investors. It's typically underwritten by one or more investment banks who also arrange for the shares to be listed on one or more stock exchanges. Now, glad to see we're holding good numbers. H. Munson HD Munsin1 says, I am very much not an Elon fan. He lacks a spiritual view, and this makes him fairly dangerous. Thank you, I appreciate that. He has a twisted, perverted view, known as cosmism. We can get back to that later. Now, other authoritarian countries, as well as weak democratic states, such as Russia, Iran, India, and Turkey, have also successfully opposed tech moguls. They have imposed draconian penalties against big tech's products and dared companies to defy them. In the Russian Empire, Putin is building a sovereign internet and severing ties with most Western platforms. Only YouTube remains standing in the Russian Empire, and its operations are increasingly imperiled. In India, the government has used coercion to intimidate tech companies, threatening to arrest employees that don't comply with its rules. Yesteryear, the Washington Post disclosed that politicians from the ruling party were abetting violence and fanning incendiary speech on Facebook to stoke their base. Despite repeated warnings, Zuckerberg delayed taking action for fear of antagonizing Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Even in full-fledged democracies, there is a glowing techlash against the power wielded by tech moguls. Gideon Rockman makes a compelling argument that democratic governments retain a key authority that eludes Musk and his cohorts: the ability to make and enforce the law. Unquestionably, Western democracies have shown a lag between their capacity to regulate big tech and their willingness to do so. Slowly, however, democracies are reversing course. Europe is a good case in point. In recent years, the European Union has expanded its regulatory push, cracking down on social media under digital services, the Digital Services Act, taking aim at big tech's monopolistic practices under the Digital Markets Act, and even taking a swing at setting AI policy with legislation in 2024. The United States, at least under Biden's tenure, also got into the act, although it was more of an act than any action. Lina Khan's forceful stewardship of the Federal Trade Commission, combined with Jonathan Cantor's antitrust push at the Justice Department, resulted in several landmark cases that have trimmed the sails of large technology companies. Just in August, a federal judge declared Google's search engine to be an illegal monopoly, setting up the Department of Justice to consider requesting a breakup of the company. While this may not represent the end of the digital Gilded Age, Silicon Valley's boom times have hit a rocky patch. Despite these setbacks, the power of today's tech titans remains strong in emerging arenas like AI, space and satellite technology, and quantum, where governments are dependent on private companies to drive innovation. Tech moguls dominate the agenda. Altman, for example, who weathered a hiccup earlier this year when OpenAI's board tried to depose him, has come roaring back. He now seeks as much as $7 trillion United States dollars to reshape the semiconductor industry, a figure that would dwarf the gross domestic product of every country in the world save these United States or the Communist Chinese Empire. Or take Jensen Huang, the founder of NVIDIA, one of the highest capitalized firms on the fucking planet. He recently concluded a rock star visit to my Taiwan, where, clad in his signature black leather jacket, he spracketh to throngs of adoring fans at a packed stadium in Taipei, the capital of my nation-state into which I was born. And even threw out the first pitch at a baseball game for good measure. Now, baseball's big, big, big in my Taiwan. They're the little league that wins every match against the United States or anybody else. As for Musk, his Taiwan technologized rockets effectively dictates NASA's rocket launch schedule. The Pentagon relies on SpaceX to get most of its satellites into orbit. In 2023 alone, his companies received close to 100 different contracts with 17 federal agencies worth $3 billion US. Yet, the reign of the current class of influential tech titans is likely to be short-lived for two reasons. The first has to do with the arc of innovation. Technology is defined by diffusion. Breakthrough inventions disseminate quickly in the world. New ideas do not stay bottled up in a laboratory or confined to a particular geography. Rather, they spread like wildfire. Innovations are copied, imitated, and reverse engineered until the rest of the world catches up. In the 20th century, industrial labs such as IBM Research, Bell Labs, and Xerox PARC, PARC, dazzled the world with their breakthroughs. For a variety of reasons, shifting corporate priorities, stagnancy, and the dispersion of younger, hungrier researchers to other places, they became footnotes in history, eclipsed by Google, Nvidia, SpaceX, OpenAI, and others. Someday, these newer stand-ins will in turn be supplanted by more ambitious rivals. At its core, that is the story of Silicon Valley itself. Second, there is a natural limit to how much power tech moguls can amass before states cut them down to size. As Jack Ma and Pavel Durov have already learned the hard way, governments do not take kindly to outsider challenges. In the case of Durov, years of flouting law enforcement requests finally came home to roost on the tarmac of Le Bourget Airport. Bureaucracies and lawmakers are fighting to reclaim their authority. In authoritarian states like Communist China, officials are applying coercive means to rein in corporate leaders. Democracies, in turn, are using their regulatory powers to hold tech titans in check. While tech CEOs appear formidable today, the future is murkier. Scholar Moises Naim has spent years analyzing the exercise of global power. In his book titled The Revenge of Power, he considers the present dominance of tech leaders and writes that such power is unlikely to last in its current and extreme form, as governments are beginning to try to rein in the giant technology companies. Naim points out that while this tug and pull will be with us for decades, it is also safe to expect that the unbridled power enjoyed by big tech companies since their inception will be more constrained in the future. So where does this leave things? Tech titans will resist relinquishing the reins of power. In September, Zuckerberg spoke at Meta's annual developer conference wearing a t-shirt that read, "Aut Zuck aut nihil," a play on the Latin phrase, "Aut Caesar aut nihil," which means either a Caesar or nothing. When Caesar, correctly pronounced Caesar, uttered the phrase, he was struggling for power in the Roman Republic and wanted to make clear that he saw no middle ground. He would risk it all to rule. Zuckerberg's appropriation of the Caesar's phrase evokes a similar mindset. Today's tech titans believe they are wholly responsible for leading their companies to glory. They will do everything in their power to maintain their supremacy. But constraints from Europe and even American regulators, coercive pressure from the Communist Chinese, the Russians, and the Indians, and the long arc of innovation belie an uncertain future. While today's moguls continue to ride high, quite literally in some cases, history tells us that their decline is likely forthcoming. For now, Putin has won, but democracy is not over. A treasonist Russist is the president-elect, again, of these United States. This is our political reality. Donald Trump is going to bring a claque of opportunists and kooks, led by the vice president-elect, a person who once compared Trump to my own biosire Adolf Hitler, into government this winter. And even as senescence has already overtaken the president-elect, Trump's minions will continue his assault on democracy itself, the rule of law, and our Constitution. The urge to cast blame will be overwhelming because there is so much of it to go around. When the history of this dark moment is written, those responsible will include not only Trump voters, but also easily gulled Americans who did not vote, or who voted for independent or third-party candidates because of their own selfish peeves. Trump's opponents will also blame Russia or other malign powers. And as a matter of fact, they should blame an entire united hostile front. Without a doubt, America's enemies, some of whom dearly hoped for a Trump victory, made every effort to flood the public square with propaganda. According to both federal and state government reports, several bomb threats that appeared to originate from Russian email domains were aimed at areas with minority voters only. But as always, the power to stop Trump rested with American voters at the ballot box, and blaming others is a pointless exercise. So now what? The first order of business is to redouble every effort to preserve American democracy. If I may mock Winston Churchill, this is not the end or the beginning of the end. It is the end of the beginning. For a decade, Trump has been trying to destroy America's constitutional order. His election in 2016 was something like a prank gone very wrong, and he likely never expected to win. But once in office, he and his administration became a rocket sled of corruption, chaos, and sedition. Trump's lawlessness finally caught up with him after he was forced from office by the electorate. He knew that his only hope was to return to the presidency and destroy the last instruments of accountability. Paradoxically, however, Trump's reckless venality is reason for hope. Trump has the indoctrination of a Russist, but the mind of a disordered child. He will always be surrounded by terrible but incompetent people. All of them can be beaten. In court, in Congress, in state houses around the nation, and in the public arena. America is a federal republic, and the states, at least those in the Union that will still care about democracy, have ways to protect their citizens from a rogue president. Nothing is inevitable, and democracy will not fall overnight. Do not misunderstand me. I am not counseling complacency. Trump's re-election is both a national and international emergency. If we have learned anything from the past several years, it's that feel-good, performative politics cannot win elections. But if there was ever a time to exercise the American right of free assembly, it is now. Not least because Trump is determined to end all such rights and silence his opponents. Americans must stay engaged and make their voices heard at every turn. They should find and support organizations and institutions committed to American democracy, and especially those determined to fight Trump in the courts. They must encourage candidates in the coming 2026 elections who will oppose Trump's plans and challenge his legislative enablers. After Barack Obama was elected president in 2008, then Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell vowed to make Obama a one-term president and obstructed him at every turn. McConnell, of course, cared only about seizing power for his party, and later he could not muster that same bravado when faced with Trump's assaults on the government. Patriotic Americans and their representatives might now make a similar commitment, but for better aims. Although they cannot remove Trump from office, they can declare their determination to prevent Trump from implementing the ghastly policies he committed himself to while campaigning. The kinds of actions that will stop Trump from destroying America in 2025 are the same ones that stopped many of his plans the first time around. They are not flashy, and they will require sustained attention, because the next battles for democracy will be fought by attorneys and legislators in Washington and in every state capital. They will be fought by citizens banding together in associations and movements to rouse others from the sleepwalk that has led America into this blackest moment since its black inception. Everyone who realizes with proper alarm that this is a deeply dangerous moment in American life must think hard about where we are. Rueful musings like Obama's in 2016. What if we were wrong? Hardly did the job then, and will not suffice now. With self-critical rigor and modesty, the Democrats need to assess how to regain the inclusive kind of coalition that Robert Kennedy, the father, not the unfortunate son, sought in 1968, or that the JEC, the JEC, James Earl Carter, built in the teeth of the hyperinflation by escalating the Third World War in effect, the so-called Cold War, via ending détente via the international boycott of the 1980 Summer Olympics in Moscow. That is one imperative. There is another. After the tens of millions of Americans who feared Trump's return rise from the couch of gloom, it will be time to consider what must be done, assuming that Trump follows through on his most draconian pledges. One of the perils of life under authoritarian rule is that the leader seeks to drain people of their strength. A defeatism take is told. There is an urge to pull back from civic life. Trump's victory is a grim day for these United States and for democracies around the world. Many of those shattered by this result will be tempted to withdraw into passivity or recoil into performative radicalism. Reject both. You have every right to be appalled, saddened, shocked, and frightened. Soon, however, you should dust yourself off, square your shoulders, and take a deep breath. Americans who care about democracy have work to do. Because a second Trump term sets the stage for another 4 years of showdowns with my own Golden State nation of California. My California is preparing to be your first line of defense under a second term with President-elect Donald John Trump. Remember, we are your economy. Without us, you are dumpster fucking nothing. You are hot garbage juice boiling in the sun under an overbaked climate catastrophe, denied by the Republicans. If you ain't California, you ain't shit. Our economy equals that of Die Neue Deutschland, the new United Germany. Our economy is greater than that of the Greater British Empire. We are behind only two economies on Earth, the Empire of Japan and the Communist Chinese Empire. The United States of America is only at the top of those empires by grace of California sticking in the Union. If we left, the United States would fall to a third world status along with Venezuela. You had all better kiss our fucking feet, people. Because if you don't, you'll be stomped under them. Before the election day dust even settled, my Golden State Nation's liberal leaders and progressive activists were already gearing up for 4 more years of legal judo against Trump's hard-right agenda. As to why it matters, my Golden Bear Flag State Nation went toe-to-toe with Trump during his first time in office, often using the courts and executive powers to tackle issues like the environment, reproductive rights, and gun control. According to Cal Matters, we sued the federal government over Trump's past rules and regulatory actions more than 100 fucking times. As to what's driving the news now, state and local officials have in recent months bolstered efforts to future-proof our climate policies, strengthen protections for reproductive care, and fortify 2S LGBTQIA+ rights in anticipation of this Trump victory. The president-elect has vowed to drill, baby, drill on day one, erode federal climate research and roll back emissions limiting regulations pioneered by my Golden State. His campaign confirmed to Politico magazine that California's EV or electrical vehicular programs would also be targeted. He continues to voice intent to repeal and replace the Affordable Care Act, which 1.7 million Californians enrolled in this year alone, while staying mum on the plan he's been promising since the 2016 election. His campaign frequently highlighted his pledge to carry out the largest domestic deportation operation in American history and implement ideological screening on all immigrants. He also vowed to ban gender-affirming care for transgender minors nationwide and defund any school pushing critical race theory. As to what they're all saying about this here where it counts, referring to the playbook for the next Russo collaborationist-led Republican insurgent presidency created by the Heritage Foundation and dozens of former Trump administration officials, California Attorney General Rob Bonta told Politico magazine that if he comes into office and violates the law, as he has said he would, as Project 2025 says he will, then we are ready. Bonta so noted, we have gone down to the detail of what court do we file in. On X, State Senator Scott Wiener, the Democrat for my own Golden Gated San Francisco, wrote, California won't roll over for Russism. As to what's between the lines, because Trump has flip-flopped on issues like abortion and contraception, it's hard to predict the exact policies he'll craft in office, but the former and future POTUS, President of these United States, has ratcheted up his rhetoric against Democrats this election cycle, calling name-brand California liberals like Nancy Pelosi and Representative Adam B. Schiff, both Jewish, the enemy from within. Well, doesn't that strike a chord? He's also threatened to withhold federal disaster aid to the state for future wildfire relief efforts if he wins, as he has won in November. Unless Newsom changes state water policy to allow more to flow to farmers and homeowners. California's water supplies through the State Water Project are projected to shrink up to 23% within 20 years because of climate change. Climate catastrophe will cause us to lose a quarter of our water supply. So what are California's liberal leaders saying? They kept quiet Wednesday until Harris conceded in an address to supporters at Howard University, where she emphasized the importance of accepting the election results and peacefully transferring power back to Trump in January. Harris said, "While I concede this election, I do not concede the fight that fueled this campaign." Following her speech, Governor Gavin Newsom, who's running for president already, wrote on X that California will seek to work with the incoming president, but let there be no mistake. We intend to stand with states across our nation to defend our Constitution and uphold the rule of law. In his own victory speech, Senator Schiff, who handily won the race to become California's next United States representative, said the state, our Golden State Nation really, will continue to be at the forefront of progress, the bulwark of democracy, the champion of innovation, and the protector of our rights and freedoms. State Attorney General Rob Bonta had already been strategizing what his office would implement should Trump win, prepping for a potential barrage of environmental, immigration, and civil rights lawsuits. Bonta told the Los Angeles Times, if Trump doesn't break the law, if he doesn't violate the Constitution, if he doesn't overreach his authority in unlawful ways, there will be nothing for us to do. But if he does what he did last time, and if he does what Project 2025 suggests he will do, of course we will clash with him in court, because he will be breaking the law. During Trump's first term, then Attorney General Xavier Becerra sued his administration over 100 times. Citing a tally by political science professor Paul Nolet, The Los Angeles Times journalists Kevin Rector and Angie Orellana Hernandez reported, and here I quote as they, Democratic attorney generals won 83% of the 155 lawsuits they brought against the first Trump administration. Trump, in his early Wednesday victory speech, said the American people had given Republicans an unprecedented and powerful mandate to usher in their reactionary agenda. That includes the largest mass deportation in American history, sharp restrictions on abortion, slashed environmental regulations, strengthened gun rights, and fewer queer rights. Round 2 is almost certain to be a tougher fight. Eric Schickler, co-director of the Institute for Governmental Studies at UC Berkeley and author of the new book titled Partisan Nation, told the Fourth Estate that Trump's second term will present California with new challenges. To quote St, there are just a lot of federal policies that Trump will push that can have a big impact on the state, and the tools to resist it may be limited, especially given Trump's aggressive willingness to abuse executive power. And then the fact that the courts are generally controlled by reactionaries who take a strong view of presidential power, or all power to the executive, as in a kingship or a tyranny. Among the targets Trump is likely to take aim at, my California's nation-leading clean air initiatives. Those include a ban on new gasoline-powered car sales by 2035, a total ban, and a phase-out of diesel-fueled trucks and locomotives from state ports and rail yards by 2036. The U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, the EPA, has granted waivers that authorize my Golden State Nation to set our own vehicle emission standards, waivers that a Trump-controlled EPA could revoke, as called for in Project 2025. This week, the LA Times reporter Tony Briscoe explained, collectively, California's 8 pending clean air rules were expected to prevent 11,000 premature deaths and provide 116 billion United States dollars in health benefits over the next 3 decades, according to the American Lung Association. But federal inaction has delayed the enforcement of 7 of our 8 regulations. Other ideological battles may feel like deja vu to us Californians who've witnessed similar state versus federal fights in recent years over access to abortion, race-conscious education in public schools, and protections for transgender people. And with Trump vowing to launch the largest mass deportation program in human history, immigration is certain to remain a flashpoint in my California, home to more than 10 million foreign-born residents, the largest share in the nation. As much as California is waking up to a new era of Trump power, we are also waking up to the fact that the majority of Americans do not share the values that this state nation, which holds their economy together, holds dear. The ideas of equality, of respect for all people on our planet, of a rejection of racism and misogyny, of a desire to advance civil rights rather than roll them back in the name of a perverted political Christianity. The evangelicals, viewing the Trump victory as a new mandate from God for Christian nationalist rule. Despite the fact that he has faced 4 criminal indictments and is awaiting sentencing on 34 felony charges, President-elect Donald Trump is extremely popular among far-right evangelical Christian nationalists, and some of them even view his victory over Vice Presidentess Kamala Harris in the 2024 presidential race as the fulfillment of biblical prophecy. That, according to The Guardian's Alice Herman, includes members of the New Apostolic Reformation movement, which Herman notes rejects secularism and embraces Christian dominionism, the idea that Christians are tasked by God to rule over society and government. Televangelist and Trump ally Lance Wallnau sees his electoral victory as a mandate for Christian nationalist government, a theocracy, abolishing the division of state and church. After the election was called for Trump, Wallnau told supporters, "This is a reformation on America. It's not done. It's not over. It's just starting. We have enemies now that are like a bear robbed of her cubs. And so, Trump and the nation is gonna need the church to bind up those spirits. On Wallnau's show, Herman Martyr of the far-right Asian Action Network declared, "We have a new mandate from God. After a narrow electoral defeat in 2020 and 2 assassination attempts in 2024, Trump has emerged victorious, an event that Christian nationalists are celebrating as a critical win for their movement. Now that Trump has secured his victory, figures on the Christian far-right whose prominence grew during Trump's 2016 presidency will enjoy larger followings and, most importantly, close proximity to the highest office in the United States." So Blue America is despondent, and understandably so. It offered a warm and reasonable and decent candidate for presidentress. The country chose the cruel and dangerous alternative instead. Not only did Trump win the Electoral College, but he also took the popular vote, something he failed to do the last time he won, only by dint of a corrupt machination called the Electoral College. Trump has grown in his support despite, or as I myself have always seen, because of, his vicious and repressive promises. America made it clear at the polls. This strongman is what they want. This is us, now. Everyone who realizes with proper alarm that Trump's re-election is a deeply dangerous moment in American life must think hard about where we are. The so-called blue wall of Midwestern states that put Joe Biden in the White House tumbled down, as did most of the swing states the Democrats had been banking on. And then there is the Senate, where the Republicans also took control. The House of Representatives is up in the air, but will also go MAGA. And of course, Trump already runs the Supreme Court. America is not just looking at another Trump term, but a second Trump presidency where he actually holds sway over all branches of government, giving him a level of power exponentially greater than the first time around. Trump will seek to force upon us an agenda of international isolationism and domestic repression. First and foremost, this was a free and fair election. Trump was elected by the will of the people, and an anachronistic constitutional republic demands that we accept that. The next 4 years will be a test of what are now purely Californian ideals by way of rule of law, however, and how committed we really are to them. Because if we want to keep them, we will need to fight for them. And as hard as it is for this bright blue, democracy-loving free-for-all to grapple with our government turning authoritarian overnight, we have to get up and get ready for that fight. The most troubling promise Trump has made is that he will immediately begin his massive deportation of undocumented peoples. With more than 1 million undocumented people living in my golden state nation of California, many parents in blended status families, this could be devastating socially and economically. Already, many immigration groups have created game plans on how to protect our hard-working neighbors and stop families from being separated. But immigration is ultimately a federal issue, and a place where the state nation has few powers to stop deportations. Trump is likely this time around to crack down on sanctuary states and cities, and even perhaps abuse the National Guard to help him with his plans. How California and Californians respond to this deportation may be our first and most distressing challenge, but it will not be the only one. Despite our commitment to reproductive rights, Trump does not need to pass a national abortion ban to curtail access to that procedure. He need only invoke the existing Comstock Act, which will make it illegal to transport abortion medications, Or even put someone like the madman Robert F. Kennedy Jr. in charge of the United States Food and Drug Administration, the FDA, where Republicans have long sought to undo approvals for such medications. And then there will be the fight for 2S LGBTQIA+ rights, going far beyond Trump's promise to further scapegoat transgender people. Though Californians just passed Proposition 3 last Tuesday night, which repealed a ban on same-sex marriage and instead made it a fundamental human right, it is not too far-fetched that MAGA will go after the 2015 Supreme Court Obergefell decision that made gay marriage legal. Undermining that ruling would undermine the validity of 2S LGBTQIA+ marriage at the federal level and in other states, potentially stripping away the rights marriages convey except in unions of a biological man and a biological woman. There are more fights than this, but how much can we take in at once? So I'll stop. The point is that even with an authoritarian with unprecedented power in the White House, California can still fight. California must fight. And as much as no one, myself included, wants to think about another election, this is also the time Californians should start thinking about who will be our next governor and our next attorney general. Because in 2026, we will elect new state leaders who will need resolve and skill. For now, Governor Gavin Newsom has the unenviable job of attempting to pacify and combat Trump at the same time, much as he tried to do during the first Trump presidency. While I do not doubt he has many good reasons for leading that fight, Newsom also has a personal one. Kamala Harris is highly unlikely to come back for another run. That means the field is wide open for Democrats, and Newsom has a fresh window to make his own bid for the nomination in 2028. So expect him to spend this remaining time in office building his reputation as the answer to Trump crackdowns. California last time around also used the courts to push back on Trump policies, including on immigration and emissions. That was mostly under the leadership of then Attorney General Xavier Becerra, who was appointed to that job after Kamala Harris was elected to the United States Senate, and who has hinted at a possible run for governor himself. The state filed more than 100 lawsuits against the Trump administration, if not stopping his policies, at least tying them up in court. This time, Rob Bonta, who may also have ambitions to become as governor, holds that office, and has already said he too has plans in place to fight Trump policies. Our state leadership is most certainly going to battle with this White House. But ultimately, we will only fight as hard and as long as our constituents want our leaders to. So this is our fight as Californians. It's up to us to protect what now seems to be only a Californian dream. A California dream that all people have a right to pursue life, liberty, and even happiness, in the hopes that we can once again, someday, restore that belief as the American dream to our lost, benighted brothers in the other 49 states in Union. California will continue to be at the forefront of progress and the fights ahead. The bulwark of democracy, the champion of innovation, and the protector of your rights and freedom. So is mine own Golden State nation of California becoming America's Taiwan? My Taiwan is an independent nation in its ambitions, its economy, its democracy. But many countries refuse to recognize us as a separate country, deferring to mainland China, which claims my Taiwan as a possession and responds with threats whenever Taiwan goeth its own way, which be but a given. California shares aspects of this conundrum. My Golden State nation has the ambitions, economy, and democracy of a leading nation on planet Earth. If we were a country, California's $3.1 trillion United States dollar economy would be, at this point in history, the fourth largest in the world, ranked equal to the United Germany, and certainly well above the United Kingdom. My state nation represents 15% of the United States economy. Home prices in our state are the highest in the nation at a median of $592,000, having doubled from the lows of 2011, the year of my late and sainted Cyrus's murder, and surpassing their pre-recession highs in 2017. California's outlook has weakened some, with economic and job growth both expected slow over the next half-decade. However, a plus is the 58 billion United States dollars in venture capital money invested in California companies over the past 12 years, an amount which is more than 4 times the total of any other state in the fucking union. But we remain very much a part of these United States, which responds with threats whenever my California goest our own way, which, like with Taiwan, be but a goddamn given. Yes, Californians fervently hope that our chronic conflict with the American government is contemporary. But since California's differences with America predate the once and potential president, Donald Trump, our status as a halfway country will likely outlast his lifespan. I spent my earliest years in Taiwan, being inculcated about a smaller country in the shadow of a larger power. The challenges resemble those of the formerly independent Republic of California, which, like Texas, is the only other state in the Union that was once a nation-state itself, into which I would ultimately be resettled, along those of younger siblings everywhere. How do you defend against bullying Big Brother while also developing into a success yourself, even a global model? Of course, there are some differences. While Californians suffer chronic legal attacks from our federal government and relentless verbal attacks from our parasitic fellow Americans, the Communist Chinese government threatens to seize my Taiwan by military force if it becomes too independent. Still, both my Taiwan and my California have much in common besides myself. Both are overachievers. According to the USBEA, the United States Bureau of Economic Analysis, my California is the 4th largest economy in the world for the 7th consecutive year, with a nominal gross domestic product of nearly 3.9 trillion United States dollars in 2023, and a growth rate of 6.1% since the year prior. On a per capita basis, California is the 2nd largest economy in the goddamn world, second only to these United States, whose imperial economy would collapse into relative insignificance if ever my Golden State nation reclaimed its historical independence. Even though with just 40 million citizens, we rank 35th among nation states by population. My Taiwan is one of the smallest countries in Asia by land area, and ranks 139th in geographic size worldwide, 1.5 times the size of our own Team Dietrich Lady Amy Como's Vermont, while ranking as the 8th largest economy in Asia and the 20th largest in the world by purchasing power parity, allowing my island China to lead the advanced economies group by International Monetary Fund standards with but 24 million people, making us the 57th most populous nation worldwide, 55th when both our unskilled and skilled migrant labor populations are included to bring our demographic to some 27 millions. Even in an era of rising nationalism, both my Taiwan and my California remain stubbornly internationalist, committed to free trade and immigration. Both see ourselves as defenders of democratic values at odds with the increasingly authoritarian governments of our national big brothers. That authoritarianism has inspired independence movements in both my native Taiwan and my adoptive California. 12 former Taiwan presidents are campaigning for an independence referendum, and multiple ballot initiatives seek California independence. Both movements pose the same question. How much must we suffer from Beijing or Washington, D.C. before enough is fucking enough? There are many Taiwanese answers. The mainstream one, via our premier turned president, Lai Ching-te, Vice President of the Republic of China since 2020. We don't want to be in conflict with mainland China, but we won't bend to pressure either. But I also heard more robust responses. First, be opportunistic in building solidarity. When the Chi-Coms issue threats, use them to develop a shared identity. A generation ago, most Taiwanese told pollsters they were Chinese. Now, after decades of Chinese bullying, most Taiwanese see themselves as Taiwanese. Second, when the larger power leaves a void, for example, in the United States government's retreat from addressing climate change or leading on international trade, heighten your own power by filling it with your own policies and international agreements. Finally, conflict is competition, so be friendlier, more democratic, and more attractive than the larger power menacing yourself. The most interesting conversations I heard were about whether Taiwan should respond to China's militaristic misbehavior by declaring itself officially neutral, like Switzerland, unwilling to participate in wars outside its boundaries. Such a stance might win Taiwan more international support. Just imagine if my California declared it would no longer support America's endless wars. Without my Golden State's high technology, America's war machine would be rendered completely incompetent. Well, it's already that. It would be rendered instead totally impotent. And the laughingstock of the whole world. 'Cause without technology, you're left with American troops and they ain't shit. Yes, I say that on Veterans Day as a veteran myself. Comparisons only go so far. As one Taiwanese visitor to this benighted continent, where I languish stranded among the black and white savages, reminded myself, the mainland has missiles pointed at us. Does America have missiles pointed at California? No. But if my golden California withdrew our tech support, America would have no missiles with which to threaten anyone at all? Ever again! Irregardless, I take as heart that both my present homeland of California and my eternal heartland of Formosa are pursuing strategies based on a similar faith. That a smaller sovereign state can change a larger empire purely through the power of example. In Taichung's Literature Museum, my son once photographed one of the most magnificent trees you'll see outside of California's Sequoia National Park. It's a banyan with so many roots and trunks, it now appears to be many trees. A guide so told my son, in this way, a tree becomes a forest. The People's Republic of China has no California, and that is by far its greatest strategic deficit. Today, Beijing is trying to acquire something of an ersatz California to gain access to the Indian Ocean via the Bay of Bengal and the Arabian Sea by extending Chinese infrastructure into volatile Pakistan and Myanmar. But this is no substitute for the real thing, a second coast that provides both an immense security moat and an invaluable commercial highway. Mine own golden state nation of California represents the fourth largest economy in the world by gross domestic product. Lacking anything like it is by far the Communist Chinese Empire's sorest strategic deficit. California Commu China comparisons and their war economies come to mind. China's 1.4 billion population is 4 times larger than the American population and 36 times larger than California's population. But does Commie China have 36 times more tennis courts and golf courses than California? Does Red China have 36 times more NBA, NFL, and MLB type teams than California? Does mainland China have 36 times more Disneyland and Knott's Berry Farm type locations than California? For adult entertainment, and I don't mean just porn, does Red China have 20 times more casinos than California and Nevada? How many TVs and TV channels are in the average Chinese home? Does Red China have 36 times as many Hollywood stars as California? Food is often another form of entertainment. Does Communist China on the Asian mainland have 36 times as many liquor stores, fast food burger type locations, and Starbucks type businesses? What is the obesity rate in the 12 locations? Communist China has so much overweight, they send most of their spoiled single-child policy sons into state-run fat camps. Try and imagine yourself waking up in the nightmare of being in a China boy's body. I can't even begin to imagine the horror of a communist Chinese fat camp. Sure, Californians have been alerted to water shortages for decades. Lake Mead, the largest reservoir supplying water to our Golden State, has been 2/3 empty in the preceding years. But supplying water and power to 36 states the size of California is an even bigger logistical problem for the communist Chinese. Ethnic tensions were not the only difficulty that faced the Chi-Com Empire after its successful military occupation of and legalization of its rule over a swath of what is known as Inner Asia, a region that spans from Tibet to Turkmenistan. The terrain itself was forbidding, ever-expanding deserts, mountains, and high plateaus. Nor did it offer Red China anything equivalent to the American West Coast. China has no California! In every sense, the entire fate of these United States rests on what my California fucking does. If we simply bolt from this goddamn union, then that significantly hobbles the blue cause on the ground. California sitting on our hands and becoming its own nation in the event of a second civil war makes it far more likely that either red states win or that there is some sort of half-ass balkanization of the United States. But if my California stays and fights, then we could provide not only the necessary economy and population for a blue state victory, after many, many dead, but also something of a vision for what America would look like after we're finished bombing ourselves into oblivion. That's what brings us back to world news and the capital of my homeland and heartland of Taiwan, Taipei, in which I was born. As millions around the world tuned in to watch Donald John Trump recapture the White House, a very different electoral broadcast was playing in my Taiwan. Anchored from the basement of a Taipei comedy club, a 6-hour live stream featured local podcast host Mindy Wong and YouTuber Jay Liu sharing insights on the race gleaned from their own trip to the American heartland. Few places in Asia had more at stake in this election than my Taiwan, where opinions on Trump's victory are mixed. TSMC, or Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company, has notified communist Chinese chip design companies that it will no longer manufacture their most advanced AI chips, a move reportedly made in anticipation of another wave of American export controls on cutting-edge semiconductors. Same company is also reportedly concerned with being perceived as uncooperative by the incoming Trump administration. The Communist Chinese Empire is bracing for fresh tensions with Trump over trade, tech, and my Taiwan. Trump's election win could take the Sino-American chip war to a whole new level. Since President-elect Donald Trump's first term in office, the American empire has wielded its trade restriction and sanctioning powers in an effort to curb China's technological advances. Now that he's headed back to the White House, the semiconductor war between the American and Communist Chinese empires will escalate. As the president-elect prepares to start his second term in office, Red China is bracing for unpredictability in its ties with these United States and renewed tensions over trade, technology, and my Taiwan, the Triple T. After decades of neoliberal economic policies, the American empire under the Biden administration has turned toward interventionist policies in the semiconductor industry in an effort to decouple that sector from communist China on the Asian mainland. Beijing has followed suit in response, but in their efforts to beat each other to chip self-sufficiency, the American and Communist Chinese empires may both end up losing. As to why this matters, perhaps the biggest consequence for Communist China, if Trump stays true to his campaign promises, is his threat to slap blanket 60% tariffs on all Chinese exports to these United States. Tariffs like that would be a blow to Red China's already unstable economy, which is suffering from high youth unemployment, a lengthy property slump, and government debt. A 60% duty on Chi-Com imports could shave off 2.5 percentage points, or about half, of Red China's projected economic growth. That's according to an analysis published earlier this year by UBS. There is one scenario in which Trump has threatened to impose even higher tariffs, 150% to 200% on Chinese goods. If Communist China invades my Taiwan. Trump angered Beijing in December of 2016 by taking a congratulatory call from Taiwan's then-presidential Tsai Ing-wen in a breach of diplomatic protocol. No United States president had ever spoken directly to a Taiwanese leader since Washington and Beijing established ties in 1979. That created anxiety in China-watching circles among the dragonologists, well, professionally called sinologists, but ultimately he stuck to supporting the status quo in relations between Taipei and Beijing. Pointing out how the world is now very different from what it was during Mr. Trump's first term in office, the defense expert Malcolm Chalmers, the Deputy Director General of the Royal United Services Institute, President-elect Donald Trump is not expected to alter the United States' military efforts in the Indo-Pacific, but that might come at a cost to Europe. Europe does not have the luxury to panic over Trump's election. It must work together to prevent the worst for Ukraine, NATO, and the entire European project. There, the battlefield is changing, and to ensure that the British Army is combat ready, thousands of troops and hundreds of vehicles have been deployed to the United Kingdom's forward holding base in Sennelager and its 120 square kilometer training area in Die Neue Verhin Deutschland, the new United Germany, to take part in Exercise Cerberus 2024. Mark my words, this is the beginning of Britain and America truly becoming an ocean apart. Britain will fight, the good fight, in Ukraine. America will withdraw. The British Empire will stand alone in re-imperializing itself for the 21st century. Europeans over the past year fretted endlessly over the possibility of Donald Trump's return to the U.S. presidency. Once he secured his spot on the 2024 ballot, they began discussing the need to get ready for the exact scenario they now face. But most of those conversations ended there. The magnitude of disruption of a Trump victory for Europe's security, prosperity, and even democracy was seen as too overwhelming. Instead, Europeans simply hoped that the worst would not come to pass. This was a mistake. Now they have neither the time to waste nor the luxury to panic. The American elections outcome has confirmed that Trump's foreign policy position, his transactionalism, his unilateralism, and his love for autocratic strongmen is now firmly mainstream. The appeal of Trump's foreign policy pitch to the American people is clear. Deter challengers through strength rather than alliances. Reduce overseas commitments, and get allies and partners to pay up for American protection and goodwill. In short, spend less, win more. Europeans must now work together to prevent the worst. For Ukraine, for NATO, for trade flows, and for the future of their union itself. The most urgent priority is the Ukraine. The end of American financial and military support could lead to a defeat on the battlefield for Ukraine, with an immediate Russian threat to Europe's east and NATO itself. A botched peace deal brokered by Donald Trump will make this situation even worse. Europeans need to take the lead, to lead. Not even take the lead, simply to lead by taking Ukraine policy into their own hands. First, this strategy requires a plan to boost financial support for Kiev, for example, by increasing the loans that Ukraine receives from Europe based on the interest from frozen Russian assets. Next, European leaders should meet with Kiev to discuss and coordinate strategy. Then they make an offer to Donald Trump. Europe will take over all financial support for Ukraine if the United States maintains its military support, which Europeans are not able to provide themselves. Upping their investment in Ukraine, which caters to Trump's shareholder logic, could also provide Europeans a chance to secure a seat at the table in any potential Ukrainian peace negotiations. The instinct of many Europeans will be to try to stay away from peace talks, which are likely to result in an unfavorable deal for Ukraine. But this impulse is exactly the wrong strategy. Europe needs to deploy every tool it has to influence the outcome in Ukraine for the better. The worst scenario would be for sanctions relief for Russia, and an end of United States weapons deliveries for Ukraine, a carte blanche for the Russian dictator Vladimir Putin. The least worst scenario would be a ceasefire without security guarantees but continued American weapons deliveries that allow us to Ukraine to prepare for a ceasefire breach and renewed Russian aggression. The second priority is NATO and European security itself. Trump's election means that the conversation about NATO will inevitably change from one on sharing the burden of European security to shifting the burden. Europeans must follow through on their talk of a European pillar in the alliance and make sure that pillar can stand on its own if necessary. Europeans will need to buy crucial capabilities, stockpile ammunition and spare parts, invest in the combat capacity of Europe's armed forces, and populate NATO's command and control structure with European personnel. They must also militarily reinforce their Eastern allies. This will take us some time, even if Europe operates with the greatest urgency. To get Trump to entertain a plan to gradually shift the burden of European security rather than suddenly withdrawing U.S. personnel and forces, Europeans should start with an opening offer of a new defense pledge. Ahead of the NATO summit in the Netherlands next June, they should offer to raise defense spending to 3% by the end of Trump's tenure in 2028. They should deploy all instruments at their disposal to make this pledge credible. Berlin, the true military capital of Europe, should use the opportunity of its collapsing government to overcome some of its fiscal conservatism in favor of more defense investment. Brussels, the administrative capital of Europe, should refrain from reprimanding Warsaw over breaking EU fiscal rules with its higher defense spending pledges. And all EU member states should support EU defense bonds. A crisis of this magnitude demands it. Not all of this money needs to be spent on American kit or equipment. Europeans must pitch their defense investments as a win-win for the transatlantic defense industrial base. If the overall pie is getting bigger, everyone benefits. Third, Europeans need to get their own house in order. They must unite rather than scramble to individually win Trump's favor and, in the process, lose any collective leverage they may have. Each European country on its own is too weak to successfully negotiate with Donald Trump. Only together do Europeans have the political and economic clout to make an impression on the president-elect. Coordination needs to go beyond the traditional power centers of Paris and Berlin. France and Germany are weak and isolated right now, with the German government collapsing and the French government dealing with a deadlocked parliament and threats from the far right. Instead, Europe should assemble a rapid reaction force consisting of the most important EU member states: Germany, Poland, France, and Italy, the United Kingdom, the European Commission, and European NATO representatives, the E7. Trump's victory will necessarily embolden European populists who will feel bulletproof against criticism from their peers and happy to abuse the threat of their veto in the EU and NATO. Some of them may be of value as European messengers that are palatable to Washington, but Brussels should remind them that the real leverage lies with those who control the comet budget purse strings. There are other urgent challenges. On trade, the European Union has the greatest power to act on behalf of its members. Brussels has experience with kicking the can down the road and offering symbolic piecemeal deals to Donald Trump, who is obsessed with trade deficits, but also vulnerable to the political backlash that may follow his sweeping inflationary tariff proposals. Europeans should also expect greater pressure from Washington to sanction Beijing for its escalating support of Moscow's war in Ukraine. Europe's lack of action undermines the credibility of its Ukraine policy and its demand for American financial and military support. Europeans must also be ready for Sino-American competition to continue to dominate tech and industrial policy, and for the United States to demand complete alignment with its policy of ever higher fences around ever bigger yards. Europeans have a tendency to feel morally superior to these United States, especially with Trump at the helm. However, this time, Europeans will have to get their hands dirty. They now must consider their strengths, have their opening offers ready, and avoid rushing to give up all leverage immediately. Because it's going to be a long 4 fucking years. Back to that 1 trillion United States dollars. It certainly looks like a lot of money to find every year. But let's put it into context. The global oil and gas industry has made $1 trillion annually in pure profit every year for the last 100 fucking years. There's no sign of that ending anytime soon. Saudi Arabia's energy minister, Prince Abdulaziz bin Salman Al Saud, told the Future Investment Initiative Conference in Riyadh, capital of the House of Saud on the Arabian Peninsula last week, "We will monetize every molecule of energy this land has, period." I'll come to fossil fuel taxes shortly. The global picture is that $1 trillion is less than 1% of global gross domestic product. Simon Stiel, the United Nations top climate official, has noted that every day finance ministers, CEOs, investors, and development bankers direct trillions of dollars. It's a question of pushing those trillions in the right direction. One empire, the United States, has already committed $1 trillion over 3 years to our own climate action. So, the money exists. Delivering the trillions of climate finance would also be a bargain because, as the aforecited Hìll so put it, it is a fraction of the costs every nation will pay if we allow the climate catastrophe to keep running rampant, devastating more and more lives and livelihoods every year. It is not simply that the world's nations can afford to beat the climate emergency, it's that they cannot afford not to. However, this truth has yet to overcome the enormous political obstacles that have delayed climate action for so long and led us to find ourselves in crunch time for real. So how can the $1 trillion a year actually be delivered? First, it is important to recognize this is not charity. Developing nations did not cause the climate crisis and are already spending more than $1 trillion a year themselves to fight global burning. But without further funding from the rich nations, who did set the climate ablaze, future fossil fuel burning will mean a living and ultimately a dead hell for all. Developing countries, bearing the brunt of climate-fueled extreme weather, want the money to come as grants. Overseas AIDS payments from rich governments will therefore be part of the solution, as long as existing funds aren't simply rebadged as green. But a bigger contribution will need to come from the World Bank and other international development banks, probably as low-interest loans. The problem here is that these institutions are owned and funded by the same world nations that have struggled to accelerate action at previous climate COPs, Conference of Parties, and the recent World Bank meeting in Washington, D.C. made only incremental progress, I mean to say. These sources might be able to come up with 200 billion to 400 billion United States dollars a year, according to observers. But that's not nearly enough, and loans are hard to stomach for those poor nations already spending more on debt repayments than they are receiving in aid. Enormous sums could be raised by so-called solidarity taxes, which are being increasingly discussed. These include a 2% wealth tax on billionaires, which officials believe could raise $250 billion in Brazil alone. Taxes on frequent flyers, international shipping, financial transactions, and of course fossil fuels are also being discussed. But these would all require a global agreement, the same challenge that faces the climate negotiations themselves. Even the idiocy of spending $600 billion a year subsidizing fossil fuels, throwing petrol on the climate fire, has proven extremely hard to end. This brings us to private sector finance, businesses making investments, which could provide a big chunk of the $1 trillion. But some see this as a get out for rich countries. Teresa Anderson at ActionAid International says, they would probably like to count the sun, the moon, and grandpa's old socks as climate finance too. Another thorny issue is that under the United Nations Climate Treaty, the group of rich nations required to lead climate financing was defined in 1992. So countries that are today much richer and more polluting, such as the Communist Chinese Empire, the House of Saud on the Arabian Peninsula, the United Arab Emirates, and South Korea, are all classed as developing countries in climate terms. The European Union, the biggest provider of climate finance, is clear that such emerging economies, particularly the oil-rich Gulf states, now need to accept a share of the responsibility and chip in significantly. It is also worth noting that, even before Trump won this week's presidential election, the United States was not a big provider of climate finance, even though we are the world's largest economy thanks to my golden state nation of California. It seems most likely that a COP29 deal will agree a core of hundreds of billions in public finance, with private finance making it up to the trillion US dollars. The issue is timing. It took years to deliver the last climate finance goal of 100 billion US dollars a year, and escalating climate disasters show time is absolutely not on our side. But the money exists, as does the technology. Now it is about the politics and the pressure exerted on leaders by the people they represent. To quote Ani Dasgupta, head of the World Resources Institute, ultimately, it's a political decision to move the world forward to a safer place for our children and a safer place for everyone. I'll tell you how to get to that safer place. If I had secular power right now, if I were to attain secular power by force majeure in the Second American Civil War, first thing I would do is take out that illegal immigrant traitor named Elon Musk, line him up against a wall with Jeff Bezos, shoot those two sons of bitches, nationalize all their assets and liquidate the hell out of them, and we got 2 trillion United States dollars to kickstart the global road back to health and climate sustainability right fucking there. You take out these motherfucking
modern
millionaires.
Problems.
Yeah,
modern problems don't always require modern solutions.
Thank you. You take 3 of those motherfuckers.
Yeah. Shoot them and take their money.
Yes. Take goddamn Jew fuck kike Zuckerberg. Take the motherfucking kike motherfucker named Elon Musk. And take the goddamn Jeff Bezos as the bald man, the bobblehead in between those two bozos. Line them up against the wall. You shoot them motherfuckers dead. You nationalize all their assets. And then you liquidate the hell out of them. You got 3 trillion United States dollars right there to kickstart and fix the global economy all at once. There's your goddamn solution right fucking there, people. And I would fucking enforce it. Go on.
I was just saying, take note, people.
Thank you. Thank you. You've got a problem. I'm providing a solution. Those 3 dead so that 1 billion people live. For each one of them killed. Killing those 3 motherfuckers will save you 3 billion human beings on planet Earth. The future
fair
would
trade.
thank me. Yeah, it's a fair trade. It's a fair fucking trade. Now, Democrats and liberal pundits are already trying to figure out how the Trump campaign not only bested Kamala Harris in the blue wall states of the Midwest and the Rust Belt, but gained on her even in areas that should have been safe for a Democrat. Almost everywhere, Donald Trump expanded his coalition. And this time, unlike in 2016, he didn't even have to thread the needle of the Electoral College to win. He can claim the legitimacy of winning the popular vote for once. Trump's opponents are now muttering about the choice of Tim Walz, the influence of the Russians, the role of the right-wing media, and whether President Joe Biden should not have stepped aside in favor of Harris. Even the old saw about economic anxiety is making a comeback. These explanations all have some merit, but mostly they miss the point. Yes, some voters still stubbornly believe that presidents magically control the price of basic goods. Others have genuine concerns about immigration and gave in to Trump's booming call of Russism and nativism. And some of them were just never going to vote for a woman, much less a black woman. But in the end, a majority of American voters chose Donald Trump because they wanted what he was selling. A non-stop reality show of rage and resentment. Some Democrats still gripped by the lure of wonkery, continued to scratch their heads over which policy proposals might have unlocked more votes, but that was always a mug's game. Trump voters never cared about policies, and he rarely gave them any anyway. Choosing to be eaten by a shark rather than electrocuted might be a personal preference, but it's not a goddamn policy! His rallies involved long rants about the way he's been treated, like a giant therapy session or an enormous family gathering around a bellowing, impaired grandpa. This was the second COVID election. With a majority of ballots counted across the nation, it really wasn't close. Donald Trump sailed to victory in his campaign to retake the White House, defeating Vice Presidentress Kamala Harris by securing the minimum 270 electoral votes and then some. Trump was already on track to winning the popular vote, leading Harris by nearly 5 million votes as of, well, the last time I was transmitting. That was just before Wednesday, when I was on bandwidth and coming to terms with what just went down. In 2022, pollsters and political analysts predicted a red wave in midterms that never materialized. On election night, polls anticipated a whisker-thin election, and instead we got a red wave that carried Donald Trump to victory. The breadth of Trump's improvement over 2020 is astonishing. In the previous two elections, we saw narrow demographic shifts. Exempli gratiae, non-college educated white people moved toward Trump in 2016, and high-income suburban voters raced toward Biden in 2020. But last Tuesday night's election apparently featured a more uniform shift toward Trump. That's according to a county-by-county analysis shared by Thomas Wood, a political scientist at Ohio State University. To quote his T, "The really simple story is that secular dissatisfaction with Biden's economic stewardship affected most demographic groups in a fairly homogeneous way." I needed to add some tone to that because he said that with such a flat monotone. I had to replay it 3 times to actually absorb what the fucker was saying, because it was like listening to a Play-Doh gummy bear, except it's all white bread white saying something. Anyhow, what the guy is fucking saying is that Trump improved his margins not only in swing states, but also in once comfortable Democratic strongholds. In 2020, Biden won New Jersey by 16 points. In 2024, Harris seemed poised to win by just 5 points. Harris ran behind Biden in rural Texas border towns where many Hispanic people live, and in rural Kentucky where very few Hispanic people live. She ran behind Biden in high-income suburbs such as Loudoun County, Virginia, where my gang stalker, Richard K. Cole Jr., was born, and in counties with college towns, including Dane County, home to the University of Wisconsin, and Center County, home to Penn State. Perhaps most surprising, Trump improved his margins in some of America's largest metro areas. In the past 2 cycles, Democrats could comfort themselves by counting on urban counties to continue moving left even as rural areas shifted right. That comfort was dashed on election night, at least among counties with more than 90% of their results reported at the time that I was still tracking. In the New York City metro area, New York County, Manhattan shifted 9 points right. Kings County, Brooklyn shifted 12 points right. Queens County shifted 21 points right. And Bronx County shifted 22 points right. In Florida, Orange County, Orlando shifted 10 points right, and Miami-Dade shifted 19 points right. In Texas, Harris County, Houston, and Bexar County, San Antonio both shifted 8 points right, and Dallas County shifted 10 points right. In and around the Blue Wall states, Pennsylvania's Philadelphia County shifted 5 points right, Michigan's Wayne County in Detroit shifted 9 points right, in Illinois Cook County, Chicago shifted 11 points right. Other than Atlanta, which moved left, many of the largest U.S. metros moved right even more than many rural areas. You cannot explain this shift by criticizing specific campaign decisions. If only she had named Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro her vice president. You cannot pin this shift exclusively on, say, Arab Americans in Michigan who voted for Jill Stein, or Russian trolls who called in bomb threats to Georgia. A better, more comprehensive way to explain the outcome is to conceptualize 2024 as the second pandemic election. Trump's victory is a reverberation of trends set in motion in 2020. In politics, as in nature, the largest tsunami generated by an earthquake is often not the first wave, but the next one. The pandemic was a health emergency, followed by an economic emergency. Both trends were global, but only the former was widely seen as international and directly caused by the pandemic. Although Americans understood that millions of people were dying in Europe and Asia and South America, they did not have an equally clear sense that supply chain disruptions, combined with an increase in spending, sent prices surging around the world. As I reported earlier this year, inflation at its peak exceeded 6% in France, 7% in Canada, 8% in United Germany, 9% in the United Kingdom, 10% in Italy, and 20% in Argentina, Turkey, and Ethiopia. Inflation proved as contagious as coronavirus. Many voters didn't directly blame their leaders for a biological nemesis that seemed like an act of God, but they did blame their leaders for an economic nemesis that seemed all too human in its origin. And the global rise in prices has created a nightmare for incumbent parties around the world. The ruling parties of several major countries, including the UK, the UG or United Germany, and South Africa, suffered historic defeats this year. Even strongmen, such as Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi, lost ground in an election that many experts assumed would be a rousing coronation. This has been a year of global anti-incumbency within a century of American anti-incumbency. By the way, this can't be real. This is a video from Asmund Gold Clips on YouTube. Yes, Nemo, tell us a bit about... Oh, it's Real Tech Geek. Thank you, Real
I didn't
Tech.
post it, yeah.
Okay, so thank you, Real Tech. I'll acknowledge it and go over it later. At any rate, as I said, this has been a year of global anti-incumbency within a century of American anti-incumbency. Since the year 2000, every midterm and presidential election has seen a change in control of the House, Senate, or White House, except for 2004, when George W. Bush eked out a win, and 2012, when Barack Obama won re-election while Republicans held the House, and basically obstacled him, just cock-blocked him with every fucking thrust he took. The United States appears to be in an age of unusually close elections that swing back and forth, in which every sitting president spends the majority of their term with an underwater approval rating. There will be a rush to blame Kamala Harris, the candidate, her campaign, and her messaging. But there is no escaping the circumstances that Harris herself could never outrun. She is the vice presidentress of a profoundly unpopular president, whose approval was laid low by the same factors, such as inflation and anti-incumbency bias, that have waylaid ruling parties everywhere. An analysis by the political scientist John Sidis predicted that a sitting president with Biden's approval rating should be expected to win no more than 48% of the trois-party vote. By Wednesday afternoon, Kamala Harris was then projected to win about 47.5 or 47.5% of the popular vote, less than Biden would have by a half percentile. Her result does not scream underperformance. In context, it seems more like a normal performance. A national wave of this magnitude should, and likely will, inspire some soul-searching among Democrats. Preliminary, at the time, the CNN exit polls that I was reviewing at the time that branded my brain showed that Trump was poised at that time to be the first Russo collaborationist red Republican insurgent candidate to win Hispanic men in at least half 100 fucking years. Other recent surveys pointed to a dramatic shift right among young and non-white men. One interpretation of this shift is that progressives need to find a cultural message that connects with young men. Perhaps another possibility is that Democrats need a fresh way to talk about economic issues that make all Americans, including young men, believe that they are more concerned about a growth agenda that increases prosperity for all. Thus, voters who focused on the economy broke hard for Trump. Voters wanted lower prices at any fucking cost. According to the AP Votecast, a sweeping survey of more than 120,000 voters nationwide, President-elect Donald Trump tapped into deep anxieties about an economy that seemed unable, despite its recent growth, to meet the needs of the middle class. 3 key takeaway points here. Worries about everyday expenses helped Trump return to the White House. In key states, Trump's voters saw illegal immigration as imposing new costs on their communities. Many believed that their own financial well-being was at risk after the burst of post-pandemic inflation. Trump decisively won among voters who said their family finances were falling behind, a group that grew from about 2 in 10 voters in 2020 to about 3 in 10 this year. Trump made inroads among lower-income voters, middle-income voters, and voters without college degrees. All those groups appeared to be put as high a priority, if not somewhat more so, on their family budgets than the worries about the future of democracy that motivated much of Vice Presidentress Kamala Harris's coalition. Finally,
hello, Douglas. How are you?
Oh,
can you hear me?
Yeah, good to hear from you. Oh,
okay.
So what's your interjection? Yes, come aboard. Welcome aboard.
Inflation. Okay, how you doing?
Yeah.
Yeah, the inflation is not Biden's fault. It's really no one's fault. People believe that the president is in charge of controlling the economy when it's not. And another thing too, they're starting to slowly admit it now, but the economy has been in a silent recession for at least a year and a half. In 2022, the S&P 500 went down, and majority of the major companies went down 20%. That is a recession. 2 quarters, 20% in 2 quarters of negative earnings is a recession. But the mainstream media was like, no, that's not true. They want to put it under the rug. And the whole pandemic, everything went to an entire short squeeze, and Trump wanted negative interest rates, and that's what he got. and they printed 2 times the money supply. So of course you're going to have a major insane inflation. And then the war in Ukraine, you know, I was just thinking about that yesterday. The wheat futures that month and oil that month, I mean, you're talking about like just shit stocks like Indonesia Energy. Because I traded that too in March to April 2022. It went from about $3 to $88 in a month. Wheat futures went, wheat, corn, you know, they went on an insane parabolic run because of that war. A good 80%. So that's why food is so expensive, and it is atrocious. It's insane. And also, the Federal Reserve should have lowered interest rates in June or July before the first debate, but they didn't do it. They deliberately did it in August instead, or was it September? I think September. And the other thing too, what I was gonna talk about. Last month, the jobs reports was expected to be 112,000, and it was only 12,000 jobs. The lowest since October of 2020.
Wow.
So, I'm sorry. I know I'm going on a tangent.
No, I'm glad you came on. I appreciate your input. Believe me, it's important. I don't understand why people aren't blaming fucking Putin for their food prices, because he's attacking the breadbasket of the world, Ukraine, which produces a good deal, some 25% of the world's fucking food in terms of grain, and of course you're going to have
Lebanon. They rely on it. Yeah, a lot of countries rely on it. Turkey. Yeah.
And so your points are well taken, and they add depth to what I can only basically try and surmise for people, because I don't have your depth of technical expertise in high finance. So
now, and now Trump wants to, what he was talking about before anyway, that he wants to become in charge of the Federal Reserve, and just recent meeting when they lowered 0.25 basis point. And thank you for saying that about me. I never thought, regarding that, I never thought that I would even be that in depth with numbers like this type of stuff, because I'm terrible in math.
Well, you can educate people in the fact that mathematics is not really a prerequisite for trading expertise.
Yes, that is true. And actually, trading and investing has helped me to understand math better, which is very interesting, because I actually hated math and college algebra in school. You know, I studied like crazy 5-6 days a week, and I still got a fucking D. So.
Wow. Well, you know, I mean, this sort of thing happens, and it happens to all of us in one way or another, generally speaking. But yeah. Explain to us now. Obviously, your second link is something I can understand immediately. I can immediately grasp. Pelosi laments Biden's late exit, and had the president gotten out sooner, there may have been. She's basically saying, had the president gotten out sooner, there may have been a chance for Kamala Harris. But the reality was, what Biden should have done was just fucking abdicate, step down, and give her the presidency, and she could have run against Trump as the fucking president. And then you would have had the first American president, first American female president running. And the fact that they didn't.
Correct.
Yeah, thank you.
That's what we should have. And well, that's what Trump was saying that anyway, that they're going to use the 25th Amendment against him, and they should have did it. That's what they should have did last year.
Thank you.
That's what they should have did.
Fuck yeah.
In my opinion. You know, he's the worst president in American history. I mean, I'm just watching Vosh talking about that. You know,
thank you. I mean, he probably will prove the worst, but the worst in history thus far was Woodrow Wilson. But Trump will probably prove himself worse.
Well, the Federal Reserve was great on the.
What
was that?
Oh, he'll try to top Woodrow Wilson.
Yeah, he'll try.
He will. Yeah.
but it was as if by not doing that, they basically handed the country to Trump by not stepping down and giving Kamala the female presidency, the first female presidency. But what about your first link? Explain this to us. What is this about? This can't be real.
Basically, there's just a rumor saying going around that that Nancy Pelosi wanted, which does make sense to me, that after he decided not to run for presidency, Nancy Pelosi won in a primary, and then 30 minutes later, Biden decides to endorse Kamala Harris instead.
Okay, interesting. Okay, so thank you for clarifying that.
It makes sense, because Kevin O'Leary was saying, which he's a fucking moron, saying to the Democrats, it's the second time the Democrats has, and people were talking over him and trying to shut him up because he's a fucking moron. It's the second time Democrats have tried to usurp our democracy, which is fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, yeah, it used to be in the days of Woodrow Wilson, a Democrat, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, a Democrat, Lyndon Baines Johnson, a Democrat, John F. Fitzgerald Kennedy, a Democrat, all Harry Truman, a Democrat, World War I, World War II, the Korean War, the Vietnam War. These were all started by Democrats. It used to be the Democrats were the party of war. Then the red Russophiliac Republicans then took that mantle, and with George Bush Sr. with his Gulf War, that I was a part of. Yeah, and then Bush War I and Bush War II, and since then now the Republicans are the fucking warmongers. It's insane. It's this is how things reverse, I guess, but it's So a person could have in the past said. Legitimately have said the Democrats were the true threat to world peace and therefore the home front as well, a threat to everyone. But things have radically inversed and stood on their head.
Well, also I want to say that in general, it's no one to really blame for all these wars that are happening right now. It's just a pandemic and lock down your home and can't do anything, and don't want to go anywhere anyway, because safety of the majority of people's health. Like such as fucking Meatloaf, he wants to make fun of people taking vaccines, but then he gets the fucking virus and fucking dies, for example. So.
Fuck that cunt. He's a creep anyway.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, good.
He used to kiss an underage girl on stage at his live performance.
Oh my god.
Wow.
Oh man.
Yeah. Well.
The virus took him out.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying in terms of so there was a huge fucking plague in the Roman Empire, and then you also had that with the Byzantine Empire, the Eastern Roman Empire. Well, historians call it the Byzantine Empire now just to differentiate. But then you had just an insane amount of wars and the collapse of that one of the West. And that's what I'm saying. That's what we're going through right now. And even this chick that she makes videos about games, but she was talking about all the social upheavals and people being against woke stuff and this and that. And I when it comes to the gaming stuff like Baldur's Gate 3, it's such a great, popular, fantastic game. I'm not too fond of it. I need to play more of it. But what I'm saying with that is that it's got plenty of woke stuff and transgender stuff. This and that. Cyberpunk 2077 has that too. You can customize your character to have a fucking dick if you want it as a transgender, and that's fine. I don't care. I've done that shit before myself. I played as men. I played as women. I've had homosexual relationships in the game. It's just a game, man.
Yeah. I appreciate you saying that. No, I really do. And I think another way of expressing it is that there are certainly people responsible for these wars, Putin and Netanyahu and Xi Jinping. But
and North Korea.
Yeah, Kim Jong-un, all the rest of the Rat Pack of losers that form the Sino-Slavic Israeli
and
India.
I wouldn't be surprised if India is involved some way too.
Yeah, Narendra Modi's a piece of shit. He is. Yeah, but all the way that. Yeah, go on. Continue.
Oh, I'm just talking about his thing with religious freedom. It's just not having religious freedom. It's just horrible.
Yeah. Well, it's shall we say, it's just pathetic and sad that they reverted to that. So feel free to interject. I'm going to go back to making some points and then get into what I will say will be the rage part. I'm going to start raging in a moment, and I think raging is necessary. So, but feel free to interject. Along with Nemo, both of you are just invited to, when you feel the need to say something, just say it. Go ahead and say it, and it's gladly going to be accepted because it helps. Just as your joining us helped with putting the economy into perspective. Now, the third point I was going to make about Harris losing the election was Harris's bet on rallying voters around abortion rights. It didn't pan out as planned. She had relative strengths with college graduates and higher income voters, but Trump held on to his base and also made marginal gains with some of Democrats' core constituencies. This is where we start the raging, because it became clear quite quickly on Tuesday night that the American electorate had shifted since 2020. There had been good reason to imagine that Donald Trump's presidency would be just a hard-to-remove stain on the fabric of American history and politics, something of the past. But by Wednesday morning, America had now twice elected him as its president. It is a disastrous revelation about what the United States really is, as opposed to the country that so many hoped that it could be. 3 words here. God help us. Now, I can't do better than those words uttered last year by Donald Trump's longest-serving White House Chief of Staff, retired Marine Corps General John F. Kelly, when he dolefully contemplated Trump returning to power. Semper Fidelis. This is not going to be a standard day after reflection on how the election is over. The voters have spoken, and now we can look forward to the next president's leadership of our nation and hope for the best. That's what I felt 8 years ago after Trump had upset another Democrat who would have been the first female president. But how is it possible that this country re-elected Donald Trump after everything he's been convicted of doing, everything he has said he plans on doing, and everything he did to that poor microphone? For those of you who don't remember his oral sex with it. Now, a battle between women and men has been building for decades. And with this heated election, it arrived at an inflection point. When women gained firmer control over culture in the 2010s and the years since, it made a certain cohort of men lose their grip. Oh, not just around their dick either. Over time, their numbers grew, fermenting in corners of the internet that indulged their feelings of being left behind. And then came a man who promised to reverse the shifts that had turned American life toward equality. In 2016, Trump won despite and because of the fact that he'd bragged about sexually assaulting women. The fact that his wife was hot, silent, and seemingly miserable. The fact that he had so many accusers no one could keep track. There's no mystery here. America embraced gender war. Both Trump's and Harris's campaigns framed the presidential election as a contest between men and women. Did the results prove them right? Well, men got exactly what they fucking wanted. White woman handed Trump this fucking election. So, what happened? What did Doug just say? I said the answer isn't that goddamn deep. The majority of white women in this country want a male president, preferably white. That's not me talking. That's nearly a century of voting data speaking. When Barack Obama made history in 2008, he did so with less support from white women than Al Gore had. The 2024 election, perhaps more than any other in American history, was an election in identity politics. But unlike what that term usually implies, that we're talking about women and or racial minorities, this race was about a particular kind of masculine identity that increasingly crosses racial lines and imperils women and men alike. But Trump voters got what they goddamn well wanted. To understand what Donald Trump's victory, well, to understand it at all, rather than what it means, consider the profound resurgence of bro culture. Those who expect that Donald Trump will hurt others and not them are likely to be unpleasantly surprised. Donald Trump's strategy of courting disaffected men was a risky one. After all, men are less likely than women to vote, and the disaffected don't tend to be the most civically engaged citizens. With this election being the first since the Supreme Court's Dobbs decision allowed Republican-run states across the nation to criminalize abortion, liberals and feminists understandably believed that it would be a referendum on misogyny. And it goddamn well fucking was! The problem is that it turns out the United States is pretty goddamn fucking sexist, and a lot of men wanted this election to be about them. Their votes for Trump weren't about just the economy or crime or immigration. Their votes were about reasserting their dominance. Now, sexism, of course, doesn't explain everything about this election. Many voters are genuinely frustrated with the high costs of housing and groceries and remember lower interest rates and cheaper gas under Donald Trump. Many genuinely do see undocumented immigration as out of control, overwhelming the fragile support systems in their cities and contributing to the kind of low-level disorder and dysfunction they find increasingly intolerable. Plenty of women voted for Donald Trump, including, if the exit polls are to be believed, and I'm looking at CNN's, the most liberal among them, close to half of white women, fucking period. No pun intended about that time of month. Compared with 2020 and 2016, it looks as if more Latinas voted for Trump this year as well. Remember Viviana fucking Sanchez goosing around with our man Ian West about the unholy trinity that they feel would save the world, Trump, Putin, and Elon Musk. Even as upward of 60% cast their ballots for Harris. But as in 2016, Trump's 2024 victory was largely a male one, and a largely white one. This time, however, he peeled off more men of color. For the first time, a majority of Latino men voted Republican. Trump's support among white men, and his overwhelming support among white men without college degrees, held steady. And as in 2020, roughly 20% of black men voted for him. In 2016, that number was less than 15%. The one group that has moved significantly away from Trump is white college grad women. This demographic never backed Trump and Moss, but nearly 60% of them voted for Kamala Harris compared with 51% who backed Hillary Clinton. Gender was a major driver of Trump's victory in 2016. 8 years later, pundits and analysts will be hunting for a newer, fresher explanation, but sometimes the truth simply asserts itself in repeat. In 2016, Trump pitched himself to the disaffected working-class white man. He ran a campaign of explicit gender and racial grievance. His rallies were characterized by gross and almost cartoonish misogyny. He won, and political science researchers confirmed that although a sense of economic displacement was real, racism and sexism were the fuel that powered the Trump fire. It wasn't just that working-class white men were frustrated with their lots in life. They were frustrated because they were no longer easily ahead of women and racial minorities, and because they no longer lived in a country dominated by people who looked and believed as they did. In 2024, the pitch changed a bit. The racial grievances remained. Undocumented immigrants were still described as criminals, and even people poisoning the blood of our country. Puerto Rico was described as a floating island of trash. But it was better couched in issue-specific terms. The misogyny remained as well, but it also got a glow-up. Instead of leaning into the vulgarity of Trump the bitch slogans, Trump and his vice presidential prick, pick, his prick, or his pick, J.D. Vance, promised men an administration that saw them, that worked for them, that sought to restore them to power, and that liked and respected them. And they contrasted it with a Democratic Party that didn't just forget men, but was outright hostile to their very nature. In this telling, when liberals criticize toxic masculinity, they're just talking about men in general. Yes, Kamala Harris came in for more than her share of Trump supporters' sexism and racism, casting her as a prostitute and as low IQ were favorite insults. But the ultimate case Trump and Vance made for themselves was less, don't elect this bitch, and more, put someone who gets you in the White House, with emphasis on the white aspect of that house. To this end, Trump surrounded himself with tech bros, and podcast bros, and fighting bros. The men of the Christian right and the architects of Project 2025 were there too, but they receded a bit as Trump courted the kind of men who may not go to church much more anymore, but who still want the respect traditionally afforded to men simply by virtue of being fucking men. Or men who aren't fucking anybody. Vance bracketh to this directly in earlier podcast clips and fundraising appeals that may have been damaging to his ticket's female support, but might also have piqued the interest of resentful male listeners. He derided single cat ladies, and by extension the entire category of women who believe that their lives are just as good, if not fucking much better, without men than with them. The men Trump and Vance courted likely don't believe they hate women at all, despite voting against women's most fundamental rights. Many of them seem to desperately want female affection, approval, and perhaps most of all respect, but having not exactly earned it, to be kind, long for a time when female deference was essentially mandatory. That is the America that Trump and Vance promised these men they would bring back. Yes, it's an America where a fish-belly white working-class man could make a living wage, but the fantasy is less about the number on a paycheck and more about the ability to have a financially dependent and adoring wife, or to be able to be as violent, crass, and unrestrained as one wishes, sans any social consequence whatsoever. As much as pundits and voters may point to the economy or immigration or crime as the reason voters back Trump, the truth is that Trump offered virtually nothing in the way of any actual policy on any of these issues. He offered instead the promise of masculine strength and male dominance, of men returned to their rightful positions of authority in the White House and in houses all across America. He talked to men who are frustrated and men who are adrift, many who feel, despite all evidence, mistreated or even discriminated against. And he promised them a return to power. This, the special treatment of men, and of white men in particular, is the original American identity politics. And in 2024, it has put another white man in the White House. The latest in an unbroken masculine chain over 12 centuries long. That's a lot longer than their fucking dicks, which would be about 12 centimeters. That brings us to the taxonomy of the Trump bro. And I gotta take a drink before getting into that. Although it's true that virtually all trends are cyclical, something about this era of dude feels different. 12 weeks before Election Day, Charlie Kirk, the millennial right-wing influencer, had been touring college campuses. On this particular Tuesday, he'd brought his provocations to the University of Georgia. Athens, where the school's main campus is located, is an artsy town in a reliably blue county with a famed alternative music scene, REM. The B-52s and Neutral Milk Hotel are among the many bands in the city's lore. But that afternoon, the courtyard outside the student center was a sea of red with thunderous USA chants echoing off the buildings. The MAGA hats were flying like fucking frisbees. Kirk had arrived on a mission to pump up Gen Z about the return of Donald Trump, and he was succeeding. I myself have since reviewed footage taken from a camera positioned in the back of the crowd, watching hundreds of young guys with their arms outstretched, hollering for MAGA merch. Once a stigmatized cultural artifact, that red cap is now a status symbol. For a certain kind of bro, MAGA is bigger than politics. MAGA makes you manly. MAGA, as last week affirmed, is also not an aberration. At its core, it remains a patriarchal club, but it cannot be brushed off as a passing freak show or a niche political sect. Donald Trump triumphed in the Electoral College, and when all the votes are counted, he ultimately captured the popular vote as well. Although it's true that MAGA keeps growing more powerful, the reality is that it's been a part of mainstream culture for a good long while. Millions of Americans, particularly those who live on the coasts, have simply chosen to believe otherwise. Democrats are performing all manner of autopsies, finger-pointing, and recriminations after Kamala Harris's defeat. Many political trends will continue to undergo examination, especially the pronounced shift of Latino voters toward Trump. But among all the demographic findings is this particular and fascinating one. Young men are more reactionary than they used to be. One analysis of AP vote cast data, for instance, showed that 56% of men ages 18 through 29 supported Trump this year, up 15 points from 2020. Depending on where you live and with whom you interact, Trump's success with young men in Tuesday's election may have come as a bit of a shock, to say the least. Thank you for this. I'll download this, Nemo. And yes, this is absolutely true. I said this. Remember when Victoria came on my show and asked, is Donald Trump the Antichrist? One of the things I pointed out was he's put the mark of the beast on everyone's fucking forehead.
All right, so the MAGA is like a satanic kind of acronym or what?
It is. This is what MAGA magician
Yeah,
really
and
means.
also you got Musk saying he's dark MAGA. I'm sorry.
Well, there you go, like dark magician. Yeah, that's why the black MAGA hats now. They're red and now they're black.
Thank you. Yes. Yeah. Understand. Magia in Latin. Magical, witch. Magia in Italian, sorceress or witch. Magia in Espanol, magician or wizard or illusionist. Magia in Polish, magician. Magia in the Sanskrit, magician or a priest of the sun. Yes, not the son of God either.
Yeah.
All of this is quite true. Now, I went into basically a trance state and explained how Trump is the Antichrist to Our Lady Victoria, and she was, needless to say, impressed, and she was flipping her...
Oh, another thing, too.
Yes, go on.
Trump was running a cryptocurrency scam.
Yeah. Yeah, well, again, there we go. Some of that false currency predicted in the Bible. Understand, he is the Antichrist, and Maja is the mark on the forehead that people are paying for that declares that they're a mage, a sorcerer, a practitioner of magic.
Yeah, at the 5th degree in the hierarchy
Well,
of Church
something
of
really
Satan.
wrong. Yeah, but it's something really wrong about being a practitioner of magic. If you know, magic is not a bad thing.
No, it's dark magic, though. That's what we're saying. They align with the dark side.
Well, both colors. The red emphasized that they were Edomic, because Edom means red. The black, and blood magicians. It means they're blood mages. And the black means they're black mages. So they're black, red, blood mages. They're Edomite either way, serving the darkness. And of course,
yes. But magic a lot of times, it's like you explained before, magic a lot of times deals with the intention. If you have good intention,
it's a tool. It's a tool for you to use with your intentions.
Exactly. So, and that's exactly. So that's the misconception that a lot of these stupid fanatical people, especially Christians, have a misunderstanding.
This is where the true irony comes in. These idiotic evangelical Christian nationalists are the ones who condemn magic and magery as intrinsically, inherently evil, while putting the mark of the Maja on their own foreheads, wearing it upon their heads.
Fucking ignorant.
A bunch of fucking oxymoron dumb motherfuckers.
Yes, and they're ascribing
in many ways. And in many ways, you can call them white nigger. Because,
absolutely.
That's what they are.
Traitors to their own race too, and country.
Yeah, exactly. Yes.
Thank you.
I don't like using that term too much. I really don't, but there's no other way.
So
that's the truth. Yes.
By the way, this is the true. Again, I will download these. You've picked up some real winners here in terms of.
Because I remember seeing a video. About these Trump tards, like just this individual, he was doing his own investigative research on how Satanism's like tied into this shit, and Donald Trump's involved, and he's saying, MAGA, there it's like a hierarchy status in the Church of Satan.
Absolutely, so very important point. Thank you, both of you gentlemen. So that having been articulated, let's put it this way. How do I say this? As I said, all of this might be a shock to many people, what just went down with the election. But the signs were there all along. Today, the top 3 American podcasts on Spotify are the Joe Rogan Experience, the Tucker Carlson Show, and the Charlie Kirk Show. All 3 hosts endorsed Trump for president. These programs and their massive audiences transcend the narrow realm of politics. Together, they are male voice megaphones in a metastasizing carcino movement across America. In 2023, Steve Bannon... Yes, go on.
Also, 1 second. There was one person that said he was considering voting for Kamala Harris, but because of the fact that she did not go on Joe Rogan's show, he decided to vote for Trump instead. So, and she was in Houston for about that day, and she wanted him, Joe Rogan, to go to Houston to interview with him for an hour, and he said no. He wanted her to come to his studio. They should have had a compromise together and done something, because that's a big. Absolutely, you're correct. That's a big fuck up. And of course, now, unfortunately, I don't absolutely agree about this because supposed to be the First Amendment, but they want to. They're talking about the Democrats are talking about on CNN this and that. The black guy with the glasses, the lawyer. I don't like that guy too much, but he was talking about basically censoring free speech on the internet. I'm finished.
Well, of course, I've always articulated the need for that. There's, first off, it's like I said, when I used to do security at rave parties and saw kids taking eyedroppers and taking ecstasy and literally eyedropping it into their eyeballs so it would short circuit in the optic nerve directly into the brain, and just immediate impact on their neurological system. It's neurojacking. They were neurojacking themselves. That's what you do when you get on the internet. That shit, that sewer shit, goes directly through your optic nerve into your brain. There's no firewall. There's no barrier, blood-brain barrier, protecting you from this toxic sewer of shit that all these young men are on all day. And when they're not jacking off, they're watching these motherfuckers. And the fact that someone would say, oh, I didn't see Kamala Harris go on the show, so I won't vote for her, shows you the level of choice that they have come to. That unless it's on their turf, they're not going to accept it in their reality. This shows you how closed-minded they are. It's not a mistake on Kamala Harris's part, except in the most pragmatic or cynical sense. It is literally, it would have made no point. She could have gone on that show 100 times, and they would never have voted for her. They just would have thrown tomatoes at her. They just would have shit and pissed all over her, and just would have laughed at her. There's no point for her going in there for that kind of abuse, to face that kind of assassination threats, death threats, rape threats, bomb threats. She absolutely could not go on that medium, because all you would see in the chat is how they want to rip her apart and skin her alive. There's no point. This is what we're dealing with. I mean, back in 2023, Steve Bannon boastfully described this coalition as the Tucker, Rogan, Elon, Bannon combo platter right. Now, Trump has many people to thank for his victory, among them men, and especially young men with their AirPods in. There is nothing in between those fucking AirPods. Now, Trump can often be a repetitive bore when speaking in public, but one of his more interesting interviews this year was a conversation with dude philosopher Theo Von. As the Atlantic magazine journalist Helene Lewis wrote, Trump's discussion of drug and alcohol addiction on Theo Von's This Past Weekend podcast demonstrated perhaps the most interest Trump has ever shown in another human being. Basically, Donald Trump's older brother, Fred Trump Jr., died of complications from alcoholism at the age of 42. Similarly, 5 days before the election, Trump took the stage with Carlson for a live one-on-one interview. The twain broed out in an arena near Phoenix, and that night Trump was especially freewheeling and uncharacteristically reflective about the movement he leads. Trump looking poised as he was to win Arizona after losing it in 2020 at the time. It's not just one type of talkative bro who has boosted Trump and made him more palatable to the average American. Trump has steadily assembled a crew of extremely influential and successful men who are loyal only to him. Carlson is the preppy debate club bro. Rogan is the stoner bro. Elon Musk is the tech bro. Bill Ackman is the finance bro. Jason Aldean is the country music bro. Harrison Butker is the NFL bro. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is the crunchy conspiracist bro. Hulk Hogan is the throwback entertainer bro. Kid Rock is the American badass bro. And that's hardly an exhaustive list on my part. Each of these bros brings his own bro-y fandom to the MAGA movement and helps, in his own sick way, to legitimize Trump and whitewash all his misdeeds. Some of these men, such as Kennedy and Musk, may even play a role in the coming administration, God forbid. Now, Atlantic magazine columnist Spencer Kornhaber wrote last week that Democrats are losing the culture war.
Also, don't forget Alex Jones.
Yeah. What kind of bro is that? Oh, that's crazy bro. Yeah, that's the insanity bro.
Yeah. He's talking about he wants to be press secretary.
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ, God spare us. It may actually come to pass.
And get a presidential pardon maybe too.
Oh, there you go. There you go.
I mean, Trump did give that piece of shit Steve Bannon a presidential pardon.
Yeah, well, he didn't need to. The guy was he was exploiting jail to write his version of Mein Kampf, so to speak. But in their shitty own way, in their own shitty way.
Yeah.
But
go ahead. Sorry,
thank you. No worries. Atlantic magazine columnist Spencer Kornhaber wrote last week that the Democrats are losing the culture war, and he's right. But Trumpism extends beyond even politics and pop culture. I've been thinking a lot about that footage I reviewed from the University of Georgia. Students who were interviewed explained that some frat houses off campus make no secret of their Trump support, but it seemed less about specific policies and more about attitude. That's long been the open secret to Donald Trump. A feeling, a vibe, not a statistic. Even Kirk's free speech exercises, which he staged at all these colleges nationwide for a while now, are only nominally about actual political debate. In essence, they are public performances that boil down to 4 fucking words. Come at me, bro! Perhaps there is something in all of this that is less about fighting and more about acceptance, especially in a culture that treats bro as a pejorative. These Trump bros do not deserve an iota of sympathy. But there's good reason to try to actually understand this particular voting bloc as the enemy, and why so many men were, and are, ready to go along with Donald Trump. It's uncomfortable, I know. The hunger to dig into the weeds of data, to make the outcome about policy and not identity, speaks to our desire to be united in these states. However, you simply cannot talk about the results of the 2024 general election, specifically what Kamala Harris's campaign or Democrats did wrong, without acknowledging the fact a black female candidate was going to face resistance. No state in this country has even elected a black woman to be governor, for God's sake. Also, white women did not support Nikki Haley, Hillary Rodham Clinton, Carly Fiorina, Elizabeth Warren, or Amy Klobuchar. Edward Rollins, President Reagan's political director, so said that the presence of Geraldine Ferraro on the 1984 Democratic ticket made the South ours. I keep hearing shock at the outcome of Tuesday's vote here in San Francisco, at Harris's resounding defeat. I can understand being appalled, but not shocked. We are not better than this. The racism, the sexism has always been a major part of who we are. Now, just going to take a look at these links. Who put these latest links in? What are these? Here we are. Oh, Real Tech. There we are. Trump taking Arizona. Yeah. He literally goes all the way back through history and breaks. Yeah. Trump confirms he has no choice. Yeah, but mass deportations. Oh, dear. Everything to look forward to. And none of it good.
Mass deportations, and then you're just going to bring back the people here legally anyway. It doesn't make any sense. Just nationalize them and be legal.
Yeah, there you go.
And the ones that are criminals, yeah, fine. I mean, they reported the governments of I don't know which the states over this or the federal government, but anyway, reported about 600. It's probably higher than that. I'd say about 1,500 criminal gang members of the Venezuelan gang, Tren Avavaca. I can't pronounce it correctly, but
no worries.
They gotta go. Yeah. Of course, they have to go. but the majority of these people, no.
Well,
you know,
our
they don't
economy,
need to go.
our economy is going to fucking collapse without them because no white man's
Yes.
going to work the fields. No white man's going to do all the scut work
Yes.
that they do.
Clean up
Yes.
the shit in the toilets.
Yeah, it's a
Yes,
joke.
exactly.
It's a fucking
It
joke.
is a joke.
And it's a sick joke, and it's a fatal joke, and we'll find out the hard way. Trump will find out the hard way when people beg him to bring all the brownies back. It's that simple. This is the level of insanity that we're dealing with.
And another thing too, I want to say, in a way, it's not a bad thing in many ways, to an extent, that she lost, because all this foolishness is going to happen here, and also with the economy is slowing down, and we are in a silent recession. It's just going to just make the Democrats look good for the next time around.
Exactly.
Because it's just going to blame him anyway, everyone else. So.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Very, very astute. That's an excellent observation. Thank you for that. Now, on the morning after Donald Trump was elected president for the first time, in 2016, the White House was a funereal place. For weeks, Barack Hussein Obama and his inner circle had worried about Hillary Rodham Clinton's campaign, the failure to visit crucial battleground sites with sufficient frequency, the snooty crack about deplorables, James Comey's last-minute letter to Congress about her emails. But for all the troubling signs and missteps, they were optimistic that, in a tighter-than-expected race, America would elect the first woman to the presidency. A legacy, a continuity would prevail. Trump's shocking victory shattered those assumptions, and that day, as many young, stricken staffers crowded into the Oval Office, Obama tried to raise their morale and convince them that the election of an aspiring autocrat did not spell the end of America's long, if profoundly imperfect, experiment in liberal democracy. He told them that history does not move in straight lines. Sometimes it goes sideways. Sometimes it goes backward. It was a solemn, pastoral performance on his part, and on some level Obama was also engaged in a form of self-soothing. 2 days later, in an interview with the New Yorker magazine, he again tried to keep despair at bay. I think nothing is the end of the world until the end of the world. Privately, Obama, the first black man elected to the White House, allowed himself to wonder if he had come along too soon. A generational political talent, he had deployed the resonant language and narrative of the civil rights movement, the fierce urgency of now, to promote broad-based reforms, particularly the Affordable Care Act. His residence in a house built by enslaved black men and women seemed to suggest, if hardly an end to American racism, then surely a significant advance for the idea of a multi-ethnic democracy. But now he was being succeeded by a figure of unmistakable reaction, a poisonous demagogue, a bigot, who proposed a very different American story. The system was rigged, as Trump told his cultists. Foreign leaders were laughing at us. The country was a hellscape of ominous illegal aliens, rapists, gang members, and psychotics from faraway prisons and asylums. American carnage was his assessment of this country, and only he could set things right. Now, shortly before the end of Obama's second term, the president was in Lima, Peru, being driven to an event with some of his aides. Along the way, he confided that he just read an opinion column implying that in electing Trump, tens of millions had rejected liberal identity politics. According to a memoir by one of his advisors, Benjamin Rhodes, Obama said, "What if we were wrong? Maybe we pushed too far. Maybe people just want to fall back into their tribe." In 2016, Trump's election could be ascribed to many things, including a failure of the collective imagination. How had a figure who combined the traits of George Wallace, Hulk Hogan, and Father Charles Coughlin managed to win the presidency? Just as Obama struggled to understand the social and political roots of Trumpism, many Americans failed to grasp fully his character, or lack thereof, the dimensions of his malevolence nonetheless. It was impossible for them to absorb just what a threat he posed to international alliances and domestic institutions, how contemptuous he was of the truth, science, the press, and so many of his fellow citizens. Surely his most extreme rhetoric was an act. Surely he would grow into the office. Trump's re-election, his victory over Kamala Harris, can no longer be ascribed to a failure of the collective imagination. He is the least mysterious public figure alive. He has been announcing his every disquieting tendency relentlessly, publicly, for decades. Who is left, supporter or detractor, who does not acknowledge, at least to some degree, his cynicism and divisiveness, his disrespect for selfless sacrifice? To him, fallen American soldiers are suckers. Many of his former closest advisors, Vice President Mike Pence, his Chief of Staff, John Kelly, Mark Milley, the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, have described him as unfit, unstable, and in the case of Kelly and Milley, an outright treasonous traitor, a Russist. In the closing weeks of the campaign, Trump went out of his way to dismiss his consultants' blandishments, to moderate his tone. Instead, he pretended to fillet a microphone and threatened to direct the military against the enemy from within. He emphasized every rotten thing about himself, as if to say, "Forget the scripted stuff on the teleprompter. Listen to me when I go off the cuff. The conspiracy theories, the fury, the vengeance, the race baiting, the embrace of Putin and Orban and Xi Jinping. The wild stories. This is me, the real me. I'm a genius. I'm a weaving." In the end, there was nothing Trump would not say. No invective or insult he would not hurl. At Madison Square Garden, he gave the platform over to supporters who spoke grotesquely about Puerto Rico, Jews, trans people. No indecency was impermissible. His most distinctive television ad was pure cruelty. "Kamala is for they/them. President Trump is for you." His disdain for woman, which has been in evidence all his adult life, was only amplified in the last weeks of the campaign when, in Michigan, he said of Nancy Pelosi, "She's an evil, sick, crazy bee. It starts with a B, but I won't say it. I want to say it." Trump was equally brazen about policy. There is no longer any excuse for failing to see what a second Trump administration will bring. The mass deportation of undocumented immigrants, a federal government stocked with mediocrities whose highest qualification is fealty to the great leader, a contempt for climate policy, human rights, and gun control, a weakening of NATO, an even more reactionary Supreme Court and federal judiciary, an assault on the press. These are not the imaginings of a paranoiac. These are campaign promises announced from the podium. The news of Trump's re-election did not come with the same shock as his first victory did. Joe Biden, for all his virtues and legislative accomplishments, was a conspicuously unpopular president. At least 55% of voters in the major swing states disapproved of his performance in office. And by the time Biden came to terms with age and finally stepped aside, Harris, despite all her energy and appealing intelligence, had precious little time to run a campaign that could reasonably outdistance both that dissatisfaction and her opponent. Trapped between her loyalty to Biden and the need to separate herself from him, she played it safe and depended on the electorate's ability to distinguish between her manifest decency and the dark chaos represented by Donald Trump. Despite her thrashing of Trump in their one debate, and his campaigning at times as a disturbed man wandering from one rally to the next, the prospects of Harris winning were never more than episodically encouraging. When her aides were asked how they were feeling about the race, they would say, nauseously optimistic. In the end, Trump seems not only to have won the popular vote in all 7 battleground states, but to have made inroads with Latino and black men wide enough to shatter the Democratic Party's long-standing and highly complacent understanding of its demographic advantages. How you interpret and prioritize the cascade of reasons for Trump's re-election is a kind of Rorschach test. It will require a long reckoning before anyone can conclude which of the leading factors, economic anxiety, cultural politics, racism, misogyny, Biden's decline, Harris's late start, were determinative, I mean to say. In no way did Trump win a mandate as commanding as, say, Ronald Reagan's victories over Jimmy Carter in 1980 and Walter Mondale in 1984. But according to the early analysis by the Times I was able to review, more than 90% of the counties in the country appear to have shifted toward him since the last election. Both major political parties are broken. The Republicans, having given themselves over to a cultish obedience to a treasonous authoritarian, are morally broken. The Democrats, having failed to respond convincingly to the economic troubles of working people, are politically broken. Roy Wilkins, a longtime executive director of the NAACP, the National Association for the Advancement of Colored Peoples. Bet you haven't heard about them in your lifetime, if you're young enough. Once wrote that Brown versus Board of Education, the Supreme Court's 1954 decision to end segregation in schools, was a second Emancipation Proclamation. He also shared the country's reaction to that decision. I remember picking up the newspaper and reading an interview with a 14-year-old Dixie Belle who said, I'd rather grow up to be an idiot than go to school with a nigger in it. Anyone could see that she was well on the way to becoming that idiot. And then Wilkins added, a little integrated schooling might have saved her from her fate. You know,
or she could just move to another school.
You preempted me. I was going to say something far worse. All I could think of was with his attitude. A little integrated schooling might have saved her from her fate. All I could think of was that he was imagining giving her a loving meat injection with his black needle prick to inject some of that integration into her so that she would come into a integrated enlightenment and have some half yellow kids that
gangbang.
Yes. Honestly, that's what I hate to say is what I can only imagine this guy was imagining when he said what he said. It's unworthy of me, but that's what comes to my mind. It exposes the worst aspects of myself, but I can at least confront that. I'm not denying that.
God still loves you.
Yeah, there we are. Or at least my mother does. Anyhow. And yet, here we are. Oh, go on. Yeah.
I said Lucifer loves you.
That too. Yes, that too. Thank you. And I'm straddling heaven and hell. It's okay. And yet here we are, after 12 proclamations, and real emancipation still has not come. Segregation is still the norm. It's long been said that Sunday morning is the most segregated time in America. But Monday through Friday mornings aren't much better. Over decades of federal redlining to keep black people out of nice neighborhoods, to the construction of highways, to the white flight of the 50s and 60s, the demographics of today's local schools reflect the ugliness of yesteryear. During her campaign, Harris often pointed out that just 1% of all public school teachers are black men. Black women are less than 5%. Latinos make up 7%. According to the Pew Research Center, nearly 80% of white elementary and secondary public school students went to a school where at least half the students were also white. It would be easy for a white student to grow up in America's schools without having a classmate of color or seeing a person of color in a leadership role. This is why most of the people who made Harris's shortlist of VP candidates had to be white men. In order to give voters a degree of comfort, she was expected to have someone with the look of leadership on the ticket. And so, despite having been elected a vice presidentress, a senatoress, and a state attorney general, Harris still apparently needed a white man on the ticket to give it gravitas in the eyes of voters. We all know it. And that's why explanations of the 2024 outcome that dwell on the economy or Gaza or the other policy matters are so disingenuous. We all know the real reason Harris lost. If a black woman had cheated on all of her husbands and had 3 sets of children, I doubt she would have gotten the white evangelical vote as Trump did. And yet, when given an obvious choice between a white man who can be heard on a recording pressuring officials to help him steal the election, and a black woman whose most egregious offense was being against fracking 5 years ago, most white women went where they've always fucking gone. The big trois genders are said to be at war. The result of the presidential election can hardly be read otherwise. In preliminary exit poll data out of Pennsylvania, women aged 18 to 29 swung 40 points for Kamala Harris, while their male counterparts swung 24 points for Donald Trump. The conflict, the dark, snarling, many-headed beast of indifference and contempt that emerges from these numbers, has been building for decades. Women in America, as in nearly all industrialized democracies, used to be more conservative than men. In the 1970s, they began to shift leftward, then closed the partisan gap by the 80s, and during the 90s became firmly more liberal than American men. The simplest explanation for this is the most plausible one. Women acquiring education and workplace power and economic independence drew closer to a party that valorized equality and away from a party that valorized hierarchy. With birth control, with safe and legal abortion, the story went, women gained control over their lives. In the 2010s, women gained control over culture as well. A slick, corporatized feminism, the mugs about male tears, the Ruth Bader Ginsburg bobbleheads, occupied the public sphere. Girls were brash and confident and eager to call out bad male behavior. It was no longer okay to kiss a girl if she didn't want you to, even if she was slutty. All of this made a certain cohort of men lose their grip over more than just their pricks at masturbation time. Over time, their numbers grew. How would I say it? It's like fermenting in the corners of the internet that indulge their feelings of being left behind. All the women were graduating from high school and college in greater numbers than men. They were suddenly wanted in places they had been unwanted almost forever. Around 10 years ago came a presidential candidate who promised to reverse the shifts that had transformed American life toward equality, to put men, white people, white men, back on top. It was war then too. Trump won despite and because of the fact that he'd bragged about sexually assaulting women, the fact that his wife was hot, silent, and obviously completely fucking miserable, the fact that he had so many accusers no one could keep track. And Trump did what he promised and installed a Supreme Court that overturned Roe v. Wade during a Democratic presidency that had ostensibly rebuked him. At least 20 states made abortion more or less illegal. In vitro fertilization, IVF, was restricted in Alabama. Doctors in states like Oklahoma, Texas, and Florida stopped treating women in mortal danger because of active miscarriages. A woman with a cancerous and non-viable pregnancy was told to bleed in a hospital parking lot until she was sick enough to qualify for care. A 13-year-old girl in Mississippi who'd been raped in her front yard couldn't afford to get to Chicago for an abortion and thus became a mother before starting the 7th grade. The 2024 election was framed optimistically by Democrats as a referendum on this suffering, as the midterms had been. After Harris entered the race, almost 4 in 10 women under the age of 30 cited abortion as the most important issue to their vote. Abortion was the second most important issue among all Harris voters, the most important being democracy itself. For Trump voters, the economy was the top issue. The funny thing is the pretense that we can separate these concepts. Without the right to choose, women are not full participants in either a democracy or an economy. Both campaigns then leaned into the gender war. Trump turned his focus away from the suburban white woman who'd supported him in 2016, and he courted young men, attending UFC matches, cozying up to Elon Musk, and going on podcasts recommended by his 18-year-old son. He led with vibes of absurdist aggression, a miasma of crypto and YouTube testosterone, allowing the policy architecture of actual, brutal, gender-based subjugation to follow easily behind. Trump was among the many Russell collaborationist Red Republican insurgent candidates who collectively poured tens of millions into anti-trans political ads, showing his commitment not to woman, but to the institution of gender itself. Harris went on Call Her Daddy, a podcast where young women dish about sex and kvetch about men, and got Julia Roberts to narrate an ad about how wives don't have to disclose their liberal votes to their conservative husbands. The strategy reflected a reality that has since been unveiled by the results: a gendered battle intensified by young people who are fighting for a sense of individual purchase on a world they have barely begun to properly live in. Those Pennsylvania exit polls, the ones in North Carolina where young female voters went for Harris by 33 points and young male voters went for Trump by 23. The fact that the entire nation, more or less, is shifting rightward, or at least a little, but that men aged 18 to 29 have moved almost 30 points rightward since 2020. If the 2016 election illuminated the shocking state of white women's loyalties, the 2024 election has instantly done the same for young men. The gender war, as pitched by politicians, revolves around two competing visions of a woman's life. Each side thinks it understands what the other wants. The Trumpists, embodied by J.D. Vance and his repulsive, sneering, childless cat lady comments, by Tucker Carlson and his portrayal of Kamala Harris as a Samoan Malaysian low IQ diversity-ier, believe that the left wants women to be Plan B gobbling dilettantes in their youth, dick-stomping corporate drones in early adulthood, lonely, angry spinsters who approach 40 in a mania for egg freezing or emasculation. Soon afterward, the woman problem becomes neutralized by the relative invisibility of the postmenopausal female. The libs believe that conservatives want women to spend their youth in training to attract, submit to, and please men, suppressing all other forms of human potential for one that revolves around dress-up, smiling self-imprisonment, and wiping asses, both literally and emotionally. The chasm between young men and women in this year's vote is the chasm between these two stories. It's men fearing woman's enthrallment to independence at the expense of their own centrality, and women fearing their subjugation to men at the expense of their own lives. The difference, and this is always the difference, is about volition. Men who voted for Trump fear what women might actually want. Women who voted for Harris fear what will be done to them against their will. In the imaginary world ruled by angry, lesbian, socialist girl bosses, there is absolutely nothing to stop you from being a barefoot, pregnant homemaker at 24 if you'd like to be one. In the increasingly non-hypothetical world ruled by far-right Trumpists, the blissful servitude of women must be ensured by removing their control over their bodies, and ideally, actually, by removing them from the public sphere altogether. In a recent video, the former Trump aide and Project 2025 advisor John McEntee quipped while cheerfully eating chili cheese fries, "So I guess they misunderstood when we said we wanted male-only voting. We meant male. M-A-L-E. Dale Partridge, the pastor of an anti-woke church and the author of a book called The Manliness of Christ. Always a funny argument, given that Jesus famously bled to death to give new life, as many girls and women in reactionary states will be doing over the next 4 fucking years. So posted, "In a Christian marriage, a wife should vote according to her husband's direction. He is the head, and they are one." What baffles me about this supposed contest between ideas of womanhood, both of them invented by men for political purposes, is its distance from the reality of living as a woman, which I have at least a better understanding of as one who has often been mistaken for one, oftentimes by my own intent and design, oftentimes accidentally. The conflict that exists between work and parenting, between childishness, well, I should say childlessness, and child rearing, even between wanting power over men and willingly giving them power over yourself, flares not in the gap between a liberal woman and a conservative woman, but within each of their individual lives. 2/3 of Republican mothers work outside the home. The percentage is only 3% higher for Democratic mothers. Democratic women have their first child at 25 on average, just 1 year later than Republican women. 86% of Democratic parents and 88% of Republican parents think of parenting as one of the most important parts of their identity. Women on the left want children. Women on the right get abortions. There are many millions of women, mostly white, 45% of them voted for Trump in this election, who are drawn to the archetypal conservative vision of motherhood. But the gendered gulf in the youth vote suggests that the fight is changing as women in the middle of the political spectrum begin to vote, post-Roe, on the basis of their actual lives. The possibility of a national abortion ban is certain. The lawyer behind Senate Bill 8, Texas's abortion bounty law, is closely allied with Donald Trump and recently represented him before the Supreme Court itself. Project 2025 outlines a plan for formal federal surveillance of pregnancy. This is what so many young men, straight men who want women to bear their children, voted for. The fight is now peer-to-peer between men in favor of reproductive servitude, female sexual slavery, and women who refuse. Trump's return to power, his implacable control over the Supreme Court and the federal judiciary, the coming dissolution of the very idea of the government providing any sort of guardrail against corporate power, carceral violence, and environmental destruction is the beginning of a political era that will likely last decades. So much of it will be worked out on a level that the ordinary person mostly cannot touch. But this particular part, the politics of abortion, the struggle of who gets to determine when and why and how a person has a child, the question of who and what a woman works for, will also be negotiated at home. In her study of marriage titled Parallel Lives, the critic Phyllis Rose argues that marriage is the primary political experience in which most of us engage as adults. There is a reason that both campaigns have, in different ways, embraced the framing of their political fights as marital dramas. After Trump's victory, the 4B movement is spreading across TikTok. The 4B movement from South Korea calls for women to not date, marry, sleep with, or have children with men at all. Women are calling for the movement to take off in these United States after Donald Trump won the election. The TikToker Reagan, who goes by after the nice guy, like it's the @ symbol and then F the nice guy for fuck the nice guy on TikTok, has encouraged women to swear off men, though she herself is gay and therefore has an advantage at this. Herself so saying, there's no sleeping with men that is worth risking your life and your safety. When they have showcased time and time again that they don't value who you are and they don't vote for you, they don't stand up for you.
I'd say they should just stop reproducing with American men and just stick with pure European men who are far better beings than American men.
I'll go for that, yes.
Yeah, white women just abandon the American white man and go for a nice white European man. And let the white man just fuck anything that moves, whatever. He's just a piece of shit, dumb fuck. Don't reproduce with him.
I agree. I mean, yeah, we've got a... There you go. We're solution guys here.
I agree too.
Yes, there you go. Thank you.
And most American fathers will and most likely end up molesting their daughters if they're attractive.
Yeah, it's true. It's too common, at least. And so thank you, gentlemen. We stand united here, shoulder to shoulder. So the TikToker Reagan, at Fuck the Nice Guy on TikTok, she says, it's important that you protect yourself when they're not willing to protect you. Now, talk of adapting the 4B movement to American politics isn't just taking off on TikTok. Since Tuesday, there has also been chatter on X, Threads, and R-Feminism, or the feminism on Reddit, the Reddit thread. Google search interest in the movement shot up in the hours after it became clear Trump would win the American presidency, an election in which Trump saw big gains in his appeal to young male voters. The 4B movement originated in South Korea and encourages women to opt out of bihon, or marriage, bichulson, or childbirth, biyone, or romance, and bisexual, or sexual relationships. In fact, all of them. I should say bihon, bichosan, biyone, and bisexual, meaning opt out of marriage, childbirth, romance, and sexual relationships, period. Now, born out of protests against South Korea's own culture, instances of dating violence, revenge porn, and gender wage gaps are widespread. The movement has grown in recent years. South Korea has the lowest birth rate of any country on earth. These women are really taking this seriously. They are not putting out. There's no spreading of their legs there. They keep their knees together. And despite government incentives, many women still feel the country's patriarchal structure makes the cost of motherhood just too fucking high and refuse to be baby-making machines. Now, although it started in the late 2010s, the movement didn't really gain attention in these United States until earlier this year. New York Magazine published a long feature on it in March, in which writer Anna Louise Sussman, noting the threats and attacks women, and specifically 4B protesters, receive, so wrote that the blowback and fear that 4B practitioners experience underscores their conviction that Korea is still a frightening place for women. Thereupon herself laying out the ways in which 4B adherents were cutting their hair and eschewing all beauty products, as demonstrated this side of the Pacific on TikTok by the creator Maria Barbieri, who posts under the handle @girl_dump'em. Now, in a TikTok posted Wednesday morning, she says, "Given up on America? I have. So, she's following your advice there, Nemo, as well as real text. She says, also given up on coloring this hair because, right? Fuck coloring my hair. Fuck having my hair be long and luxurious. Fuck being all the things that the patriarchy wants us to be because, clearly, they don't give a shit about us. And facing the camera, Barbieri
well, the
had
patriarch doesn't care about your hair. They just want your vagina in control.
Yeah,
let your hair grow beautifully like God intended, but yeah, don't let them get your pussy.
Got it. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. That's a good qualifier. But at any rate, in the mood she was in, facing the camera, Barbieri had the clippers out. Donald Trump had just been elected U.S. president, and she woke up, in her words, feeling spicy. She tried to shave her head, eventually grabbing scissors and just cutting off chunks at a time, so she looked like she had mange, poor dear. Now, a floating bit of text was on that video she recorded that reads, opting out 4B. That's a reference to the feminist movement started in South Korea, encouraging women to not marry, date, sleep with, or have children with men until all genders have equal rights. As of my hosting this transmission, it's gotten more than 3 million views. Now, Barbieri says when she posted her original 4B video, it was the result of something she'd been investigating for several months via her involvement in feminist spaces on Reddit, Facebook, and Instagram. After her post went up, she got several negative comments from men, of course, but was surprised to find a lot of support, particularly from women, of course, interested in the movement. So Barbieri says, I'm getting private messages from people all over the world who are supporting the, quote, losing side. Now, Barbieri was just one of several people who posted videos about 4B on Wednesday midweek last. Another says, doing my part as an American woman by breaking up with my Republican boyfriend last night and officially joining the 4B movement this morning. It has nearly 9 million views, and the poster, at Rabbits and Tea, did several follow-up videos to respond to comments about her decision and her appearance. So with the election of Donald Trump and all the threats to reproductive rights and 2S LGBTQIA plus rights and misogyny that entails, women online seem to be channeling the fear they felt into action in similar ways. TikTok creator Ashley Pollard told Wired magazine that she has been practicing 4B for 12 years and says the experience has been freeing. She had not shared her story publicly, however, until after the election, when she saw other women on TikTok posting about starting a 4B movement. To quote as she, I think part of it was I was furious, but I also don't want people to think it's just some 21-year-old on this app who is upset about the results of the election. I'm a 36-year-old, and I made a very considerate decision about how I want to live my life. It's just I didn't realize how much of my upbringing and my thought process was centered around men until I decided to step away from it for a little bit. Pollard says she, like many women of the posting about 4B, had received a lot of attention, or has ever since the election, and also pushback. It goes sans saying. In the comments of some 4B videos and others discussing reproductive rights, presumably, male users have responded with, your body, my choice, quoting the white nationalist Nick Fuentes, who jubilantly cried, we control your bodies, on a live stream during election night. Now, TikTok declined to comment on the record about whether or not the phrase violates its community standards, but 4 videos using the phrase flagged by my son and all the blood boys were removed before I went live on Bandwidth tonight. Some creators who spracketh to the Fourth Estate were already participating in the movement before the election. Dalina, who uses they, them pronouns and asked to withhold their last name for privacy and security reasons, was casually seeing a man when, they say, he made a joke along the lines of like, I considered coming inside of you. Dalina says at that moment, their blood ran cold. I thought, why does that sound like a threat? It's like, because it is a threat. He also knew that it was a threat. The maternal death rates are out of this fucking world, and they keep on climbing. Why on earth should anyone ever be subjected to that? Was the sex even that fucking good? Was it even that goddamn great? What values are these men bringing to you if they're not even protecting you? Since then, Dalina, who goes by @SeñoraCabrona on TikTok, says that they have sworn off romantic and sexual entanglements with men forever. Their video, including text telling women to look up the 4B movement, has garnered more than 130,000 views on TikTok. Now, for those of us whom God made heterosexual, the intimate realm is politicized now more than ever. But it's from this foundation that we find a way out. It's from here, in the arena of flesh and friction and surprise and transcendence, an arena that may be increasingly foreign to screen-bound, isolated, radicalized young men and rightfully unappealing to their female counterparts, that we learn not just when to take up arms against another person, but when to try harder to see them or allow them to change us. It's here that we learn how badly we need one another in the end. Now, we need, of course, to qualify that means that the war I'm fighting is going to be one leading a largely female army against a largely male army in North America. That's
the female army will win because there will be good men siding with them. So the only people they're opposing are all the piece of shit men. They're going to get annihilated.
That's what I'm counting on, Nemo. That's what I'm counting on.
Well, if they have people like us on their side for the women, the bad men are going to get fucking wiped. They stand no chance. So they might as well just fucking give up and surrender.
Thank you. I agree. And nevertheless, we know history works otherwise. It's got to be played out to the bloody end. And that's how history works. Yeah. So back in 2021, I read a book by Tom Nichols about the rise of illiberal populism, the self-destructive tendency in some nations that leads people to participate in democratic institutions, such as voting, while being hostile to democracy itself, casting ballots primarily to punish other people and to curtail everyone's rights, and even their own. These movements are sometimes led by fantastically wealthy, foul populists who hoodwink gullible voters by promising to solve a litany of problems that always seem to involve money, immigrants, and minorities. The appeals from these charlatans resonate most not among the very poor, but among a bored, relatively well-off middle class, usually those who are deeply uncomfortable with racial and demographic changes in their own countries. And so it came as to pass. On election night, a gaggle of multimillionaires and multi-billionaires grinned and applauded for Donald Trump. They were part of an alliance, with the very people another Trump term would hurt. The young, minorities, and working families among them. Trump, as he has shown repeatedly over the years, couldn't care less about any of these groups. He ran for office to seize control of the apparatus of government and to evade judicial accountability for his previous actions as president. Once he is safe, he will embark on the other project he seems to truly care about, the destruction of the rule of law and any other impediments to enlarging his power. Americans who wish to stop Trump in this assault on the American constitutional order, then, should get it out of their heads that this election could have been won if only a better candidate had made a better pitch to a few thousand people in Pennsylvania. Biden, too old and tired to mount any proper campaign, likely would have lost worse than Kamala Harris. More to the point, there was nothing even a more invigorated Biden, or a less, female alternative could have offered. Racial grievances, dissatisfaction with life's travails, including substance addiction and lack of education, and resentment toward the villainous elites in faraway cities cannot be placated by housing policy or interest rate cuts. No candidate can reason about facts and policies with voters who have no real interest in such things, or even the educational or literacy level to comprehend them. They like the promises of social revenge that flow from Trump, the tough guy rhetoric, the simplistic "I will fix it" solutions. And he's interesting to them because he supports and encourages their conspiracist beliefs. I knew Harris was in trouble when I got a report from Pennsylvania. One of my Tong brothers, one of my gang brothers in the local Chinatowns, last week, a week before last by now, for an event, and a fairly well-off business owner who was an ardent Trump supporter told me that Michelle Obama had conspired with the Canadians to change the state's vote tally in 2020. It was my Tong brother who was serving as a translator because, believe it or not, this was a well-off business owner who had never really learned proper English, yet was a U.S. citizen and had bought into all the right-wing conspiracies because he was actually a Vietnamese Chinese who was a Republican, an industrial strength Republican, because the Vietnamese blame the loss of the war on the Democrats. Anyhow, when they told me that Michelle Obama had conspired with the Canadians to change the state's vote tally in 2020, that wasn't even the weirdest part of the conversation. But at that point, I knew Harris is in trouble. Everybody out there believes shit like this. Even some of the more highest educated people in the land. We are fucked. Now, as Jonathan, I think his name is Jonathan Last, the editor of The Bulwark, he put it in a social media post on election night. The election went the way it did because America wanted Trump. That's it. People reaching to construct policy alibis for the public because they don't want to grapple with this are whistling past the graveyard. Now, Mr. Last himself worries that we might now be in a transition to authoritarianism of the kind Russia went through in the 1990s, but I myself visited Russia in those days, and much of the Russian democratic implosion was driven by genuinely brutal economic conditions and the rapid collapse of basic public services. Americans have done this to themselves during a time of peace, prosperity, and astonishingly high living standards. An affluent society that thinks it is living in a hellscape is ripe for gulling by dictators who are willing to play along with such mass delusions. The bright spot in all this is that Trump and his coterie must now govern. The last time around, Trump was surrounded by a small group of moderately competent people, and these adults basically put baby bumpers and pool noodles on all the sharp edges of government. This time, Trump will rule with greater power but fewer excuses, and he and his voters will have to own the messes and outrages he is already planning to create. Those voters expect that Trump will hurt others and not them. they will likely be unpleasantly surprised, much as they were in Trump's first term. He was, after all, voted out of office for a reason. For the moment, some number of them have memory hold that experience and are pretending that his vicious attacks on other Americans are just so much hot air. Trump, unfortunately, means most of what he says. In this election, he has triggered the unfocused ire and unfounded grievances of millions of voters. Soon we will learn whether he can still trigger their decency, if there be any to be found. But do blame Biden. Biden handed Trump the fucking White House. Kamala Harris was doomed from the jump. Harris couldn't outrun inflation. The Democrats couldn't outrun Trump's Gen Z appeal. The political scientist Wilson Carey McWilliams once observed that alienation is not the loss of an old homeland, but the discovery of a new homeland that casts the former in a more dismal light. Today, our country indeed looks alien. The America many of us believed we knew now appears stranger in retrospect. The anger and resentment we may have thought was pitched at a simmer turned out to be a rollicking boil. And one of the liberals' most cherished shibboleths from 2016, that Trumpism is a movement for aggrieved white men, unraveled in the face of a realignment that saw the Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgency appear to give birth to a multiracial working class movement. A second Trump presidency is the result of this misjudgment. There is plenty of blame to go around, and much of it will be directed at Kamala Harris. Rightly so. Her campaign strategy was often confounding. Harris gambled on suburban Republican support, which she tried to juice by touring with Liz Cheney and moving right on the border, a strategy that many warned was questionable. Meanwhile, in her quest to bring these new conservative voters into the Democratic fold, Harris neglected many of the voters the party has long relied on. She took far too long to reach out to black men, despite a year's worth of polling that said she was losing their support. And when she finally did, she had little to offer them but slapdash policies and half-baked promises. It was the same story for Hispanic men. Despite polling showing Donald Trump increasing his Hispanic support, Harris largely ignored the problem until a month before Election Day, when she stitched together a condescending last-minute "Hombres con Harris" push. As for Arab American voters, she and her surrogates couldn't be bothered to do much more than lecture them. According to NBC News exit polling, President-elect Donald Trump picked up a larger proportion of voters under 30 than any Republican presidential candidate since 2008, the year of the great financial crash, improving with both young men and young women. Heading into the presidential election, voters voiced concerns about many issues: abortion, housing, the war in Gaza, immigration. But the one that really resonated at the polls had long dogged the Biden administration, appearing over and over as the top concern on voters' minds: the economy. In the end, abortion, much as Democrats tried, wasn't the policy issue that defined the race. Instead, millions of Americans cast their vote based on fear and anger about the state of the economy, all stoked by Donald Trump, who claimed he was the only one who could solve all America's problems. On Tuesday, Americans unhappy with the status quo rebuked the current administration for COVID-sparked inflation, following an anti-incumbent pattern that is playing out in elections worldwide. As the Atlantic magazine columnist Annie Lowrey wrote last week, the everyday indignity of heightened food prices, in particular, haunted and enraged American voters even after inflation cooled meaningfully from its 2022 peaks. Though the economy improved by many measures under President Joe Biden, the message from Democrats that "you're doing fine" didn't land, and even seemed patronizing to Americans who saw high prices all around them. And as Lady Lowry noted, although wages have outpaced inflation in recent months, people interpret wage gains as a product of their own effort and high costs as a policy problem that the president is supposed to solve. Trump's proposals on the economy were frequently incoherent. He scapegoated immigrants for Americans' financial woes and made promises about tariffs that economists said would lead to higher prices. Still, voters said consistently that they felt that Trump was the right person to handle the economy, even as Kamala Harris started to close in on Trump's lead on this issue. Perhaps because of nostalgia for a pre-pandemic economy that's unlikely to ever return. For all the criticism Harris faced early in her campaign for not issuing clearer policy proposals, she ultimately did. Trump was the one whose appeal was rooted largely in vibes. He brought heavy doses of hateful culture war rhetoric to the race, spreading false and dangerous messages about transgender people, blaming immigrants for societal ills, and smearing women, including Harris. Even though Trump was president just 4 years ago, he framed himself as the candidate of change, whereas Harris was pegged as the status quo candidate and struggled to differentiate herself from Biden. Harris, of course, is not the incumbent president, but she was an imperfect messenger on the economy. Even as she started releasing more detailed economic policy proposals, which included tackling price gouging and making housing more affordable, she was still the governing partner of a president whom voters blamed for inflation, a president whose policies she did not seem willing to openly break with. Trump seized on that dynamic, framing her as a continuation of the current administration and surfacing clips of Harris defending Bidenomics. Democrats, meanwhile, tried to center abortion rights. When Harris took over for Biden, some pundits saw the issue as a strength for her. In 2022, Jacob Nijhazel, a political science professor at SUNY, State University of New York, Buffalo, concluded that it was reasonable for Democrats to think appeals on abortion could work, himself emphasizing that abortion proved a decisive issue for Democrats in the midterm elections, though it actually helped Democrats only in specific parts of the country, just enough to fend off a midterms red wave, himself conceding that when people have the choice to vote hopes or vote fears, fears tend to override. So this time around, the economy mattered more. CNN national exit polling found that only 14% of voters said abortion was their top issue, compared with more than 30% who said that about the economy. And Trump, it seemed, managed to muddle the message on abortion enough that many voters didn't view him as patently anti-abortion, even as Democrats emphasized that he was responsible for the fall of Roe v. Wade. More than a quarter of women who supported legal abortion still chose Trump, according to the exit polling. Fears about the future of democracy were also at the top of voters' minds more commonly than abortion, According to CNN exit polling, 34% of voters said it was their top issue, suggesting that the Harris campaign's rhetoric about the existential threats posed by Trump did have some effect on voters' perceptions. Journalist Ronald Brownstein noted immediately after the count that in national exit polling, 54% of voters agreed that Trump was too extreme. But about 1 in 9 voters who viewed Trump as too extreme voted for him anyway. For nearly a decade now, Trump has felt like the dominant figure in American politics. But as David Wallace Wells noted in the New York Times on Election Day, a Democrat has been president for 12 of the past 16 years, for a generation now having been the party of power and the establishment, with the right becoming the natural home for anti-establishment resentments of all kinds, of which it's now clear to see there is an awful lot. Ultimately, much of the dynamic in this race came down to whether voters were hopeful or fearful about their and their country's future. This is why Democrats lose even when Republicans are so endlessly terrible. The Republicans are fear pornographers. Amid the postmortems and reckoning that are now following the wreckage of Donald Trump's return to absolute power, as authorized by the Supreme Court itself, there be 2 notes in particular that deserve a deeper dive. First, in Missouri, a state Trump won by 58%, voters also acted to increase the state's minimum wage to $15 an hour and to require employers to provide sick leave to workers. Proposition A was backed by unions and workers' advocacy groups, social justice and civil rights organizations, and even over 500,000 state business owners, despite the opposition of the Chamber of Commerce, the big corporate lobby wing. Per Terrence Wise of Stand Up KC, a coalition of low-wage workers, we've shown the rest of the world, the rest of the country, that regardless of what's going on outside of our state, we're able to come together and win. We felt that we have the power as everyday Missourians to come together and make our lives better. In Nebraska, another red state won by Trump, voters also passed a paid sick leave measure, Initiative 436, by 75%. Paid sick leave for Nebraskans and other supporters noted that 250,000 Nebraskans were working full-time without paid sick days, especially in restaurants and other service jobs, construction, manufacturing, warehousing, retail, educational support, and transportation. In a social media post, ABC News correspondent Mary Alice Park said, "These are old-school Democratic policy proposals that Republicans have actively voted against in D.C., but are hugely popular. Harris barely campaigned on them, despite progressives begging her to. Voters were clearly looking for solutions to their economic angst and agreed with Democrats on these policies, even if not associating those policies with Harris and her party." Second, in the multitude of exit poll results, one particularly stands out. 94% of registered Republicans voted for Trump, the exact same percentage he received in 2020. The heavy campaign focus on pulling away Republican voters from Trump turned out to be a pipe dream. The old cliche, "It's the economy, stupid," triumphed again. It was the major issue for many Joe Biden voters in 2020 when Vice President Kamala Harris lost in 2024. Much has been written and said about Latino voters, but the Washington Post assessment seems right. 7 in 10 Latino voters nationally rated the economy as not so good or poor, and a narrow majority supported Trump. 4 in 10 Latino voters termed the economy their top issue, and those chose Trump by a 2-to-1 margin. Another demographic that should cause concern are the youngest voters. Again, from the Post analysis. Though voters under 30 supported Harris by 13 points, in 2020, Biden won that age group by a 24-point margin. Some of those were certainly disaffected by the Biden-Harris administration's catastrophic support for Israel's horrific war of aggression and ethnic cleansing against Palestinians in the Gaza, the West Bank, and Lebanon. But there are many indications that many more were discouraged by an economy of relentless high prices the past 4 years and by the difficulty in finding living wage jobs. The Biden administration passed important legislation to tackle inflation and high prices, and it made laudable efforts to reduce student and medical debt, despite the unified Republican opposition and reactionary courts. Yet the pain of struggling families, including many young people across the country, persisted. After Biden's calamitous debate with Trump in late June, he unveiled an expansive progressive campaign platform on multiple issues influenced by Bernie Sanders, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, and other squad members, the Progressive Caucus and Congressional Black Caucus. It included multiple proposals to end medical debt and other dramatic reforms. On July 13th, Sanders wrote in a New York Times op-ed, an opinion editorial, and by the way, I just quote him out of A Stuck Clock Can Be Right 2 Times a Day. This motherfucker is the Kim Jong-un of Vermont, and he stripped their fucking economy because he's a goddamn Jewish communist. At any rate, he said, "To win the election, that president needs to fight for a bold agenda that speaks to the needs of the vast majority of our people, the working families of this country, the people who have been left behind for far too long." Yeah, the people he's got flooded with tapeworms as if they were in North fucking Korea, fertilizing their gardens with their own shit. Vermont is hell on earth. And it's America's North Korea. Under a Sanders that never dies. Harris embraced much of that agenda, and she expanded it with innovative ideas to call for a national ban on corporate price gouging and on grocery and other food costs, expanded child tax and newborn credits, subsidies for new home buyers, and more. She could have done more, such as aligning with proposed progressive reforms, such as those passed by voters in Missouri, Nebraska, and other states, and highlighting the vital work of Federal Trade Commission Chair Lina Khan in attacking corporate abuses. Instead, much of the critical final weeks was focused by the campaign's appeals to Republican voters and the emphasis on demonizing Trump. In large part, the campaign reflected the direction the Democratic Party establishment has taken, away from working-class issues since the advent of neoliberal policies in the 1970s and carried out by most Democratic Party presidents ever since. In a Guardian column after Trump's victory in 2016, former Labor Secretary Robert Reich made trenchant observations about the Democratic Party shift, aptly headlined, "Democrats once represented the working class, not anymore." Reich wrote, and here I read therefrom, at length and verbatim, "What has happened in America should not be seen as a victory for hatefulness over decency. It is more accurately understood as a repudiation of the American power structure. Recent economic indicators may be up, but those indicators don't reflect the insecurity most Americans continue to feel, nor the seeming arbitrariness and unfairness they experience, nor do the major indicators show the linkages many Americans see between wealth and power. Stagnant or declining real wages, soaring CEO pay, and the undermining of democracy by big money. The Democratic Party once represented the working class, but over the last 3 decades, the party has been taken over by Washington-based fundraisers, bundlers, analysts, and pollsters who have focused instead on raising campaign money from corporate and Wall Street executives and getting votes from upper-middle-class households in swing suburbs. Democrats have occupied the White House for 16 of the last 24 years, and for 4 of those years had control of both houses of Congress. But in that time, they failed to reverse the decline in working-class wages and economic security. The power structure is shocked by the outcome of the 2016 election because it has cut itself off from the lives of most Americans. Perhaps it also doesn't wish to understand, because that would mean acknowledging its own role in enabling the presidency of Donald John Trump. It's now 2024, and very soon it will be 2025. The working people of this country cannot wait a moment longer for Democrats to learn the lesson progressives have been screaming for decades. So divided we stand. If there is cold comfort for Democrats, it is this. We are in an age of politics when every victory is Pyrrhic, because to gain office is to become the very thing, the establishment, the incumbent, that a part of your citizenry will inevitably want to replace. Democrats have been temporarily banished to the wilderness by a counter-revolution. But if the trends of the 21st century hold, then the very anti-incumbent mechanisms that brought us defeat this year will eventually bring us back to power. But as all Americans digest election results, we are also reckoning with the reality that political polarization seldom simply abates. That's not speculation. Jennifer McCoy and her colleagues at the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace identified 210 episodes of pernicious polarization globally over this past century, and found that only 27 of them saw sustained depolarization without regime change. An American retreat from liberal democracy, a precious yet vulnerable inheritance, would be a calamity. Indifference is a form of surrender. Indifference to mass deportations would signal an abnegation of one of our nation's guiding promises. Give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to breathe free. Vladimir Putin welcomes Trump's return not only because it makes his life immeasurably easier in his determination to subjugate a free and sovereign Ukraine, but because it validates his assertion that American democracy is a sham, that there is no democracy. All that matters is power and self-interest. The rest is sanctimony and hypocrisy. Putin reminds us that liberal democracy is not a permanence. It can turn out to be but an episode. One of the great spirits of modern times, the Czech playwright and dissident Václav Havel, wrote in his work titled Summer Meditations, "There is only one thing I will not concede, that it might be meaningless to strive in a good cause." During the long Soviet domination of his country, Havel fought valiantly for liberal democracy, inspiring in others acts of resilience and protest. He was imprisoned for that. Then came a time when things changed, when Havel was elected president, and, in a Kafka tale turned on its head, inhabited the castle in Prague. together with a people challenged by years of communist totalitarian dictatorship, greater Soviet autocracy. He helped lead his country out of a long, dark time. Our time is now dark, but that too can change. It happened elsewhere. It can happen here. Now, for me, to help you make that happen, I need your financial support. I need contributions to help me pay my rent at the end of the month. By all means, I'm counting on you, my listeners, for contributions. As much as you can spare without putting yourself out. I'll be needing every penny. There's my PayPal address right there on the screen. Use it. And we'll be back on Wednesday before you know it. By the way, Jacob Waters says, it's wild to think being abstinent from intercourse is going to teach the guy who wants less abortion. 4B will make Trump most pro-life president. Yeah, most anti-war people realized what side Dick Cheney was on. And then Art Historic, isn't that Amy Como? Says, good morning.
Yeah, that's Amy.
Yeah, says, good morning, Jacob. And laughing. So El Nemo, of course, is waving at both of them. So thank you for that. So do me a favor, say good morning to everyone, dear Nemo, and tell Amy she can jump on the call. We called her so she can jump on.
Hey, jump on and say hello, Amy.
Yeah, jump on and say good morning. Yeah.
Good morning. I'll just say good morning to everybody, or day and night, wherever you are. And please support Douglas any way you can. And send any amount that you can afford towards Douglas Dietrich via PayPal. You're putting your money at good use by doing that.
Thank you, sir. The Real Tech Geek, feel free to say good morning, sir.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for listening to Douglas Dietrich's show and listening to the great monologue and our national treasure. It is a dark morning here in New York, and it's a dark month on this nation, but we will prevail. We will prevail and invest in Douglas Dietrich, because only him is the key to understanding our success, the path back to freedom. Thank you.
God bless you, my man, Real Tech.
Well said.
Yes, well said. And dear Amy Como. Oh, so just you like what I said about Bernie Sanders as the Kim Jong-un of the North Korea of America, Vermont?
How he never dies.
Honey, give us the situation report. Give us a status update on the hellscape that is Vermont under this communist kike.
I wish I had better, like a more peripheral view. I just have my own view of it, and it's horrific. It's just everybody I know is in dire need of healthcare and housing renovations. Not fun. And it's discouraging to know that like somebody could just like get elected to the Senate and then never leave.
Yeah, there's no such thing as term limits. I mean, these fuckers are in forever. And but tell us about the damage he's done to Vermont. Describe what this fucker's been like. Tell us about how he was prowling for. Tell us what he was prowling for when you were young.
Oh yeah, no, that's the rumor that goes around about in Burlington, and this was like decades ago. Like I was, going to the bars with my friends. I was like still like in that college gladiating scene, and then they would say, "Oh yeah, Bernie's prowling the streets looking for underage girls and heroin." That was the comment anybody would make in the bars like years ago, and somehow that has sustained him. Somehow that like lack of popularity has just like held him up. He's still there. He's still doing it. Everybody loves Bernie. Look at those mittens. Why wouldn't they?
Well, obviously heroin doesn't kill you. It seems to have made him immortal.
I know. Like, it just takes away all the pain, and that's really all we care about, right? Is not being in pain. Nobody wants to be in pain. But yeah, thanks for bringing that up, and thanks for going on to a monologue. Seems like you've really been working tonight. I just got on. I didn't listen at all, so I have a lot to catch up on.
Yeah, you'll find it more than entertaining, and your name came up more than a few times, honey.
Good. I love it. And I'd like to also thank Brendan for those runes that he put in the chat. It turns out my coffee cup has the sigil for courage on it.
Cool. All right.
Yep. Yep. Good morning, everybody. And as he's back in his true form, Douglas is doing his monologue. So go ahead. Send him your coin. Send him the money.
I'm earning it.
Money.
Yep. By the way, why the change in your account to Art Historic?
I didn't know what I was doing. I had to do some stuff with the YouTube. I was changing another site, and I had to change. I was trying to figure out some things because, you know, they make everything different, and then it's not the way you want it. And so I was trying to make it cohesive with the other websites that also have my name attached to them. So that's why I changed it. That's it.
Okay.
I don't even like it. I'll probably just put my name back on it so it's easier to find.
Yes, sounds good. And whatever you're willing to share about other horror stories about Bernie Sanders or anything else about the state of Vermont, just the whole economic. Now, how long has this guy been in charge? It's basically since that time he was prowling for young cunt and heroin back in the day. I guess this guy's always been in charge there.
Yeah. I'm 48 years old. I've never had another senator. He's always the senator from Vermont, and he used to be independent. I'm not sure that he's still independent. I don't even know what he's doing. Like, it's horrifying. We have the highest rental rates throughout the nation. There's no apartment available for less than $2,000 a month, and this is just like a crummy studio. Like, you're not getting anything for $2,000 a month. And there's no job that's going to support you. You're going to have 5 or 6 roommates in your studio apartment.
Like, come on, Bernie Sanders? Bernie Sanders?
Well, I'm just talking about, like, the horror of trying to live in Vermont and, you know, having my whole family is in the graveyard here. Like, I am from here. There's nowhere else that I can go. This is my home. And there's no jobs, there's no housing. People are addicted to drugs. That's their income, is selling drugs. It's not.
Senator, I understand, but what senator are you talking about then in Vermont?
Yeah, no, you had it right. Bernie Sanders is the senator from Vermont, has been my entire life. He's not a native Vermonter. He just represents Vermont. He's from New York.
Jesus, that's even worse. What
it's not even, like, I don't understand how this is even, you know, I mean, we could go back to how did Trump get elected again after being thrown out and made a felon? How did he run off with the presidency again?
Yeah.
I mean, there's just so much insanity.
Well, I just spent the last...
Well, the Chinese also, a lot of the Chinese love that guy, you know, especially the women. They can't stand the woke stuff. A lot of them that I speak to.
You mean Trump? A lot of the Chinese like Trump?
Yes.
Oh, okay, so he has
There's
some
very little.
No, go on.
Sorry.
No, continue. He has very little what?
There's very little of them that are against him. I'm saying.
Interesting.
Maybe some women, but a lot of women are in love with this guy.
Interesting.
And yeah, I mean, from China. I'm talking about specifically from China, and there's a lot of respect for him too, for actually, you know, strong arming in China and having a trade war and all these type of things. But ironically, China is the country that has push a lot of this woke agenda too.
Has what about its woke agenda?
I think he means the communist aspect of it.
No, they fund it. They have funded a lot of. Well, that's a theory. All these right-wing people say that they funded a lot of the woke agenda also.
The communists in China?
Yeah.
You mean right-wingers in America are saying that?
Yes.
Right. Okay.
But it doesn't make any sense because Black Myth Wukong, the company was being what's the word? Let's see. Right. Now it's one consulting services for Baby Sweet Inc. And they said, no, we're not going to pay you anything. We're not going to do anything with you.
Well, you need to understand, most of our listeners are not necessarily gamers, so you have to explain that Black, the Monkey King, the Wukong, Black, and I forget what they call it, Black something Wukong.
Black Myth Wukong.
Black Myth Wukong, thank you. That this is a video game that has attained astronomical popularity and has triggered an enormous amount of controversial response where people are saying it has some kind of agenda, but I've never been able to figure out what kind of agenda it is that they're saying
there
that
isn't
it
an
has.
agenda. I haven't seen an agenda with that at all.
No, I get it. I'm there. But what is the agenda that they...
Game.
Yeah,
it's a very good game for the first time they ever in their history of trying to make a game.
I
haven't.
Yeah.
What were the bigger points that they were like complaining about
Right.
regarding that game?
Right. And what is the agenda that they claim?
Unreal Engine 5, maybe because it is on Unreal
like
Engine
politically.
5 and doesn't run well.
Yeah, we're talking politically, not technically. Jesus Christ.
Okay.
He's got the name Real Tech Geek for a reason, that's for sure. Yeah,
Yes.
that's fine. You live up to your name. No.
Like I remember hearing about there was an uproar about it, but I can't remember.
Yeah, only politically was the woke consulting company that ruins a lot of these games, like such as the recent Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League, which is total garbage life service game. But they wanted to do consulting services with them, and they wanted to be paid $15 million or something like that, and they said no. And of course, they wanted a tirade saying on news articles that there's no black people in the game, they're racist.
Oh, that's right.
Blah,
Yeah,
blah,
there was
blah.
no black people in the game. That's why they had a rant about it. It's a fucking Chinese game.
Yeah, thank you.
It's the same shit about Kingdom Come Deliverance, the first game. It's a fucking game in the middle
Europe.
of fucking ages
Medieval,
in Europe.
Yeah.
Why the
Okay,
fuck have fucking black people in that damn game?
Because they think black people won't buy it and they won't play it if they don't have blacks in it.
Well, yeah, and speaking of that too, fucking Assassin's Creed Shadows, it's a big fucking disaster, that fucking shit.
Oh, yeah.
I know, and they want to fucking bring it out now in February, which is Black History Month, and they're thinking it's going to be a success because they make him a black samurai. It's just so fucking stupid, man.
Yeah. Blackwashing history.
A company.
Who are they making a black samurai? Which character are they making a black samurai?
Yusuke.
Who's he?
He was a retainer.
You're talking about the historical figure.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, but which game are they integrating this historical figure into?
Assassin's Creed Shadows.
Okay, got it. That's what I thought you said, but I just wanted to make sure. So Assassin's Creed Shadows is introducing the historical figure who was a retainer to, I believe it was Oda Nobunaga, and he's basically going
Correct.
to be a player character in this new game.
A samurai.
Of samurai. Interesting. Okay. Well, I mean, at least that's historically has foundation. so at least it's that. But
the Japanese are up in arms about that.
Why?
I don't know. They don't want a black samurai.
Yeah. Pretty much that.
Interesting. Well, I'll look into that. It strikes me as unusual. It's all I can say is that one thing that I've always known is that I would be very reluctant to go to Germany or Japan because they're not my Germany or my Japan, if you know what I mean. They're like something different now.
Yeah,
but,
totally different.
Yeah, but I mean, it's not that they can't recover. The Japanese in particular, it would be Japanese basically.
They can recover.
Yeah,
Yes.
they can recover. They can recover just easily, just overnight. I mean, basically, the Japanese are very homogenous. So when an order is given by authoritative figures that it's time to remilitarize or whatever, you know, they'll pretty much fall into line, and that's a good thing. That's a cultural strength.
Well, like I said when I saw my vision of Russia attacking northern Japan, which is Hokkaido.
Yeah.
Yeah, I told you about that.
Tell me again. Share it again.
Basically, what's going to happen is that Russia is going to attack from the north, and China is going to try to attack from the south.
Interesting. Thank you. I appreciate you sharing that. Do you have any vision of the outcome of this conflict?
It's going to be like Kublai Khan's attack.
Okay.
The outcome.
Excellent. Well, that's
but
what
it's going to be stagnant for a while, though. But it will be like that.
Interesting. Thank you.
2028, 2026, something like that.
Interesting.
So.
It's going to be necessary for Japan for them to be attacked so they can go back to being strong and imperialistic and ready to fuck up any enemies that wants to fuck with them. They'll kick Russia.
And it's good for their economy. It's good for their economy because the currency's fucking dying, man. You know,
well, that's happening with everyone, yeah.
The Japanese people now, they're just so soft and pampered, and they need to, become tough again.
Yeah. And believe me, the currency declining, that's a good thing. We need basically that's the soil in which fascism grows. Is the economic situation has to be dire, because fascism is what's immune to depression. So basically, it takes a situation to bottom out before people turn towards fascism. And but that, of course, would be even further provoked by assault from foreign nations. So yeah.
Well, the argument is always about Hitler and his rise to power because of what happened with hyperinflation and the Weimar Republic.
Yes. Yes.
Of course, but
yeah, but
that's a long conversation, but
of
not
course.
necessarily true, but.
Yeah. Well, remember that the Mussolini had a fascist government going long before Hitler came to power. So Hitler had an example to follow. And Mussolini was considered the cat's ass in his day. Everybody wanted him as an ally. So he was being courted by everyone because of his financial invulnerability to depression through fascism. So when it comes to...
Well, like he said, Mussolini did say that... fascism is corporatism.
Right, but not to be misunderstood. We don't want people misunderstanding that as American-style corporatism. This is a very different concept. You have to think of the Japanese style of corporatism is based on fascism. That's what kept Japan going for the longest period of time until they just got rich and just, just stopped caring. They just stopped caring. And so... but yes, a joint attack by Russia and China might seem far-fetched to many people at the moment, but it becomes almost inevitable when you look into the autarkies that are developing and Trump empowering the Sinaxis enough, the Sino-Slavic Israeli Sinaxis enough, to the point where they actually think they can pull it off.
India's going to attack Tibet.
I'm sorry, say that again.
India will attack Tibet and Mongolia.
Interesting. Okay, it's fascinating, and so let's hope for those events.
The next 2 years, you're going to see something panning out next year.
Right,
beginning of it.
And you said about 2027 for the the attack on Japan. Yes. Okay.
I wouldn't be surprised if another epidemic comes out too in a couple of years.
God, let's hope.
Yeah.
Jesus.
I'm not hoping. I'm just saying it's not going to surprise me. But I'm expecting something like that to happen.
Yeah, I'm expecting it too. Yeah. Someone's going to do something else with this guy again. Yeah.
Yes. Well, there we go. The 4 horsemen of the apocalypse: plague, war, famine. Yes, it's
Well, I don't take the Bible for granted, man, and I get tired of these people with I mean, I believe in it, and I agree with some things with a lot of things with it, but I'm just saying I don't
understand that
it's not always the end all be all.
When I'm referencing the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, I'm referencing the way people would refer to the climate, not as a biblical reference.
Not literal figures.
Yeah. Not in the sense of I'm not prophesying in a biblical sense when I say that.
Okay.
Yeah. But Amy, we don't want to ignore her, and lovely Amy. So how are you feeling? Is there any definitive news on treating your civil union partner medically?
Oh yeah. No, nothing. We don't have anything scheduled yet. And it's all like nobody seems to understand what the issue is. Like the problem is when you have something that needs to be handled through surgery, you're stuck in your insurance scam. Like you can't go to another state. Like you can't leave to go get treatment somewhere else. Like you're stuck waiting for months to see the one surgeon who can help you because you have Medicaid or Medicare or your state-sponsored insurance doesn't cover anything but this one person. So that's really what's happened is that we had some backup plans to leave and go somewhere else, and then they came back with your X-ray shows that there's something that needs to be removed, so we'll set you up at the hospital. What hospital do you want? And of course, we picked the hospital that they don't usually send people to, and so they're trying to
win the lottery. You win the lottery. It won't be a big sum of money, but it will go towards this.
You're so cute.
Issues.
You're so cute. I can't believe you just said that because we have like a pile of scratch tickets just sitting in the car.
Let's pray and hope that Amy comes into a lot of financial fortune.
Yes. We all do.
Well, don't forget about Douglas Dietrich, and don't forget about me also.
That goes
Douglas Dietrich comes first.
Thank you.
No, I don't forget about Douglas. He always needs money, but I'm really I wanted to bring up with RealTech about, so we have legal weed in Vermont. Like you can recreationally go to a dispensary, purchase weed, and there's like amongst all the local people who grow, there's this rumor that the Chinese communists have moved into Vermont and they're kind of taking over the legal weed. Like there's one group called Satori, which is all Chinese communists that are.
Interesting. That's a Japanese word. But go on.
Yeah. Well, and so like, there's all these like guerrilla campaigns, like don't buy this weed, don't buy weed from Satori. They're not even local. Like, I mean, they're here locally, but it's not it's like Bernie Sanders. They're just like opportunists show up and they're like, oh, this is the most profitable business in Vermont. Like we're going to come in and corner the market on recreational marijuana.
A lot of people still want to see him as president one day. It'll be a disaster.
Why? I don't
Biden
understand.
2.0.
I think it's disgusting that a senator can own 4 homes in Vermont and live at none of them while everybody else has got to like team up with somebody in order to get into housing. Like
it's disgusting. That's horrible.
It's sad. It's really, and this is like the crux of the problem is there's these ancient people living in their giant like.
Where does he live then?
Giant homes, 5-6 bedroom homes by themselves, and they're like, "Oh, we don't know what to do. All the young people are on drugs." Yeah, well, what you do is you stop expecting young people to work for you for the rest of their lives for no money. Like that's That's really what the problem is that there's only tourist industry. That's it. There's tourist industry in Vermont. There's no actual industry. And that's a problem because none of those jobs actually support a lifestyle here that's like that you could, you know, attain something and feel good about. Like you can't work for $11 an hour and then maintain that job. Like there's no, like you could do that for a couple days and then you're stuck. You don't have money for car, your car breaks down, you don't have a place to live, so you can't shower. How are you going to get to work?
He owns Tesla stock. There you go.
Yeah.
What a communist. What a communist, a commie with a portfolio.
There you go.
Oh.
Yeah.
Can't get more kike than that.
Amazon. He's got Amazon, Microsoft, Apple, Alphabet, PayPal, Visa, MasterCard, Costco, Salesforce. Yeah, Nvidia.
This is
That's Bernie Sanders' stock portfolio.
Yeah, Mitten Man. Mitten Man.
You just say that one more
Mitten Man.
Every
piece of shit.
And post it on their own timelines, like.
It's become a very popular thing, though, to follow what these politicians are doing, especially Nancy Pelosi with their stock trades.
That's brilliant. I'm so glad that you're encouraging people to pay attention to this, like
and make bank from it too, as long as you know when to sell, and don't get greedy.
Well.
I've been the time this fucking billionaire was fucking crying his fucking eyes out because people made millions of dollars from GameStop. Yeah, fuck you, asshole. Fuck you. Good.
You use vernacular and reference certain, shall we say, phenomena that not necessarily many people are familiar with, or basically a certain subculture or certain subcultures might be familiar with. So always try to qualify what you say with a kind of summary. That would help.
Oh, it's just the GameStop short squeeze, which was still going on, of course. I mean, I'm not part of it. It's become a cult. I don't really necessarily believe in the company. And anyway, basically, it was Warren Kitty's theory from 2019. He talked about 2 years ago, 2021. They made a movie about it called Dumb Money, which I think is just an insult. But anyway, it was just the SEC said it basically was buying pressure. The stock was being shorted 140 times, and it went from $2 to $480 a share. And it just was buying pressure from people buying it, and just kept going up and up and up and up for a week. And people are still in it. People still trade it. People still invest into it. It's a whole YouTube. I'll link it on your live stream. People can listen to or watch it, whatever they want to do. The guy made it. There's two of them actually. The guy made. There's also the psychology of these people that they got into this cult status with it too. So.
Okay. Wow.
Does that?
That helps to provide some context. Thank you. That helps to provide some context, and it's appreciated. So, okay. So we've got. I'm going to be ending the stream soon, and Amy Como, don't forget to say good morning to people. Make it extended, long as you want. Say it. Yeah.
I'm so glad you all arrived for the end of the broadcast, but Douglas does this usually 12 hours. Nobody else can do it. We've seen other people try to have one 12-hour episode, and it's impossible. It's very challenging. And yet he does it, and he does it over and over again. He is, of course, challenged with the money like everybody else. So if you have extra money, just send it to him. There's no amount that he won't accept.
You're delightful, honey. Oh, I love you.
Anyway, I'm so glad everybody showed up, and come back on Wednesday.
Yes, thank you. That's beautiful. Aristides, if you're awake, feel free to say hello. Otherwise, we'll end the stream, and that's quite all right if you're not awake. No, don't even give it a thought. Yes, we're just so glad he does what he does for as late until the night as he does. And so, all of you, my love to each and every one of you here on Team Dietrich. You're the best. I'm going to say kisses to all the ladies out there and hugs to all the gentlemen who support me. Other than that, we're going to be back same time, same place, Wednesday. Again with T-Tank Barry. Thank you for sending me those images. I'm going to try and go to sleep. Jacob Waters says, have a great day. Thank you, Jacob Waters, and the same be to unto you. Yes, with T-Tank Barry. Sheila Gavin says, good morning, dearest Douglas, lovely Amy, and Team Dietrich. Yes, good morning, dearest lady. Thank you so much for joining us. Let's hope that that uploads. Let me answer that with a kiss, and then we'll give it a few moments to hope that it processes enough where it uploads, because oftentimes the last minute entries don't upload, they don't publish. So hopefully we'll catch that one. And in terms of what I was saying, I guess it's pretty much time for me to close the transmission, because I'm beginning to tune out. But yeah,
I'm gonna send you a screenshot image of just a bunch of questions I've been asked by Christine J. Hart regarding topics of like the Edomites and the Third Reich in exile and stuff.
Wow, she must really be listening. She must really be listening.
Because I've been like sending her a message about that, answering some of her questions.
Okay.
I'm hoping if I send you this and you read it, could you provide when you can a well contextualized answer to these questions that I can relate to her? Like you send me, I'll relate to her specifically. Because you'll do a better service and justice by answering these. I can send it to her.
Oh yeah, I'll be happy to try that. Like I said, oh yeah, and that reminds me of T-Tank Barry. Thank you for reminding me, T-Tank Barry. I wouldn't have remembered where I was wandering into otherwise. T-Tank Barry sent me some beautiful images of a beautiful piece of Chinese calligraphy, and so I want to. It looks almost funerary, and it looks very old style Chinese. So I just want to take time to give it the respect that it deserves, rather than giving you some off-the-cuff, pithy kind of commentary. That doesn't do it justice. So just be patient with me. The point is, of course, that with everything being as busy as it has been, I'm looking at my calendar right now. So today I'm going to be sleeping. Then what's going to happen is, oh yeah, well I can't because my son's picking me up at 10 in the morning. Well, I'll catch a nap at the Estates. And then what's going to happen is Sun Yat-sen Day, which is the founding father day of both Chinas, is Tuesday. And so I have to be at the Estates today, catch my nap there. Tuesday is also when I follow up with my first visit to the allergy clinic. So I'll be working with the Estates, going to Kaiser for the first injection of not only crushed dust mites, but basically a slurry of dust mites and dust mite poop. Dust mite shit, basically, fecal matter, because what makes you sneeze is not the dust mites, it's the fecal matter. So that's what they'll be slowly, in ever increasing amounts over the next 5 years, injecting into my bloodstream to render me immune to that. So then Transgender Week, Awareness Week begins, and then it's Friendsgiving Day on Sunday, but it'll still be Transgender Awareness Week until the Friendsgiving Day on Saturday is when the 16th. Then Transgender Day of Remembrance will be the 20th. So it's just a busy week, but I should find some time. I'll try and make it as soon as possible, and sit down, take a good look at that, then give you a nice, decent rough translation. So aside from that, dear T-Tank Barry, please be patient with me, and the same goes for Christine Joanna Hart. So yeah, I'll be glad to take those questions. Now, did you send them to me in the private messages as well?
I sent you a screenshot of the chat of the question she was asking.
Right. Okay. Excellent. And so there we are. There it goes in my private messages. Okay. Wonderful. So let's end the live stream, and then we will now just be on private call together for a few minutes. He says, "No rush, brother. I'll be by." Okay, God bless you, dear T-Tank Barry. Thank you so much for that. And okay, So grab a few hours sleep before 10 a.m. because that's when they drop the food into my pickup bin at around between 8:30 and 9:30. So I put that into the fridge before, or the freezer, the fridge really. For my son picks me up at 10 on average. We'll see how the traffic handles that. But we caught up with Brooke Gibson tonight, so you'll be able to entertain yourself with that, Amy. And with that, okay. So I'll just drink myself into the oblivion of a few hours sleep and then take off, and then probably be back in contact at the absolute latest on Wednesday, which will be here before you know it. So everybody just be here, and I'll be here as well, and we'll all be back. So let's end the stream, but the call will continue for a few minutes. So ending stream.